The board deities of the divine realm take turns visiting the Shrek Academy on the Douluo Continent, serving as guest instructors for the students. Under their interference, the Douluo Continent begins to experience an imbalance, affecting the equilibrium of the world. Sensing the underlying concerns, the gods convene and decide to disband the Shrek heavenly group they had formed. At that moment, the legendary god Tang San returns with Xiao Wu, announcing to everyone that not only will the Shrek heavenly group continue, but it will also forge an entirely new Douluo World. Chapter 1. The New Student Assessment. Huozhanji strolls leisurely along the streets of Xinglua City, for today marks a fresh beginning for him. At the age of 12, he has completed his studies at the Junior Academy and, due to his outstanding performance, has been directly admitted to the Xinglua branch of Shrek Academy for the next phase of his education. At the tender age of 6, he awakened his unique martial soul, possessing a 5th-level innate soul power, which is considered an average talent. However, his martial soul is exceedingly rare, known as the Spirit Eye, utilized for assistance and reconnaissance, making it an invaluable asset. During his time at school, he has been diligent and exemplary. Although he is only 12 this year, his soul power has already reached level 20, having just completed a breakthrough and obtained his 2nd soul skill. He has met the fundamental requirements for direct admission to the Xinglua branch of Shrek Academy. Although he barely meets the standards, he has indeed fulfilled them. The threshold of level 20 at the age of 12 has ensnared many. His Junior Academy homeroom teacher once remarked to his parents that Zhanji, while not exceptionally gifted, is remarkably hardworking, intelligent, and possesses a level of composure rare among his peers, exhibiting the demeanor of a great leader. Through sheer effort, he has crossed the threshold into the Shrek branch, a minor miracle in itself. However, the path ahead often dictates that talent can only determine a portion of one's journey, with hard work proving to be of even greater significance. His parents continue to encourage him to maintain a positive mindset, for his future is boundless. Today is the day of enrollment, and Huozhanji is filled with excitement. He has heard countless legends about Shrek Academy, the place where the dreams of countless powerful individuals began. Nevertheless, he has also heard that several years ago, something transpired at the main Shrek Academy in Shrek City, leading to the closure of numerous departments. Even Douluo stars seem to have experienced significant events, with many legendary powerhouses going missing. Shrek Academy has undergone a series of reforms as a result. Of course, this does not diminish the esteemed status of Shrek Academy in Huozhanji's eyes. To him, those legendary figures feel distant. His father has told him that as long as he focuses on becoming the best version of himself and strives to surpass his limits, that is all that truly matters. In the distance, the Shrek branch of Xinglua City comes into view, causing Huozhanji's heart to race with anticipation. At this moment, children arriving for school like him are streaming in, many arriving by floating vehicles. Few, like him, have taken public transport and walked. The Shrek branch occupies a vast expanse, yet the school gate is not imposing. Upon the grand metallic archway, ancient characters are inscribed. Xinglua, Shrek Academy. The gate swings open wide, and a soft blue glow cascades down from the top, with all students required to pass through this luminous veil to enter the campus. Huozhanji recalls his homeroom teacher's advice and promptly retrieves a card from his backpack. The card bears the inscription of Xinglua Shrek branch and contains a chip. It is his admission notice and serves as a pass into the Shrek branch before him. Holding the card tightly, Huozhanji approaches the luminous veil. As his body passes through the light, he feels no sensation, yet the card in his hand warms slightly. Subsequently, an electronic voice emanates from the card, instructing, "New student Huozhanji, please report to the 1st floor of the main teaching building." A beam of light shoots forth from a raised transparent crystal at the center of the card, projecting a 3-dimensional image before him, complete with clear markers and guiding arrows directing his path forward. How advanced? Huozhanji cannot help but marvel internally. He hastens to follow the arrow's guidance and ventures deeper into the academy. The students within the academy appear hurried, engaged in their own affairs, with little conversation and no one taking notice of him. Following the route indicated on his admission card, he soon arrives before a colossal teaching building soaring 100 stories high, the main teaching building of the Xinglua Shrek branch. Upon entering the teaching building, the card is scanned once more by the entrance's light veil, updating the floating map display to guide him through the interior. He swiftly reaches the registration area on the 1st floor. There, a series of metallic machines await, and he inserts his card into one of them, causing the machine screen to display his pertinent information. Huozhanji, male, 12 years old. Height, 1.58 meters. Weight, 38 kilograms. Martial soul, Spirit Eye. Soul power level, 21. Soul Spirit, 100-year Evil Eye. Comprehensive evaluation, Grade C. An electronic prompt sounds, "New student Huozhanji, registration complete. Please proceed to the 18th floor of the main teaching building to prepare for the entrance assessment. Must he undergo an assessment immediately after registration? Huazhanji is taken aback. This seems rather hasty, does it not? However, as a new student, he has no authority to contest this, as there isn't even a teacher present. Retrieving his card, which is now transformed into a metallic one featuring a small electronic screen displaying his photograph, the electronic voice resumes. Student Huazhanji, please turn left to machine number 2 to collect your uniform and related items. Huazhanji promptly turns left with his new student card and locates machine number 2. A light green uniform is dispensed. As he picks up the uniform, the electronic voice alerts him that uniforms can be purchased at the Academic Affairs Office, and the first set is provided free of charge by the Academy. Any subsequent damage requires self-purchase. Students must wear uniforms while attending classes, and the new student card should be affixed to the right shoulder for identification. He is also prompted to head to the changing room to don his uniform. Shrek Academy provides free education, exempting students from tuition fees. However, should they wish to purchase training resources and other materials, students must bear the cost themselves. Huazhanji enters the changing room and dons the newly issued uniform. The uniform fits perfectly, tailored to him with utmost precision. The light green fabric is both elastic and textured, and he can faintly sense metal components that conform to his body. Inserting the new student card into the slot on his right shoulder, the surface of the uniform illuminates with green light patterns, a beam emanating from his shoulder, revealing the inscription, New Student Huazhanji, Uniform Activated. Simultaneously, the uniform's functionalities are listed. The uniform possesses self-cleaning capabilities. During breaks, it only needs to be soaked in water to cleanse itself automatically. Additionally, the uniform affords a degree of defense, enhancing his defensive capabilities by 2 points. The display screen also showcases a series of data. Huazhanji, new student of the Xinghua branch of Shrek Academy, age 12. Martial Soul, Spirit Eye, Strength 7, Agility 8, Constitution 7, Spirit 11, Attack 7, Defense 5+2. A total of 6 attributes are enumerated, with a note indicating that these 6-dimensional data are determined by scanning the student's inherent physical qualities, excluding skill enhancements. Soul skills and other abilities will not be reflected in the data, requiring new students to explore them independently. Huazhanji quickly comprehends that this means only the fundamental physical data is displayed, unrelated to skills. He realizes that his data is certainly not exemplary. The prior assessment of Grade C demonstrates this clearly. Above Grade C are Grades A and B, and further distinctions of upper, middle, and lower grades. Thus, his Grade C assessment likely places him at the 7th tier of enrollment talent, suggesting he is not the worst, but is certainly close to it. Although such thoughts lingered in his mind, he felt no sense of despondency. Prior to his arrival, his instructor at the junior college had already cautioned him that the Shrek Academy was teeming with prodigies. Merely managing to gain admission with his grades was a significant triumph. Even when faced with students endowed with greater talents, he need not demean himself. He simply needed to focus on his own efforts, for with diligent endeavor, the future might yet allow him to surpass those gifted individuals. He gazed into the mirror. The reflection revealed a countenance that was quite handsome, not strikingly so, but certainly not lacking. Donning the Shrek Academy uniform accentuated his spirited demeanor. A new student card was inserted into the slot on his right shoulder, with only the photo portion visible. Above the slot, a small red light flickered to life. Not rushing towards the 18th floor, Huazhanji took the time to examine the various machines outside. This was the aspect of his character that distinguished him from his peers. Through careful observation, he discerned that among these machines, aside from the one for new student registration, there were others dedicated to elucidating the Academy's regulations and presenting a brief introduction to the institution for newcomers. Huazhanji meticulously reviewed all this information, only to discover that the red dot upon his shoulder signified his identity. New students bore a red dot, which would transform into a white luminescence upon passing the entrance assessment, indicating their status as formal students. Accompanied by the enhancement of 6 foundational attributes, the luminescence would also undergo various changes. After accumulating 10 white luminescent points, it would evolve into a yellow luminescent point, and further accumulation was possible, reminiscent of how the different colors of soul rings signify varying levels. As for the rationale behind the Academy's tiered evaluation system, the rules did not elaborate. They merely stated that the levels were correlated with rights and privileges, emphasizing that in this realm, all must be earned through one's own efforts. The most critical point that Huazhanji noted was a specific regulation stating that as a new student, failure to pass the entrance assessment would result in expulsion from the Academy, necessitating a return to the junior college for reassignment. This was information he had previously been unaware of. In essence, The assessment he was about to undertake on the 18th floor was crucial. Should he fail, he would no longer be a student of Shrek Academy. Being merely 12 years of age, he felt a wave of tension wash over him. Following the guidance of his new student card, he located the elevator and ascended to the 18th floor. Upon stepping out of the elevator on the 18th floor, he was immediately enveloped in a world of silvery brilliance. The decor throughout the floor was crafted from an unknown metallic substance, exuding a cold, metallic essence while also imparting a sense of awe inspired by advanced technology. Guided by the route indicated on his new student card, Huizhanji approached a pair of grand metallic doors. A beam of light cascaded down from above the doors, and with a soft beep, they opened. Inside, he encountered another silvery realm, albeit in a circular configuration. It was not particularly large, encompassing roughly 100 square meters. Following the instructions on his new student card, Huizhanji stepped inside. This chamber was entirely enveloped in silver metal, its circular form extending even to the domed ceiling. Huizhanji, whose martial spirit was the spirit eye, possessed a keen aptitude for observation. He was certain that such a room could not be singular within the 18th floor. Previously, he had witnessed other new students, like himself, with red lights flickering on their shoulders entering different metallic doors, presumably also to undergo the entrance assessment. At that moment, a beam of silvery light descended upon Huizhanji. A cold electronic voice resonated, announcing, "New student Huizhanji, prepare to undergo the entrance examination. The new student protection mechanism has been activated. This assessment is in non-lethal mode. In the event of uncontrollable danger, candidates will be automatically teleported back." Initiating extraction of the new student assessment area. Every word of the electronic voice was comprehensible to him, yet their connection left him somewhat bewildered. Nonetheless, he vaguely understood that this assessment entailed certain risks. However, due to the new student protection, his life would not be in jeopardy. Yet, he pondered what kind of assessment awaited him within this metallic chamber. At that moment, the electronic voice emitted a beep. New student assessment area extraction complete. Preparing for teleportation. In an instant, a circle of silver radiance rippled beneath Huizhanji's feet, intricate silver patterns swiftly re-emerging across the surfaces of all the metallic structures within the room. Suddenly, Huizhanji found himself immobilized, while everything around him began to warp violently. He felt as though his body were on the verge of being torn asunder, and in the next moment, his surroundings dissolved into a blank expanse. Just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard the electronic voice reverberating in the distance. Entering the world of the Mad God. Act 1. Chapter 2. The Madness of the God. Act 1. As Huizhanji regained consciousness, the first of his senses to awaken was his sense of smell. The fragrant scent of grass wafted through the air, invigorating his somewhat dazed mind. Upon opening his eyes, his pupils gradually constricted as he instinctively summoned his soul power, discovering that his body was slowly regaining sensation and the ability to move. With a glance around, he realized he was in a dense forest. However, upon inspecting his attire, he noted that the Shrek Academy uniform had vanished, replaced by simple linen garments that were unmistakably not of modern origin. Sitting upright, he rubbed his eyes, pondering the nature of his surroundings. Was this merely a dream? At that moment, an electronic prompt suddenly resonated in his mind. World of Madness. Act 1. On the continent of Jinyuan, numerous races coexist, with the human, demon, and beast races being the most formidable. There are also the dwarves, skilled in metallurgy, the elves, adept with bows, and the rare dragons. For centuries, wars have raged as these races vie for land and resources. Initially, humanity found itself at a severe disadvantage, facing near annihilation on several occasions. Yet, through their superior intellect and rapid reproduction, they gradually turned the tide, forcing the demon and beast races into a precarious position. In response, the demons and beasts formed an alliance to counter humanity, achieving a precarious balance of power. The continent is primarily characterized by three professions: martial artists, who are the most popular due to their low entry barriers, allowing virtually anyone to practice; mages, who require extraordinary mental fortitude to master their craft; and finally, magic warriors, who blend the two disciplines, albeit with the challenge of excelling in both. The synergy of martial skills and magic offers this profession a chance at survival. Humans, they proclaim themselves as descendants of the divine, possessing frail physical forms yet endowed with high intelligence and exceptional learning capabilities. The pinnacle of human strength lies in the dragon warriors, who forge contracts with dragons, achieving recognition only upon reaching the rank of paladin. The human nation is known as the Dragon God Empire, boasting fewer than 100 dragon knights, with merely 3 dragon generals serving as the empire's most formidable pillars. revered as the three great marshals. Both dragon knights and generals wield cataclysmic power, achieving resounding victories in battles against the demon and beast races, marking them as humanity's ultimate trump card. Demons, embracing the power of freedom. They closely resemble humans, yet possess far more resilient physiques. High-ranking demons also exhibit comparable intelligence. The demon race's elite force comprises the Fallen Angel Legion, entirely made up of royalty, capable of transforming into fallen angels. Although their strength is inferior to dragon knights, their formidable dark magical prowess compensates for this shortcoming. Unfortunately, their numbers are exceedingly scarce, with fewer than 30 royals able to transform, of whom only 2 can become four-winged fallen angels, the Demon Emperor and his captain of the Royal Guard, while the remainder are 2-winged fallen angels. Beasts, they revere absolute strength, believing that only overwhelming power can earn their respect. Beasts possess the most durable bodies but lack intelligence. The lowest tier of beasts may even be devoid of awareness, while only a few advanced beasts can match the intellect of humans and demons. The absolute backbone of the beast race is the Behemoth Legion, with each behemoth towering over 4 meters, boasting immense physical strength. While they may not surpass the demon's fallen angels or the human's dragon knights in absolute power, their numbers typically hover around 2,500. Only the Behemoth King possesses strength comparable to the 4-winged fallen angels and dragon generals. Despite the incessant conflicts among the 3 races, trade persists, as each requires resources from the others, utilizing a common currency. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins, which equals 100 copper coins. Listening to the electronic prompt, Huizhanji found himself momentarily perplexed. What did this mean? Had he been transported to another world? The electronic voice continued. You were born in a small border town of the beast race, with a human world situated 300 miles to the east. The borders are guarded by the armies of both the beast and human races. Newborn assessment task. Survive and reach the human world within 3 days. Reward. 2 basic attribute points. Failure penalty. Expulsion from the newborn program. Countdown begins. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. After absorbing the details of the electronic announcement, Huizhanji blinked in disbelief. This was neither a dream nor some other trivial matter. It was indeed his newborn assessment. Rising from the ground, he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, he was in a sprawling forest with little in sight. Rather than rushing into action, he took a moment to reflect on the various prompts he had just heard. Firstly, in this world of madness, there existed 3 nations: humans, demons, and beasts. As a human, he found himself on the border of the beast race. Conflicts between the humans and beasts were frequent, and as a mere boy, if he were to be discovered by the beast army, the outcome would be dire. His task was to traverse the border and return to the human world within 3 days. With his thoughts organized, Huizhanji attempted to activate his martial spirit. A white glow flickered in his eyes, enhancing their brightness. Shortly thereafter, 2 yellow rings of light appeared beneath his feet. The skin on his forehead twitched, and in an instant, a vertical eye emerged, struggling to break free and transforming into a small eyeball the size of bayberry, hovering before Huizhanji. Little Xia. Upon beholding the diminutive orb, Huizhanji smiled. This was his soul spirit, a gift bestowed by his parents when he awakened his martial spirit at the tender age of 6. It was precisely this century-old soul spirit that granted him 2 soul skills, with both century-old soul rings present. It indicated that he could wield the abilities of his original 2 soul skills. A glimmer of determination shone in Huizhanji's eyes as the first yellow soul ring glimmered, causing his gaze to brighten even further, rendering the surroundings crystal clear. An intangible mental force expanded outward. The first soul skill, Mental Probe, upon activation, enabled him to perceive any subtle fluctuations within a 100-meter radius. Little Xia also brightened momentarily, flying to Huizhanji's forehead, pressing against his brow, thereby extending his mental probing range by an additional 50 meters to a total of 150 meters. This exemplified the auxiliary effect of the soul spirit. While Mental Probe served as a supportive soul skill, it proved exceptionally useful for reconnaissance, with the significant advantage that its effectiveness continued to improve alongside the user's mental strength. Influenced by both mental and soul power, when Huizhanji initially awakened his martial spirit and acquired his first soul ring, his probing range was merely 30 meters in diameter. Now, with Little Xia's assistance, it had expanded to 150 meters. Within this radius, every whisper of wind and rustle of leaves would be detected. Furthermore, the energy consumption of Mental Probe was minimal, making it sustainable for approximately 1 hour without requiring deactivation, given that it was not employed for offensive purposes. The rare soul spirit, Evil Eye, also possessed the ability to aid soul masters in recovering mental strength. Releasing his mental probe, and sensing that there was no immediate danger within his perceptual range, Huizhan Qiji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted his gaze towards the sky to ascertain his direction. This world was utterly foreign to him, so he could only assume that, like Douluo Star, the sun rose in the east and set in the west. In other words, the direction from which the sun ascended was the path he needed to take towards the border. It appeared to be afternoon. The sun was slanting to the west, gradually descending in the sky, and the temperature began to cool. Huizhan Qiji determinedly headed in the opposite direction of the sun's descent, moving swiftly. Thanks to the presence of his mental probe, he would immediately sense any discoveries, allowing him to quicken his pace, running with the support of his soul power and mental strength. After 30 minutes of running, he sought a relatively safe spot, such as climbing a tree, where he could conceal himself within the canopy to rest and recover from his earlier exertions, while also maintaining a measure of physical stamina and mental fortitude. Thus, 2 hours later, by his own estimation, he had traversed approximately 50 miles. He had been weaving through the forest, although his speed was not particularly swift. As a soul master, his physique was significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. By this time, the light was gradually fading. Huizhan Qiji also realized an important issue. He was hungry and thirsty. Feeling around his body, he found himself bereft of supplies. What to do? Memories of wild survival courses from his time at the Junior Academy raced through his mind. Not daring to delay, as the sky grew darker, he began searching through the woods while continuing his journey. Fortunately, with his spirit eye as his martial soul, his vision was exceptional, allowing him to discern even in dim conditions. Just before complete darkness enveloped the land, he managed to find some edible fruits to satisfy his hunger and quench his thirst, thus alleviating his immediate predicament. The fruits were not particularly palatable, resembling underripe apples, yet Huizhan Qiji savored them as if they were delightful delicacies. After 2 hours of travel and exploration, his initial anxiety began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. His mind also became increasingly agile. Undoubtedly, with his current abilities, breaching the Orc tribe's defenses was utterly impossible. Even a newly admitted student of the highest rank would find it equally unfeasible. After all, they were an army, while he and his fellow students were merely at the level of 30-ranked soul masters. However, the Academy would not assign him an entirely impossible task. Thus, seeking opportunities must be the crux of the assessment. Although his combat prowess was lacking, his exploration skills, enhanced by the Spirit Eye's reconnaissance capabilities, were indeed his forte. So, he felt no urgency. In fact, he possessed certain inherent advantages for this task. As night fully descended, Huizhan Qiji refrained from moving in the dark, both due to the difficulty of discerning direction and the greater dangers that lurked in the night. Time was still ample. He found a sturdy tree to climb and nestled himself in a spot on the canopy that allowed him to lie down, binding his waist to a thick branch with vines. He then released his soul skill once more. This time, instead of conducting a comprehensive mental probe, he concentrated his abilities to sense in a singular direction. With the assistance of Xiao Xie, his probing range expanded to 500 meters, which was the current limit of his mental strength. Sitting atop the branch, he thoroughly scanned the area within a 1-kilometer diameter. Such long-range reconnaissance consumed more energy. Yet, after this exploration, Huizhan Qiji felt assured that he was momentarily safe. He settled cross-legged upon the branch, entering a state of quiet meditation to recuperate, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Chapter 3. The Orc Encampment. At the break of dawn, upon awakening, Huizhan Qiji did not hastily descend from the tree. Instead, he repeated the probing method he had employed the previous night, followed by meditation to restore his energy to its peak before continuing his journey in accordance with the sun's rising position. During the wild survival courses at the Junior Academy, his instructors had taught that regardless of the environment, one must maintain a calm mindset, ensuring safety before acting. At this moment, 14 hours had passed since his arrival in this place. As he advanced, Huizhan Qiji estimated the distance covered, maintaining a steady pace. Although time continued to elapse, he took breaks to recover whenever his physical strength and soul power diminished by around 30%. It must be said that in such an environment with severely obstructed visibility, the skill of mental detection proved invaluable, aiding him in locating water sources and fruits to ensure his vitality remained robust. By the time he emerged from the woods around noon, the vast expanse of wilderness lay before him. In the next moment, Huizhan Qiji was profoundly shaken by the sight before him. A multitude of enormous tents formed an endless, undulating encampment, encircled and concealed by massive wooden palisades. Tall, sharpened logs stood erect, some leaning outward at angles. Huazan Qiji's mental prowess, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, allowed him to faintly perceive a sense of heat emanating from within the expansive encampment. Not from temperature, but an inexplicable essence he could not articulate. He then witnessed something extraordinary. A troop of over 100 cavalrymen surged from one side of the encampment, mounted not on horses but on colossal wolves, each measuring approximately 3 meters in length and standing over 1.70 meters at the shoulders. These beasts bore saddles and even helmets adorned with sharp horns. With robust limbs and disproportionately large claws, they raced forward with astonishing speed. The riders, appearing equally formidable, possessed wolf-like heads and human bodies, towering over 2 meters. Equipped with great bows slung across their backs and quivers at their sides, wielding heavy weapons akin to wolfang clubs. As the giant wolves galloped, the riders frequently emitted piercing howls. Wolf riders? Witnessing this scene, Huazan Qiji could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He was utterly certain that with his martial soul, which was not particularly combat-oriented, even a one-on-one confrontation with a wolf rider would likely spell disaster for him. He began to grasp the source of the intense heat he had sensed. It was the tumultuous energy emanating from the orcs. Within this sprawling encampment, the number of orcs was likely no less than 100,000. 100,000 orc warriors. After swallowing hard, Huazan Qiji realized that his task was to traverse this vast encampment within 300 hours and reach the human border city. Not to mention that he was merely a 21st ranked soul master, even a 60th ranked soul emperor, unless their martial soul was inherently suited for stealth, would hardly survive this ordeal. He was young and naive, and at that moment, all he could think was that a direct approach would be futile. He must wait for an opportunity, hoping to slip past unnoticed. Surely, an opportunity must exist, Huazan Qiji firmly believed. After all, this was merely a freshman entrance assessment. If there were absolutely no chances, it would seem even the graduation assessment would be impossible to pass. Since the opportunity must be sought, all that remains is the choice to wait. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to relax. Instead, he began to recall the myriad experiences he had undergone since the moment he reported for enrollment, particularly the introduction to the task at hand. His mental fortitude was commendable. Thus his memory was equally sharp, and he meticulously reflected on every detail provided during the assignment briefing. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that an opportunity indeed awaited him. The task's difficulty should not be insurmountable. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that, as part of the freshman assessment, this task was equipped with protective mechanisms, meaning that even if he were to fail, his life would not be forfeit here. With this thought, Ho Zhanji's courage swelled. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted suddenly. Boom! The unexpected sound startled Ho Zhanji, causing him to nearly leap from the ground, shivering involuntarily. Instinctively, he activated his mental detection, crouching within the thicket as he gazed toward the orc encampment. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds transformed the orc camp into a flurry of activity. Various orc soldiers swiftly gathered, converging rapidly in the direction opposite to his position. This was, though he was not entirely familiar with this realm, Ho Zhanji could surmise that this was likely the assembly of a great army. What could be the purpose of their gathering? Battle? An expedition? With the army mobilizing, the encampment would inevitably become desolate, and it seemed that his opportunity lay precisely in this moment. Realizing this, he wasted no time retreating into the woods behind him. He had been contemplating various strategies, and now that the orc army was on the move, his chance had arrived. He quickly sought out some lush vines within the forest, weaving them into a 2 meter by 2 meter square resembling a blanket. He fashioned a grass ring, placing it atop his head. Draping the leaves over his body and securing the grass ring, he pulled the leafy cover tight, camouflaging himself as best he could before emerging from the woods. At that moment, distant roars akin to a tidal wave of sound echoed through the air. Ho Zhanji refrained from attempting to traverse the orc encampment immediately. Instead, he donned the leaf cover like a grand cloak to conceal his form. He swiftly sought a higher vantage point and climbed a large tree. As a soul master, his physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and he quickly ascended to the treetop. There, he gazed far and wide toward the orc camp and beyond. He did not rush to attempt crossing the orc encampment, for Ho Zhanji understood that his opportunity might be singular. Should he be discovered, his demise would be inevitable. Although he would not truly perish, his assessment would certainly result in failure. Thus, prior to what could be his only chance, he resolved to prepare thoroughly. Channeling his soul power, he focused it into his eyes, and 2 rings of soul energy emerged, their yellow luminescence shielded by the leafy cover. Even from beneath the tree, it would not be easy for anyone to discern his presence. With his martial soul activated, a sense of vastness enveloped his gaze, dramatically enhancing his vision. His spirit, martial soul, inherently granted him superior sight, allowing him to see several times better than an average person without reliance on mental detection. And this ability would continue to improve with his cultivation. Now, concentrating on the distance, Ho Zhanji capitalized on his elevated position. Observing that the orc army had assembled on the opposite side of the encampment, forming 8 formations in total. Among them, the 2 formations on the flanks consisted of 5,000 warriors each, precisely the wolf cavalry he had previously glimpsed. In addition, within the 4 central formations, the only figures he could recognize were the bear warriors, each towering over 3 meters and wielding heavy shields and massive hammers. The identities of the other races eluded him for the moment. At the forefront of the army stood a group of exceptionally imposing figures, each exceeding 4 meters in height. Their muscular forms bare above the waist, brandishing formidable weapons as they gestured toward the horizon. From this elevated vantage point, Ho Zhanji finally caught sight of his task's destination. Due to the distance, even with his enhanced vision, he could only faintly discern the outline of what appeared to be city walls far off. That must be the human city. The leader of the orc army likely belonged to the strongest race, known as the bygone behemoth. As described in the information he had previously acquired, Ho Zhanji's gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield. At that moment, on the vast open plain, over 40,000 orc soldiers gathered, a sight that dwarfed the mere 10,000 humans, especially considering the orcs' larger stature. The overwhelming visual impact filled him with a surge of exhilaration. Was this the warfare of the cold weapon era? It was truly breathtaking. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from afar. A dragon ascended from behind the human city walls, its clarion call resonating through the sky, with a human figure faintly visible upon its back. The dragon's roars were long and powerful. On the fortress side, no human army emerged, clearly opting for a strategy of fortification rather than direct confrontation. In that moment, a deep, blood-pumping horn sounded from the orc army, a rallying cry that ignited fervor. With a mighty roar, the orc army surged forward en masse. The wolf cavalry, the swiftest among them, urged their steeds onward, propelled by a chorus of wolf howls and piercing winds, charging toward the human fortress. War was about to commence. In the direction of the human stronghold, flickers of colorful light began to shimmer, and due to the significant enhancement of his mental power, Ho Zhanji could discern that this seemed to be elemental energy. However, for him to perceive such colorful auras from this distance indicated an extraordinary level of elemental concentration. As the wolf cavalry approached the fortress, an onslaught of fireballs, wind blades, and ice shards erupted from the city walls, raining down upon them. The wolf cavalry quickly altered their course, shifting from a frontal charge to a sideward sprint, drawing their bows to unleash arrows toward the fortress battlements. The orc center began to accelerate, and strange sounds resonated from the rear ranks of the orc army. Ho Zhanji noticed a faint red glow spreading forward, enveloping the orcs within it and causing them to become frenzied, their speed drastically increasing. What kind of power was that? Something akin to a supportive enhancement? The defenders atop the human fortress were likely mages, and as Ho Zhanji beheld this epic tableau, he found himself overwhelmed by the might of the commanding general leading the army. The sensation was utterly invigorating. Soon, he was nearly unable to absorb the spectacle before him. The magic released from the human fortress escalated in intensity, with each spell capable of covering hundreds, if not thousands, of square meters. Various spells, the names of which he could not identify, descended upon the ranks of the orc army, accompanied by violent elemental fluctuations. Meanwhile, the orc forces pressed their assault against the fortress with unyielding ferocity. He could wait no longer. Ho Zhanji took a deep breath. At the outset, he contemplated earnestly observing and calculating the duration of the impending war between the orcs and humans, intending to seize an opportunity when hostilities reignited. However, given the magnitude of the current clash, it was evident that both sides would require a considerable period of recuperation following their fierce engagement. The duration of this battle remained uncertain, yet he found himself with scarcely 50 hours remaining. Time was not on his side. He had to take advantage of this moment to traverse the orc encampment. With this thought in mind, Ho Zhanji hastily abandoned his focus on the battlefield. Stealthily descending from the tree, cloaked in his leafy disguise, fully activating his mental perception and bending low to swiftly approach the orc stronghold while utilizing the terrain for cover. At this juncture, the orc army's attention was entirely fixated on the battlefield, yet patrolling and reconnaissance soldiers still roamed within the camp. Having previously surveyed the route from a vantage point, Hua Zhanji navigated along the edges of small hills until he halted when he was approximately a kilometer from the orc encampment, as there was no further concealment ahead. The cacophony of battle resonated from the direction of the conflict, with the sounds of clashing swords and war cries echoing through the air. Occasionally, he caught sight of dragon riders swooping down to engage in the fray. After a brief respite, he consumed the last of his fruits to replenish his energy and drank from a bamboo tube filled with fresh water before embarking once more. Crawling forward, cloaked in his leafy disguise, Hua Zhanji began to stealthily advance, relying on his mental perception to sense the external environment without the need to look up. He was acutely aware of the surroundings within a certain radius. After every 50 meters, he paused for a moment to rest before continuing his crawl. Before a colossal screen stood 3 individuals. The man in the center, strikingly handsome and appearing to be in his 30s, had long blue hair cascading down his back, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. Yet, at that moment, his countenance displayed astonishment as he observed the figure cloaked in leaves, inching forward on the screen. He turned to the slightly younger youth beside him, pondering whether this boy, Hua Zhanji, intended to infiltrate the orc camp head-on. The youth's lips twitched, indicating a misjudgment on his part. In the first act of this chaotic realm, the optimal strategy for a swift passage should typically involve circumventing the orc encampment and heading towards the human stronghold of Stru, a distance of 300 meters directly, or approximately 500 meters with detours. For soul masters above level 20, this would not pose a significant challenge if time was managed wisely. The middle-aged man chuckled, noting that the scenario's design should be relatively manageable for ordinary children, provided they maintained focus and possessed a modicum of physical prowess. However, for Zhanji, it seemed less suitable. His innate ability was the Eye of Insight, and his physical constitution was inferior to that of other newcomers. Covering 500 miles in 72 hours would be a significant stretch for him. Moreover, his composed demeanor led him to conserve energy throughout his journey, exercising caution in reconnaissance, and refraining from travel at night to ensure safety, which inadvertently consumed considerable time. Thus, it appeared that he was not oblivious to the option of circumventing the encampment. Rather, he subconsciously believed that time constraints precluded such a strategy, prompting him to consider a direct passage. The beautiful woman beside the middle-aged man interjected with exasperation. This is a flaw in your design of the challenges. Father, adjustments are necessary. This foolish boy, attempting to pass through the middle, faces exponentially increased difficulty. Should he be discovered by even a single orc, his assessment would be doomed. The middle-aged man smiled. Patience, let's observe the outcome. Chapter 4, The Devil's Art. Hua Zhanji proceeded with utmost caution. It took him a full hour to crawl the kilometer distance to the orc encampment. During this time, he had detected 2 patrols passing nearby through his mental perception, allowing him to conceal himself swiftly. Approaching the encampment, entry proved straightforward. He navigated between wooden fences and successfully infiltrated the orc stronghold. His chosen entry point was deliberate. He avoided the encampments of the wolf riders, whose keen sense of smell posed a threat of detection. Although he had smeared himself with plant juices for concealment, he remained vigilant. Furthermore, it was likely that some wolves were kept in reserve within the encampment. Therefore, he opted to enter through the area designated for the bear warriors, whose tents were notably larger and provided superior concealment. The battle raged on. Once inside the main camp, Hua Zhanji quickened his pace. The encampment's expanse reached 2,000 meters. He crouched low, deftly weaving between the tents without the need for sight, fully engaging his mental perception to navigate along the edges. At this moment, the fierce battle drew the attention of the few guards remaining within the camp, particularly since the bear warriors constituted the backbone of the orc army, resulting in an even smaller number of defenders. This facilitated Hua Zhanji's passage seamlessly. It wasn't until he was about 100 meters from the camp's edge that he paused to catch his breath. After exiting the orc encampment, he planned to circle around to the far side, awaiting the conclusion of the ongoing battle. Once night fell, he would quietly make his way to the human fortress, confident that a mere child like himself would not be turned away. After all, what malice could a child harbor? As Hua Zhanji contemplated his next course of action, an unexpected chill enveloped his neck, and a cold voice whispered ominously in his ear, "Don't move." A wave of panic surged through Hua Zhanji as he realized Despite his mental perception being active, he had failed to detect this sudden adversary, clearly far more powerful than he. It was over. His assessment was doomed. "Raise your hands and slowly turn around," the icy voice commanded. Reluctantly, Huazhanji raised his hands and turned his body incrementally. Before him stood a woman clad in a light green, form-fitting outfit, her head and face shrouded in a matching green scarf, leaving only her eyes and mouth visible. The determination of her stature indicated her femininity, as she towered over Huazhanji. Most striking were her violet eyes, which glimmered with a deadly intent. A dagger was poised against Huazhanji's throat. "Human?" the woman inquired, momentarily taken aback. In that instant, Huazhanji activated his hidden second soul ring beneath the leafy disguise. And in a heartbeat, his eyes transformed into a vibrant purple. During his time at the Junior Academy, he had accumulated enough credits to acquire a rare technique for cultivating his eyesight, reputed to be an ancient legacy. This technique was seldom practiced within the academy, as it required nearly 6 years' worth of credits to obtain, rendering it exceedingly challenging to master. Even minor achievements in this discipline offered limited benefits to soul masters. However, for Huazhanji, it was a different matter altogether, for his martial spirit was, in fact, his eyes. This technique was known as the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, specifically designed to enhance vision, requiring daily observation of the violet aura at dawn for cultivation. The enhancement of mental prowess also bears significant advantages. During the initial stages of cultivation, it merely serves to improve one's vision to a certain extent. However, when it is combined with the spiritual eye of Huazhanji, the effects become remarkably different. Huazhanji's second soul skill, derived from the evil eye, grants him a mental shock, which is also his sole offensive capability. Given his current level of cultivation, the potency of this mental shock is, of course, somewhat limited. Yet, when augmented by the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, its might is substantially magnified. Though his life hangs in the balance, Huazhanji remains undaunted, bolstered by the protective mechanisms of rebirth. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is unafraid of tigers. Seizing the opportunity, he strikes back without hesitation. His adversary is evidently more powerful, and should he fail to capitalize on this moment, he will be left with no chance whatsoever. Upon first laying eyes on his opponent, he swiftly deduces that they are not of the orc race. If he can free himself from their grasp, there remains a glimmer of hope for escape. Thus, he unleashes the mental shock in conjunction with the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. As expected, his opponent is caught off guard by this peculiar form of attack, momentarily freezing, their mind briefly stalling. Huazhanji moves swiftly, snatching the dagger from their hand. Instead of fleeing, he closes in abruptly, positioning the dagger against their neck, preparing to return the favor with their own weapon. Yet at that instant, everything around him seems to thicken, and Huazhanji is startled to discover that his speed has significantly diminished. Just as he is about to scream, a pale hand covers his mouth, and he finds himself pressed against the side of a tent by a body exuding both elasticity and explosive power. "What are you doing? Do you wish to die?" The voice, though lacking some of its earlier coldness, now carries a note of irritation. "It's over. The disparity in strength is too great." Huazhanji realizes he can hardly move at all. Will they kill him? Even if he doesn't die in this world, will it hurt? Surely it must. In a fleeting moment, his thoughts race through numerous possibilities. Are you also of the high demon lineage? At that moment, a voice laced with surprise reaches his ears. Huazhanji blinks. High demon lineage? Also, instantly, he recalls the purple hue of their eyes. Could it be? The woman's body releases its hold, and she radiates a faint, deep purple aura that envelopes Huazhanji, rendering him immobile. "What are you, a mere child, doing here? Have you lost your mind?" She scolds softly. Huazhanji's gaze drops slightly, and only then does she retract her hand from his mouth. "Keep your voice down. Do not shout." "Who are you?" Huazhanji whispers. "First, answer my question." The woman gestures with the dagger in her hand. Huazhanji replies, "A mission." The woman pauses. "What mission?" Huazhanji explains, "To traverse the orc encampment and reach the human city for an assessment task." The woman furrows her brow. "How old are you to be undertaking such a mission? Who assigned it to you? Are you mad? Wait, why are your eyes not purple?" Suddenly, her eyes widen in astonishment. "You are a human-demon hybrid? Eyes purple?" Huazhanji comprehends something anew and activates the Purple Extreme Demon Eye once more, allowing his gaze to emit the purple glow once again. It is evident that the purple eyes signify a trait of the demon lineage, thus confirming that this woman before him is undoubtedly of demon descent as well. "I do not know." Huazhanji lowers his head. He dares not lie, as he is uncertain of her strength, but it is clear she surpasses him greatly. The woman seems to ponder. They sent you to infiltrate the human realm, did they not? As a hybrid, without employing our lineage's powers. Humans would not discern your true identity. For such a young age, your mental prowess is commendable. However, this is exceedingly perilous, even as a hybrid. You are still of our high demon lineage and should not take such risks. Come with me. As she speaks, she pulls Huazhanji towards the direction from which he came. No, the mission, Huazhanji exclaims urgently. Noticing the determined expression on his face, the woman frowns. You truly intend to complete this mission? How do you plan to do so? Huazhanji points towards the human stronghold. I will first exit the orc camp and wait until nightfall before sneaking across. I'm merely a child. The woman pauses. A child indeed. It is true that being a child makes it easier. Yet, this is too dangerous. Huazhanji does not dare to elaborate further. Since she views him as kin, an opportunity has arisen. The mission, he emphasizes resolutely. The woman's expression softens slightly. You are indeed a bold and resolute child. Have you practiced the heavenly demon art? Heavenly demon art? What is that? Huazhanji ponders inwardly, shaking his head. The woman frowns. You have not even practiced the heavenly demon art. Yet your mental power has already shown some achievement. Clearly, you are a genius. Those fools are indeed reckless. Do you realize that if caught by the orcs, they could roast you alive? The mission, Huazhanji gulps, roast? To be cooked and eaten? Goodness. Fine, you have already come this far. I shall assist you. She beckons him to follow her as they stealthily advance towards the human stronghold. Huazhanji's heart leaps with joy, and he quickly trails behind her. After winding their way through, they arrive at the edge of the encampment. At this moment, the battle in front of the human stronghold has reached a fever pitch, with countless bursts of light illuminating the scene, rendering the epic conflict exceptionally brutal. The woman whispers, now is a prime time for battle. Your timing for entry is quite fortuitous. The orcs are typically rough and do not pay much heed to reconnaissance. You should proceed along the edge of the encampment to the left, circumventing the battlefield. Then find a place to conceal yourself. Follow your own plan and wait until nightfall to cross this area of combat. Remember, you must wait until deep into the night to make your move, as that is when both sides will be too fatigued to notice you. Once you reach the human city, tear your clothing a bit and claim to be a refugee who was previously captured by the orcs. This should not give you much trouble. Thank you, sister. Huazhanji murmurs softly. Upon hearing him refer to her as sister, the woman is momentarily taken aback. We are of the same lineage. It is only natural to help one another, especially given your youth. Once I return, I shall inquire with those fools as to why they sent such a young child to infiltrate the human realm. I will not question your mission, but you must exercise utmost caution. Here, take this. As she speaks, she hands him a small booklet. Huazhanji instinctively accepts it. I can only provide you with the foundational training. The advanced portions will have to wait until you return to the clan. However, at your tender age, this introductory material will suffice for quite a while. Remember, if you complete the foundational training and are able to transform, exercise caution, for you are an infiltrator. Be prudent. Do you understand? Listening to the woman's earnest instructions, Huazhanji instinctively lowers his gaze to the booklet in his hands, where 3 archaic characters are inscribed, which he can indeed comprehend. Heavenly demon art. Ding. After a prolonged silence, an electronic sound suddenly resonated, signifying the acquisition of the primary demon art, which constitutes 1/3 of the complete technique. The demon art is classified as an A-grade cultivation method. Upon mastering the primary technique, one can undergo the transformation into a fallen angel with 2 wings, marking it as one of the pinnacle powers within the realm of the mad god. This technique belongs to the royal lineage of the demon clan, and its cultivation necessitates the infusion of high-grade demon blood. Huazhanji blinked in astonishment. An A-grade technique? That must be exceedingly precious, albeit only a fragment. Very well, you may leave now. I have matters to attend to, the woman stated in a low tone. Sister, may I inquire your name? Huazhanji asked earnestly. Despite the fact that she had mistaken his identity, he felt immense gratitude for the invaluable cultivation method she had bestowed upon him. The demon woman hesitated for a moment before responding. I am Mo Ling. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Huazhanji opened his mouth, wishing to ask, Sister, could you perhaps grant me a bit more of your blood? Yet, fearing a swift and fatal rebuke, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thought. Mo Ling waved her hand, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished like a specter. Are you certain this isn't a golden opportunity you have bestowed upon Zhanji? A middle-aged man remarked with a resigned expression before the large screen. The youth replied with a wry smile, What golden opportunity could there be? We merely aim to allow him to live as an ordinary person, granting him ordinary talents to forge his will. Furthermore, This Douluo realm is an establishment of your own making. It is not merely a game or a simplistic cultivation system. It is intrinsically linked to the realms governed by various deities, and while many scenes are replicas of past events, we cannot interfere directly. We must adhere to the original historical trajectory of the realm. One could say this child is truly fortunate. Being recognized as a high-grade demon is beyond our control. The woman chuckled. Father, this must be a legacy of your unparalleled luck. The middle-aged man sighed. Let nature take its course. Chapter 5. Task Rewards and Attribute Allocation Beep. Task completed. Evaluating task results. As Huizhanji stealthily approached the human fortress under the cover of night, he did not await the dawn to enter. His assessment had already concluded. In the realm of the Mad God, Act 1, Crossing the Fire Line, candidate Huizhanji traversed the orc encampment in the most improbable manner, reaching the human stronghold of Stru in 30 hours, 52 minutes, and 48 seconds. Rated A-. Candidate Huizhanji, recognized by the high-grade demon clan, triggered a hidden sequential task. The first phase of infiltration awarded him the demon art. Rating upgraded. Final rating for the new student assessment. A-. Task completed, granting 2 base attribute points. With an A rating, an additional 2 base attribute points were awarded. Task completed, earning 100 basic task points with an A rating, along with an extra 500 points. Task completed with an initial assessment rating of A, granting an additional base attribute point and 500 bonus points. As the surroundings gradually came into focus, Huizhanji found himself back in the familiar metallic silver chamber, now adorned in the Shrek Academy uniform once more. You have excellently completed the new student assessment task, improving your class ranking. You are reallocated to class 1 of the first year at Douluo Academy. A beam of light projected from his right shoulder, forming a luminous screen before him. Huizhanji, new student of Shrek Academy, Douluo branch, age 12. Martial Soul, Spirit Eye. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 11. Attack, 7. Defense, 5+2. Base attributes awaiting allocation, 5. Douluo World Space, Demon Art. Allocation of attributes permits departure. What does awaiting allocation of base attributes mean? Is it referring to the rewards I received during the new student assessment? Huizhanji gazed in astonishment at the luminous screen. Realizing that the items he had obtained in that other world could indeed be utilized in the real world, potentially enhancing his abilities. Simultaneously, he noticed plus signs next to each of his 6 basic attributes. How does one augment them? Instinctively, Huizhanji pressed the plus sign next to his spirit attribute. Instantly, the surroundings brightened, and a refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, as if his consciousness had become markedly clearer. The spirit attribute displayed on the screen shifted from 11 to 12. Could it truly enhance his mental prowess directly? Not rushing to allocate more points, Huizhanji swiftly unleashed his spirit martial soul while activating his mental detection. Indeed, the mental detection had intensified, although the confined space of a room did not allow for a precise measurement of the enhancement. He was intimately familiar with his abilities and could ascertain that his mental strength had indeed increased. This is intriguing. May I inquire what the base attributes of an ordinary person are? Huizhanji asked instinctively. To his surprise, the electronic voice in the room responded. The base attributes of an ordinary person are all set at 3 points. 3 points? Thus, my mental power is now equivalent to that of an ordinary person multiplied by 4. Moreover, I have received 5 base attribute points all at once. Having practiced meditation for 6 years, and with a spirit-based martial soul, my spirit strength of 11 exceeds that of an ordinary individual by 8 points. That equates to an average growth of merely over 1 point per year of training. Naturally, the pace of future cultivation will likely accelerate. However, the growth of my mental strength over 6 years has been relatively limited. Of course, other basic attributes have also seen continuous improvement. Yet, acquiring these 5 attribute points in one fell swoop is tantamount to half a year of cultivation, without a doubt. Instantly, Huizhanji felt a surge of excitement. Shrek Academy truly is extraordinary. The place I just entered is referred to as the Douluo World, correct? If I could frequently visit there to study and cultivate, would it not lead to rapid self-improvement? Prior to arriving at Shrek Academy's Douluo branch, Huizhanji's mindset had been quite serene. He was well aware of his standings and anticipated being at the bottom of the class. Hence, he harbored few expectations, merely desiring to graduate smoothly through hard work. However, his recent experience in the Douluo world had unveiled a new gateway, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Taking a deep breath, determination glimmered in Huizhanji's eyes as he resolutely pressed the plus signs following his base attributes. With a flurry of taps, He allocated all the base attribute points he had just acquired to his spirit. Huozhanji, new student of Shrek Academy, Xinghua branch, age 12. Martial soul, spirit eye. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 16. Attack, 7. Defense, 5+2. Base attributes awaiting allocation, 5. Douluo World space, demon art. His mind became as clear as if enlightened by a divine revelation, and he sensed an inexplicable ability to control everything around him. Even the air seemed to sharpen in clarity, allowing him to discern subtle distinctions. Indeed, he chose to allocate all the foundational attribute points he had acquired into his mental prowess. Huozhanji understood that within the Shrek Academy, his innate talent merely ranked as a C tier, undoubtedly the lowest tier. Therefore, to compete with those prodigies, he must expedite his ascendance to strength. Rather than distributing points evenly for gradual growth, he deemed it more prudent to concentrate his efforts and amplify his advantages. With a mental attribute of 16 points, he may not be a genius, but at the very least, his mental acuity would reach a B-tier level. Moreover, an enhancement in mental strength would inevitably lead to an increase in comprehension, thus facilitating his personal development. Hence, he made such a decision. The metallic door opened silently, signaling the conclusion of the new student assessment. Huozhanji exhaled deeply, uncertain of how much time had elapsed, yet relieved to have completed the assessment. Achieving a commendable result in the A-tier assessment was evident from his reclassification. He even sensed that with the enhancement of his mental strength, his soul power seemed to have increased as well. After all, his martial spirit was the spirit eye, and its potency was intricately linked to his mental capacity. Thus, an elevation in mental strength reciprocated with an augmentation in soul power. The identification card on his shoulder emitted a beam of light, guiding him toward the exit. Upon glancing at his watch, Huozhanji was astonished to discover that approximately 12 hours had passed since he entered the assessment, suggesting that time flowed at a ratio of 3:1 between the assessment world and the outside realm. And what of the Tiamat Ju he had obtained? In which dimension of the Douluo world did it reside? How might he acquire it? Was it a genuine ability for cultivation? An A-tier capability, it should be formidable. He pondered its connection to his martial spirit. Having undergone the earlier new student assessment, he found his mind brimming with inquiries. Following the guidance of his identification card, Huozhanji re-entered the elevator, which descended to the 8th floor. The elevator featured mirrors, and Huozhanji noticed that the previously flickering red light on his identification card had now transformed to green, a single green light. This surely signified his status as a formal student, did it not? The 8th floor appeared considerably more normal, devoid of the metallic decor, resembling an ordinary floor. Under the illumination of the guiding light, Huozhanji turned a corner and arrived at the entrance of a classroom, marked as Class 1 of Year 1. At this juncture, the guiding light before him extinguished. Peering into the classroom, he observed that several students were already present, yet the atmosphere was notably quiet, devoid of conversation. This was likely due to the fact that everyone was new and still unfamiliar with one another. All the students donned the Shrek Academy uniform, each sporting an identification card with a small green light on their shoulders, clearly indicating that they had all successfully completed the new student assessment and had been assigned here. As Huozhanji entered the classroom, he was met with several gazes. Among the students already present, 4 boys and 3 girls, his arrival elicited a mix of friendly smiles and indifferent nods, with some returning to their tasks. Huozhanji returned a smile to a boy who acknowledged him, and then took a seat beside him. "Welcome. You must have just passed the assessment." The boy whispered to Huozhanji. "Yes, indeed. I just completed it." Huozhanji replied with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Yisin, also a new student in Class 1. "Hello, I am Huozhanji," he responded with a smile. Liu Yisin inquired softly, "Which world did you experience during the assessment?" Huozhanji was momentarily taken aback. Were the contents of the assessments not uniform? Liu Yisin shook his head. "Of course not. They are randomly selected from the Douluo world." Huozhanji exclaimed in surprise. "What was the name of our assessment world?" It felt as though I had entered another realm, and I could even earn rewards. Upon returning, my strength increased. Liu Yisin chuckled. "You might not be aware, but our cohort of new students has hit the jackpot. The Douluo world is an incredibly fascinating existence. We are referred to as the initial experiencers. I've heard that all the trials within the Douluo world are authentic. Without protection, dying there means truly dying." Huozhanji was momentarily stunned. Was it a real world? An alternate planet? Liu Yisin shrugged. "I don't know the specifics. I've only heard about it. In any case, this year marks the beginning of our batch's trials in the Douluo world at all branches of Shrek Academy on Douluo Star. It is said that most of our future learning and cultivation will take place within the Douluo world. Eventually, it may even be open to the public, allowing everyone to enter. But first, we must ensure the experiment succeed. What Zhangji nodded is indeed intriguing, the ability to quantify our capabilities in such a clear manner. I entered the first act of the Frenzy God World. What about you? Lu Yisin replied, I entered a realm called only I Am Immortal. The assessment was somewhat dull, but the world was particularly interesting, rumored to be inhabited by immortals. Curiously, Huazhanji asked, what was your assessment task? Lu Yisin sighed, climbing a mountain. They sealed all my soul power and made me climb. I spent 3 days and nights before finally reaching the summit. It seemed to test the fortitude of one's spirit. It was incredibly arduous. I didn't dare look back. I believe it was called Lianyan Mountain. What about you? Huazhanji responded with a wry smile. I traversed the orc camp and then entered a human city. The humans and orcs were engaged in battle at the time. Lu Yisin laughed. Yours sounds more entertaining. I was ultimately assessed as B lower. That is quite decent. One must achieve at least a C tier to pass the new student assessment. To be placed in our class, one must attain a B tier rating. One can enter class 1 with a B lower rating? Huazhanji was taken aback. Chapter 6, the Douluo World. Lu Yisin did not inquire about Huazhanji's assessment rating, nor did Huazhanji disclose it. He was naturally composed and disinclined to boast. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that his ranking of A middle was largely attributable to luck and the acquisition of the Tianmaju, as well as the relatively brief time he took to complete the traversal. In terms of talent, he certainly could not compare with his peers. While they conversed, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 20s entered the classroom, closing the door behind her. Hello, students. Welcome to class 1 of year 1. I am your homeroom teacher. Lan Yin Hai. All 8 students' gazes immediately fell upon the teacher. Ms. Lan appeared exceedingly gentle, her countenance perpetually adorned with a faint smile that engendered goodwill. Our class was initially planned for 7 students, but due to a remarkable performance in the assessment, we have welcomed an additional student. With the plan for 7 now increased by 1, was it not he who had been added? Huazhanji mused silently. Lan Yin Hai Gong Din. Your presence in class 1 attests to your exceptional performance in the recent freshman assessment. The venue where you all participated in the examination is known as the Douluo World. The area designated for our Shrek Academy's freshman assessment is specifically established within the Douluo World, connected to the official realm. Today's lesson will primarily focus on elucidating some aspects of the Douluo World. Before we proceed, I kindly ask each of you to introduce yourselves, stating your name, age, martial spirit, and the ranking you achieved in the freshman assessment. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon a boy seated at the far left. Let's start with you. The boy she indicated was the one who had entered with a notably indifferent demeanor. He stood up and calmly stated, I am Chai Jiaja, 12 years old. Martial spirit, Crimson Armor Dragon. My ranking in the freshman assessment is B upper. A soft gasp escaped Lu Yisin, who sat beside Huazhanji in astonishment at the B upper ranking. Following him, another male student stood up. Hello, teacher. My name is Zhang Hongrue, 12 years old, martial spirit, Wind Sprite. I possess a growth type single spirit. My ranking in the freshman assessment is B middle. Next was a girl from the second row. With large, spirited eyes, she greeted, Hello, teacher and classmates. I am Li Jianqi, 12 years old, martial spirit, Titan Giant Ape. My ranking in the freshman assessment is B upper. Upon hearing the name of the Titan Giant Ape, the attention of all the students instantly converged on her. After all, the Titan Giant Ape is a legendary martial spirit, and to discover that she is its inheritor was astonishing. It was now Lu Yisin's turn. He stood up with a cheerful demeanor. Hello, teacher and everyone. I am Lu Yisin, 12 years old, martial spirit, clock, a control type. My ranking in the freshman assessment is B lower. Clock, a time attribute? Huazhanji's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Lu Yisin. Undoubtedly, many of the martial spirits mentioned by his classmates were examples used by teachers during his lessons at the junior academy. Even some were legendary. A time-type martial spirit is exceedingly rare, comparable to the earlier classmates. Next up was Huazhanji, but a petite girl stood before him first. She rose and smiled. Hello, everyone. I am Yuan N. Xingtian, martial spirit, dark demon dragon. My ranking in the freshman assessment is A lower. As Yuan and Xingtian introduced herself, the other students momentarily froze in astonishment. The dark demon dragon is a formidable entity among dragons, opposing the radiant holy dragon. How could such a sweet-looking girl possess the dark demon dragon martial spirit? Her previously charming smile seemed to take on an unusual aspect in the eyes of her peers. Moreover, her A lower ranking was indeed impressive. 5 out of the 8 students had completed their introductions when it was Huazhanji's turn. He stood up. Hello, teacher and classmates. I am Huozhanji, 12 years old, martial spirit, spirit I. My ranking in the freshman assessment is... He paused briefly before continuing calmly, a middle. Yuan and Xintian, seated in front of him, turned around in surprise, gazing at him with wide eyes. The expressions of the other students reflected their shock, with Lu Yisin's mouth agape wow. A middle, a prodigy. Their astonishment was not primarily due to Huozhanji's martial spirit, spirit I, as they had been taught that in this world, there are no worthless martial spirits, only inadequate soul masters. What truly astonished them was Huozhanji's ranking in the Douluo World as freshman assessment. They all understood the difficulty of that assessment. An A-middle ranking signifies an extraordinarily impressive achievement. Only Lanin Hai, as the teacher, maintained her composure, smiling and nodding at Huozhanji. He resumed his seat. The next person to introduce herself was another girl. She stood up, her waist-length hair cascading down her back, revealing herself as the tallest among the girls. Previously seated in a corner, Huozhanji had overlooked her, but now, turning to look, he was struck by her beauty. The 12-year-old girl was beginning to mature, with long black hair, a tall, graceful figure, and striking azure eyes. Hello, teacher. I am Xiao Zishuan, 12 years old. Martial spirit, star god sword. My ranking in the freshman assessment is C upper. If Huozhanji's ranking was astonishingly high, this girl's ranking was surprisingly low. Just moments ago, Lu Yisin had mentioned that to enter Class 1, one must achieve at least a B ranking, yet she had managed to enter with only a C upper ranking. Xiao Zishuan appeared unfazed by her lower ranking and calmly sat down after her introduction. The last male student stood up. Externally, he was the most inconspicuous of the 8, with an average appearance and height, seemingly ordinary and easily overlooked. Hello, teacher and everyone. I am Qi Shi, 13 years old, martial spirit, original body. My ranking in the freshman assessment is B lower. What on earth is an original body martial spirit? The other students couldn't help but wonder. Excellent. Once again, I warmly welcome each of you to Class 1. Lanin Hai smiled, drawing everyone's attention back to her. Before I begin discussing the particulars of the Douluo World, let me share some statistics. The Douluo World is an exceptionally unique existence shaped by numerous powerful beings. You, the new students of this cohort, are the first to experience this world. In the future, most of your growth and training will occur within the Douluo World. This freshman assessment is merely the initial attempt. There are a total of 17 branches of Shrek Academy on Douluo Star conducting assessments simultaneously, with a total of 963 new students undergoing evaluation. Among these, 512 did not pass the assessment. The number of students rated D is 688, while those rated C number 670. There are 87 students rated B, and only 6 students achieved an A rating. Each rating includes upper, middle, and lower tiers. The students who did not pass are those who failed to demonstrate the requisite qualities during the assessment and have been advised to withdraw from Shrek Academy. The D-rated students did not pass the assessment, but exhibited considerable potential, allowing them to remain at Shrek Academy for further education, following the traditional teaching methods. Only students rated C and above can partake in new experiences akin to what you will encounter growing and learning within the Douluo World. Different rankings will lead to different class divisions. Upon your enrollment, based on your martial spirit, age, and performance in the Junior Academy, your inherent talent has been evaluated. However, talent does not dictate everything. In this assessment, many students rated B failed to pass the most fundamental evaluation, falling short of even the D rating. Conversely, some students with lower talent evaluations achieved commendable results. Why is this so? Because the evaluation in the Douluo World is comprehensive, no matter how exceptional one's talent. If their resolve is lacking, they cannot attain remarkable achievements. The significance of comprehensive knowledge holds a paramount role within the realm of Douluo. In our class, comprised of 8 students, there are 2 with an A rank evaluation, 5 with a B rank, and 1 with a C rank. Presently, our class ranks second in overall evaluations among all branches of Shrek Academy, second only to the first class of the main academy. Thus, I take great pride in being your instructor. Among the 17 branches, alongside the main Shrek Academy, achieving second place in the new student assessment is indeed a matter of commendation. Teacher, how much stronger is the first class compared to us? Lu Yisin inquired with curiosity. Lanin Hai smiled and replied, in this new student assessment, there are only 6 A-ranked students in total who will undoubtedly receive high comprehensive scores. Among them, 4 are A lower and 2 are A mid. Our class includes 1 A mid and 1 A lower, similar to the situation in the main academy. However, all other students in the first class of the main academy hold B upper rankings, Thus, their overall evaluation naturally surpasses ours. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. After all, the main academy is located in Shrek City, which is home to many prestigious families with long-standing legacies, giving them inherent advantages. The fact that we have achieved second place has greatly exhilarated the higher-ups in Xinghua City. As she spoke, the gaze of the students almost instantaneously fell upon Huazhanji. In this year's new cohort, there are only 2 A-mid students, one of whom is in our class. This signifies that, according to the new student assessment, Huazhanji is the foremost among all of Douluo Star. What does this imply? A genius among geniuses, a super genius. Huazhanji felt slightly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Acutely aware of his own abilities, listening to his classmates' martial souls made it evident that they were the true prodigies, far surpassing him. Next, let's delve into all matters concerning the Douluo World. Lan Yinhai successfully recaptured the attention of her students. The Douluo World is a unique existence constructed by numerous powerful beings. The exact process of its creation remains a mystery, likely classified as a top secret of the Federation, or perhaps beyond just our Federation. The realms you traverse during the assessment are indeed real worlds, which you may perceive as planets from different dimensions. Each dimension and each planet possesses its own historical trajectory, and you have been transported to these locations. Within them, you will undergo trials, complete tasks, and earn rewards, gaining insights to enhance yourselves. During the new student assessment, you certainly received hints indicating that your safety would be ensured, providing you with protection. This assured that even if you failed your tasks, you would not suffer any real harm. However, this does not reflect the true Douluo World. In the authentic Douluo World, injuries are possible, even death. Currently, during this testing phase, the powerful beings are expending tremendous resources to maintain the Douluo World. So you will not truly perish during this phase. Nonetheless, when you re-enter in the future, it will not be under the same conditions of complete protection as during your new student period. The specific reward mechanism will require you to explore within the Douluo World. Today, I will only discuss the punishment mechanism. In the Douluo World, you will encounter a variety of tasks, among which the mainline tasks are mandatory. Upon completion, you will be rewarded based on your performance, similar to the conclusion of your new student assessment. However, failing to complete these tasks will also result in punishments based on your performance. You may be curious about what these punishments entail. Thus, I shall now inform you. The nature of rewards is the same as that of punishments. Rewards will enhance your basic attributes, while punishments will deduct from them. Since we are in a testing phase, your life safety will still be assured. Should you die in the Douluo World, you will be transported back. However, I believe none of you would wish to endure the repercussions of death. At this juncture, Lan Yinhai's expression turned serious, eliciting curiosity from the students. The punishment for death is a halving of all attributes. Chapter 7. The key to unlocking the future. A halving of all attributes? Upon hearing this punishment, all 8 students could not help but change their expressions. Such a penalty is exceedingly severe. What does a halving of all attributes imply? It signifies a total incapacitation. For someone like Huazhanji, whose attributes are merely 7 or 8 points, a reduction would revert him to the status of an ordinary individual. The baseline attributes for an ordinary person stand at 3. I trust you all comprehend the implications of such an outcome. Should one die in the Douluo World once, with your current capabilities, you would be compelled to withdraw from the academy. Hence, upon returning home today, deliberate carefully and discuss with your families whether you wish to enter the Douluo World for training. If you are unwilling, you may transition to ordinary students for traditional education. Should you choose to accept, your future growth and training will predominantly occur within the Douluo World, where the academy will not provide extensive guidance. Everything within the Douluo World will require your continuous exploration. I would also like to remind you that in the Douluo World, the resources expended during cultivation are 1,000 times that of a standard student. This portion of resources will be fully covered by the academy. In the future, when the Douluo World opens to the general populace, exorbitant fees will be charged. You may perceive the Douluo World as a game, one that enhances your abilities, allows you to experience different dimensions, yet also harbors potential dangers, a game of death. When Lan Yinhai uttered the phrase game of death, there was a palpable chill in her tone. Regardless of their exceptional talents, these children are merely 12 years old. Entering such a deadly world for training at this tender age undoubtedly imposes significant pressure upon them. Huazhanji reflected on the possibility that had he been discovered by the Beastmen during the earlier assessment, or failed to persuade a certain female demon named Mo Ling, he would have already perished, undoubtedly failing the assessment. Yet, conversely, through the assessment, he had attained an A-mid rating, which bestowed substantial benefits upon him. His mental strength surged remarkably, having increased by nearly 60% in less than a day in reality. An astonishing feat thus. Risks and opportunities coexist. Well then, that concludes today's lesson. After returning, you may discuss with your families, and tomorrow you shall rest. On the day after, return here and inform me of your decisions. Class dismissed. With that, Lan Yinhai turned and exited the classroom, leaving the 8 students behind. Liu Yisin was quick to grasp Hua Zhangji's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, how did you achieve that?" "Amid, that's incredible, the top student in the Federation." Hua Zhangji forced a smile, replying, "I was merely fortunate, a stroke of luck." Liu Yisin, however, dismissed his modesty, grinning, "Luck is part of strength. Regardless, it's still an A-mid. How many basic attribute points did you earn?" 5. Hua Zhangji answered candidly. "Wow, 5? That's astonishing. I only received 2? Liu Yisin exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. At this moment, Yuan Enxing Tian had also turned, stating, "A-mid grants 5 points. While I received 4. You indeed earned 1 more than me. Did you receive any additional rewards for being B-upper?" Her question was directed toward Chai Jiajia. Chai Jiajia's expression was somewhat grim, yet he spoke, "No, I also have 2. There are no additional rewards." Yuan Enxing Tian, Epiting Contemplative, remarked. Class A ratings come with extra rewards, while Class B ratings merely offer basic rewards. But what about below that? "My dear beauty, how are rewards distributed in Class C?" The reference to my dear beauty was naturally directed at Xiao Zixuan, who replied indifferently, "I only received 1. My task was barely completed, resulting in a deduction of 1 reward point." Yuan Enxing Tian concluded, "So it stands to reason that Class D offers no rewards whatsoever." "How stringent indeed." Liu Yisin inquired, "Are you all preparing to participate in this Douluo World? It sounds rather perilous. With all attributes halved, that is truly terrifying." Yuan Enxing Tian scoffed. "Only a fool would refrain from entering. How long would it normally take to enhance even a single basic attribute through regular training? We are merely participating in the freshman assessment and have already made such progress. The official Douluo World must be even more vibrant and diverse. Perhaps we might procure numerous valuable items from it. The Douluo World can reflect reality, and certain items can indeed be brought back." At that moment, it became apparent that they need not deliberate further. A simple analysis sufficed. Firstly, those who could enter Shrek Academy for the freshman assessment are undoubtedly the most outstanding among our peers on the entire Douluo Star. Did the teacher not just mention that over 9,000 individuals were undergoing assessment? How many ultimately received ratings of Class C or higher? How many achieved Class B or above? Without doubt, we are among the finest. The Douluo World is currently in its testing phase, if regarded as a game. We are beta testers, the first to venture forth and potentially reap the greatest rewards. There may even be loopholes for us to exploit. Though unaware of how everyone else managed to succeed, the fact that we attained such ratings indicates that each of our capabilities can be trusted. In such circumstances, if we cannot survive in the Douluo World, should we perish within it, then there would be no justification for the existence of this realm. As Yuanin said, our rate of strength enhancement in the Douluo World is undoubtedly swifter than through conventional training. Should we not seize such an opportunity? Would that not be sheer folly? The teacher also mentioned that the resources we consume in the Douluo World are 1,000 times that of ordinary students. Our class ranks second in comprehensive scoring among all participating freshmen, ensuring we will receive a greater allocation of resources. Even if, hypothetically, we were to perish within, it would only mean a halving of attributes, and we would not truly die. The future remains open for further cultivation. Fortune favors the bold. Why not take a chance? His speech was rapid, yet his analysis was remarkably cogent, causing even the somewhat arrogant Chai Jiajia to nod in agreement. Hua Zhangji listened intently, recognizing the validity of his arguments. However, being well aware of his own limitations, he pondered the dangers that certainly loomed larger for those of exceptional talent. While he himself was merely an auxiliary, lacking combat prowess, perhaps it would be best to return home and discuss it with my parents. After school, he arrived home. As soon as he stepped through the door, an enticing aroma filled the air. Having left for school early that morning, it was now evening. The fruits consumed in the Douluo World had long since lost their efficacy, and upon inhaling the delightful scent of dinner, his stomach audibly grumbled. "Mom, what delicious food do we have?" he exclaimed as he dashed toward the kitchen. "Welcome back." Tang Wutong greeted her son with a warm smile. "We're having clay pot beef tonight. I started simmering it in the afternoon. It'll be ready shortly." "Fantastic." Hua Zhangji gulped in anticipation. The family's dinner was simple yet satisfying. A generous portion of clay pot beef, a plate of peanuts, a bowl of vegetable soup, and rice as the staple. Hua Zhangji, already famished, relished every bite, Being at the age where he was growing rapidly, he devoured nearly half of the beef. This is so delicious, Mom. I want the leftover beef soup for breakfast tomorrow, and a bit of cilantro would make it even better, he said, his face beaming with contentment. Tang Wutong affectionately wiped his mouth. All right, I knew you would want that. I bought cilantro just for you. Hui Yuhao set down his chopsticks, gazing at his son with a smile. Zhanji, how was the new student orientation today? Your first day of school, and you come home so late? Hui Zhanji replied. We had the freshman assessment today, which took quite a bit of time. Dad, Mom, I've been assigned to Class A, the class for the most talented students. I must be quite lucky. I achieved the highest score in today's assessment. Being but a child, upon hearing his father's inquiry, he eagerly recounted his experiences from the day. Dad, Mom, do you think I should continue participating? Hui Zhanji asked hesitantly. Hui Yuhao smiled. What do you think? After pondering, Hui Zhanji responded. My classmates are all far more exceptional than I. Their martial souls are formidable. Though I am uncertain about their soul power, I am certain it surpasses mine. Being with them adds pressure. However, the Douluo World is genuinely fascinating. Despite the risks, the speed of enhancement is astonishing. My talent is average. If I were to attend regular classes, I doubt I would even graduate from Shrek Academy. Yet in the Douluo World, the teacher mentioned that the resources we consume are 1,000 times that of normal training. My luck may not always hold, but I believe I can steadily progress. If I am cautious, the improvements I gain in the Douluo World will undoubtedly surpass those from ordinary training. Just this time, my spiritual power increased by 60%. While such enhancement may not occur again, as long as it is faster than my usual training, that suffices. Moreover, the Douluo World is indeed intriguing, allowing me to broaden my horizons. The foundational knowledge I learned in the Junior Academy seems applicable within the Douluo World. Thus, I wish to give it a try. Even if I am eliminated later on, I will have no regrets. The worst outcome would be a halving of attributes and elimination, but my talent is already average. Hui Yuhao and Tang Wutong exchanged glances, both sensing the resolve in their son's tone. Tang Wutong could not help but remark, just like your father. Once you set your mind to something, not even 10 oxen could pull you back. Since you have made your decision, your mother supports you. Hui Yuhao laughed heartily, saying, with such determination and a calm demeanor, you are indeed my son. Tang Wutong rolled her eyes at him. Were you so composed when you were young? Hui Yuhao chuckled. At least I was determined. Tang Wutong fell silent, tacitly agreeing. Hui Yuhao turned to Hui Zhanji. Since you have decided, you must give it your all. Talent does not equate to everything. Moreover, have you not already gained opportunities in the Douluo World? That heavenly demon technique sounds promising. You should give it a try. But, Dad, I believe the cultivation of the heavenly demon technique requires the blood of some high-ranking demon race. How do I manage that? Hui Zhanji queried. Hui Yuhao replied that, my son, you must discover for yourself in the Douluo World. If it allows you to gain such rewards, there must be means of utilizing it, no? Indeed. Hui Zhanji nodded resolutely. Hui Yuhao produced a metallic card from his pocket. I received my salary recently, so I exchanged it for a cultivation technique for you. Make sure to practice diligently. Given the risks in the Douluo World, this technique is particularly suitable. Receiving the metallic card, Hui Zhanji examined it closely. Ghost, shadow, mysterious steps? Wow, I've heard my teacher mention this. It's quite valuable. Thank you, Dad. Hui Yuhao smiled and nodded, saying, practice diligently. Now that you have entered the Douluo World, you must strive to excel. This is your trial, and I believe it is also the key that will unlock the door to your future. Chapter 8. The True Douluo World. During this day of rest at home, Hui Zhanji did not truly relax. Instead, he utilized the cultivation methods purchased by his father to practice the ghost shadow perplexing steps. The footwork was profoundly intricate and complex. However, with his significantly enhanced spiritual power, he found the learning process to be remarkably smooth. By the end of the day, he had gleaned some insights. Indeed, prioritizing the enhancement of spiritual power provided him with comprehensive benefits. After his spiritual power surged, Hui Zhanji also experienced an elevation in his soul power, increasing by 2 full levels. Furthermore, the range of his spiritual detection expanded from 100 meters to 200 meters, with a straight-line detection capability reaching nearly a kilometer. Even his purple extreme magic I saw improvements. It was evident that the effects of training in the Douluo World were indeed superior. On the third day, bright and early, after finishing breakfast, Hui Zhanji bid farewell to his parents and returned to the academy. He was the first to arrive, with no other students present yet. Sitting at his desk, he reflected on the new student assessment from the day before, particularly the myriad experiences within the Douluo World. The most significant reward he had received from this assessment was undoubtedly the 5 basic attribute points. According to his classmates, if one completed a task with a low evaluation, The rewards would also be considerably diminished. Only an A-grade evaluation would yield additional rewards. In addition to the basic attribute points, he had also earned merit points, as well as the Heavenly Demon Art. Setting aside the Heavenly Demon Art for now, he pondered the purpose of the merit points in the Douluo World. Currently, he possessed 1,100 Douluo World merit points. Oh, and his school uniform provided a 2-point defense bonus. He was uncertain, however, whether this 2-point bonus would be effective in the Douluo World. Nevertheless, this did indicate that equipment could be utilized in the Douluo World. If he could acquire equipment, it would undoubtedly enhance his overall strength. Unfortunately, he had yet to meet the qualifications for battle armor. Otherwise, possessing a set of battle armor would certainly bolster his attack and defense. He resolved to inquire with his teacher today about whether equipment from the real world could be carried into the Douluo World. Hadn't the teacher mentioned that the Douluo World was a remarkably authentic realm? While he was lost in thought, the classroom door swung open, and a tall figure entered. Upon noticing that someone was already present, Xiao Wu paused for a moment, nodded at Huozhanji, and then proceeded to her seat without saying much. Huozhanji responded with a smile. Soon, the other students arrived in succession. Lu Yisin bounced in and approached Huozhanji, whispering with a laugh, "So, have you made up your mind? Well, you don't really need to think too hard about it. After all, you ranked first in the assessment. If you decide not to participate, the academy might just lose its composure." Huozhanji nodded, stating, "I will participate." Lu Yisin grinned and said, "I will participate too." As they had analyzed that day, it was undoubtedly more beneficial than risky for them to engage in the Douluo World. They were all exceptional talents selected by the Douluo World, with the lowest rating being a solid C. Moreover, Xiao Zishuan's entry into Class 1 with a C rating indicated that it was not an ordinary C, but rather something exceptional. At that moment, Lan Yinhai gracefully walked in from outside, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Approaching the podium, she looked down at the 8 students and said, "All right, now you may provide me with an answer. What is your choice?" As she spoke, her gaze settled first on Chai Jiajia. "I will participate," Chai Jiajia declared without hesitation. Rising to his feet, the subsequent responses echoed his sentiment, with all 8 students expressing their intention to engage in the cultivation of the Douluo World as test participants. Lan Yinhai's smile deepened. "You are all clever children. This is excellent. Now, you will commence your formal studies and training. I have little to teach you. According to the rules set forth for this cohort of new students by the main academy, all your learning and assessments will take place within the Douluo World. Should you perish there, your attributes will be halved, and you will be eliminated. As long as you can consistently complete tasks within the Douluo World, you may continue your cultivation. As per regulations, you are required to enter the Douluo World twice each month to complete 2 random tasks. These tasks will be drawn randomly based on your level, granting you a high degree of freedom in your future endeavors. You have already acquired the foundational knowledge in the Junior Academy, and for the next 6 to 8 years, you will pursue your studies in the Douluo World. Each month's mandatory tasks will include 1 individual task and 1 collective task as a class. Henceforth, you are now a team." At this juncture, she directed her gaze toward Huozhanji. "Our class consists of only 8 of you, and we will select a class leader, who will also act as the captain of your small team. I will be responsible for appointing a temporary leader, and after your first team task, you may freely elect a new one. Huozhanji, you achieve an impressive A rating in the new student assessment, so you will temporarily serve as the class leader." Me? Huozhanji was momentarily taken aback. He was acutely aware of his own standing. His classmates were all prodigies, while he merely possessed the spirit eye, which only allowed for detection, coupled with a modicum of mental impact. Beyond that, he had little else to offer. He estimated that among his peers, many had already cultivated their soul power to level 30, while he, even after recent improvements, had only reached around level 23. Could he command their respect? Indeed, it is you. You are tied for first in the new student assessment. Continue to strive forward. However, whether your companions ultimately acknowledge your leadership will depend on your own efforts. Yes, thank you, teacher. Huozhanji refrained from saying more, yet he felt a flicker of eagerness within. The image of the epic battle between the beastmen and the human army had lingered in his mind over the past 2 days. A yearning arose within him. How splendid it would be if one day he could lead an army of thousands. Commanding a small team of exceptional companions might just be the beginning of that endeavor. Lan Yinhai stated, "Now I will lead you to the true Douluo World. There, you must quickly familiarize yourselves with everything and begin preparations for your entry into the next realm. To facilitate your mutual acquaintance, your first task will be a team assignment." Under Lan Yinhai's guidance, Huozhanji and the other 7 followed her out of the classroom, taking the elevator upstairs. The elevator ascended to the 50th floor before coming to a halt. Lan Yinhai led Huozhanji and his companions into a similarly silver-hued world. Upon exiting the elevator and turning a corner, they were greeted by a vast expanse. The ceiling towered 20 meters high, constructed entirely of silver metal. A soft silver glow emanated from the ground, forming a luminous shield that enveloped the expansive space of several thousand square meters. Even before entering the light shield, they could see intricate patterns on the ground, remarkably strange and magnificent. "Follow me," Lan Yinhai instructed, then advanced toward the silver light curtain. As they approached the shimmering silver curtain, a gentle silver luminescence cascaded upon them, invoking a faint chill within their beings. Soon after, the silver veil parted to reveal a doorway. The group stepped through, and an extraordinary sensation enveloped them. Huozhanji, endowed with formidable mental prowess, could distinctly perceive the overwhelming spatial energy saturating this realm. Within this silvery world, everything seemed to subtly warp, imparting an otherworldly ambience. Lan Yinhai halted as they entered the luminescent veil and spoke solemnly. "Everything you experience here is genuine. Always remember my words. This is merely a transit station. The true core of the Douluo World lies in Shrek City. We shall connect through this station to Shrek City, where you will truly enter the Douluo realm." As she spoke, she turned to Huozhanji and added, "Today marks your first journey. I will guide you through the process. In the future, it will be your responsibility as the class leader." "Understood, teacher." Huozhanji nodded in acknowledgement. Lan Yinhai led them to the side of the curtain, where the ground was adorned with circles encircled by silver light patterns. She gestured for them to step into the silver circles. "Do you wish to proceed to the Douluo World?" An electronic voice resonated, audible to all. "The answer is yes," Lan Yinhai declared. The group replied in unison, and in the next moment, the silver radiance enveloped them entirely, intensifying the peculiar sensation of distortion. Suddenly, their surroundings transformed into a completely silvery realm. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet also felt fleeting as a cacophony of sound began to reach their ears. With a flash of silver light, Lan Yinhai and the 8 students materialized simultaneously. Upon opening their eyes, Huozhanji and his companions instinctively surveyed their surroundings, astonished to find themselves in an extraordinarily unique locale that evoked a sense of returning to antiquity, with ancient edifices towering around them. As their gazes fell upon each structure, the corresponding names appeared in their minds: weapon shop, item shop, marvelous goods store. Each building's name vividly conveyed its purpose, corresponding perfectly to its function. This place will serve to enhance your capabilities. Before embarking on missions, or after their completion, you may utilize everything here for your replenishment. The universal currency for transactions here is Douluo World points. Additionally, certain entities obtainable within the Douluo World can also be traded, such as basic attribute points that enhance your strength. If you have not allocated them to your 6 attributes, they can still be used for trade. Douluo points? Upon hearing this, Huozhanji recalled that he had previously accumulated a total of 1,100 Douluo World points. At that moment, his vision brightened as his 6 attributes interface materialized before him, displaying his point total as well as the possession of the first volume of the Heavenly Demon Technique. As we proceed, this is indeed the Douluo World. I will escort you to the mission hall, where you will also be teleported back post-mission. For today, I shall cover your teleportation fees. In the future, if you wish to travel again, a one-way teleportation will cost 10 points, while a round trip will amount to 20. Remember, Douluo World points are exceedingly precious. Chapter 9. Second Martial Soul, Fallen Angel. The mission hall was easily identifiable, situated at the very center of this town-like area, resembling a colossal, circular structure akin to a stadium. Upon entering the hall, they found it already bustling with numerous individuals, most of whom appeared youthful and were evidently fellow newcomers from Shrek Academy, embarking upon their initiation into the Douluo World. Lan Yinhai meticulously introduced them to various sections within the mission hall, the most crucial being the area for receiving tasks, differentiated between team and individual assignments. Additionally, she highlighted other significant regions, such as the appraisal area and the sales area. Allow me to remind you, if you acquire any extraordinary or valuable items from the Douluo World, it is advisable to have them appraised. Items from different worlds may not necessarily suit your needs. After appraisal, the appraiser will advise you on how to maximize their benefits or how to utilize them with your current abilities. Thus, appraisal fees should not be overlooked. Now, as the Douluo World is just beginning its testing phase, this is the general overview. I grant you 2 hours, equivalent to a common hour across various worlds, to familiarize yourselves with this place. You may also explore the shops. If your points are sufficient, you can arm yourselves accordingly. We shall reconvene here in 2 hours. You may now add each other as friends and create a team channel. Until the Douluo World acknowledges your team, it will be a temporary one. Adding friends and forming a temporary team channel is quite simple. This function is directly available on your attribute interface. Once everyone had added each other, Lon Inhai announced the dissolution of the gathering. The other students opted to explore the shops outside, eager to see what items they could purchase with the Douluo points they had garnered from the previous mission. However, Ho Zhanji chose not to venture out. Instead, he proceeded directly to the appraisal area. Lon Inhai's earlier caution had piqued his interest. Currently, he possessed only one item, the first volume of the Heavenly Demon Technique. This esteemed technique, classified as an A-grade skill, was undoubtedly exceptional. If he could cultivate it, it would greatly assist him. But how could he procure the blood of a high-ranking demon to facilitate his training? Or was there another method available? In the appraisal area, a dedicated appraiser attended to Ho Zhanji. After explaining his purpose, the appraiser instructed him to produce the Heavenly Demon Technique. As he opened his interface and selected the item, he felt as though he possessed a backpack, from which he retrieved the small booklet previously given to him by M.O. Ling. He handed the Heavenly Demon Technique to the appraiser. The appraiser glanced at the technique and, with astonishment, inquired, to appraise this item will require 1,000 points. Are you certain? 1,000? Ho Zhanji, still unfamiliar with the purchasing power of points, hesitated but ultimately resolved to proceed with the appraisal. He nodded, affirming, I am certain. The appraiser led him into a private chamber and carefully placed the Heavenly Demon Technique upon a golden pedestal resembling an altar, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Appraising the item, deducting 1,000 points, Ho Zhanji immediately received a notification. In the next moment, the altar shimmered with golden light, enveloping the Heavenly Demon Technique. A sense of tension coursed through Ho Zhanji as he wondered if he would be able to use the technique following the appraisal. Before long, the golden radiance receded, and when Ho Zhanji beheld the Heavenly Demon Technique again, he discovered that the book had undergone a subtle transformation. A faint dark golden halo flickered, unmistakably hinting at its extraordinary value. The appraiser produced the Heavenly Demon Codex and handed it to Ho Zhanji. Upon receiving the codex, a cascade of information flooded into Ho Zhanji's mind. The first volume of the Heavenly Demon Codex, upon appraisal, was identified as a universal cultivation method, available for practice. The cultivation required the blood of high-ranking demons from the world of frenzied gods to activate the bloodline, or alternatively, the blood of high-ranking dark attribute beings from other realms for enhancement. Compared to the previous introduction of the Heavenly Demon Codex, this added a new detail. Blood from high-ranking dark attribute beings from other worlds? This was the enhancement gained from the appraisal. The world of frenzied gods had no certainty of when it could be revisited, but the option to utilize the blood of other high-ranking dark attribute races significantly increased feasibility. Furthermore, the appraised Heavenly Demon Codex provided a meticulous account of how to utilize the high-ranking dark attribute blood for cultivation. In the Douluo World, learning techniques and skills diverged. As long as sufficient conditions were met, techniques could be mastered and gradually applied immediately. Proficiency could be enhanced through usage, and skills followed suit, with proficiency being augmented solely through practice. Basic attribute points could also elevate a skill's proficiency. How to choose specifically depended on individual decisions. Clutching the Heavenly Demon Codex, Ho Zhanji suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration, activating the attribute interface to find the communication channel. Xingtian, where are you? E contacti Juan en Sintiam Praivitri. I'm at the potion shop. There are so many good items here, but they're rather expensive. By the way, do you have surplus points? I want to buy a stamina recovery potion, but I'm a bit short on points. Ho Zhanji replied, wait for me at the potion shop. I'll come find you now. After exiting the mission hall, Ho Zhanji took a brief look around and soon located the potion shop. Upon his arrival, Yuan Inxing Tian was already waiting at the entrance. The potion shop was bustling with people. Through inquiry, Ho Zhanji learned that since everyone had only completed one task for the new student assessment, their points were limited, making it unlikely to purchase quality weapons and equipment. Thus, most opted to acquire potions here to prepare for the next mission. Accompanying Yuan Inxing Tian into the potion shop, Ho Zhanji discovered that the stamina recovery potion she wished to purchase was indeed pricey, requiring 150 points. Its effect promised to restore 80% of stamina within 30 minutes of use, a remarkably potent result. Ho Zhanji also spotted potions capable of directly enhancing basic attribute points. But upon glancing at the prices, he promptly dismissed the idea. They were all in the thousands of points, and potions that specifically enhanced certain attributes were even more exorbitant. Clearly, this was beyond their current consideration. There were also potions for restoring mental energy, which were even more expensive than those for stamina. Had it been before the appraisal of the Heavenly Demon Codex, Huozhanji could have afforded them, but now he found himself lacking. I have 100 points. Would that suffice for you? Huozhanji proposed a points exchange to Yuan in Xingtian. That's enough. Thank you, she replied, accepting his 100 points and purchasing the coveted stamina potion. Did you need something from me? After acquiring the potion, Yuan in Xingtian inquired. Huozhanji nodded, saying, I have a matter to discuss. I wish to purchase some high-ranking dark attribute blood from you. I'm not familiar with your martial soul and whether your blood possesses that attribute, or if it needs to be drawn from your soul. You can name your price, and once we return from this mission, I'll buy it with points. Yuan in Xingtian's eyes flickered with interest. Have you obtained something that necessitates high-ranking dark attribute blood for activation? Huozhanji nodded. How much do you need? She asked. 10 drops, he replied. All right, I shall provide it. My blood is indeed of the high-ranking dark attribute. Since you lent me 100 points earlier, we shall consider it even. Huozhanji was taken aback. That is not appropriate. While I am uncertain of the value of high-ranking dark attribute blood, it is certainly worth more than 100 points. You would be a loss. Yet, Yuan and Xingtian smiled brightly. We are teammates. There is no need to be so meticulous. Besides, you came to help me first before proposing a purchase, and not the other way around. For that reason alone, I am willing to assist you. In the future, we shall support each other in the Douluo world. Your growth benefits us all. Huozhanji looked at her in surprise. This girl possessed a grand vision. Though petite, she exuded a striking aura akin to a shooting star. All right, I shall not be polite then. I will find a way to repay you later. Huozhanji agreed without hesitation. He was indeed eager to enhance his abilities. Undoubtedly, the Heavenly Demon Codex would be of significant assistance. As the class leader, his current strength was too feeble. If he could improve even slightly, it would greatly aid in the upcoming missions. Spending 5 points, he purchased a syringe and a specialized vial for storing precious blood. Yuan in Xingtian extracted 10 drops of blood for Huozhanji. The points for this were still covered by Yuan in Xingtian, as Huozhanji's original 1,100 points had already been entirely spent. With Yuan in Xingtian's blood in hand, there remained an hour until the assembly. Earlier, Huozhanji had noticed that the Douluo World also had rental training rooms, each varying in efficacy based on the points spent. Some specialized training rooms significantly enhanced one's cultivation speed. However, such considerations were irrelevant now, as he was currently a broke individual with 0 points. Finding a secluded corner devoid of people, Huozhanji took out the Heavenly Demon Codex and took a deep breath. He was uncertain if Yuan in Xingtian's blood could genuinely activate the Heavenly Demon Codex for his cultivation. Yet, he reasoned that the blood of the Dark Dragon was unlikely to be inferior to that of the demons from the world of frenzied gods. After all, Yuan in Xingtian was a genius with a rank of A. Let us give it a try. He cautiously opened the Heavenly Demon Codex, and immediately, a deep voice resonated in his ears. Darkness condenses the soul. Only through descent can one attain freedom. Huozhanji concentrated, striving to maintain control over himself against the influence of the voice, and swiftly dripped Yuan in Xingtian's blood onto the pages of the codex. As each drop of blood seeped into the Heavenly Demon Codex, the haunting echoes ceased, granting Huozhanji a sense of clarity. However, aside from that, the codex remained unresponsive. Did I fail? Is it not possible? Huozhanji furrowed his brow in concern. Just as impatience began to swell within him, the Heavenly Demon Codex trembled slightly, followed by an explosive surge of dark golden light. The blinding dark gold surged into Huozhanji's body, leaving him feeling a sudden chill, as if his entire bloodline began to boil. An immense, tearing pain surged through him, encompassing his very soul. He felt as though his body and soul were being violently shredded apart, prompting an involuntary cry of anguish. The dark golden light shot skyward, instantly attracting the attention of the new students within the Douluo World. At that moment, Lan Hai, stationed at the entrance of the mission hall, caught sight of the dark golden radiance and was taken aback. Dark gold? A legend? In the Douluo World, items of varying levels corresponded to different colors. She chose not to explain to her students, intending for them to gradually explore on their own. Yet how could it be that, even before the official testing in this world of Douluo, and merely after the freshman assessment, a student had already obtained a legendary item of dark gold quality? This was unfathomable. Lan Hai leapt into action, swiftly racing towards the source of the dark golden radiance. Upon arriving at the location where the luminous glow emanated, she beheld a dark golden pillar of light soaring skyward, approximately 3 meters in diameter, yet within it, there was nothing to be seen. No presence was discernible. At this moment, a considerable number of students had gathered, pointing and whispering about the dark golden light, yet none dared to approach. Meanwhile, Huazhanji felt as though he were on the brink of death. An excruciating pain seemed to tear his very being apart. The unprecedented agony compelled him to scream, though soon he could muster no sound, as he sensed that his body was being utterly shredded. Time passed without his awareness until Huazhanji gradually regained consciousness. A series of electronic notifications echoed in his mind. The first part of the Celestial Demon Art has been successfully activated. Congratulations, you have mastered the Celestial Demon Art, enhancing all attributes. Due to the activation of the Celestial Demon Art bloodline from the Dark Magic Dragon, which is of exceptional quality, the effects of the Celestial Demon Art are amplified. In accordance with the capabilities of the world, this corresponds to the awakening of the second martial soul, the fallen angel, with an additional innate skill, Celestial Demon Dragon Body. Chapter 10. The Surge of Attributes. Listening to the electronic voice, Huazhanji slowly regained his senses and glanced down at his body. The overall change was minimal, yet his skin appeared to have become even fairer. He distinctly felt a new power coursing through him, likely a result of the second martial soul. Both his strength and mental acuity seemed to have experienced significant enhancement. At this moment, he remained enveloped in the dark golden light, with shadows of many onlookers visible in the periphery. Alarmingly, the drawbacks of not using the training chamber had manifested. What should he do? Being the center of attention was certainly not advantageous. Just then, the electronic voice resounded once more in his mind, inquiring if he wished to attempt awakening the fallen angel martial soul. A flicker of determination surged within Huazhanji. Activate. For the initial activation, please recite the incantation. A string of incantations materialized in his mind, and instinctively, he began to chant. Darkness condenses the soul. Only through fall can one find freedom. Awaken, endless magic slumbering in my blood. In an instant, Huazhanji felt a chilling wave sweep over him, as if a glacier within him had erupted. His mind sharpened, and the blood within him surged with immense energy. His physique visibly expanded, growing a full foot taller and becoming notably more robust. A dark aura enveloped him, and with a sharp pain in his back, a pair of obsidian wings unfurled suddenly. More astonishingly, a tremendous sense of power surged throughout him. He felt as though every aspect of his being had been significantly enhanced. His skin was now adorned with intricate black dragon scales. The unprecedented sensation of strength ignited within him an urge to unleash his newfound power. With a powerful beat of his wings, he soared into the sky. Huazhanji was not skilled in flight, and the sudden ascent startled him. In the next moment, he lost his balance. Despite his vigorous flapping, he could not fly. He careened sideways. When he crashed to the ground, he felt a jolt. It was not particularly painful. Moreover, as he had wrapped himself in his wings during the fall, he emerged unscathed. The area was deserted, as all the students had been drawn to the captivating dark golden light, leaving the surroundings empty. Huazhanji hurriedly scrambled to his feet and dashed towards a concealed location. As he ran, he instantly sensed the difference. His speed was astonishingly swift, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Although he had anticipated that the Celestial Demon Art would bring significant changes, he had not expected such formidable transformations. The second martial soul? Did that equate to a dual martial soul? Moreover, the enhancement provided by this fallen angel martial soul was indeed formidable. Quickly finding cover, Huazhanji eagerly activated his attribute panel. Huazhanji, a newcomer at Shrek Academy's Xing Luo branch, age 12. Martial souls, Spirit Eye, Fallen Angel. Strength, 18-9. Agility, 2010. Constitution, 2010. Spirit, 30-15. Attack, 22-11. Defense, 2012. Unallocated base attributes. 0. Douluo World Space, Celestial Demon Art. With a base spirit attribute exceeding 25 points, he could draw additional enhancements. Would he like to draw? Upon viewing his attribute panel, Huazhanji was utterly stunned. Is this truly me? What in the world? His 6 attribute values had surged by more than double, though he had sensed that the Douluo World would accelerate his growth. He had not anticipated such an extent of enhancement before even formally entering this world. An A-grade technique, and merely the first part, had already elevated him to such a level. This was nothing short of miraculous. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Undoubtedly, possessing a second martial soul had granted him immense growth and enhancement. Though soul power was not displayed in the Douluo World, he could envision that his soul power had also escalated considerably. The celestial demon art could cultivate to soul power level 40, which meant that once he reached that level, he would need to find a way to re-enter the world of the mad god to seek further opportunities to cultivate the higher tiers of the celestial demon art. With his current foundational attributes, he was undoubtedly among the elite of his peers and should not fall short compared to his classmates. Each of his 6 attributes had a 50% enhancement, likely due to the effects of his transformation into the fallen angel. The defense increase of 12 included the augmentation from his Shrek Academy uniform. Although he had yet to fully master this new power, he had undeniably undergone a profound transformation. The celestial demon dragon body must be the scales now covering him. Both his attack and defense had received substantial boosts. The celestial demon dragon body was likely connected to the bloodline of the dark magic dragon from Yuan in Xingtian, who had greatly assisted him. Otherwise, the enhancement from the fallen angel transformation would not have reached such a remarkable 50%. It was astonishing to realize the sheer potency of this A-grade technique. After a series of contemplations in his mind, Huizhan Ji promptly deactivated his fallen angel transformation. Upon reverting, he immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Opening his attribute panel again, he confirmed the changes. Huizhan Ji, a newcomer at Shrek Academy's Xing Luo branch, age 12. Martial Souls, Spirit Eye, Fallen Angel. Strength, 18-5. Agility, 20-5. Constitution, 20-5. Spirit, 30-5. Attack, 22-5. Defense, 20-5. Unallocated base attributes, 0. Douluo World Space, Celestial Demon Decision. If the base spirit attribute exceeds 25 points, can additional enhancements be drawn? Shall I draw? After transforming into a fallen angel, I will enter a state of weakness for 1 hour, with all attributes reduced by 5. Huizhan Ji immediately made a judgment. However, this is indeed worthwhile. After all, the effect of the fallen angel transformation is a 50% enhancement to all attributes. What a formidable ability this is, although I'm not skilled in combat. Possessing such powerful attributes allows for future development in that direction. The transformation can also serve as my trump card. Wait, exceeding 25 points in the base spirit attribute enables the drawing of additional enhancements. What does this mean? Does it imply that once the base attribute surpasses 25, there will be an opportunity for enhancement? Can anyone inform me how to draw? Huizhan Ji pondered silently. There was no prompt. Clearly, this required him to explore on his own. Taking a deep breath, Huizhan Ji chose to draw. The electronic voice immediately reappeared. Drawing in progress. As the first to draw additional enhancements for reaching 25 points in spirit attributes, you will receive 2 additional rare options. Spirit Enhancement Draw. Option 1. Increase base spirit attribute by 5 points. Option 2. Expand the Sea of Spirit by 20%. Rare. Option 3. Spirit Shadow. When using spirit type skills, there is a 50% chance to replicate the same attack, with power equivalent to 80% of the previous one, special. Option 4. Spirit Shockwave. An area attack spirit skill. The power of Spirit Shockwave is directly related to Spirit Strength, special rare. Option 5. Increase Spirit Recovery by 10%. That is all. A total of 5 options. Even with Huizhan Ji's inherently calm demeanor, upon seeing these 5 options, his eyes turned red. Which one should I choose? I want them all. He screamed frantically within. Each of these 5 spirit enhancement options holds significant merit, not to mention the rare ones. Even the ordinary increase of 5 base attribute points and a 10% increase in spirit recovery are substantial enhancements. This also made Huizhan Ji realize that 25 points in base attributes might be a critical threshold. Upon reaching 25 points, combined with additional enhancements, one would immediately become considerably stronger, not to mention the other 3 options. Expanding the Sea of Spirit by 20% undoubtedly represents a formidable enhancement in the long run, as an expanded Sea of Spirit means a greater capacity for spirit strength. The other 2 options are related to skills. Both Spirit Shadow and Spirit Shockwave are undeniably powerful. The prospect of dual attacks with Spirit Shadow is tantalizing. Although it cannot be triggered every time, when it does, the effect will be truly terrifying. The description of Spirit Shockwave isn't detailed, merely stating it as an area attack. Huizhan Ji personally lacks area attack methods. Furthermore, the notation of special rare besides Spirit Shockwave is irresistibly enticing. The power of Spirit Shockwave is directly related to Spirit Strength, and if he activates the Fallen Angel transformation, with a 50% increase in Spirit Strength followed by the use of Spirit Shockwave, the resultant power will be extraordinary. How to choose? How should I decide? Huizhan Ji questioned himself, lacking a tendency for indecision. Yet at this moment, he felt genuinely conflicted. Based on the previous prompt, as the first to reach 25 points in spirit strength and activate the additional enhancement, he was granted 2 extra rare options, implying that a normal draw would only yield 3 options. Hence, opting for a rare option must be the best choice. The expansion of the Sea of Spirit could perhaps be obtained through training in the future, so he reluctantly set it aside. That leaves Spirit Shadow and Spirit Shockwave. Both are exceptional. They directly enhance his combat prowess. After a moment's hesitation, Huozhanji gritted his teeth and made his choice. Congratulations, you have acquired the additional spirit skill. Spirit Shockwave. The electronic voice completed its announcement. Huozhanji found himself slightly panting, partly due to his current state of weakness and partly due to the overwhelming impact of recent events. Yet soon, his gaze became fervent. After merely undergoing a task in the Douluo World, he had gained such significant enhancements. It could be said that he was reborn. What other opportunities for growth might await him in this Douluo World? He needed to swiftly acclimate to his current state, having acquired the fallen angel martial soul. It was also time to enhance his combat abilities. In the next task, perhaps he could seek similar skills within the Douluo World. Meanwhile, the dark golden light beam had vanished, and the onlookers only saw someone flying away from that beam, after which no further information emerged. Huozhanji took the opportunity to wander around the Douluo World, observing everything, especially the various functional existences. In the Douluo World, there are not only training rooms, but also lounges. In his current weakened state, he could recover in a lounge. Of course, the prerequisite is to have money and points. Currently, he had neither. He did not inspect weapons and equipment, lest he be further tempted. He was beginning to understand the meaning of the adage that a penny can't thwart a hero. No money truly renders one powerless. In the next task, he must strive to earn points. The 2-hour period soon elapsed, and when Huozhanji returned to the task center to reunite with his companions, his weakened state finally lifted. "Hey, Captain, why do I feel like you've changed a bit?" Lu Yisan remarked, unable to resist scrutinizing him from head to toe, compared to his previous calm demeanor. Huozhanji now seemed to exude a more heroic aura, and even the lines of his features appear to have subtle changes, with his gaze becoming more resolute. Unbeknownst to him, he had naturally acquired a hint of leadership charisma. Yuan Enxingtian was also observing him, the little girl squinting her eyes, vaguely realizing that this was likely related to the blood she had given him. Applause erupted, drawing the attention of all. Chapter 11. The First Team Mission. The clapper was Lan Yinhai, her expression somewhat grave as she spoke. "I don't know if there's a problem in the Douluo World, but you should have seen the dark golden light just now. I previously refrained from discussing this to allow you to explore, but since it has appeared, I will inform you in advance. In the Douluo World, items of different attributes are represented by different colors. They are mainly categorized into 5 levels. White for ordinary quality, yellow for fine, purple for superb, black for unique, and red for exceptional, corresponding to the colors of your soul rings, making them easy to remember. In addition to these 5 standard colors, there are also green for representing sets, silver for legendary levels, and gold for artifacts. Teacher, then what level is that dark golden color? It's different from all of these. Lu Yisan inquired curiously. Lan Yinhai spoke in a low voice. The dark gold color signifies a legendary level. Generally, it manifests in non-attack and defense-related items, aligning with the legendary tier of silver equipment, and is even rarer than silver gear. I suspect that the recently emerged dark gold item may resemble a technique or skill. I never anticipated its appearance at this moment. Huozhanji listened intently, realizing that dark gold indeed represented the legendary tier, with first-class techniques categorized under this hue. It became imperative to strive for entry into the world of the Mad God in order to acquire advanced techniques in the future. According to the introduction of the Mad God world, above the 2-winged fallen angel, there should be 4 wings, and perhaps even higher tiers remain unknown. The awakening of merely a 2-winged fallen angel had significantly enhanced his overall strength. One could only imagine the power of a higher tier. Remember well what I have shared. Huozhanji continued. Next, you'll undertake your first team mission. This marks your inaugural simultaneous endeavor, and I urge you not to aim for high scores. Rather, the priority lies in mutual acclimatization and familiarity. Huozhanji, as the team leader, was tasked with ensuring this principle was upheld. Understood, teacher, he replied respectfully. Lan Yinhai nodded. Let us proceed to accept the mission. The initial tasks are not particularly challenging, and as long as you exercise caution, there should be no issues. Upon reaching the team task allocation area, they first registered as a temporary team. Lan Yinhai named their group Lan Yin Squad, derived from the first 2 characters of his name. If you're all prepared, we shall commence the task now. Do not fret about your homes. The Academy will inform your families that you will be residing on campus for training. Ready? Everyone responded in unison. In the Douluo World, there were designated teleportation points located within the task center. Hua Zhanji and his companions found themselves in a chamber shimmering with a silver glow. Lan Yin Squad, prepare for teleportation. World extraction in progress. Team task extraction in progress. At this moment, the emotions of the group varied, yet one sentiment united them: exhilaration. Having gained some advantages from their first task, they were naturally filled with anticipation for this team mission. The surroundings began to morph into a surreal spectacle, as the once silver-white scenery transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, with countless vibrant lights flashing by, inducing a sense of enchantment and wonder. When clarity returned, the first sensation that greeted them was a subtle fragrance of plants. Upon inhaling this botanical aroma, Hua Zhanji was instantly revitalized, drawing from prior experience. He activated his spiritual martial soul without waiting to fully comprehend the environment. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to illuminate within his mind, and everything around him became vividly clear. They were in a vast forest, and Hua Zhanji was astounded to discover that with his spiritual detection activated, he could perceive everything within a 500-meter radius, an enhancement far beyond his previous capabilities. His spiritual power had doubled, significantly amplifying the effectiveness of his detection. This was likely attributed to his spiritual power exceeding 25 points, marking a qualitative transformation. His companions were nearby. The team task, especially the first one, ensured they remained together. Everyone, be cautious and maintain stealth, he advised. As they surveyed their surroundings, Hua Zhanji reassured them. There is no danger within a 500-meter radius. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward him, as his initial assessment held considerable weight. 500 meters? You could detect that far? Yuan and Xing Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Vo Zhan Yi nodded. My martial soul possesses a spiritual attribute, prioritizing spiritual detection. All of them were outstanding talents, each possessing formidable martial souls, yet within their class. There was an overabundance of attack-focused martial souls. Hearing Hua Zhanji's impressive detection ability relaxed their expressions. In the Douluo World, such capabilities could sometimes prove more crucial than combat prowess. Yuan and Xing Tian remarked, "No wonder you achieved a high rank." As she spoke, she gave Hua Zhanji a thumbs up. Hua Zhanji thought to himself that his spiritual detection abilities had been far inferior when he first achieved that rank. Just then, an electronic voice resonated in their minds. Blood sun in the sky. Demons shall arise. Blood rain falls upon the world. Calamity shall befall. A millennium catastrophe approaches the continent. Who will be the savior of the land? The union of good and evil. The harmony of light and darkness, guided by the blood of the phoenix. Traversing through myriad obstacles, bound by the blood of the divine dragon, love shall endure eternally. Welcome to the world of the kind death god, Act 1. The kind death god? That doesn't sound like a pleasant place. Chai Jiaja frowned. Lu Yiqing pondered aloud. It seems we must engage with something to trigger the task, right? Zhanji, what should we do now? Vo Zhan Yi replied. Let us first assign roles within the team, and then I will lead with spiritual detection as we explore. He glanced at his companions. All those who are attack-type Battle Soul Masters, please raise your hands. Although he had an inkling, he still sought confirmation. The group exchanged glances, and Chai Jiaja, Li Jiangqi, Yuan and Xing Tian, and Qiu Zixian all raised their hands. Hua Zhanji's lips twitched slightly. A complete team did not require so many attack-type Battle Soul Masters. Yuan and Xing Tian added, I can provide speed and serve as a secondary attacker. Hua Zhanji stated, for now, we shall proceed as follows. The 8 of us will form a formation. The 5 attack-type members will be on the outer perimeter, while I will position myself centrally at the front, with Lu Exin and Zhang Hengrui behind me. In the event of danger, the attack types will defend outward, while Lu Exin and Zhang Hengrui will handle control. Once we become more familiar with each other, we can consider adjusting the formation. How does that sound? Chai Jiaja responded, I have no objections. I'll lead the way. Although I am an attack type, I can also focus on defense. All right, Vo Zhan Yi nodded. Yuan and Xing Tian said, then I'll take the rear. I'll stay behind with Li Jiangqi. Sounds good. The formation was established, with Qiu Zixian on the left and Yuan and Xing Tian on the right, while Hua Zhanji and the other 3 stood at the center. With focused eyes, a faint white light glimmered in Hua Zhanji's gaze, and everyone sensed a slight distortion in the air around his head. Such formidable spiritual power, they thought. As Hua Zhanji concentrated his spiritual detection in a specific direction, he could almost sense minute movements from a kilometer away. He stood still, surveying his surroundings, gauging the direction before stating, "Currently, there is no danger in our vicinity. I suggest we head towards the sun. It will help us ascertain direction and track the time in this world." The group voiced no objections, and as Huazhanji activated his spiritual detection to normal mode, he remained attuned to the changes around them while they began to walk towards the distance. Determined to follow a specific direction, after approximately 2 hours, they finally reached the outskirts of the forest. None among them had brought water or food, having only foraged some meager fruits in the woods to stave off hunger, leaving them somewhat fatigued. However, the temperature in this world was rather low, and the fruits growing in the forest were scarce. Most areas were dominated by coniferous trees. Thus, the only sustenance they could find was limited to pine nuts and similar fare. Upon exiting the woods, it seemed that the temperature had dropped even further. Gazing into the distance, Huazhanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was a city. As the group turned to look in the direction he indicated, all they could see was the vast wilderness, the distant scenery obscured by swirling cold mist. Li Jiangxi, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Class leader, your eyesight is truly remarkable." Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in their minds. "General Reaper, Act 1, Task 1, Clean Up. Please reach Nino City within 1 hour and annihilate the thief organization led by Li Shu. Task deadline, 8 hours. Task reward, 1,000 points to be distributed among the team. Failure will result in a deduction of corresponding base attributes and a return. Success will allow the continuation of tasks in this world. On the Tianyuan continent, there are 5 nations: the Northern Tianjin Empire, the Southern Huaxing Empire, the Western Sunset Empire, and the Eastern Suoyu Federation. At the heart of these 4 great nations lies a relatively small hexagonal territory, renowned as the Holy See of the Tianyuan continent. Among the 4 kingdoms, aside from the fraught relations between the Sunset Empire and the Huaxing Empire, the other nations coexist peacefully. Each year, all nations are required to pay a certain protection fee to the Holy See to cover its expenses. The inhabitants of the Tianjin Empire are predominantly Caucasian, characterized by their tall statures and golden hair with blue eyes. In contrast, both the Sunset Empire and Huaxing Empire are comprised of East Asians, possessing black hair and eyes. The only federal state on the continent, the Suoyu Federation, boasts a diverse population, including Caucasians, East Asians, and robust individuals of African descent, with many other ethnicities residing within its borders. In terms of overall strength, the Suoyu Federation, composed of 6 ethnic groups, stands as the most formidable, while the other 3 nations exhibit comparable military prowess. Beyond the human populace, the continent is also home to several rare races, including benevolent elves, irritable dwarves, melodious winged folk, and the scarce half-beast people, as well as the enigmatic dark demons and the legendary dragon lineage. These lesser populations, scattered across various nations, have coexisted peacefully with humanity for centuries. However, due to different lifestyles, these races typically inhabit remote valleys or forests, rarely interacting with humans. The continent employs a unified currency, custom designed by the Holy See, featuring the emblem of the institution. The currency operates on a decimal exchange system. 1 diamond coin equals 10 amethyst coins, 100 gold coins, 1,000 silver coins, and 10,000 copper coins. The average annual income for a typical family hovers around 50 gold coins, while maintaining a household for a year generally requires approximately 30 gold coins. Each of the 4 nations has its own common language. But in larger cities and among the aristocracy, the language of the Holy See is widely spoken. Nino City, located at the northernmost tip of the Douluo province in the Tianjin Empire, falls within the extreme northern region of the Tianyuan continent, characterized by short days and long nights. Perpetually ensconced in a cold climate, the majority of the populace survives by fishing in the nearby icy sea, which is dotted with drifting icebergs year-round. And the seals and sea lions harvested there are highly prized by the nobility, as they absorbed the electronic voice's introduction to this world. Huazhanji diligently committed every detail to memory. With his formidable mental acuity, these facts were etched in his mind with remarkable clarity. "The mission has arrived. Let us depart," Huazhanji commanded, and the group promptly rose, swiftly making their way toward Nino City. In the wilderness, any potential dangers would be readily detectable, and with Huazhanji's mental probing, they felt at ease to quicken their pace while maintaining formation as they advanced toward the city. Within urban confines, there would always be places for sustenance and rest. As they accelerated, the disparities in their abilities became increasingly apparent. Huazhanji noted that the only one struggling to keep pace was Lu Yisin, who seemed to be exerting considerable effort, while the others maintained a steady speed. Whether among the 5 outer aggressive spirit masters or Zhang Hengrui, who commanded the wind element, it was evident that they all retained ample energy. Hua Zhanji himself found it relatively effortless to keep up, but he was certain that without the successful cultivation of the heavenly demon decision, which had significantly boosted his base attributes, he would not have been able to match their pace, falling behind Lu Yisan instead. Indeed, the world of prodigies is fraught with pressure. To the others, Hua Zhanji appeared to stroll leisurely at the center, his eyes continuously emanating a white glow, having employed his mental probing for an extended period without expressing a desire for respite. Their esteem for this class leader, who had earned a commendable rank, grew ever greater in their minds. Chapter 12. The Gentle Reaper, Act 1. The group's speed was impressive, yet Hua Zhanji still inquired, Zhang Hengrui, can your wind element assist us in increasing our speed? At this moment, the others could already see the walls of Nino City rising in the distance. Certainly, he replied. Excellent, then amplify everyone's speed. Let us quicken our pace further. Based on my experience from the freshman assessment, the sooner we complete the task, the higher our score will be, Hua Zhanji advised. Indeed, that's likely the case. My own freshman task took considerably longer, Xiao Zishuan interjected, unusually vocal. Onward. Zhang Hengrui clasped his hands before him, summoning gentle wind elements that coalesced into a soft azure glow, swiftly enveloping the group. In the next moment, they felt their bodies grow remarkably lighter, their speed surging as a result. Hua Zhanji reminded Zhang Hengrui to provide additional assistance to anyone lagging behind to maintain the integrity of their formation, primarily for Lu Yisan's benefit. Once their speed truly escalated, it soon became apparent that Yuan Inxing Tian was the fastest among them. Surprisingly, Li Jiangxi was next, advancing almost in a series of leaps, each jump showcasing astonishing explosive power. Zhang Hengrui, positioned at the forefront among the aggressive spirit masters, appeared relatively slower, his pace comparable to that of Xiao Zishuan. With their newfound speed, Nino City quickly loomed before them. They reached the border town in less than half an hour. The city gates stood wide open, with no obstacles in their path. Having changed into the ordinary attire of this world, they successfully entered the city. Arriving in Nino City, the time taken was 27 minutes and 38 seconds, enhancing task completion. An electronic prompt resonated. Just as Hua Zhanji had surmised, time indeed influenced the task. The small town felt rather desolate, likely due to the cold weather, as there were few pedestrians on the streets. Chai Jiazhe turned to Hua Zhanji and asked, class leader, shall we proceed with separate actions or remain together? Generally, thieves are not particularly strong, so splitting up might expedite our pace and enhance task completion. However, Hua Zhanji shook his head and replied, for now, let us not divide. We should find a place to allow everyone to rest. As he spoke, he led the way into the town. The city, though modest in size, held a certain charm, not far within its gates. Hua Zhanji's keen gaze settled upon a particular direction, a small, unremarkable eatery, its facade barely discernible, were it not for his adeptness in mental probing. The average passerby would likely overlook it entirely. Let us venture there for a meal, he proposed. Inside the humble establishment, space was limited, with only 4 tables available. Observing from his son's position, it was apparent that it was afternoon, and the restaurant was devoid of patrons. As Hua Zhanji and his 8 companions entered, a drowsy attendant, dozing by the hearth, looked up. What will you young ones have? He inquired. Hua Zhanji glanced at him and asked, do you serve noodles or similar fare? With broth? Indeed, the attendant nodded. Very well, then we shall have 8 bowls of noodles, generously topped with meat, Hua Zhanji instructed. This would replenish their energy, hydration, carbohydrates, and protein, an ideal sustenance for swift recovery and easily digestible. Though the diner appeared dilapidated, it offered warmth, allowing the group to relax somewhat in their chairs. Yuan Inxing Tian turned to Hua Zhanji and asked, squad leader, what shall we do next? Should we search the area or inquire first? Hua Zhanji replied, the city is quite small. Prior to our entry, I observed that the city wall extends approximately 2,000 meters. In such a compact locale, I should be able to easily discern its details through mental probing. If there exists a thieving organization in this town, it ought to be singular. Even if there are many, we can eradicate them all. There will surely be a task to pursue. Xiao Zishuan suddenly interjected, is the method of eradication to kill? Hua Zhanji paused, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. There is no need for hesitation. The simplest method is indeed to eliminate, Xiao Zishuan asserted. The Douluo realm, in essence, is merely a rather realistic game. There is no need for excessive contemplation. Have you all never taken a life? Yuan In Tian could not help but respond. We are merely 12 years old. Should we have killed anyone? Xiao Zishuan replied nonchalantly, I have. She recounted her experience during the freshman assessment, where she infiltrated a bandit stronghold and eliminated 76 bandits to obtain a token, albeit with a slight delay that affected her evaluation. A profound silence enveloped the room as realization dawned upon the others. In that instant, they understood why she, despite her mediocre ranking, had earned a place in their class. If you are hesitant to act, allow me to take the lead, Xiao Zishuan continued. Chai Jiajia spoke solemnly. In the Douluo realm, we are perpetually faced with lethal risks. Xiao Zishuan is correct. It is merely a game. Lu Yisin hesitated. Killing seems wrong. We cannot simply take lives. Zhang Hongrui furrowed his brow in agreement. We must analyze the specific circumstances. I believe we should act according to the task requirements. If the mission mandates killing, then we must comply. If it does not expressly state so, we should refrain from unnecessary bloodshed. Li Jianqi turned to Hua Zhanji, asking, What do you think, squad leader? Hua Zhanji replied, Eliminate those who are truly wicked. Do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, nor act against our conscience. Only by maintaining a clear conscience can we progress further. Our current mission is the eradication of the thieving organization. Our actions will be determined by the severity of their crimes. Please wait here for the noodles. I will step outside to conduct a search. As soon as we finish our meal, we will commence our actions. With that, he rose and departed. The remaining 7 fell into a contemplative silence. They had only known each other for a few days, and familiarity was still nascent, leaving room for divergence in opinion. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet none felt trepidation about the impending task. If their team, with such capabilities, could not succeed in this initial undertaking, it was unlikely that anyone else could. Before long, steaming bowls of noodles were served. The flavor of food is intricately linked to the state of the diners. In this instance, the plain noodles transformed into a delicacy, as they were both thirsty and hungry. Upon consuming the hot noodles, warmth enveloped their bodies. By the way, how shall we settle the bill? Lu Yisin suddenly whispered. The group was momentarily taken aback, realizing that, as newcomers to this realm, they possessed no currency. It was only after satisfying their hunger that they became cognizant of this oversight. The attendant, with keen ears, though Lu Yisin had spoken quietly, appeared to sense something awry and regarded the young ones with a wary gaze. Just then, the door curtain fluttered and a figure entered, bringing with it a chill from outside. Hua Zhanji returned to the table, feeling the warmth of his bowl of noodles. He tossed a gold coin towards the attendant. Is this sufficient? Please bring us some hot broth. As he spoke, he began to eat heartily. Seeing him settle the bill, the others were momentarily taken aback. But their fondness for their squad leader grew, despite being unaware of the source of his funds. The attendant, now beaming with a smile, accepted the coin. That will suffice. Please bring it promptly, Hua Zhanji urged. He quickly finished his noodles and addressed the group. In Nino City, I have discerned the presence of at least 34 thieves, with an additional 45 suspected. I require 20 minutes to meditate and regain my energy before we proceed. We shall divide into 3 teams, and I will inform you of our respective directions. We will locate the thieves, drive them to a designated area, and ultimately converge for a unified resolution. The group stared at him in astonishment. His efficiency was remarkable. He had only been gone for about 10 minutes, yet he had already organized the plan. Hua Zhanji said nothing further, closing his eyes to meditate. Completing the mission demanded urgency. The sooner they finished, the higher their success rate would be. Soon, hot broth was delivered. Perhaps due to Hua Zhanji's generous payment, it even contained some minced meat. As they sipped the warm soup, they fortified their spirits. 20 minutes later, Hua Zhanji awakened promptly. Yuan Inxing Tianyu, I, and Lu Yisin will form one group. Xiao Zishuan and Li Jianqi will be another. Chai Jiajia and Zhang Hongrui will be the last. As he spoke, he produced 3 sheets of somewhat coarse paper from his pocket, borrowing a piece of charcoal from the attendant. He swiftly sketched diagrams and marked locations. You will proceed to these 2 areas. The circles I have marked indicate the target's locations. Subdue them and gather together. From my previous observations, most thieves in this city are pitiable, some even intentionally disabled. The true villain is exceptionally vile, but the other thieves do not deserve death. I surmise the mission's objective is primarily to eliminate the chief offender. The others may be spared, but they must face sufficient intimidation. Now, commence your actions. Receiving the rudimentary maps from Hua Zhanji, the 2 groups promptly set off. Hua Zhanji rose and, accompanied by Yuan, Inxing Tian, and Lu Yisin, exited the small restaurant. He exerted himself diligently. As squad leader, he understood that this mission was not only a test for his companions, but also for himself. The degree to which he could earn their esteem would hinge upon the successful completion of this task. Had it not been for the celestial demon technique, he might have lacked the opportunity to strive for success. However, now that the chance had presented itself, he would not let it slip away. In his mind, the epic imagery of countless warriors charging across the vast plains continued to resonate. Perhaps, if he aspired to become a commander in the future, he must first learn to lead his classmates. Class leader, where did you acquire that money just now? Lu Yisin inquired with curiosity. Hua Zhanji replied swiftly. I apprehended a thief in the act and confiscated it from him. I also gleaned some information from him. In Nino City, thieves were among the lowest echelons of society. Under the leadership of Uncle Li, approximately a dozen individuals had gathered, the majority of whom were idle adults. They had abducted numerous orphans and trained them to pilfer on their behalf. Hua Zhanji directed the other two groups to the primary locations of the thieves' activities, while he, along with Yuan Enxingtian and Lu Yisin, ventured to Uncle Li's stronghold. Through interrogating the previously captured thief and employing mental detection throughout the city, he had already ascertained the relevant locations. Indeed, Nino City was small. Within a short time, the trio found themselves in a dark alley. Deep within the alley stood a wooden shack, or rather, a makeshift shelter where a fire was burning. Several men clad in tattered cotton jackets sat inside, warming themselves while consuming food. Alongside them were 3 or 4 children, appearing to be of similar age to Hua Zhanji and his companions, standing there in thin garments. Occasional shouts of anger echoed from within. Useless. A whole day has nearly passed, and you've stolen nothing? You'll go hungry today. Starve to death. For all I care. I'll die. How did your haul turn out? What did you say? Are you an idiot? You just stood there watching her walk away? Damn it. After wasting so much food, that girl had the audacity to run off without giving me anything in return. It infuriates me, truly. A tall, scarred middle-aged man kicked the child to the ground. Adai curled up in pain, sobbing, no, I didn't let her go. She left of her own accord. Uncle Li, already fuming, grew even angrier upon hearing Adai's words, kicking him several more times while cursing. You let her go, did you? You must be brainless. You fool, you utter fool. The cries of agony from Adai filled the air, while the surrounding thieves looked on in anticipation, none daring to intervene. After a while, Uncle Li's fury subsided significantly, and he recalled that Adai was, after all, his primary source of income. If he were to inflict too much harm, where could he find such an obedient subordinate again? Grumpily, he picked up a money pouch from the ground and told Adai, learn to be clever from now on. Stop right there. Are you Uncle Li? At that moment, 3 figures blocked Uncle Li's path. Uncle Li paused for a moment, then realized that the children before him were of a similar age to his subordinates, and his eyes lit up. Ah, perfect. I could use some new recruits. So, you're here to join me? Indeed, I am Uncle Li, the underground patriarch of Nino City. We come find you. Juan Xintian step forward. Launching herself directly at Uncle Li. Uncle Li was momentarily taken aback and quickly raised his hand to defend against the punch aimed at him. With a resounding thud, he stumbled back 5 or 6 steps, his expression shifting dramatically. You little brat. He hastily drew a dagger from his bosom. At that moment, Yuan Enxingtian remarked to Hua Zhanji and Lu Yisin, he is considerably stronger than an average person. He must have undergone training. Uncle Li charged at them once more, while several adult thieves from the shack also rushed out. Slow down. Just then, a clock-like object appeared behind Lu Yisin's head, with 2 soul rings glowing resplendently. Both purple. Chapter 13. The main quest begins. In an instant, all the thieves froze. The surface of Yuan Enxingtian's right hand was suddenly covered in black dragon scales, and a formidable aura erupted from her being. Like a wisp of black smoke, she swept past the thieves, and in the next moment they all collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Hua Zhanji vaguely noticed that Yuan Enxingtian possessed not 1, but 3 soul rings, all shimmering with the purple hue of a millennium. Indeed, she was a soul master of the 3rd rank. Impressive. The few children inside the shack were left in a state of shock. While the previously beaten child had managed to rise and now cowered in the corner, staring vacantly at the unfolding events. Hua Zhanji and Lu Yisin moved forward, dragging the thieves' leaders toward the shack. Most of these thieves were merely commoners, posing no threat to them as soul masters. It seemed that this task would not prove particularly challenging. Before long, the other members of their group returned, herding dozens of thieves, all gathered in the dim alley. At this moment, expressions of discontent marred their faces. The thieves who had been driven here were mostly children, some missing limbs, others begging, and some engaging in theft, collaborating with one another. Hua Zhanji inquired with several of the children if they were born with disabilities. The children gazed at Uncle Li and the few leaders with flickering eyes, none daring to speak up. They had been interrupted by Uncle Li. Their fishing abilities had been thwarted. The child who had previously been beaten, muttered, "I was told to stop." Members of the blue-silver squad simultaneously turned their gazes toward Huazhanji, and a palpable air of murderous intent was evident on Xiao Zishuan's beautiful face. Huazhanji approached Dai, asking, "Tell me, who has harmed you, especially those who broke your arms and legs?" Looking at him with a gentle demeanor, Dai foolishly pointed at the adult thieves in tattered jackets. Huazhanji nodded, then turned to confront Uncle Li. He raised his foot and brought it down on Uncle Li's right wrist with considerable force, the sound of breaking bones ringing clear. The intense pain jolted Uncle Li from his stupor. Huazhanji's eyes twitched, but he did not hesitate, delivering another kick to the other wrist. The sound of bones shattering echoed once more, and Uncle Li's eyes widened in agony. "Where's the money you've stolen over the years?" Huazhanji asked coolly. The subsequent treatment of the thieves was direct and brutal. All those who had harmed the children, including Uncle Li, were left with broken limbs and discarded into the shack to fend for themselves. All of Uncle Li's accumulated wealth was confiscated. Huazhanji led all the children to a nearby eatery where they had previously dined, handing the recovered gold coins to the proprietor, instructing him to care for the children and ensure they had sufficient food for healthy growth. Initially reluctant, the owner ceased to refuse upon witnessing the dire condition of Uncle Li and the other thieves. Huazhanji warned him that if any harm befell these children in the future, the fate that befell Uncle Li would await him as well. Ding! The Uncle Li gang has been dismantled, and the innocents have been properly settled. Task completed. Time taken, 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 36 seconds. Task completion rate elevated. It was at this moment that the electronic voice finally chimed in. The main quest had commenced. Main Quest 1. Rescue the King of the Underworld. Upon the successful completion of this primary quest, each member of the team receives an increase of 2 in their base attributes along with 500 points. Conversely, should the quest fail, 5 points will be deducted from their base attributes, resulting in a return to the starting point. A sense of bewilderment permeated the hearts of the Blue-Silver Squad. It became apparent that dismantling that band of thieves was not the true mission, for had it been, this team task would have been exceedingly facile. The rewards for completing the main quest amounted to an increase of 2, yet the penalties for failure were a substantial 5. With 8 of them, that equates to a staggering loss of 40 base attribute points. The task guidance abruptly ceased at the mention of following Adai and Galisi. Instinctively, the eyes of the group shifted towards the children they had just rescued. Adai was none other than that previously foolish little boy. As their gazes settled upon him, a faint golden halo materialized beneath Adai's feet. This ethereal glow, however, seemed to be perceptible only to them, as those from this world standing beside Adai remained oblivious. The companions turned their attention to Huazhanji. Following their earlier experience dismantling the thieving gang, they had come to acknowledge him as a competent temporary leader. The thieves possessed a lackluster combat ability, but their disorganized nature required careful management. The Douluo World had already hinted that they needed to appropriately shelter the innocents, which was evidently part of the task. While not explicitly stated, failure to do so would not necessarily result in mission failure, but would certainly diminish their evaluation. "We should leave this place," Huazhanji stated without hesitation. Having departed from the small restaurant, the 8 of them arrived at the street corner. Huazhanji's immediate gaze fell upon Xiao Zishuan. "What is it?" Xiao Zishuan hesitated momentarily, but quickly understood that he had noticed a change in her expression. Just moments prior, she had displayed a hint of concern, and though Huazhanji had not intentionally been observing her, his mental probe had been active, allowing him to sense it. "I inquired during the task briefing about what would happen if we were to kill Adai," Xiao Zishuan explained. The Douluo World responded, "Erasure." The group was taken aback, and Lu Yisin could not help but ask, "What is your obsession with killing?" Xiao Zishuan replied coolly, "Our instructor has taught us about the grading system of items in the Douluo World. Gold signifies a high echelon, and the appearance of a golden halo beneath a die suggests he is a significant figure in this realm, perhaps even akin to a protagonist. He undoubtedly harbors great fortune. What if killing him could allow us to seize that fortune?" Huazhanji nodded in agreement. "Aside from killing him, I believe your other points hold merit. Let us remain here, and I will keep my mental probe attuned to follow him, awaiting the emergence of the actual task." With no alternative course of action available, they resigned themselves to waiting. It was not long until, shortly after they had left, the children taken in by the small restaurant began to emerge. Some ventured out to buy items, particularly clothing for those who were inadequately dressed, while others sought daily necessities. Clearly, The restaurant owner had heeded Huazhanji's advice and was preparing to care for these children. In truth, after contemplation, the restaurant owner recognized that he had fortuitously gained a considerable sum of money, and that these young ones, once they matured, could become valuable labor, thus deciding to genuinely look after them. At that moment, Adai, standing upon the golden halo, also exited the small eatery. He appeared to wander aimlessly down the street, his demeanor somewhat forlorn, and his pace unhurried. Huazhanji furrowed his brow, and Yuan Enxing Tian inquired, "What troubles you?" Huazhanji replied, "My mental probe senses something amiss, yet I cannot discern any sound." Perhaps Adai, due to his simplicity, was not favored by the restaurant owner, who has sent him away. The others, however, were welcomed. Adai trudged along the street, having been told by the restaurant owner that he could not remain there, as it might disrupt business and that he could return only during meal times. His clothing was thin, and as he walked, he felt the chill, wrapping his arms around himself for warmth, tucking his hands into his sleeves. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a peculiar figure ahead, one that drew his curiosity. The individual's tall frame was completely enveloped in a large cloak, obscuring their features. Beneath the cloak, a bulging purse swayed gently. Upon seeing this person, Adai paused momentarily. In the past, he would have seized the opportunity, but he recalled the warnings from those who had rescued them that stealing was wrong. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself instinctively following behind the cloaked figure, ambling slowly in their wake. When he had departed the restaurant, the owner had remarked that with his lack of wits, he might barely survive by begging on the streets. This individual appeared wealthy. Perhaps he could be persuaded to share a morsel. With a simple-minded hope, Adai quickened his pace. Following closely, the cloaked figure entered an opulent restaurant, its exterior adorned in a dazzling display of gold. Adai mused that such a person must possess a considerable amount of money. His heart lifted at the thought that perhaps he could plead for a meal of steamed buns. He squatted in a sheltered corner by the restaurant's entrance, patiently awaiting his chance. "Go away, you little beggar. What are you doing here?" The restaurant's doorman kicked Adai, casting a disdainful look his way. Adai had long grown accustomed to the disdain of such arrogant doormen. He hurriedly nodded and scurried away to find a darker corner where he could shield himself from the elements. An hour passed, and finally, the cloaked figure emerged. To Adai's excitement, heading directly toward him. He quickly stood up, steadying his nerves as he prepared to greet the approaching individual. The figure was tall, and Adai barely reached their waist. As the distance between them closed, Adai unexpectedly stumbled, colliding with the person. Old habits from his thieving days resurfaced, and instinctively, his hand brushed against the stranger's purse, though this time he did not steal. In an instant, Adai felt as though he had crashed into an iron wall, a wave of pain coursing through him. He inadvertently looked up, meeting the elderly man's gaze. The man's face was lined with countless wrinkles, suggesting he was perhaps in his 70s or 80s. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Adai stammered, hastily offering apologies. He was so taken aback by the pain that he momentarily forgot to ask for anything. The old man merely glanced at him before continuing on his way. Adai stood frozen, overwhelmed by the pain and completely forgetting his initial intent. At that moment, the elderly man suddenly paused, turning to face him. "You intended to steal my purse, did you not? Why did you refrain from doing so?" Adai hurriedly waved his hands. No. Stealing is wrong. It's not right." Observing Adai's foolish demeanor, the old man's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he stepped back toward him. "You deliberately collided with me. If not to steal, then for what purpose?" he inquired. With great trepidation, Adai ventured, I merely noticed that you appear affluent, and I was hoping to request some food from you. Enough to satiate my hunger. Are you a beggar? Just by yourself?" The elderly man inquired. Have you ever been full? The elder pressed further. Once again, Adai affirmed with a nod. "Do you wish to be satiated?" The elder decided to cut through the preamble and get straight to the crux of the matter. At the mention of food, Adai's spirits lifted. The bun he had consumed that morning had long been digested in the frigid weather, and his stomach grumbled audibly. He lifted his gaze, looking at the elder with yearning. I long to be full. If you desire to be satiated, then follow me. I shall ensure your hunger is assuaged, and I will not harm you," the elder offered. Adai's eyes sparkled with hope. Just that morning, he had wished to be taken away like the girl, and now his desire was coming to fruition. He cautiously asked, "Oh really? Will you truly let me be full?" The elder nodded, saying, "You may voice any other requests you have, and I will endeavor to fulfill them. However, this journey may extend for a considerable time, so you must contemplate it carefully." Adai shook his head resolutely. "I am willing to accompany you, as long as I can be full. I have no other demands." The elder nodded in satisfaction, Accompanying me entails labor. Do you fear hard work? Work? What sort of work? Adai murmurd. Simple tasks. I can teach you what you do not know, the elder replied. Adai lowered his head, saying, But I am quite foolish. They all say I am dim-witted. Can I truly learn? The elder, slightly impatient, stated, If I say you can learn, then you will learn. Come along. With that, he turned and walked away. Adai responded affirmatively and followed closely behind the elder. After a few steps, the elder abruptly halted, and Adai, not paying attention, bumped into his back with a soft ouch. Clutching his nose and looking at the elder in confusion, the elder turned back and asked, What is your name? My name is Adai, he replied. The elder mocked Adai. Truly a name that suits you. Remember, I am called Goris, an alchemist. From this moment on, you shall be my apprentice. Adai nodded, fearful of forgetting, repeating, Goris, Goris. The elder raised his voice, I am Goris, not Goris. Remember it well. You are to call me master. Oh, I understand a master. But what does master mean? Goris felt utterly defeated by the little fellow and explained helplessly, a master is one who teaches you things. Chapter 14, Learning Magic. Upon discovering Goris, Adai and Goris departed together. Following closely, it must be said that Huizhanji's mental detection was exceptionally useful for such covert surveillance tasks. Even from a distance of thousands of meters, he could distinctly perceive everything occurring around Adai. Although mental detection could not capture sounds, it could discern lip movements. And with Huizhanji deliberately observing, he quickly confirmed that the individual in question was indeed Goris. Goris led Adai into a place named the Grand Hotel. They checked into a room, and Adai took a bath. Goris then administered a pill to Adai, after which Adai spent some time in the restroom. Huizhanji continuously shared the insights gleaned from his mental perception with his companions. Judging by Goris's lip movements, the pill he had given Adai was called the 9 turns bone refining pill, which should significantly aid in improving one's physical condition. Adai's health appeared to be markedly enhanced. His vitality noticeably invigorated. Goris seemed to be assessing Adai's physical state, remarking that Adai had excellent potential for practicing magic and martial skills. Magic? At the utterance of these 2 words, everyone couldn't help but feel a thrill. Indeed, this world was unlike any other. Goris demonstrated an ability with a barrier effect, manipulating the wind element with his mental power, somewhat akin to Zhang Hengrui. This was undoubtedly what he referred to as magic. Following this, nothing else of note transpired. Huizhanji had previously left behind some illicit funds, and seeing that Goris had no immediate intention of departing, he opted to stay in the same hotel with his companions. While observing Goris and Adai's movements through mental detection, they took the opportunity to rest. With no time constraints on the main quest, they felt no urgency. In this benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper, the elemental energy of heaven and earth was profoundly rich and quite conducive to cultivation. Thus, they decided to engage in their own training within the hotel. After the significant enhancement of his foundational attributes through the heavenly demon technique, Huizhanji required time to adapt. He devised a clever method to assist his body in adjusting by practicing the ghost shadow stealthy steps, with his mental power now exceeding 30 points. His speed of self-mastery progressed rapidly, allowing him to feel his improvements almost constantly during practice. His efficiency during meditation and cultivation also appeared to be substantially elevated. In his spare moments, Goris would teach Adai some foundational knowledge. Although Adai seemed to grasp little, Huizhanji absorbed a great deal through his mental power. He discerned that Goris was likely a practitioner of alchemy in this world, well-versed in magic as well. Magic, as he learned, was the ability to communicate with the various elements contained within the universe using one's own mental power, employing that power to manipulate them to achieve one's desires. After 2 days of residing at the Grand Hotel, perhaps due to the effects of the 9 turns bone refining pill, Adai's physical condition improved significantly. On the 3rd day, Goris finally took Adai away. The blue-silver team hastily followed suit. Goris led Adai to the seaside, boarding a grand vessel named the Devotion. They checked into a room on the upper deck of the passenger ship, while Huizhanji and his companions stealthily boarded the ship, settling into a cabin situated at a distance from them to continue their pursuit. Within the cabin, Goris resumed instructing Adai in the art of magic, personally guiding him. Huizhanji attentively listened with his mental power, recognizing that this knowledge was pertinent to their realm and would likely prove beneficial. Goris was teaching Adai about magic spells, which were recited with a special intonation. You all take note. Elements of fire that saturate the world, grant me your warm power, coalesce into a sphere. Manifest in my hand. Hua Zhanji instinctively began to chant in accordance with Goris's teachings to a Dai, when suddenly he felt the air around him grow a few degrees warmer, prompting him to unconsciously extend his right hand. With a soft whoosh, a fireball, measuring approximately 7 to 8 centimeters in diameter, ignited in the palm of Hua Zhanji's hand, burning brightly. This unexpected occurrence startled his companions, who looked at him in astonishment. Comprended fireball technique. A notification sound from the Douluo World resonated. Is this possible? Hua Zhanji was momentarily taken aback. It appeared he had inadvertently benefited from Dai's influence by learning magic alongside him. You all should give it a try. Hua Zhanji repressed his mental power, extinguishing the fire element, and upon comparing the size of his fireball to the one Goris had conjured for Dai, he noted that his was smaller. It seemed that Goris's mental power was superior to his own, likely exceeding 40 points based on their foundational attributes. However, this was without taking into account his transformation into the fallen angel. As various individuals endeavored to cast the spell, Zhang Hengrui was the first to concede defeat, stating that he was unable to succeed. His martial soul was that of a wind element spirit, which allowed him to sense only this particular elemental attribute. Perhaps he could manage wind-based magic. Liu Yixin shared a similar predicament. Although his mental prowess was commendable, he could only attune himself to the enigmatic time element, rendering him incompatible with the fire element and incapable of summoning it. In truth, he had succeeded, for his martial soul was his own essence, encompassing his entire being without elemental attributes, and his mental strength was substantial. However, when everyone beheld the fireball, he conjured through incantation and then glanced at Hua Zhanji. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The fireball he summoned measured a mere 3 centimeters in diameter, while Hua Zhanji's was considerably larger, not just by a factor of 1. The disparity between 3 centimeters and 8 centimeters was indeed exponential. The remaining 4 companions also faced failure. Yuan and Xingtian's overwhelming dark attribute clashed with the fire element, while Chai Jiajia, with his red armor dragon martial soul, lacked any innate talent in this regard. The Titan giant ape martial soul wielding magic? Such a notion was far-fetched. And the same could be said for the Star God sword. Thus, only Hua Zhanji and 2 others truly mastered the fireball technique. Class leader, what is the extent of your foundational mental strength? Liu Yixin could not refrain from inquiring. Hua Zhanji cast a glance his way and, without reservation, replied, approximately 30. The room fell silent for a brief moment. Yuan and Xingtian could not help but interject. Have you also surpassed 25 in attributes? Is there an additional reward? Hua Zhanji nodded, stating, I drew a card and was informed that I am the first to surpass 25 in mental strength. Do you possess it as well? Yuan and Xingtian affirmed. My physique has exceeded 25, though I believe I am not the first. I drew a card too. Wow, your physique has surpassed 25? My Titan giant ape martial soul is only at 24, just shy of it. However, my strength has reached 25, and I was the first to do so, thus gaining 2 additional options, Li Jiangxi remarked, gazing enviously at Yuan and Xingtian. Yet, the others regarded her with astonishment. A physique of 24 and a strength of 25? This was a clear indication of approaching double 25s. How could she still feel envy towards others? Chai Jiajia felt a pang of dismay. He had always considered his physique and strength to be formidable, yet he too had only just surpassed 20. He was eclipsed by Li Jiangxi, but he still spoke up. Defensive strength exceeding 25 does not garner extra rewards. Indeed, he had surpassed that threshold. Yes, I noticed that as well. Li Jiangxi nodded in agreement. There are no additional rewards for attack either, Qiu Zixuan added in a low voice. Even reaching 20 in all attributes yields no extra benefits. Zhang Hengrui stated with a hint of excitement, I must quickly elevate my mental strength to 25. I am so close. At that moment, Liu Yixin felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, exclaiming, Enough! Is this necessary? This is quite distressing. Having listened to his companions, Hua Zhanji formed a rough assessment of their strengths in his mind, contemplating that without the Tiamat Ju, he would hardly be able to keep pace with them. Even with the enhancement from the Tiamat Ju, he found that in terms of the 6 primary attributes, only his mental strength exceeded theirs. This truly was the realm of prodigies. As for the fireball technique, it was of little concern to him, as it did not primarily rely on mental strength. He paid it little mind, and in the days that followed, Hua Zhanji made significant progress. Meanwhile, Goris was instructing a Dai on controlling the fireball, how to increase its temperature, how to enlarge it, and how to release it, among other techniques. A Dai diligently absorbed the lessons. After 3 days of sailing, they had spent 5 days in the world of the benevolent Grim Reaper. At this point, the The Blue-Silver Squad finally grasped the meaning behind their teacher's assertion that their training would primarily occur in the Douluo World. It appeared that the main quest was not something that could be completed swiftly. Suddenly, a jarring alarm echoed through the air, accompanied by the distant shouts of pirates outside. This abruptly awakened Huozhanji and his 7 companions, who quickly gathered in his cabin. Huozhanji signaled for his companions to remain vigilant, noting that they were primarily following Goris and Adai and should avoid exposure whenever possible. The main quest took precedence. The voice of the pirates rang out, demanding, "We are pirates. Quickly hand over all your valuables, or do not blame us for the bloodshed that may ensue." It wasn't long before the coarse shouts from outside indicated that the pirates had commenced their assault. Huozhanji pushed open the cabin door to peer outside, where he spotted a large ship adorned with black sails, prominently featuring a skull emblem. Pirates had already boarded the vessel. This band of pirates was evidently seasoned criminals, each possessing commendable skills. They had maneuvered the passenger ship alongside their own, with dozens of pirates already leaping aboard, brandishing weapons and shouting incessantly. The captain of the passenger ship rallied the sailors in the forehold, where over 20 crew members wore expressions of sheer panic. A one-eyed pirate, flanked by a dozen others, was negotiating with the captain. "Brother, we are willing to hand over all our operational profits. Please spare our small ship. I guarantee we will not report this." "How's that sound?" The captain, clearly aware of the pirates' likely intentions, spoke in a subservient tone. The one-eyed pirate burst into laughter. "Profits? How much could you possibly have? Spare me your tales. Just stay put and keep your noses out of our business. If we're in a good mood, perhaps we might let you off with your lives. But if you attempt any tricks, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As he spoke, he swung his curved blade toward the ship's railing. With a flash of light, a resounding crash echoed as the railing split open. Huozhanji's heart raced. It was evident that this was no ordinary individual. The pirate was anything but typical. The captain and crew were clearly intimidated by the ferocity of that strike and fell silent. The one-eyed pirate arrogantly shouted to his subordinates, "Hurry up, lads. Complete this task, and we'll go back to drink and feast." The pirates roared in response, and the first level of the ship's cabins had already been breached. Passengers were dragged onto the deck as the pirates commenced their plundering. Any slight resistance from the travelers was met with brutal force, creating an atmosphere of fear. Some passengers had already begun to voluntarily offer their valuables to the pirates in a bid for temporary safety. At that moment, a deep voice resonated, "Everyone halt!" Though the voice was not loud, it reverberated throughout the entire ship. Zhang Hengrui murmured, "Wind system amplification." The pirate captain's expression stiffened as he turned toward the source of the voice, spotting Goris descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. He thought to himself, "Surely, we are not this unfortunate, encountering a mage?" He shouted, "Everyone stop!" The pirates, sensing their leader's uncertainty, gathered around him, and suddenly, hundreds of eyes were focused on Goris. Goris cleared his throat twice, struggling to suppress the dizziness he felt, and addressed the pirate captain, "Leave this ship immediately." The pirates exchanged glances, awaiting their captain's command. The one-eyed pirate scrutinized Goris, feeling a sense of trepidation. This group of pirates had not raided for quite some time, and they were unlikely to let go of such a lucrative catch so easily. However, the man before him seemed to be a mage of considerable rank, and he knew well the terror that mages could invoke. "Sir, are you a mage?" he tentatively inquired. Goris did not respond to his inquiry, but coldly remarked, "I shall reiterate, vacate this vessel immediately." Before the one-eyed pirate could utter a word, a burly pirate could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, brandishing his spike club, and declared, "You old fool, it seems you are tired of living." With both hands gripping the hefty weapon, weighing no less than 50 pounds, he swung it downwards towards Goris. Prior to this encounter, Goris had already cast a wind-based spell upon himself. Thus he was far from intimidated by the brutish man before him. He merely shrank back slightly, drifting 3 feet away. In a thunderous crash, the pirate's club embedded itself deeply into the wooden deck. Goris extended his right hand, his fingers quivering slightly as a pale blue powder wafted forth, landing precisely upon the pirate's club. Chapter 15. The Spiritual Explosion of the Fallen Angel. A series of popping sounds erupted, startling the brute as the club in his grasp suddenly heated up. Instinctively, he released it, astonished to witness his iron club gradually melting into a pool of black, noxious liquid. Terrified, he stumbled backward, pointing at Goris in disbelief. "You! Who exactly are you?" The azure powder Goris had cast was his own concocted melting powder, capable of liquefying nearly any metal. The pirate captain stepped forward, grabbing the brute back, and courteously addressed Goris. "Sir, you must surely be an alchemist." I offer my respects. Goris extended his right hand, softly murmuring a few incantations, and the black flames that had melted the wooden table before Uncle Lee appeared once more in his palm. The flames, under the sunlight, appeared particularly eerie, causing the pirate captain to flinch, staring at Goris in a daze. Goris coldly stated, "Do you require me to repeat myself a third time?" Just as the pirate captain was at a loss, a deep voice resonated. I wondered who dared obstruct my path to fortune. It is none other than the renowned flame mage, Goris. Goris felt a jolt of alarm. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering him unable to discern the speaker's location. This was a grave concern for a mage unskilled in close combat. Most astonishingly, the newcomer was aware of his identity. Hastily, he recited a spell, and a shroud of black mist enveloped him, obscuring the area within 3 feet. Do not be alarmed. How could I dare to confront Master Goris? A shadowy figure darted from the pirate ship, alighting gracefully before Goris. Through the black mist, Goris scrutinized the newcomer, who donned a similar dark cloak, concealing his figure. He was tall, and beneath the cloak, a robust physique could be discerned. However, Goris distinctly sensed the absence of magical energy. This individual was not a mage, and the cloak appeared merely a guise to conceal his identity. "Captain." All the pirates respectfully bowed to the newcomer. The man in black raised his hand, and the pirates fell silent. He addressed Goris. "Master Goris, we have no quarrel. So why provoke my wrath? Here's the proposition. Once we plunder this place, we shall sink the ship. You may board ours and travel wherever you wish. We guarantee your safe passage. What say you?" Goris thought to himself, "Do you take me for a fool? Once aboard your ship, I would be at your mercy. I shall not be so naive. No need for such pleasantries. I reiterate, vacate this vessel immediately." The man in black stepped forward, stating, "Given your insistence, it is only fair that you provide us with an explanation." As he spoke, his body surged toward Goris with lightning speed, his cloak billowing, launching several dark projectiles towards him. The speed was astonishing. Goris' previously cast dark shield seemed ineffective against the onslaught, as the shadowy streaks lunged toward his very essence. Although Goris possessed formidable magic, being an alchemist, he had not anticipated an attack from his adversary after revealing the dark flames. Startled, he quickly discarded any pretense of restraint, swiftly extracting an item from his pocket and casting it forth. The shadowy streaks struck Goris' form, yet the man in black was taken aback, for he realized he had grasped only an illusion. "What a clever mirror technique," he exclaimed. However, Goris was not employing the mirror technique. Due to the man's incredible speed, he had no time to incant a spell. What he had thrown was a mirror scroll of his own design, capable of unleashing its potent magic in the shortest time possible. This scroll was one of Goris' life-saving artifacts. Meanwhile, Goris had already floated 3 yards away. The preceding events caused Goris to break into a cold sweat. Had he moved any slower, he would likely have been eviscerated. The attack ignited a fire of fury within him. A crack formed in the air as Goris summoned a slender black staff that floated forth, its material indiscernible, topped with a 1-centimeter red gem. Grasping the staff, Goris chanted incantations fervently. The man in black understood that should Goris unleash his full magical prowess, he would certainly be outmatched. As Goris seized the staff, the man launched a second assault. Countless dark projectiles erupted from beneath his cloak, coalescing into a massive net of darkness aimed at Goris. Unperturbed, Goris continued to chant his spell, seizing handfuls of something from the rift in space and casting it outward. Numerous illusions of Goris materialized in the sky, causing the man in black's attack to lose its target. Most of the illusions dissipated under the onslaught. Yet Goris' true form remained unharmed. "Go forth, black flame of soul refinement." A torrent of black flames erupted from Goris' staff, surging toward the pirates. The man in black gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated Goris' prowess to such an extent, capable of conjuring a fusion of darkness and fire in such abundance. Though he himself was unafraid, his subordinates would be annihilated by even the slightest contact. Realizing this, he could no longer conceal his strength, roaring hell's radiance. The dark energy surged forth with increasing intensity, rising from below to meet Goris' assault, a torrent of malevolent energy, flickering ominously. Goris' black flame of soul refinement collided with the man in black's hell's radiance, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. As a gaping hole was melted into the deck beneath them, Goris staggered slightly. At that moment, as the adversary unleashed his final move, he had confirmed the man's identity, thus understanding why his dark shield had proven ineffective against him. The black flame of soul refinement could be countered by the man's energy, precisely due to his identity. Yet, he refrained from voicing this revelation, fully aware that the man's identity was his greatest taboo. Should he utter it, the outcome would be catastrophic, and no life aboard the ship would survive. Under optimal conditions, Goris would not fear his opponent. However, the debilitating seasickness he had endured these past few days had significantly weakened him. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle would likely result in severe injury, even if victory was within reach. Just as Goris hesitated between negotiating or continuing the battle, a modest fireball suddenly appeared in the sky, tracing a graceful arc as it hurtled toward the man in black. The man was taken aback, still recovering from the previous clash, and was compelled to unleash a dark strike against the fireball. With a sharp crack, the fireball shattered, scattering sparks that ignited small holes in the cloaked figure's garment. Under the sunlight, a faint green glow flickered within the cloak. A shiver ran through the cloaked man. Although the fireball's force was modest, the harmonious essence of the fire element it contained was unmistakable, reminiscent of the energy emitted by a monk. He dared not defy the church, especially considering that he was already struggling to deal with Goris. Should another monk appear, his only recourse would be to flee. With a thunderous shout, he commanded, "We retreat," and leaped back onto the pirate's ship. Little did he know that the source of such balanced and serene magic was not solely a monk. It could also be a novice just beginning their journey in the arcane arts. Goris paid no heed to the panicked pirates. His gaze fixed upon the third tier of the passenger ship, the very chamber he resided in, and the accurately controlled fireball. "Great mage, thank you. Thank you for saving everyone aboard." The captain expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he rushed to Goris's side. Goris cast him a sidelong glance and replied curtly, "Do not let others disturb me," before turning on his heel and ascending to the ship's uppermost deck. The fireball, merely 5 centimeters in diameter, was all too familiar to him. At the same time Goris ascended to the third tier, the members of the Blue-Silver Squad, who were covertly observing the battle from the second tier, heard a familiar voice echoing in their minds. Side quest triggered. Annihilate the pirates. These pirates have committed numerous atrocities, led by the nefarious Dark Demon, who has slaughtered passing merchant vessels upon the high seas. Quest objective: board the pirate ship and eliminate all pirates. Quest reward: 1 to base attributes. Quest failure: no penalties. Will you accept? Upon hearing this series of notifications, the group's spirits were instantly ignited. Huozhanji's gaze immediately turned to Zhang Hengrui. "Can your wind magic allow everyone to fly?" he inquired. Without hesitation, Zhang Hengrui responded, "For short distances, yes. I can manage about 10 minutes, but I can only carry 3 people at most. Beyond that, I cannot." Huozhanji's eyes narrowed. 3 people would suffice. "Let us go and execute the mission." While the others were still contemplating the quest details, they did not realize how resolute he was. As he spoke, Huozhanji had already dashed out of the room, leaping from the second tier's cabin door. Rather than heading straight for the pirate's ship, he aimed for the captain, who still harbored fear. The captain was taken aback as a youth suddenly appeared before him, delivering a cool voice. "Captain, please wait with the passenger ship within a nautical range. We come from the church. The pirates no longer pose a threat to civilians. We shall eliminate them." Huh? The captain had yet to process this when several figures began leaping down from above. Huozhanji's eyes sparkled with a hint of purple light, compelling the captain to feel an overwhelming urge to comply. This was the power of mental intimidation. Immediately following, the captain heard the incantation being chanted. At that moment, the pirates had just boarded the ship and were raising the anchor to make their escape. Darkness binds the soul. Only through corruption can one attain freedom. Awaken. Endless magic slumbering in my blood. As the incantation echoed, the light on the first tier of the passenger ship dimmed slightly. The members of the Blue-Silver Squad, who had just landed beside Huozhanji, were astonished to see him enveloped in a purple-black glow. His form began to grow taller, soon resembling that of an adult. Suddenly, 2 massive black wings burst forth from his back, exuding an overwhelming aura of darkness. A layer of finely detailed dragon scales emerged on his skin. Familiar to Yuan and Xintian. Huozhanji abruptly turned to face his companions, his eyes now a striking purple, and commanded, "Let us finish this swiftly." As he spoke, he launched himself into the air, flapping his wings as he sped toward the pirate ship. Though his control over flight was still developing, he managed to navigate it adequately. To the onlookers from the Blue-Silver Squad, this scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The aura radiating from Huozhanji transcended their comprehension of someone their age. Even the typically stoic Qiu Zishuan was captivated by the spectacle. Not daring to lag behind, each member unleashed their respective martial souls, soaring towards the pirate ship. Zhang Hengrui's wind element spread forth, enveloping everyone except Huozhanji, significantly reducing their weight and allowing them to float lightly onto the pirate vessel. Chai Jiajia took the lead. His body similarly expanded, transforming to a stature akin to that of Huozhanji, his skin adorned with vibrant red scales. Though he lacked dragon wings, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, shimmered around him. He had recently attained the rank of Soul Master. Following him were Yuan, Enxing Tian, and Li Jianqi, both also manifesting their soul rings, each standing as soul masters with 3 rings. Li Jianqi's figure swelled, her attire morphing into a form-fitting suit, towering over Chai Jiajia by 2 heads as she crashed into the pirate ship with the force of a cannonball, splintering the deck. In contrast, Yuan Enxing Tian appeared lighter, but moved with remarkable speed. Just as they prepared to charge into the fray, a flash of starlight descended, transforming into a brilliant burst as it landed amidst the densest concentration of pirates. Xiao Zixuan's 3rd soul ring radiated with dazzling brilliance, unleashing the 3rd soul skill of the Star God Sword, Falling Star. Wherever the sword light passed, 8 pirates were flung away, their bodies shattered amidst the shimmering starlight. In truth, Zhang Hengrui and Liu Yixin were the last to board the pirate ship, their presence subtly shielding each other. However, by the time they set foot on the vessel, the fierce battle had already concluded. Huozhanji was the first to leap aboard, having activated his fallen angel transformation for the 2nd time. In that instant of transformation, clarity washed over him. He felt a chilling lucidity, sensing an overwhelming surge in all his attributes, a feeling of complete mastery over his powers. His mental perception enveloped the entire pirate ship, allowing him to discern everything aboard without needing to see with his eyes, including the positions of all the pirates. His gaze fell upon the dark demon pirate captain, who, possessing considerable mental strength, had managed to contend with Goris for an extended duration. Instinctively, he turned to regard Huozhanji as he sensed his presence. Upon witnessing Huozhanji with wings sprouting from his back and emanating a potent dark aura, the pirate captain was momentarily taken aback. The dark demon, with his green skin and sharp claws, bore a fearsome visage, yet the sight of Huozhanji, cloaked in purple-black dragon scales and black wings, instilled terror within him. The depths of Huozhanji's purple eyes appeared unfathomable. Huozhanji's gaze sharpened, and from a distance, his newly arrived comrades were met with the sight of purple lightning flashing from his eyes. In the next moment, the formidable pirate captain, who had previously clashed fiercely with Goris, suddenly threw his head back, only for it to explode violently. Blood splattered as his lifeless body crumpled to the deck. Chapter 16. The Cabin of Goris. You have single-handedly vanquished the pirate captain, enhancing the completion of the task. The personal reward for the mission has significantly increased. The moment Huozhanji received the notification, he unfurled his black, fallen angel wings, instilling such terror that none of the pirates dared to approach him. As they frantically fled in all directions, what the pirates were oblivious to was that the one most profoundly shaken was Huozhanji himself. During his time aboard the passenger ship, he had assessed Goris's strength, estimating his mental prowess to be at least 40 or above, not accounting for his peculiar alchemical abilities. The pirate captain, a dark demon, had proven capable of engaging Goris in a magical duel, suggesting that his power was comparable to Goris's. Thus, upon receiving the mission, Huozhanji had resolutely chosen to transform into a fallen angel, for it was only in this form that he could match his opponent in attributes. He was acutely aware that he needed to restrain the adversary long enough for his companions to deal with the ordinary pirates, after which they could unite to eliminate the pirate captain. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the situation. The special rare mental enhancement skill, Mental Shockwave, which he had recently acquired, had consumed at least 1/3 of his mental energy upon activation. In that fleeting moment, he was uncertain of the intensity of the mental power he had unleashed. Although the pirate captain had undoubtedly exhausted considerable energy in his battle against Goris, he was still a formidable foe with mental prowess exceeding 40. In that instant, he had been subjected to a mental crushing defeat by Huozhanji. Indeed, he vaguely recalled hearing a notification regarding a mental suppression, followed by the gruesome sight of the captain's head exploding. The scene was undeniably bloody. Yet due to the overwhelming surge of mental energy, Huozhanji felt a momentary weakness and failed to notice the carnage around him. Meanwhile, the members of the Blue-Silver Squad engaged in battle were utterly astounded. Xiao Zixuan, poised to unleash her wrath, noticed the unfolding events and blinked her beautiful eyes, murmuring, "So, I'm not the most ruthless one after all." The subsequent battle unfolded with ease, as Xiao Zixuan wreaked havoc, dispatching over a third of the remaining pirates single-handedly. Yuan In Xingtian, with a smile, displayed a ferocity that rivaled hers, while Li Jiangxi was even more ruthless, utilizing her fists as weapons. And bolstered by a physique nearing a combined attribute of 50, her explosive strength was terrifying, as she sent pirate after pirate flying into the sea with each punch. Although she refrained from killing outright, the result was no different. In stark contrast, the usually cool-headed Chai Jiajia employed a much gentler approach, merely knocking pirates away without resorting to lethal force. He remained close to Zhang Hengrui and Lu Yixin, with Zhang employing wind blades for finishing blows, while Lu found himself idle, with no worthy adversaries to confront. In the span of merely 15 minutes, the battle concluded. All pirates were annihilated. Li Jiangxi shattered the ship's hull with 3 powerful strikes, causing the pirate vessel to begin taking on water. Even if there were any surviving pirates, they would undoubtedly sink alongside their ship. Contrary to Hua Zhangji's instructions, the passenger ship remained anchored beside the pirate vessel, awaiting their return. The captain, having been awed by Hua Zhangji, immediately turned his attention to the self-proclaimed members of the church boarding his ship. Witnessing the dark demon pirate captain being instantly eliminated by Hua Zhangji, the other members of the Blue-Silver Squad were also engaged in a massacre, with the pirates offering no resistance whatsoever. Why would they leave? Thus, the passenger ship remained in place. Zhang Hengrui's plan to fly everyone away became unnecessary. Hua Zhangji had initially intended for the passenger ship to distance itself for safety, while he and Zhang would transport the others back once they were assured the ship was not too far away. However, to their surprise, everything was far easier than anticipated. Upon reboarding the passenger ship, the notification chimed. Side quest: annihilate the pirates completed. Completion rating: A. All members of the Blue-Silver Squad received an increase of 1 attribute point. The main quest completion level saw a substantial boost, with an additional reward of 500 points. A rating of A. The members' expressions instantly transformed into exhilaration. This was indeed a rating of the highest caliber. Unconsciously, their gazes turned to Hua Zhangji, for without a doubt, the most challenging aspect of this pirate annihilation endeavor lay in the elimination of their captain. The pirate leader, whose mental power evidently exceeded 40, should have posed a formidable challenge, yet he had been swiftly dispatched by Hua Zhangji. This was the crux of their success. Although this was a team mission, the difficulty was no small feat after all. They were merely teenagers in a newly formed team, and such a slaughter task was inherently daunting. Coupled with the formidable strength of the pirate captain, the side quest bore no penalties, meaning that the team leader could have chosen to forego it altogether. Yet, not only did Hua Zhangji and his team accept it, they completed it with the captain's swift demise, justifying their highest rating. Yu swiftly eliminated the enemy captain, securing the trust of the passengers, earning an additional attribute point. Hua Zhangji received a second notification. 2 attribute points? A surge of joy filled his heart, for completing the main quest only rewarded 2 attribute points as well. Nevertheless, he did not immediately check his attribute panel. Instead, upon boarding, he promptly directed his mental probing to the cabin on the 3rd level of the passenger ship. In the fallen angel state, his mental probing was exceptionally potent, allowing for clear detection. Inside the cabin, Goris was tending to Ah Dai's injuries. Undoubtedly, the fireball that had plummeted from above had been cast by Ah Dai, but he had overexerted himself. The 5-centimeter fireball had surpassed his capabilities. As Hua Zhangji reverted from his fallen angel transformation, he suppressed the encroaching weakness, approaching the captain with a pallid visage and calmly stating, "The pirate ship is sinking. Advise your people to forget everything they witnessed and to refrain from discussing it with anyone." The guests trembled within the cabin, wholly unaware of the preceding events aboard the pirate ship, while the captain and crew were painfully aware. Yes, yes. Thank you for ridding us of this menace." The captain responded with utmost reverence. Without a doubt, Hua Zhangji, though seemingly small, had demonstrated power surpassing that of Goris, leaving a significant impact on him. Moreover, during his transformation, he had appeared as an adult. Hua Zhangji then led his companions back to the cabin. Naturally, they did not return to their quarters, but followed him into his room. An A rating. Incredible. An A rating. The class leader exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lu Yixin was truly elated, having done little yet still completing the side quest. The gazes of the others towards Hua Zhangji were imbued with newfound respect. Strength would always serve as the foundation for everything. At that moment, no one would consider Hua Zhangji's previous A rating in the freshman assessment as mere luck. They were unaware that, prior to the commencement of this mission, Hua Zhangji was merely an unremarkable novice with average attributes falling below 10. Hua Zhangji remarked. From the hints provided, It appears that successfully completing this side quest will significantly enhance the final evaluation of our main quest. This is indeed a positive development. I observed that the fireball upstairs was likely unleashed by Adai, who has exhausted his mental energy, and Garisi is currently tending to his injuries, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside. Let's take a moment to rest and refresh ourselves. Very well, Chai Jiajia nodded, a mere smile gracing his lips. Li Jiangqi gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Class leader, you are impressive." Zhang Hongrui chuckled, "Class leader, are you planning to carry 3 of us back if we stray too far from the ship? By the way, isn't your martial spirit the spirit eye? Or was that just now? A twin martial spirit?" "Indeed," Hu Zhanji nodded. Lu Yisin interjected, "All right, everyone, let's take a break. Can't you see the class leader looks a bit fatigued? That burst of energy earlier must have been quite taxing." With that, he led the way outside. The others followed suit, with Xiao Zishuan and Yuan and Xingtian trailing at the back. Xiao Zishuan looked at Hu Zhanji with sparkling eyes, saying, "Your headshot just now was quite brutal, very impressive." After a comment, she exited. Yuan and Xingtian, however, lingered a moment longer, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Hu Zhanji. "That dark golden light in the Douluo World, was that you? Does it relate to the blood I provided you?" Noticing her curious gaze, Hu Zhanji nodded, not shying away from the truth. "During the freshman assessment, I acquired a technique that requires dark attribute blood to activate. Hence, I owe you a debt. Once activated, I gained that ability, which could also be termed as a martial spirit, the fallen angel." Yuan and Xingtian remarked, "I can sense tremendous power. When you unleashed your mental energy just now, it must have reached a level of 60 or 70, which enabled you to eliminate your opponent in an instant." Hu Zhanji replied, "The enhancement from the fallen angel itself isn't that substantial. It must be attributed to my mental skill, the one that extracts 25 points of mental energy." Yuan and Xingtian's eyes narrowed further. 25, truly a watershed moment. "Class leader, I acknowledge your prowess." With that, she smiled and left. As a fellow student ranked under the freshman assessment, she undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable contender against Hu Zhanji for the class leader role. Her endorsement was tantamount to the approval of all. Hu Zhanji felt a profound gratitude towards Yuan and Xingtian. Without her blood, his rapid advancement would have been unattainable, and he might have faltered in this initial team mission. He resolved to offer her ample compensation when the opportunity arose. That night, after weathering the storm of pirates, the passenger ship finally arrived at its destination, the harbor city of Fez in the Sierra province. From the conversation between Garisi and Adai, Hu Zhanji learned that Garisi's residence in the Hualiang province bordered Sierra province, and the journey from Fez to Hualiang would only take about 3 days. Garisi took Adai to a hotel to recuperate, while Hu Zhanji and his companions also settled nearby to keep a vigilant watch over them. The following morning, Garisi and Adai boarded a carriage, and Hu Zhanji's group rented their own carriage to follow discreetly. As the carriages trailed one another, Hu Zhanji merely needed to use his mental energy to detect the direction, maintaining a distance of about 1,000 meters, which he could easily manage without fear of being noticed. After 3 days on the road, Garisi and Adai finally entered the territory of Hualiang province. Along the way, Adai encountered many wonders he had never seen before. Although Garisi grew increasingly impatient with Adai's barrage of questions, he still answered each one patiently. Upon reaching a great forest in the northwestern part of Hualiang province, Garisi instructed the driver to halt, paid the fare, and sent him on his way. Garisi then led Adai on foot into the forest, which he referred to as the Enchanted Woods, primarily due to the absence of paths. The dense growth of vegetation rendered it nearly impossible to discern directions within the forest, and the higher terrain, coupled with the occasional mist, created an air of mystique. Even those who lived nearby seldom ventured deep within, fearing they might never find their way out. After Garisi's arrival, he had set up numerous magical traps within the forest, notably a mechanism designed to attract the mist, which became one of his proudest achievements. Hu Zhanji and his companions followed from a distance, and in this fog-laden environment, his mental detection abilities became increasingly pronounced. Here, relying solely on sight was futile. Nevertheless, he adeptly navigated by means of mental detection, ensuring he did not lose the trail and effectively avoiding the magical traps laid by Garisi. "Ah, we have returned at last," Garisi declared, gazing at the unassuming buildings before him. Who could have imagined that this was the laboratory of Garisi, the Mage of Flames? He glanced down at Adai, tucked under his arm, excitement coursing through him. Finally, he could prepare for the final stages of his experiments. Years of effort would soon bear fruit. Simultaneously, Zhangji's mental detection sensed the presence of these buildings. The completion of the task was now closer at hand. The subsequent phase awaited, waiting for the emergence of the king of the underworld. The notification chime rang out. Chapter 17, 10 Months of Waiting. The Blue-Silver Squad had not anticipated that the waiting period indicated by the task notification in the Douluo World would extend for such a protracted duration. After Garisi and Adai arrived at the wooden cabin, he began instructing Adai. It must be said, Adai was remarkably slow to learn, yet his tenacity was commendable. Despite the sluggish pace of his learning, he never complained during the process. Garisi primarily taught him to identify various alchemical ingredients, magic, and the fruits found in the woods. While Zhangji could memorize something after a single explanation, Adai often required several days to grasp the same concepts. As half a month elapsed without any sign of the so-called king of the underworld, Zhangji and his companions realized that this task might indeed require an extended duration for completion. They established their own shelter approximately 3 kilometers away from Garisi's cabin, in a direction Garisi typically avoided. The fruits that Garisi had pointed out to Adai also became a source of sustenance for them. Unable to leave this benevolent realm of death without completing the task, the group gradually adapted to their circumstances. After the initial sense of helplessness, they turned to training. After all, what difference did it make where they trained? Zhangji would conduct regular reconnaissance of Garisi's cabin to sense any changes, while also absorbing the knowledge Garisi imparted to Adai, deepening his familiarity with this benevolent realm of death. Meanwhile, the other companions remained at the shelter, awaiting developments and engaging in their own training. During this period, Garisi left a few times, though not for long. Sometimes he would go to purchase daily necessities, other times for other supplies. It was not until a visitor named Gori-san came to call that Zhangji and his companions began to understand why Garisi had chosen to bring back the seemingly foolish Adai. Gori-san appeared to be Garisi's brother, and during their conversation, it became apparent that Adai had been selected by Garisi for experimentation. Indeed, a nefarious alchemist. Have you made any discoveries? Zhangji inquired after returning from his reconnaissance of Garisi's cabin. The others shook their heads, indicating they had found nothing. They had been searching for quite some time. The impetus for the search stemmed from an incident where Adai, after Gore's departure, inadvertently consumed 2 fruits, one red and one white. Through mental probing, Zhangji discerned a remarkable enhancement in Adai's physical condition, a transformation akin to the cleansing of marrow and the fortification of tendons. Notably, his life energy experienced a substantial augmentation. They had previously encountered these 2 fruits, albeit outside Gore's purview, and had dismissed them without a second thought. Little did they know that Adai's consumption would yield such fortifying effects. Zhangji continued to monitor Gore's cabin, while the others embarked on a quest to locate these fruits. However, months elapsed without a second sighting. Nevertheless, during these months, they made notable progress, as Goris had bestowed upon Adai an experimental journal during his initial departure. Adai diligently studied it each day, while Zhangji stealthily perched atop Goris' cabin, absorbing the contents with his remarkable eyesight and photographic memory. This engagement resulted in notifications for 2 auxiliary professions, novice alchemist and novice weaponsmith. Yet, the conditions for direct learning were evidently absent here, and Zhangji was not in a hurry, opting instead to commit this knowledge to memory. He found himself more inclined towards the weaponsmithing profession, for who would not yearn for formidable weaponry? In contrast, the uncertainties surrounding alchemy were too great. Even Goris faced frequent failures during his experiments, which carried inherent risks. He shared this newfound knowledge with his companions, each of whom also received notifications for auxiliary professions, one of the rewards for their months of waiting. As for their choices, they resolved to deliberate on them after completing their main quest. Thus, 8 months slipped by. Throughout this time, the group engaged in training to stave off boredom, each making strides in their cultivation. The ambient energy in this realm was even more abundant than that of Douluo Continent, facilitating their training. They took turns venturing into town to procure supplies, and, after 8 months, they had begun to feel a sense of integration into this world. Zhangji, a 12-year-old freshman from Shrek Academy's Star Luo branch, possessed the martial soul of Spirit Eye and Fallen Angel. His attributes were as follows: Strength, 20, Agility, 22, Constitution, 21, Spirit, 35, Attack, 26, Defense, 24, Unallocated Basic Attributes, 0, Douluo World Space, Heavenly Demon Art. His mental augmentation skill was Spirit Shock. Zhangji's attribute panel reflected considerable improvement, with all basic attributes now exceeding 20. and his spirit reaching an astonishing 35, 2 of which were from a prior side quest reward. His companions also experienced various enhancements, though they had spent 8 months in the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper. The unchanged ages on their attribute panels suggested a discrepancy in the flow of time compared to Douluo World. Thus, they deduced that 8 months of cultivation here might equate to significantly less time in Douluo Continent. With this understanding, their urgency diminished. Each companion had made progress, and through their interactions, their teamwork had grown considerably more cohesive. In their leisure, they would engage in friendly sparring and collaboration. Huizhanji had gleaned numerous combat techniques through these exchanges. It was noted that an additional attribute selection option became available upon reaching 25 points in any foundational attribute, a fact they had confirmed as several of them had surpassed that threshold. Therefore, Huizhanji resolved to allocate all his basic attribute points to spirit, aiming to elevate his mental prowess to the next level, thereby unlocking rare additional options. With a foundational spirit of 35, he undoubtedly stood unrivaled among his peers. On a particular day, Huizhanji, as was his custom, approached the vicinity of Gore's cabin, employing his mental probing to monitor the happenings therein. His proficiency in this skill had matured to the point of effortless execution, with the most notable advancement being his ability to discern sounds. Through the vibrations in the air produced by speech, his mental probing could interpret the words being spoken, an illustration of practice leading to mastery. As he activated his mental probe, he overheard Gore's addressing Adai within the cabin, saying, "Adai, it has been over 8 months since you arrived here, has it not?" Adai counted on his fingers and nodded, replying, "Indeed, teacher, I've been here for 8 months." Gore's continued, "I shall be departing tomorrow to procure a vital ingredient. You must oversee things here in my absence." Adai was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Teacher, you're leaving again?" Gore's replied solemnly, "This ingredient is essential for a significant experiment of mine. You must ensure the safety of the place. I estimate my absence will last 3 months. A wave of reluctance washed over Adai, who implored, "Teacher, may I accompany you?" Gore's, gazing into Adai's hopeful eyes, sighed internally, realizing he could not take him along. His departure was intended to create distance, allowing him to carry out the experiment without hesitation. Resolutely, he said, "Enough with the childish antics. I shall return." With a quivering voice, Adai insisted, "Teacher, please come back quickly. I will miss you." Gore's nodded silently, stating, "Before I leave, I will teach you an application of fire magic. You must practice diligently. Your magical prowess has progressed well over these months, and you are now capable of this spell." Typically, Adai would leap with excitement at the prospect of learning magic from Gore's, yet today was different. His longing for Gore's far outweighed his desire to learn. Noticing the absence of joy in Adai's expression, Gore's was momentarily taken aback. Despite Adai having previously requested additional magic lessons, he had not expressed excitement at this opportunity. Curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "What is it? Do you not wish to learn?" Adai shook his head, replying, "No, I want to learn, but I want you to stay." Adai yearned for his teacher's presence. Gore's felt a warmth in his heart, his throat tightening as he nearly gave in to Adai's request. For a moment, the two remained in silent contemplation. "Adai, I promise you that when I return this time, I shall not leave again. Is that agreeable?" Gore said gently. He understood that if he did not depart now, he would struggle to conduct the experiment involving Adai. Thus, he resorted to a lie. Adai's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. "Really? Teacher, then I will await your return." Gore's nodded. "Now, let me teach you the magic of Fire Meteor. This spell is based on fireball and flame techniques. You must listen attentively and ask any questions you may have today, understood?" Adai nodded, concentrating intently on Gore's explanation. Fire Meteor was essentially a rudimentary fire magic that unleashed multiple fireballs for widespread assault against foes, its primary characteristic being that its potency varied with the wielder's magical capacity. If Gore's were to utilize it, he could unleash a meteor of flame imbued with black fire, possessing a might that could rival that of advanced magic. Prior to casting the meteor spell, one must first amalgamate the flame technique and the fireball technique. Observe. The flame technique you currently wield is capable of igniting a cerulean blaze. However, your fireballs remain a mere crimson hue, which is unacceptable. It took a thorough explanation throughout the morning for Adai to scarcely grasp the principles and application of the meteor spell. To prevent him from forgetting, Gore's meticulously documented the methodology for conjuring the meteor, facilitating Adai as practice. In the afternoon, Adai diligently commenced his training, posing inquiries to Gore's, who exhibited remarkable patience, repeatedly elucidating the concepts. By dusk, Adai had managed to conjure the meteor spell, albeit in a rudimentary form, producing a mere spark capable of singeing leaves. Goris expressed his hope that upon returning, he would witness Adai summon a meteor with a diameter of 1 centimeter, glowing in cerulean glory. Whether Adai mastered the Huizhanji technique was uncertain, but by the following day, when Goris departed, he had indeed acquired it. Having lingered here for so long, Adai had become proficient in fireball and flame techniques. His formidable mental strength made manipulating fire elements a trivial task, coupled with his innate comprehension. Even Goris could not surpass his prowess in these elemental magics, and all this was accomplished without resorting to his fallen angel transformation. The meteor spell, in particular, ignited Huizhanji's interest in the arcane arts. It offered a wide-ranging attack. The stronger the mental fortitude, the greater the spell as potency. This skill was an admirable addition to his repertoire, an ability beyond his martial spirit, achievable solely through mental manipulation. When wielded during his transformation, its might would be unparalleled. The flames he could now ignite were akin to those of Goris, albeit imbued with a more profound darkness. For the subsequent 2 months, Huizhanji continued to monitor Adai's activities while diligently refining his mastery of the meteor spell. However, his foundational attribute panel did not reflect the magic he had learned. One day, as Huizhanji was engaged in his routine mental probing, the sound of bells suddenly rang out. Ting, ting, ting. The bell hanging from the eaves of Goris's cottage began to chime. Chapter 18. The Arrival of the Underworld King. Ting, ting, ting. The bell rang out once more. Adai's heart raced, and he sprang to his feet. This bell had been set by Goris and contained a unique magical mechanism that would sound an alarm should anyone encroach within a 3-mile radius of the cabin. The brilliance of this device lay in its magical array, capable of discerning between beasts and humans. Thus, if a wild animal entered this vicinity, the bell would not ring. Within a mile of the cabin, Goris had established additional arrangements, creating an insurmountable barrier against beasts. Consequently, this place had never experienced an attack from wild creatures. The Underworld King had arrived, besieged, and in need of assistance to vanquish the enemy. The long-awaited notification, anticipated for 10 whole months, finally resonated within the minds of every member of the Blue-Silver Squad. The Underworld King had indeed come. Adai raced forward with fervor, entirely oblivious to Goris's admonition against straying too far. He navigated his way towards the sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries. In the distance, he beheld a chaotic skirmish involving a dozen figures, amidst which lay a fallen body. Adai discerned 2 factions among the 12 individuals. 11 were clad in black, surrounding a towering man wielding a broadsword. From his vantage point, Adai could not make out their features due to the distance, but could identify the besieged man by the distinctive gray-white of his attire. Various colors of light flickered around the combatants, and the surrounding trees were shattered by the ferocious energy unleashed in their clash. Even from 100 meters away, Adai felt the palpable menace that enveloped the scene. The intense aura suffused the air with a chilling sense of impending doom. In his eyes, each of these figures surpassed the notorious pirate captain he had encountered aboard the ship, whom Goris had referred to as the Dark Sorcerer. Particularly striking was the imposing figure of the man in white, towering over 1.90 meters, broad-shouldered, wielding his heavy sword with an ease akin to handling a feather. Despite being outnumbered, the white-clad man seemed to suffer little disadvantage. His broadsword gleamed with a radiant light, effortlessly neutralizing each of the 11 attacker strikes. His swordsmanship exhibited a grandiose style, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. In contrast, the remaining 11 wielded narrow black swords, their blades reflecting no light, making them nearly invisible under the cover of night. The 11 swords moved like venomous serpents, eagerly seeking flaws in the defense of the man in white. Suddenly, the white-clad warrior faltered momentarily, and one of the snakes seized the opportunity to strike at his shoulder. A blinding white light erupted from the man, who then gripped his broadsword with both hands and swung it in a sweeping arc. Although the serpent did not truly bite, the sharp energy of his sword rent the fabric of his clothing. The 11 black-clad figures found themselves momentarily daunted by the sudden surge of power, retreating 10 meters as they held their swords at the ready, focused intently on the man in white. One of the black-clad figures spoke, his voice deep and gravelly. "Underworld King, enough with the struggle. If you were in your prime, we would never dare to confront you, but now, poisoned by the sacred water of no return, your endurance is commendable. Come with us and address the matter with our superior. Given your standing within the organization, he will surely forgive you." The white-clad man snorted disdainfully, responding in a similarly low and gravelly tone. "Do you take me for a child of 3? What good would it do to return to your lair? Do you think that beast possesses an antidote for the sacred water? Let's not forget. The sacred water is the deadliest poison in existence, without remedy. Even if he had an antidote, I would rather not return to grovel before him. I yearn to devour his flesh and drink his blood. I only regret my foolishness in failing to see his true nature until now. Leave now, and as a courtesy for your service, I shall grant you a chance to escape. Mia E has already perished. Do you truly wish to join him as a lost soul? The black-clad figure replied, Boss, to speak candidly, we all hold you in high esteem. Though we have never truly met, your underworld sword is a force we cannot contend with. Mia, dare say there are few on this continent capable of challenging you. Yet now, most of your strength is expended in suppressing the effects of the sacred water. You cannot hold out much longer. If you cannot wield your underworld sword, how will you eliminate us all? You are correct. The sacred water has no antidote. But with our assistance, you could suppress its effects for several years. Why must you choose death? You know not what transpired between your superior and me, and I have no desire to enlighten you. Our sole purpose is to bring you back. You should know the temper of your superior. If we return empty-handed, we may face punishment worse than death, the black-clad figure warned. The underworld king sighed heavily and declared, Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. He casually thrust his 5-foot-long broad sword into the ground, the majority of the blade silently embedding itself into the earth. His right hand touched his chest, and he quietly regarded the 11 figures clad in black before him. Although it was merely a simple gesture, it instilled a profound sense of trepidation in the black-clad men, causing them to instinctively retreat 3 steps and raise their narrow swords. Their eyes betrayed a look of terror, as if they had glimpsed something dreadful. The figure in white spoke ominously. Do you think that having been struck by the holy water of no second can render me incapable of wielding the underworld king's sword? Since you have pushed me too far, do not blame me for being ungracious. Wait a moment. Underworld King, do you truly still possess the ability to wield the underworld king's sword? At that instant, the sky suddenly illuminated, including the one referred to as the Underworld King. Everyone present couldn't help but look up at the heavens. Not far off, Adai, who was observing the scene, gasped in astonishment. A meteor shower? Indeed, it was a meteor shower. In fact, before Adai's arrival, Huizhanji had already reached this location first, guiding his companions here through mental probing. Upon witnessing the figure in white and the group of black-clad individuals, he had received an alert. Rescue the Underworld King. Task requirements. Complete the rescue without allowing the Underworld King to use the Underworld King's sword. Should the Underworld King employ the sword, the task evaluation will significantly diminish. At this moment, the meteors cascading from the sky numbered in the hundreds, each as large as a basin, illuminating the forest below with exquisite clarity. The searing heat descended, engulfing the 11 black-clad men. Mages, Unite. The 11 black-clad figures swiftly gathered, their slender swords unleashing waves of battle aura that clashed with the meteors in the air, resulting in a series of thunderous explosions. The Underworld King, who had initially prepared to fight desperately, was momentarily stunned. The meteors did not encompass him. Although he could not fathom what kind of reinforcements he might have, he could not let such an opportunity slip away and quickly retreated a few steps, gazing intently at the area covered by the meteors. These black-clad individuals were assassins, masters of stealth, ambush, and explosive strikes. Yet they were at a disadvantage on the open battlefield. Now, faced with the meteors descending from above, they appeared somewhat flustered under the oppressive heat. However, their formidable strength was undeniable. Each meteor was shattered upon impact, yet the intense heat significantly affected them, causing the surrounding ground to wither and the air to ripple. At that moment, they suddenly perceived a flicker of purple light in a particular direction. In the next instant, their minds plunged into a state of blankness. The Underworld King exclaimed in astonishment. Mental attack? Instantly, the 11 powerful assassins swayed as if intoxicated. Just then, a flurry of wind blades descended from above, accompanied by 5 figures charging forth with ferocity. A deep dragon's roar reverberated as a shadowy figure concealed within the wind blades surged towards the black-clad men. These black-clad assassins were exceptionally strong. Even under the duress of a powerful mental attack, they managed to summon their battle aura for protection. The wind blades struck against the aura, producing a series of muted thuds, yet failing to penetrate it. However, the initial mental shock had been overwhelmingly intense, leaving them in agony. The first black figure to arrive targeted the outermost black-clad man, extending a claw covered in purple-black scales, aiming directly for the man's chest. Though the black-clad man felt excruciating pain, The imminent threat compelled him to react instinctively, flickering his form in an attempt to evade. Yet at that moment, his body inexplicably slowed. A burst of azure light also descended upon him, rendering him immobile. With a sickening sound, the purple-black claw pierced through his left chest, gripping tightly. Followed by a piercing scream, the black-clad man realized he was doomed. Meanwhile, 3 other figures simultaneously charged towards another black-clad assassin. One of them, glowing with a fiery red aura, circled around him and launched a sudden attack from behind. The black-clad man, barely gathering his wits, instinctively thrust his slender sword backward. The clang of metal echoed as the sword struck with the force of steel, failing to penetrate deeply but becoming lodged as if cast from bronze. Realizing the peril, the black-clad man immediately relinquished his sword, crossing his arms defensively in front of him, releasing his battle aura. Bang! Another figure collided with him, shattering his aura. And at that moment, a flash of starlight flickered and vanished. The black-clad man's pupils dilated in horror as he felt a fresh wound open on his forehead. Just then, a robust figure descended from above, slamming both fists into the ground with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled, and "Ah die" from a distance, perceived waves rippling across the ground. The remaining 9 black-clad men had just begun to muster their spirits for combat when they were caught off guard by an attack from beneath their feet, causing them to stagger uncontrollably. Simultaneously, their minds again succumbed to blankness. The intense buzzing caused them to emit groans, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. A crisp, delicate cry rang out as Xiao Wu executed her first soul skill, Sword Star Cold, to slay a black-clad man. Her aura surged as her lithe form ascended, her third soul skill erupting in resplendent starlight, darting towards another black-clad figure like a meteor. In front of her, a figure lunged at another black-clad man, embracing him with outstretched arms. Chai Jiaza, the red figure, had now expanded, his skin covered in crimson scales, charging towards 2 black-clad men and sending them flying from the force of the impact. Meanwhile, Zhang Hengrui's wind-binding technique ensnared yet another black-clad man, while Lu Yisen's slowing soul skill targeted another. The black-clad assassin, having suffered 2 consecutive mental shockwaves, found his reaction abilities severely diminished. Yuan Enxingtian's third soul ring shimmered, and a purple-black light flickered as the bodies of 2 black-clad men were instantly enveloped by the dark energy of her third soul skill, Dragon's Kiss. On another front, Xiao Wu, wielding her third soul skill, Sword Star Fall, struck down another. Her form flickered, and the Sword Star Cold rebounded, piercing the forehead of the black-clad man she had embraced. The sword tip emerged from the back of his head, startling the figure holding him. All of this transpired in a whirlwind of activity, from the moment the meteor shower appeared, in scarcely the blink of an eye. 6 of the 11 black-clad men had been annihilated. Among them, Yuan Enxingtian and Xiao Wu each claimed 3 kills, with 2 others sent flying. The remaining 3 black-clad men, though they had barely regained their senses, felt a chilling dread. The leader shrieked, "Retreat!" As the others caught their breath and prepared to pursue, they heard a cold command, "Do not pursue." The group promptly halted, swiftly regrouping. Even the well-versed underworld king found himself momentarily stunned. The individuals who had suddenly appeared to rescue him wielded abilities he had never encountered before. Their coordination was impeccable, executing lethal strikes with precision. Although the 11 assassins pursuing him were far from his equal, they were still formidable foes. The fact that half of them had been dispatched in such a brief span of time was an utterly astonishing turn of events. From the depths of the forest, a figure slowly emerged. Behind him loomed a pair of immense black wings, exuding a palpable aura of darkness, while his violet eyes shimmered with profound brilliance. Upon seeing him, the Lord of the Underworld instantly displayed a look of wariness, his right hand instinctively pressing against his chest. Chapter 19, Mission Accomplished. Do not misunderstand. We are here to rescue you, Huozhanji declared promptly. The battle concluded swiftly, appearing to be a complete rout, yet in truth, this was closely tied to Huozhanji's comprehensive deployment. They had actually been observing the conflict between the Lord of the Underworld and the black-clad assassins for some time. It was evident that each of these assassins possessed formidable strength, certainly not inferior to that of Goris, and perhaps even surpassing it. They had presumably been engaged in combat with the Lord of the Underworld for an extended duration, resulting in considerable fatigue. Nevertheless, even in such a state, their fighting spirit undoubtedly surpassed that of the members of the Blue-Silver Squad. The mission was to rescue the Lord of the Underworld without allowing him to wield the sword of the Underworld. Huozhanji silently assessed that, in a direct confrontation, Their team could manage to face a maximum of 2 to 3 of them simultaneously, and that was only under conditions where the opponents had already sustained significant depletion. Achieving a decisive victory over such adversaries was evidently impossible. Thus, it was imperative to fully exploit their advantages from the shadows. The battle strategy was swiftly formulated. Hua Zhanji withheld no effort. To hold back against such formidable foes would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, he immediately transformed into his fallen angel form. The extraordinary power of the fire meteor was a testament to the offensive capabilities of a mage, particularly when unleashed at full strength in Hua Zhanji's fallen angel state. Upon assuming this transformation, his attribute panel was as follows. Hua Zhanji, a new student of the Star Luo branch of Shrek Academy, age 12. Infallen Enfant. Martial Soul, Spiritual I, Fallen Angel. Strength, 2010. Agility, 2211. Constitution, 2110. Spirit, 3517. Attack, 2613. Defense, 2412. Unallocated base attributes, 0. Douluo World Space, Heavenly Demon Decision. Mental additional skill, Mental Shockwave. This indicated that, after transformation, his mental power had surpassed 50 points, reaching an impressive 52. Although no additional mental skills could be drawn from this transformed state, the mental power exceeding 50 points was formidable. 25 points marked a crucial threshold, while 50 points represented an exceedingly significant boundary. Thus, the fire meteor exerted an overwhelming suppressive effect. However, this was not Hua Zhanji's ultimate aim. The assassin's offensive capabilities were evidently robust, yet their defenses relied solely on fighting spirit, which was a vulnerability. Therefore, when confronted with such widespread magic, their best strategy was to converge and collectively respond. This naturally led to the assassins gathering together. The mental shockwave was a wide-ranging mental attack. With Hua Zhanji's current mental power, it could encompass an area of over 100 square meters. Undoubtedly, the smaller the area of the attack, the greater the power. Thus, when the black-clad assassins clustered together, they found themselves unprepared for the sudden onslaught of the mental shockwave. While their mental powers could not compare to those of a mage, their overall strength was formidable, and their mental fortitude was not inferior to that of the Dark Demon of Yore. Yet even so, they sustained considerable mental trauma under the impact of Hua Zhanji's mental shockwave. Seizing this opportunity, the other members of the Blue-Silver Squad, in accordance with Hua Zhanji's plan, split into 2 groups, believing that wounding 10 fingers was less effective than severing one. Liu Yixin and Zhang Hengrui collaborated to control one, while Yuan and Xingtian delivered the fatal blow. Meanwhile, the 3 powerful attackers simultaneously assaulted another, led by Qiu Zixuan for the kill. By eliminating 2 adversaries, they not only weakened their foes, but also instilled further intimidation. Hua Zhanji then unleashed the mental shockwave once more, regardless of the cost. It must be said that this exceedingly rare mental skill was extraordinarily formidable. The second consecutive strike against the enemy inflicted severe damage upon their mental seas, allowing his companions to continue their successful assaults. However, as the saying goes, a cornered beast still fights back, and Hua Zhanji found himself unable to launch another mental attack or spell, thus prompting his allies to refrain from pursuing relentlessly. Their mission was to rescue the Lord of the Underworld and prevent him from utilizing the Sword of the Underworld, not to annihilate all foes. At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld, although having heard Hua Zhanji's words, remained on high alert, his gaze fixated on Hua Zhanji, whose vitality had begun to wane. Just then, a faint silver light illuminated the feet of the 8 companions, accompanied by a ripple in the space around them. Kind-hearted Death God World, Main Quest 1. Rescue the Lord of the Underworld, completed. Return. After nearly 11 months in the kind-hearted Death God World, the Blue-Silver Squad's first team mission had finally reached its conclusion. In the next instant, 8 beams of silver light ascended simultaneously, and the 8 figures vanished without a trace. The Lord of the Underworld stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle, his eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. What on earth was happening? Was this some sort of apparition? Yet, he could sense that all his imminent dangers had dissipated in that fleeting moment. As the tension lifted, his body swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Grasping the broadsword before him, he steadied himself. What extraordinary holy water this was! He barely managed to lower himself to the ground. Initially, the Lord of the Underworld had managed to suppress the toxicity of the holy water with his pure vital energy, but in order to drive away the black-clad assassins, he had to expend his energy to continue fighting. Now, however, he found himself struggling to maintain his composure, feeling increasingly dizzy until he ultimately toppled over. Adai stared dazedly at the events transpiring before him, rubbing his eyes. The previous scenes felt so surreal. Both the formidable prowess of the white-clad figure and the subsequent arrival of the 8 rescuers, along with their instantaneous disappearance, left him profoundly shaken. After a moment, Adai gradually regained his senses, slowly rising to his feet and stepping toward the white-clad figure. He wished to ascertain what would occur should someone consume the holy water, so revered by Goris. In what should have been a mere 100-meter distance, Adai took 5 minutes to traverse it, acutely aware of his own heartbeat. For a child, not yet 12, the preceding events could only be described as terrifying. 6 living beings had vanished so effortlessly. Finally, Adai reached the side of the white-clad figure, crouching down to examine him closely. The figure's face was obscured by a white veil, with only 2 small openings for the eyes. His body was trembling slightly. Not dead, Adai was startled, collapsing to the ground. This person was still alive? The white-clad figure made no movement, continuing to tremble faintly. Adai pondered in realization that this individual must indeed possess profound abilities, having managed to suppress the toxicity of the holy water within him to endure until now. Although Goris had not discovered an antidote for the holy water, he had devised a method to temporarily counteract its toxicity, but had struggled to find genuine holy water for experimentation. Goris had once remarked that if one were to perish under the holy water, it could also be considered a form of fortune, expressing regret over never having truly tested the method to mitigate its toxicity. Should I save him? As the kind-hearted thoughts began to blossom within Adao, he cautiously removed the veil from the face of the man in white. Before him appeared the visage of a lean and handsome middle-aged man. The man's fair skin contrasted starkly with his 2 slanted brows that arched elegantly into his temples, his straight nose and square jaw exuding a sense of strength. A faint, ethereal blue aura enveloped his countenance, seemingly ascending in gentle wisps. The man gritted his teeth, lost in an abyss of torment. Dao glanced around, unable to perceive any malice in the middle-aged figure before him. In his naivety, he concluded that the individuals clad in black were the true villains, while this man in white must have resorted to violence solely in self-defense. He resolved to save him and simultaneously assist his mentor, Professor Goris, in testing whether the method of suppressing the Wu'er holy water was effective. Yet, he also pondered, if the man in white were to awaken, could it pose a threat to him? With that thought lingering, Dao hesitated no longer. He was acutely aware that any delay would spell doom for the man before him. Straining with all his might, he attempted to lift the white-clad figure's arm onto his slender shoulder. How heavy! Despite exerting all his strength, he could only manage to shift the man slightly. After several futile attempts, he found himself at a loss. What to do now? Squatting beside the man, he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling utterly bewildered. He couldn't drag him back. He would have to save him right here. How foolish of me. Dao chided himself, giving his head a light tap before turning and sprinting towards the wooden cabin. Upon returning to the cabin, Dao dashed straight to Goris's laboratory. Having memorized the notes thoroughly, he recalled precisely what was required to suppress the Wu'er holy water. Yes, 3 tails of silver mother, 1 tail of crystal powder, half a tail of heart-extinguishing grass. Wait, the professor had mentioned that this grass was highly toxic. Why use half a tail? Never mind, it must be correct. For what the professor said is always right. A 1/4 tail of clear machine frost, a 1/3 tail of fragrance wind grass. Dao meticulously gathered all the ingredients listed in his notes and placed them into a small cauldron. After adding some clean water, he stirred the mixture with a pestle, nodding in satisfaction. Professor, please don't be angry with Dao when you return. I only used your materials to save him. The earnest Dao remained fixated on Goris's earlier instructions. Rubbing his hands together, he uttered to himself with excitement, "All right, I'm about to begin. Elemental fire that pervades the heavens and the earth, bestow upon me the power of combustion. In my name, lend me your strength and manifest, O searing flames." Chapter 20, Mission Rewards. Ding. The Blue-Silver Squad has completed their mission. Statistics are being compiled. At this moment, the 8 members of the Huizhanji were engulfed in a surreal sense of distortion, yet a clear voice resonated in their ears. In the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper, the initial task of dismantling the thieving gang has been completed. Completion rate, Grade A. In the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper, the side mission of eradicating pirates has been accomplished. Completion rate, Grade A. In the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper, Main Mission 1, rescuing the King of the Underworld, has been fulfilled. Completion rate, Grade A. The Blue-Silver Squad demonstrated exceptional character by successfully dismantling the thieving gang. bringing the main perpetrator to justice while ensuring the innocent were cared for. They decisively accepted the mission to eliminate the pirates and executed it flawlessly, showcasing ample strength, confidence, and determination. In the primary mission of rescuing the king of the underworld, their teamwork was harmonious, and they acted decisively at critical moments, resulting in an excellent completion of the task. Overall evaluation, grade B. The Blue-Silver Squad collectively earned a total of 15,000 team points in this first act within the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper. Team points can be exchanged at a ratio of 1:2 for Douluo points or used to elevate the team S level. Each member receives an additional reward of 1,000 Douluo points. Mission complete. Basic attribute points increased by 2, evaluation grade B, with an additional reward of 2 basic attribute points. Congratulations on your outstanding completion of the first team mission. The lottery mode is now open. You may spend 1,000 team points to draw a shared team reward once. With a grade B evaluation, you are entitled to 2 free draws. Note, the quality of free draws will be elevated by 1 tier. Would you like to draw? With a flash of brilliance, 8 figures simultaneously materialized in a silver chamber. A faint green aura began to envelop the 8 individuals, causing their bodies to shimmer with a gentle green radiance. Hua Zhanji distinctly felt the weakness from his mental exhaustion dissipating rapidly, and his physical condition began to improve. The transformation into a fallen angel had naturally reverted. Grave. We achieved grade B. Excellent. The voice of Liu Xin rang out first. All the previous notifications were shared among the group. They had spent nearly 11 months within the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper, especially in the lonely misty forest. Returning to the Douluo Continent felt surreal. From the results of this mission, each of them received a reward of 1,000 points and 4 basic attribute points. Hua Zhanji also obtained 2 additional basic attribute points. This was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest. However, Hua Zhanji realized that, in reality, the rewards were not as easily attained compared to the assessments during the new student evaluations. In the new student assessment, they had only a few days, whereas this time, they had endured a full 11 months. Of course, they had made progress in their cultivation. Yet it was evident that in the Douluo World, accomplishing missions to earn rewards was no simple task. Nevertheless, after these 11 months of familiarity, their relationships had transformed significantly since they first enrolled, particularly for Hua Zhanji, who had earned the trust of all his companions through his performance and strength. He had indeed become the rightful class leader. How does everyone feel? Hua Zhanji inquired. Yuan Enxing Tian remarked, all the exhaustion from battle has been restored. It seems that upon our return, our depletions are replenished. I wonder if there's also a healing capability. The group nodded in agreement, affirming their own recovery. Hua Zhanji stated, let us not rush to depart. Let's examine the rewards we just received. In terms of basic attributes, each of us has gained 4 points. I suggest prioritizing the enhancement of our most crucial attributes to above 25 points, even striving towards 50 points. Given the task's difficulty, achieving a grade A evaluation for a team mission should be exceedingly challenging. Our attainment of grade B this time may very well be the best result. Thus, we should expedite the enhancement of our basic attributes. I hope to see the first 50 points in various attributes emerge from our team in the near future. Therefore, everyone should select one attribute to prioritize and no duplicates. Upon hearing his words, everyone naturally concurred. However, the additional attributes could only be drawn from the 4 primary attributes. And with 8 individuals, this was evidently impossible for all. Hua Zhanji was undoubtedly the best candidate to focus on the spiritual attribute. Yuan Oxing Tianshu's agility. Chai Jiaja opted for physique, and Li Jiangqi selected strength. The others prioritized raising multiple attributes above 25 points first. The remaining members focused on ensuring more of their attributes reached the 25-point threshold to gain additional abilities. Chai Jiaja turned to Hua Zhanji and asked class leader, how should we handle our team points? Should we convert them into our personal points or elevate the team level? Given that their evaluation was grade B, the quantity of team points should be considerable. Hua Zhanji nodded, saying, we have been on this team mission for a full 11 months. I believe everyone is quite fatigued by now. The time until our next mission seems to stretch on, and I believe it would be prudent for us to deliberate on how to utilize both our individual and team points together just before our next endeavor. For now, let us each return home, take the time to recuperate, and reflect on our gains in personal growth. What do you all think? The group nodded in agreement. Recognizing that there was no urgency, the points would remain intact. At that moment, a radiant glow emanated from each of their shoulders. Unmistakably the brilliance of the Shrek Academy identity cards. A luminous screen appeared before each individual, showcasing a familiar visage. Congratulations. You have successfully completed your first team mission and achieved commendable results. Welcome home, dear children. The figure on the screen was none other than Lan Yinhai. Upon hearing Lan Yinhai's words, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over them, reminding them that they were still, in essence, children. During their prolonged sojourn in the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper, they had nearly forgotten this fundamental truth. Huazhanji promptly inquired, "Teacher, do you have any instructions for us?" Lan Yinhai replied, "In the Douluo world, time flows at a ratio of 3 to 1 compared to the real world. Thus, while you've spent 11 months in the Douluo world, 3 months have elapsed in the real world. You now have a month to reunite with your families and adjust yourselves. The points and base attributes you have accrued can be added at your leisure, allowing you to process them according to the experiences you gain in the coming month. Moreover, I bear splendid news. You have secured first place in team performance among all testing squads, and the Academy will bestow upon you additional rewards. Have you had the opportunity to partake in the lucky draw? The Team's lucky draw is a rare privilege, attainable only with a rating of second class or above through the expenditure of team points. Given your high evaluations, you should have additional chances to draw. After the draws, you may return home. It was evident that Lan Yinhai was not presently at the Academy, hence her absence during their reunion. Nevertheless, her guidance was immensely valuable. After all, this was Huazhanji and the others' first formal mission, and their familiarity with the Douluo world remained insufficient. We have 2 extra opportunities for free draws. In total, we should seize all 3. Let us not squander them, Lan Yinhai urged. Indeed, Wu Zvan affirmed. As the screen faded, Zhang Heng Rui could not suppress a whisper. Our teacher has it easy. She casts us into the Douluo world and merely checks in upon our return without any further responsibilities. Huazhanji retorted, "Let's not be so dismissive. Our teacher has stated that the resources consumed during our cultivation and self-improvement in the Douluo world are exponentially greater than those of normal training. The Academy's investment in us extends far beyond mere instruction. Let us proceed to the lucky draw, that we may all return home to rest sooner." As he spoke, Huazhanji declared, "We shall now choose to engage in the lucky draw. Are we confirmed to proceed?" An electronic voice inquired. "Confirmed." With Huazhanji's affirmation, the surroundings plunged into darkness, and in an instant, they felt as if they were immersed in the cosmic expanse of the universe. A magnificent golden wheel materialized before them, so immense that they had to gaze upward to behold its entirety. The wheel was adorned with hundreds of segments, each housing various treasures, most appearing as gift boxes radiating in a spectrum of vibrant hues. Lan Yinhai had already hinted at the immense value of these items, and they understood the rarity of what lay before them. "Let us commence the lucky draw. Shout start and stop," Huazhanji instructed, turning to the group, "Who shall go first?" "The class monitor should take the lead," Louis Xin suggested with a grin. "Wait a moment, class monitor, I have a proposal," Chi-Chu spoke up. Huazhanji nodded in acknowledgement, encouraging him to continue. Chi-Chu elaborated, "The base attributes we exhibited in the Douluo world surely do not encompass our entirety. Our soul skills and spirits, for instance, are not reflected on the attribute panel. Thus, beyond the apparent attributes, there are many hidden aspects. Luck, for example, different individuals must possess varying degrees of luck. Given the hyper-realistic nature of the Douluo world, which even permits travel to other planes, I find it implausible that luck is not a factor here. Therefore, I believe we all possess hidden luck attributes. Since we have 3 drawing opportunities, I suggest we take turns to draw, using the outcomes to gauge who possesses greater luck, which could greatly benefit our future team missions." Your suggestion is excellent. I find it feasible. Among the group, aside from Huazhanji, Chi-Chu was the most composed and discerning, and his proposal was well-reasoned. "Who shall draw first?" Lu Xin inquired, brimming with eagerness. Huazhanji turned to his comrades, suggesting, "Let us allow our ladies to take all 3 drawing opportunities." After spending 11 months together on tasks and training, they had forged a bond of camaraderie. Besides Qiu Xian, who remained aloof, the others had grown much closer than at the outset. "Very well, I shall go first," Yuan Xingtian announced as she stepped forward. Suddenly, she seemed to have a realization. Turning to Huazhanji, "Wait, I believe we actually need not conduct this luck test at all." Huazhanji appeared taken aback. "Why is that?" Yuan Xingtian regarded him with an unusual expression, stating, "Class monitor, have you forgotten what you acquired during the freshman assessment? Is there anyone luckier than you? If there truly exists a hidden luck attribute, I suspect yours is fully maximized." In an instant, Huazhanji grasped her implication. Indeed, with his previously unremarkable talent, He had obtained a dark gold legendary level martial arts inheritance during the freshman assessment. Under normal circumstances, was this something one should receive on their first mission? Yu and Xing Tian gazed at him intently. Is it permissible to share? Zvan Yisite. There is little left to conceal. The dark gold beam you witnessed before our task in the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper was my doing. It was during that moment, with Xing Tian's assistance, that I acquired the fallen angel as my second martial soul, granting me the ability to transform into the fallen angel. That is a legendary level martial arts inheritance. My high ranking in the first assessment is also connected to this. The group stared at him in stunned silence. Dark gold? Legendary level? No wonder he is so formidable. During their mission in the benevolent realm of the Grim Reaper, they had all distinctly felt that Hua Zhanji's strength placed him on an entirely different plane, particularly after he transformed into the fallen angel. They had attempted to spar with him in that state, and while his technique may not have been exceptional, his sheer power, especially in terms of mental strength, rendered their own capabilities utterly ineffective. The root of it all lay here. Chichu shrugged. Well, it seems there is nothing more to discuss. Class monitor, you should proceed. Hua Zhanji spoke decisively. Let us proceed in this manner. I shall take the first turn. Should I draw something exceptional, I will continue. If the item proves to be mundane, we shall adhere to the original suggestion and take turns. The crowd unanimously agreed. Hua Zhanji turned toward the fateful wheel. His voice resonating with authority. Commence. Chapter 21. The Fortunate Hua Zhanji. Instantly, the wheel began to spin vigorously, radiating a blinding golden light. Gold signifies divine artifacts. Does it not? This very wheel must indeed be a relic of great power. Gradually, the speed of the spinning began to wane, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted to a mix of tension and anticipation. Stop! Hua Zhanji commanded. The wheel decelerated, eventually halting upon what appeared to be a silver chest. The first free draw concluded, yielding 30,000 team points. In an instant, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, gazing at Hua Zhanji as if he were an otherworldly being. Indeed, they were still unaware of the potential uses of team points for purchasing items or the benefits of team upgrades. However, after enduring 11 months and completing a Class A team task, their reward had only netted them 15,000 points, while Hua Zhanji, merely by drawing a box, had secured 30,000. To put it in perspective, converted to personal points that amounted to 60,000, an astronomical figure for them at present. Behold, this is the fortune of the lucky. Yuan and Xing Tian remarked with a grin. I surmise this 30,000 team points equates to a piece of silver legendary equipment. Lu Yisin laughed heartily. Our class president is indeed a man blessed with luck. Come, let us continue. This is a team reward beneficial for all. Let us begin. Hua Zhanji echoed, excitement bubbling within him as he wasted no time in commencing his second draw. The wheel whirled once more at a rapid pace. This time, Hua Zhanji deliberately delayed before exclaiming, Stop! The wheel gradually came to a halt, the pointer settling just shy of a golden chest. The crowd collectively held their breath. Gold. A divine artifact? Surely not. Yet, the pointer slid forward slightly, resting instead on a green chest. Green? Is it a set? That too is rare. Zhang Hengrui exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, Lan Yinhai had informed them that beyond the usual equipment colors, green sets, silver legendaries, and golden artifacts existed. A green set was second only to silver legendary items. The second free draw concluded, granting the team the giant spirit shield. It could only be utilized during team missions and would become visible upon elevating the team level to 1, necessitating identification. Upon hearing it was a shield, the eyes of Chai Jiaja, who possessed the red armor dragon martial spirit, lit up. He was the most offensively adept member of the team. If it was a shield, it would either be for him or for Li Jianqi. Hua Zhanji remarked, It seems we must enhance our team level. We should proceed to upgrade at once. We have ample team points to spend. Yuan and Xintian responded excitively. Just then, an electronic prompt chimed, asking if they wished to spend 1,000 team points to draw again. Yes, Hua Zhanji affirmed. With 45,000 team points at their disposal, they were indeed in a position of abundance. 1,000 team points were deducted, and Hua Zhanji declared, Commence. The wheel spun rapidly once more. Though he recalled a prior warning that the probability of drawing superior items with spent points was lesser than that of free draws, given that free attempts were exclusive to Class A ratings. After a brief wait, Hua Zhanji shouted stop. The wheel slowed and came to a halt, with everyone's gaze fixated upon it. This time, fortune seemed less favorable. The pointer settled on a purple vortex. The paid draw concluded, and all participants received a random increase of 1 to their base attributes. Add immediately. Everyone felt a warm sensation coursing through their bodies as they quickly accessed their attribute panels. Chai Jiaja chuckled ruefully. I received an increase in agility. Yuan In Xingtian remarked, I fared well, gaining in physique. Li Jianqi sighed, I got spirit. Lu Yisin stated, I received strength. Wei Xian smiled, I also gained physique. For him, it mattered little, as he adopted a versatile warrior approach where all attributes proved beneficial. Xiao Zixuan stated blandly, agility. Zhang Hongrui complained, why did I get strength? This is absurd. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Huizhanji, who shrugged helplessly, I received spirit. The crowd regarded him with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Truly the epitome of luck. To randomly receive an attribute point in one's primary attribute was nothing short of remarkable. Who could deem this final draw disappointing? Even if it did not enhance their favorite attributes, it was still a valuable base point. Base attributes were of immense worth, undeniably a reward from their tasks. As the lucky draw concluded, the question arose, should they depart? Huizhanji looked at his companions, and upon seeing their readiness, he declared, let us leave. In a flash of brilliance, they found themselves back in the long-awaited task hall of the Douluo World. A wave of relief washed over them, accompanied by a sense of fatigue. The taut nerves could finally relax a little. However, thoughts of exploring how to utilize their team points stirred excitement in their eyes. After inquiring at the team task reception area, they were directed to the team points exchange, accessible through a hidden door adjacent to the reception area. Only teams that had completed tasks and possessed team points were eligible to enter. Upon entering the hidden door, they traversed a lengthy corridor, dimly lit. As they advanced, Huizhanji sensed subtle spatial distortions, akin to traversing through another dimension. In the next moment, the scene before them opened up splendidly, as if they had passed through layers of mist. They found themselves in a vibrant green valley, filled with lush vegetation and the invigorating scent of flora, enveloping them in a refreshing embrace. Even Xiao Zixuan's usual cold demeanor softened slightly. The valley was serene and tranquil. As they walked further, they encountered a few small wooden cottages. In front of one such cottage, enclosed by a picket fence, sat a young man. Before him lay a table adorned with an ancient guqin, his fingers delicately caressing the strings as if attuned to some unseen melody. The guqin, archaic in design, exuded an aura of rarity. The youth, strikingly handsome and clad in traditional garb, seemed to embody the very essence of the valley, as though he were an integral part of the picturesque scenery, making one hesitant to intrude. Please, step into the main house. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated within the room. The group cast several glances at the young man in the courtyard, cautiously pushing open the fence door and stepping inside, making their way directly to the main house before entering. The wooden cabin was simply adorned, featuring merely a few tables and chairs, adorned with scattered wildflowers. The faint scent of wood evoked a sense of tranquility. Inside the room, a woman was delicately tending to the flowers, her back turned to Huizhanji and his companions. Her enchanting voice drifting toward them. Are you here to exchange team points? Huizhanji respectfully replied, Greetings, we are the Blue Silver Squad, here to exchange our team points. Once the woman finished arranging the flowers before her, she turned around, and in that instant, it seemed as though the beauty of the flowers within the room dimmed in comparison to her exquisite countenance. A gentle smile graced her stunning face as she looked at them, nodding softly. Hello, you may call me Anya. The light blue gown she wore shimmered with an air of elegance, reminiscent of the gentle undulations of ocean waves, while her long, water blue hair cascaded down her back, with a few strands framing her face and obscuring her ears. Her porcelain complexion radiated a soft allure, complemented by a petite, refined nose, an elegantly elongated neck, and rosy lips that resembled drops of dew. Her delicate features were so captivating, they appeared almost ethereal. A gentle luminescence emanated from her, akin to a sanctified light, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy untouched by the mundane. Greetings. The group hastily bowed. It was evident that neither the handsome young man outside nor this enchanting lady were of ordinary ilk. Do you intend to use your team points to elevate your team level or to exchange for Douluo points? Anya inquired with a light-hearted laugh. Huizhanji responded, Senior Anya, might we inquire about the available options? Besides enhancing our team level and exchanging for Douluo points, are there other alternatives? With a smile, Anya replied, The Douluo realm has only just begun, and your points are limited. They must be utilized wisely. I would recommend prioritizing the enhancement of your team level with your team points. Upon elevating your level, you will reap corresponding benefits that are immensely practical. As she spoke, she raised her hand and lightly tapped in front of her, instantly conjuring a pale blue light screen that materialized before her. Team level begins at a temporary team status. Level 1 grants you the right to name your team, officially confirming its designation and the selection of the team leader, while also acquiring basic team skills, internal communication, team space, and distribution permissions, among other benefits. To reach level 1, a total of 1,000 team points is required. Level 2 enhances the team space threefold, bestowing basic team skills such as mental sharing and the opportunity to select team skills. This requires a total of 10,000 team points. Level 3 further amplifies the team space threefold, earning the title of White Elite Team, and grants the basic team skill of critical protection. When a team member is gravely injured or on the brink of death, an absolute defense shield will be granted for a duration of 1 minute. Additionally, the opportunity to draw team skills will be provided. This level requires 30,000 team points. Anya displayed the team levels up to level 3. Beyond that, the details became obscured. Since you've arrived here, you must have already acquired team points. I implore you to elevate to level 1 first, as that is when your team will truly exist. When undertaking team missions thereafter, rewards will yield certain enhancements. As for the specific extent of these enhancements, that remains hidden data for you to explore on your own. While Anya explained this to Huozhanji and his companions, she soon noticed, to her astonishment, that the eyes of these young individuals were slightly reddened. Indeed, including Huozhanji, the members of the Blue-Silver Squad had all developed a glimmer in their eyes. Not for any trivial reason, but due to the remarkable team skills associated with the 3 levels. The level 1 team skill was modest, merely basic enhancements, yet still quite useful. However, the level 2 team skill was a different matter altogether. Mental sharing. What an incredible concept. This meant that when Huozhanji employed mental detection, everything he perceived could be directly shared with his comrades. What could be more convenient? In battle, his mental detection would allow his partners to be instantly aware of the opponent's situation without him needing to voice any reminders, enabling them to react and make judgments autonomously. As for the level 3 team's skill, it was utterly extraordinary, providing protection to members on the brink of death. This was nothing short of a life-saving divine technique on the battlefield. In the Douluo realm, the penalty for death was a halving of attributes, an exceedingly harsh consequence that imposed a weighty burden, instilling a sense of trepidation among everyone. Just as Huozhanji had refrained from allowing his companions to pursue the black-clad assassins in a previous mission to rescue the King of Hell, out of concern for their safety. But with his skill, he would undoubtedly lead everyone in pursuit of those assassins, striving to eliminate as many as possible, which would surely enhance the mission's success rate. These 3 team skills were beyond mere description. They were invaluable. Senior Anya, may I inquire if the level 3 basic skill, critical protection, will remain effective while we are undertaking individual tasks? Anya nodded, saying it is indeed effective. However, for individuals, it essentially provides merely a minute of opportunity to heal. It depends on whether one can survive. Nevertheless, if utilized wisely, it holds considerable potential. At the very least, it ensures you won't be instantaneously eliminated. Hence, you must strive diligently, engaging in team missions frequently to expedite your ascension to level 3. Once achieved, your team's combat prowess will increase exponentially. Chapter 22, Team Blue-Silver. After hearing Anya's introduction to team levels, Huozhanji turned to his comrades. What do you all think? Yuan and Xingtian raised a small fist. What are we waiting for? Chai Jiajia's eyes sparkled. Captain, I want that critical protection. We cannot let this opportunity slip by. Being the most adept at defense within the team, he was also the one most susceptible to danger. I trust the captain's judgment. Lu Yixin said with a cheerful smile. Let it be decided then, Li Jiangqi shrugged. Zhang Hengrui remarked with mental sharing. My wind blades combined with the captain's mental detection would be akin to having a guided system, wouldn't it? Nodding in agreement, Ning replied without further comment. Qiu Zishuan simply stated, let's do it. To elevate from a temporary team to level 3 requires a total of 41,000 team points, 1,000 plus 10,000 plus 30,000. The Blue-Silver Squad's remaining team points amounted to 44,000, precisely sufficient. At this moment, the group couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for Huozhanji. Without the captain's serendipitous fortune, they would have barely managed to reach level 2 even with a commendable performance. Exchange for Douluo points? Nonsense. With such formidable team skills, why would they consider that? Senior Anya, we kindly request your assistance in elevating our team level to level 3. Huozhanji turned to Anya, speaking earnestly. Very well. Level 3 it is. Oh, do you truly possess over 40,000 team points? How can this be? You have only participated in one team mission, right? Even with a commendable performance, that shouldn't suffice. Lu Eason chuckled. Sister Anya, we have a lucky captain. He drew 3,000 team points. Hee hee. Anya blinked in surprise. She could hardly fathom how, within such a brief span of time, someone could amass over 40,000 team points and ascend to level 3. As she had articulated, the team's rank ascended to that of a white elite team, signifying a comprehensive enhancement in survival, combat prowess, and various other facets, transforming them into a truly formidable collective. After assessing the blue-silver squad's points, she refrained from further comment, allowing a gentle blue luminescence to envelop the members. Soon enough, they were greeted by a notification sound. The blue-silver squad's team rank has been elevated. They were prompted to name their team. After a brief discussion with his companions, Hua Zhanji resolved to retain their original name. Beyond their attribute panels, a new team panel materialized. Team, blue-silver rank, white elite team. Team leader, Hua Zhanji. Team skills, mental sharing, perilous guardian. Team space, giant spirit shield. Team leader, draw a team skill. Hua Zhanji was instructed. Yuan in Sing Tian Pomtli adjusted Hietsomnodity, referring to him as the team leader instead of the class monitor. Unlike the others, who prioritized the basic skills of secondary and tertiary teams, she was more intrigued by the possibility of Hua Zhanji, the fortunate one, acquiring additional team skills. A tertiary team should ideally possess 4 skills. Now that they had transformed into a genuine team, their communication was naturally safeguarded by unique energy, allowing only them to hear one another, while others remained oblivious. Moreover, they all experienced a remarkable sensation of shared thoughts, which was truly enchanting. The reward of 30,000 team points was likely to rival, if not surpass, that of silver legendary grade equipment when considering long-term implications. It appeared that they were indeed exceptionally fortunate. Achieving a team rank of 3 after a single mission was unprecedented, and whether any future challengers would arise remained uncertain. They could commence drawing their team skills, which hinge upon luck. The notification sounded again, announcing the drawing of a secondary team skill. The blue aura before them suddenly transformed into a swirling blue vortex, rapidly rotating in front of Hua Zhanji and his companions, within which numerous blue light points flickered. Suddenly, one blue light point soared forth and landed upon Hua Zhanji. Instantly, the members of the blue-silver team were adorned with a flash of blue light, bestowing upon them the rare team skill, Euphoria. This skill temporarily enhanced all base attributes by 20% for a duration of 5 minutes. Before the group could fully comprehend what had transpired, the drawing continued. Now for a tertiary team skill. The blue vortex began to spin again, but this time, the blue light points appeared significantly larger. Soon, another blue light point emerged from the vortex and settled on Hua Zhanji. Blue mist ascended from each member, granting them the special team skill, Teleportation. This skill could be utilized once every 24 hours, allowing for random teleportation of multiple individuals or a single person, with a distance not exceeding the team's maximum mental power multiplied by 100 meters. 1 rare skill and 1 special skill. What does it mean to be extraordinarily lucky? This was it. Anya's lips parted in astonishment as she gazed at these young individuals. Were it not for the absolute prohibition of cheating in the Douluo World, she would genuinely suspect them of having employed some form of trickery. Their luck was simply astounding. The 2 drawn team skills were among the finest of secondary and tertiary levels. Generally, a secondary team skill might only provide a temporary increase of 5 points to base attributes, yet they had directly acquired a percentage increase. As for teleportation, compounded with perilous guardian, it would be exceedingly difficult to meet one's demise. With random teleportation and Hua Zhanji's current mental power of 35, this meant they could teleport randomly within a range of 3,500 meters, effectively neutralizing most dangers, especially when combined with perilous guardian. This string of fortunate events had undoubtedly resulted in a qualitative leap in the blue-silver team's overall strength. Anya was astounded, and naturally, the members of the blue-silver team were equally elated. Senior Anya, may I inquire what else can be done with team points? Hua Zhanji asked. Anya replied. You still have points? Hua Zhanji responded, a small amount, not much. The blue light screen before Anya shifted, displaying a variety of items. Starlight, silver legendary. Radiance of the stars, beneficence for all. All team members would receive a 5-point increase to all attributes. Only one person could use it at a time, and each person could utilize it once. 30,000 team points. Upon seeing the first item, the eyes of the blue-silver team members immediately turned red. An increase of 5 to all attributes. What does this signify? Except for Hua Zhanji, who had experienced an enhancement from the celestial demon secret art. The others were filled with astonishment. This meant that the 30,000 team points, drawn by the extraordinarily lucky Huazhanji, could indeed be exchanged for such a silver legendary grade item, an increase of 5 to all attributes. Heaven, Black Potion, which when used, instantly restores all attributes and can only be stored within team space for use during team missions. 5,000 team points. Wasn't this akin to instant resurrection? Continuing to browse, they were presented with a dazzling array of equipment, each item causing the group to salivate with desire. Many among them had perused the wares available in external weapon shops and item stores. Yet this exchange of team points was on an entirely different level. Weapons and equipment were also available, and soon they spotted the giant spirit shield, a green set priced at 18,000 team points, accompanied by a pair of giant spirit gauntlets, which displayed synergy effects when used together with the giant spirit shield. The only question that remained was one. They couldn't afford it. Anya smiled and remarked, "You are undoubtedly the most exceptional team I have witnessed thus far. I can offer you some advice. The items available for exchange with team points truly include some exceptional goods that cannot be found elsewhere. However, certain items also come with restrictions. For instance, weapons and equipment purchased here can only be utilized during team missions. Therefore, you must weigh their value carefully. Additionally, while some general equipment available outside is quite commendable, they do not appear in ordinary shops. Once the future trading center is established, you participants in the Douluo World will be able to engage in transactions there. You are still at the beginning of your journey, and the road ahead remains long. When utilizing these points and resources, do so judiciously, prioritizing the enhancement of your own strength. Moreover, you must establish a clear path for your future cultivation. When your basic attributes surpass 50 points, the gates of the Douluo World will truly open for you, at which point you can choose your direction." Huazhanji listened intently to Anya's words. Each one was of utmost significance, and he endeavored to commit them to memory, as this knowledge would undoubtedly aid their future development. Ultimately, 4,000 team points were spent, for in order to elevate their team rank from 3 to 4, a staggering 100,000 team points would be required. A distant goal for them. Furthermore, the allure of starlight was too tempting. It would undoubtedly become a crucial objective for their future endeavors. The 4,000 points were exchanged for 4 potions, specifically 2 potions for comprehensive mental recovery, capable of restoring all mental power within 5 seconds, and 2 healing potions. The healing potion, named Comprehensive Recovery, could swiftly restore one from a near-death state to 50% of their total consumption, including the healing of injuries. These were truly invaluable team potions. "Thank you, Senior Anya. We shall take our leave now." Huazhanji respectfully bowed to Anya. At that moment, a sudden melody of tinkling piano notes wafted in from outside. Anya was escorting someone to the door, while the young man who had previously sat in the courtyard was now skillfully playing the instrument. It was then that Huazhanji noticed, to his astonishment, that this individual possessed only 8 fingers, as both of his little fingers were congenitally absent. The strings vibrated, resonating like a gentle stream and towering mountains, instantly captivating the 8 listeners, leaving them entranced. It felt as though their souls were being cleansed, rendering them transparent and ethereal, an indescribable sensation of comfort enveloping them. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Huazhanji and the others regained their senses, they found themselves back in the mission hall, astonished to discover that they were now revitalized. Completely free from the earlier fatigue. In the valley and the small courtyard, the young man stood up with a smile, inquiring, "Isn't the world of Douluo quite fascinating?" Anya replied with a smile, "Indeed, it feels as if the entire world has become enriched, far more enjoyable than during our time in the divine realm. Now, the world of Douluo is fully unfolding, and you are becoming increasingly busy. To perfect these realms, connected by fantastical illusions, can it truly obscure the will of the universe?" The young man shrugged, saying, "Who knows? Yet, some things must be done. The Douluo divine realm has grown far too powerful if we do not devise a plan. The trials of the past will undoubtedly return, and none can predict if we can withstand them. The method proposed by Tang San was deemed the best approach during discussions within our divine circle. Well, you're all the wisest individuals. Your decisions must be correct," Anya said as she stepped closer, gently leaning into his embrace. The young man smiled, remarking, "Speaking of which, Yu Hao certainly has a knack for nurturing children. He hasn't bestowed them with exceptional talents, but has maximized their luck. Quite intriguing indeed. Tang San has high hopes for his grandson to accomplish significant feats. Let us see if he can earn Tang San's approval first." Chapter 23. Homecoming. Having departed from the Douluo World, Huazhanji and his companions parted ways, hardly pausing to allocate the newly acquired basic attribute points before dispersing. They were to enjoy a month-long respite for recuperation. Upon returning to the real world, Hua Zhanji allocated all his basic attribute points to mental strength, and with the additional boost from the lucky draw, his foundational mental power had reached 40 points. Damn, I'm back, he exclaimed as he arrived home in the evening. Upon entering, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of a home-cooked meal. The table was already set with several of his favorite dishes. In the team, he was the leader, currently the captain of the blue-silver team. Yet upon seeing his mother in an apron, he couldn't help but rush into her embrace, his eyes glistening with emotion. Tang Wutong smiled as she held her son. Your teacher informed us of your return today. We prepared a feast just for you. Go wash your hands and let us eat. Soon enough, Hua Zhanji was seated at the dining table, devouring the food ravenously. Observing her son's relaxed and joyful demeanor, a flicker of reluctance passed through Tang Wutong's eyes, and she instinctively glanced at her husband, receiving a comforting look in return. Ah, nothing compares to Mom's cooking. It's simply delicious. Mom, I can enjoy a month of vacation this time. Can I stay home and keep you company? Tang Wutong replied with a smile. Of course. It's perfect timing as I'm not busy with work lately. I'll take a leave to be with you. Hua Yuhao asked, Son, was the Douluo World enjoyable? Absolutely. Dad, you won't believe it, but we actually spent 11 months in the Douluo World this time, and I even acquired a second martial soul and learned magic. He began recounting his experiences and adventures in the Douluo World to his parents. As he spoke, especially while analyzing battles with a calm demeanor, the hint of reluctance in Tang Wutong's eyes gradually transformed into pride. Zhanji, have you recognized your shortcomings? Hua Yuhao said seriously after listening to his son's account. Hua Zhanji paused, confused. What shortcomings? Hua Yuhao replied gravely, Think carefully. Hua Zhanji furrowed his brow, contemplating, Am I relying too much on luck? No, that's not it. Initially, I hadn't anticipated these events, nor aimed for exceptional prowess. I merely desired to do my best within my abilities. So, rest assured, I won't depend on luck. What I obtain through my efforts is what truly belongs to me. Hua Yuhao shook his head, stating, That's not my concern. Rather, your rate of progress has been exceedingly swift. Rapid advancement can lead to issues, resulting in an unstable foundation. Hua Zhanji was taken aback. Are you implying that my allocation of all attribute points to mental strength is wrong? Hua Yuhao shook his head again. No, what you've done is indeed correct. However, your overall strength has grown too quickly, while your application of these abilities has not kept pace. Have you noticed? In combat, you tend to rely heavily on mental power and the mental explosion skill you acquired. In truth, while transformed into the fallen angel, your other attributes are quite formidable, even surpassing those of your companions. Yet you have deliberately overlooked these aspects. Have you ever employed the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps during battle, or utilized other combat techniques? Therefore, during this month of rest, I hope you can solidify your foundation and diligently practice the Xiantian skill and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, allowing your heart to stabilize as well. The Douluo World is indeed rife with opportunities, yet it is equally fraught with dangers. For your sake and that of your team, you must cultivate a steadier demeanor and ensure that your strength becomes more reliable and stable. Hua Zhanji nodded earnestly. Dad, I will strive to improve. For the ensuing month, Hua Zhanji remained at home while Hua Yuhao worked during the day and returned in the evenings to accompany them. Hua Zhanji dedicated much of his time to honing his Xiantian skill and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. With the acquisition of his second martial soul, the Fallen Angel, his progress in Xiantian skill accelerated rapidly, and upon testing, he had reached level 29, peaking at that level. This indicated that he was now eligible for his third soul ring. His previous soul spirit, the Evil Eye, could no longer support his advancement. He required a new soul spirit. Furthermore, the Fallen Angel martial soul could also be enhanced through soul rings, allowing for further growth in his overall strength. After all, the Fallen Angel transformation currently only augmented his attributes and did not fully utilize this martial soul. Acquiring a soul spirit was no easy feat. High-level soul spirits were exceedingly expensive, especially since both the Spirit Eye and Fallen Angel were relatively rare. However, once he attached a soul ring to the Spirit Eye, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Soul Master above level 30. This was something he chose not to disclose to his parents, as he understood that his father had already expended a significant amount of their family's savings to acquire the Evil Eye for him. Recently, he had noticed more gray hairs appearing at his father's temples, and he did not wish to add to his parents' burdens. He was no longer just a child. Having entered Shrek Academy in the Douluo World, he was rapidly growing stronger, and he believed he could rely on himself. He currently possesses over 1,000 points in the Douluo World, and it is anticipated that he will acquire even more in the future. which should suffice for his cultivation needs. Time has flown by, and before he knew it, the month-long holiday was drawing to a close. Just as Huizhanji was preparing to report back to the Star Luo branch of Shrek Academy in a couple of days, he received a communication request on his identity card. Teacher Lan? The request was indeed from Lan Yinhai. Huizhanji hurriedly connected the call. Hello, teacher. What can I do for you? On the other end, Lan Yinhai smiled and said, Huizhanji, it is time to return. Did I not mention that due to your team's outstanding performance in the recent mission, the Academy has prepared additional rewards for you? Come back and choose your prize. Huizhanji's eyes lit up. He had somewhat forgotten about this, and Lan Yinhai's reminder brought it back to his mind. Teacher, could you perhaps disclose what rewards await us? Lan Yinhai responded with a mysterious smile. You will find out upon your arrival. Return tomorrow, as you will once again enter the Douluo World the day after. Early the next morning, Huizhanji bid farewell to his parents and set forth once more toward Shrek Academy. Throughout the past month, he had adhered to his father's advice, refraining from hastily seeking to enhance his cultivation. Instead, he had settled down to reflect upon his current abilities, focusing primarily on cultivating the Xintian skill and the purple extreme demon eye, thereby solidifying all that he had acquired thus far. His attribute panel exhibited only subtle changes. Huizhanji, a new student at the Star Luo branch of Shrek Academy, age 12. Martial Soul, Spirit I, Fallen Angel. Strength 20. Agility 22. Physique 21. Spirit 40. Attack 29. Defense 24-2. Unallocated basic attributes 0. Douluo World Space, Sky Demon Art. Mental additional skill, Mental Shockwave. He had directly allocated points to his mental attribute, raising it to 40, which subsequently enhanced his attack attribute slightly, while his defense remained unchanged. Huizhanji often found it curious that the improvement of his attack and defense attributes seemed particularly arduous, not resulting from the accumulation of other attributes. Moreover, he was certain that when he unleashed skills to launch an attack, his actual attack power was far greater than what the attribute panel indicated. Yet the panel itself displayed no changes. It seemed that the skill-induced attack power was concealed. With 40 points of spirit power, he ought to correspond to the strength of a soul master at the soul sect level. He aimed to elevate this to a higher degree, striving to surpass 50 points and discover what additional attributes he could glean. In Class 1 the first year, the familiar classroom welcomed him. Upon his arrival, Xiao Zixuan and Li Jiangqi had already settled in. Greetings, Captain. Upon seeing Huizhanji, they both greeted him warmly. Without a doubt, the previous team mission had led to significant improvements for everyone, with Huizhanji, as the captain, receiving unanimous recognition for his contributions. Huizhanji smiled and waved to them before taking his seat. Li Jiangqi leaned in and asked, Captain, what do you think the Academy will reward us with this time? Huizhanji smiled slightly. He had pondered this very question yesterday. Before he could respond, a voice called from the entrance. It's probably something like a spirit or battle armor. What our Shrek Academy lacks is certainly not these fine items, and they are undoubtedly of a quality unavailable for purchase outside. Entering was Qi Shi, who greeted them. Hello, Captain Xiao Zixuan, Li Jiangqi. Everyone tended to keep a slight distance from Xiao Zixuan, as her demeanor exuded an aura of exclusivity. Qi Shi's speculation was similar to Huizhanji's, prompting him to give a thumbs up in agreement. Soon, the other four members arrived in succession. However, Lan Yinhai arrived fashionably late, making them wait for over half an hour. This beautiful teacher did not enter the classroom, but instead peeked in from the doorway, waving her hand, Come with me. It's time to collect your rewards. The group's eyes brightened, and they quickly stood up, eagerly following Huizhanji as they filed out. Lan Yinhai glanced at the students, who had evidently matured after their team mission, nodding with satisfaction. She smiled at Huizhanji, saying, It seems you might be ready for a formal promotion as class leader. This is truly a point of pride for me. The other class only received a B grade on their first team mission. Their homeroom teacher was originally quite pleased, but upon hearing about our class, their expression darkened. Ha. Teacher, is it appropriate for you to mock others so? Qi Shi remarked quietly. Lan Yinhai suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Oh, I forgot. That was your father. My apologies. Qi Shi's expression darkened slightly, and Lu Yisin nudged him, saying, So you were infiltrating our ranks all along. Qi Shi rolled his eyes. Not at all. My mother divorced my father and lives in Star Luo City, refusing to let me transfer to the main campus. Zhang Hongrui inquired curiously. Didn't your father come to reclaim you? Isn't the main campus superior? Qi Shi grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites. My mother is the sect master of the body sect. My father stands no chance against her. Ren and Xing and Li Jiangqi both raised their thumbs in admiration. Your mother is formidable. Such an impressive presence. The elevator, still familiar, descended, but this time was not upward. Rather, it plunged downward, deep into the earth. Uncertain of what button Lan Yinhai had pressed, they felt a sudden sensation of weightlessness as the elevator descended at a remarkable speed. After what felt like more than a minute, the sensation of weightlessness gradually diminished, and the elevator came to a gentle halt. When the doors opened, they were greeted not by a metallic environment, but rather by what appeared to be a cavernous expanse. Exiting the elevator, they found themselves surrounded by towering rocks, clearly hewn, with glimmers of metallic or embedded within. From this point onwards, maintain silence. Everything you see here is to remain confidential. This is a vital area of the academy. After walking a short distance, the path opened up before them, with soft light cascading from above, revealing a lush forest. Indeed, it was a verdant forest. The ceiling soared at least 200 meters high, with a gentle glow illuminating the space, creating an illusion that they were not underground, but rather within a pristine wilderness. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air, occasionally punctuated by the distant roar of beasts, giving this forest an almost limitless quality. Welcome to your arrival. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated through the air. From within the forest, a figure emerged, dressed in a light-colored robe of ancient style, with long blue hair cascading behind him and deep blue eyes reminiscent of the vast ocean. His handsome visage bore a warm smile. Lan Yinhai Hatsti Stiktit Fuat. Bowing respectfully, greetings, esteemed Sea God Pavilion Master. The Sea God Pavilion Master smiled and nodded. No need for formalities. Chapter 24. The Gifts of the Sea God Pavilion Master. Huizhanji promptly led the members of the Lan Yin team before this dignitary, bowing in respect as well. Instinctively, he gazed at the Sea God Pavilion Master, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this person before, evoking a profound sense of closeness. The Lord of the Sea God was also assessing him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Quite intriguing. The purpose of your presence here today is to commend your exceptional performance in the Douluo World. You have achieved a remarkable first-class rating in the team competition, which is indeed a rare feat, especially in a realm governed by a benevolent death god. In the future, you will face even greater challenges. I hope you continue to forge ahead and attain even more commendable accomplishments. On behalf of the Academy, I am pleased to reward each of you with a soul spirit and impart to you the skills necessary for crafting battle armor. While the Academy is certainly capable of producing battle armor for you, to possess the most formidable armor, it is imperative that you create it with your own hands to achieve the optimal results." As he spoke, the Lord of the Sea God waved his hand, and 8 beams of light shot forth, each landing upon the 8 individuals. In that instant, they all felt an influx of knowledge in their minds, akin to memories, containing information about the crafting of battle armor. Huizhanji was taken aback. What kind of ability was this? To transmit skills directly through a mental imprint? It was astonishingly powerful. Such spiritual prowess was far beyond his current comprehension. Immediately thereafter, another 8 luminous spheres shot forth, appearing before each of the 8 individuals, all glowing in a rich purple hue. Within them, faint movements suggested the presence of living beings. These are the soul spirits I have specifically selected for you, perfectly suited to your current abilities. Huizhanji extended his hand to cradle the purple orb before him, gazing intently at it. To his astonishment, he discerned a small white creature within, resembling a tiny worm, emanating a soft purple glow that hinted at its millennia-old soul spirit characteristics. Yet, in his recollections, he could not recall the existence of such a soul beast. What could this possibly be? Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of trust towards the Lord of the Sea God, realizing that he was precisely in need of a soul spirit to enhance his strength. With this millennia-old soul spirit, acquiring the 3rd and 4th soul rings should pose no problem. "You may take your leave now," the Lord of the Sea God instructed. "Huizhanji, please remain. I have something to discuss with you." "Understood," replied Lan Yinhai, leading the rest of the blue-silver team away, leaving Huizhanji alone. "Greetings. Thank you for your generous gift," Huizhanji said, bowing once more. The Lord of the Sea God smiled gently and replied, "It is of no consequence. I have retained you here to share a few words. Huizhanji, do you have any dreams? Or rather, what kind of person do you aspire to be in the future?" Huizhanji instinctively blurted out, "I wish to become a soldier, a commander. The first time I entered the Douluo World, I witnessed the epic battle between humans and the beastmen. That scene was exhilarating, and I, too, desired to become a general commanding an army, perhaps even a marshal." A flicker of surprise crossed the Lord of the Sea God's eyes, followed by a nod of approval. A commendable dream indeed. You must strive earnestly to achieve it. The reason I have kept you is to inform you about your transformation into a fallen angel. The fallen angel is a power bestowed upon you by the Douluo World. However, it is not a true martial soul, meaning you cannot possess a soul spirit in the conventional sense. Yet, the transformation itself can be regarded as a soul spirit. The secrets pertaining to it are contained within your heavenly demon secret art. Your heavenly demon secret art has not vanished with your acquisition of the fallen angel transformation. Has it? Study it diligently, and you will attain what you seek. Huazhanji was momentarily stunned. Could the heavenly demon secret art still be learned from? He had entirely overlooked this aspect. The Lord of the Sea god gently patted his head, saying, "Remember, what will allow you to go further is not overwhelming fortune, but a steadfast heart." Even as Huazhanji returned to the ground, the Lord of the Sea god's final words echoed in his mind. A steadfast heart. A steadfast heart. Lan Inhai assigned them accommodations within the academy. Perhaps due to the unique circumstances of their class, each individual was granted a personal dormitory. They had a day to acclimate, as tomorrow they would commence preparations for their first true personal mission. The group was filled with anticipation. Upon settling into his dormitory, Huazhanji retrieved the purple soul spirit. Gazing at the creature resembling a tiny worm, his curiosity was piqued. What could it be? Yet, if it was deemed suitable for him, it should indeed be compatible. Closing his eyes, he activated his Xiantian skill, allowing his spiritual power to gradually merge with the orb of purple light. He was on the verge of an evolution. Soon, a gentle purple glow enveloped him, merging seamlessly. To Huazhanji's astonishment, this experience was markedly different from the earlier fusion with the evil eye. The latter had subjected his spiritual power to significant strain and pain, leaving him with a headache for some time. This integration, however, was remarkably effortless, devoid of any discomfort, as if everything fell into place naturally. His internal soul power surged dramatically, instantly breaking through to the 30th level, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. His spiritual power was evidently elevated, with the white creature now nestled within his spiritual sea, appearing languid and seemingly asleep. Simultaneously, the evil eye was curiously observing it nearby, and Huazhanji noticed that the evil eye's size had seemingly increased, its aura significantly strengthened. The white creature emanated a faint golden light, and a name surfaced in Huazhanji's mind, appearing effortlessly. Heavenly Dream, Ice Silkworm. Heavenly Dream, Ice Silkworm? What sort of soul beast is this? He recalled that there seemed to be no mention of it in the Academy's Soul Beast Compendium. However, since it was a gift from the Lord of the Sea god, it should be fitting for him. When Huazhanji opened his eyes again, evening had descended. He could distinctly perceive an enhancement in his vision. The room appeared dim due to the twilight, yet everything was crystal clear to him. He wondered how much his attribute panel would increase this time, but that would only be revealed in the Douluo World. Channeling his soul power, he activated his spiritual martial soul. In the next moment, he was astonished to discover that the radiance of his soul rings had transformed. Instead of the anticipated 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, he now possessed 3 identical purple soul rings. To his amazement, the first and second soul rings, which were augmented by the evil eye, were also purple. Was this the influence of the Heavenly Dream, Ice Silkworm's soul spirit? In a flash of light, under his mental control, he summoned the millennia-old Heavenly Dream, Ice Silkworm. It lazily nestled on Huazhanji's shoulder, casting a glance at him before resuming its slumber, its rotund form appearing as though it merely wished to rest. Huazhanji utilized his soul power to activate his soul skill, eager to uncover what the first soul skill bestowed by his newly acquired soul spirit would be. As the skill triggered, a bright light enveloped his surroundings, and a message materialized in his mind. Table, wooden, ordinary birch. He glanced ahead, and indeed, there sat a wooden table within the dormitory. Identification skill, or perhaps mental identification? His third soul skill was unexpectedly this. Huazhanji's lips twitched slightly. This skill did not enhance his combat prowess at all. Was this truly the most suitable soul spirit for him? A flicker of doubt arose within his heart. Oh well, it mattered not. He would address it upon his return to the Douluo World. He felt an urgent desire to return to that realm, for he wished to discover the supplementary abilities documented within the Heavenly Demon Secret technique. To his chagrin, he had previously failed to realize that after acquiring the Fallen Angel transformation, he had neglected to consult this tome. Early in the morning, Huazhanji swiftly convened with his companions and set off for the Douluo World. He was not alone in his eagerness. Others exhibited a similar sense of impatience. After a month of respite, their thoughts often lingered in the Douluo World, and the prolonged idleness felt rather disconcerting. Having gained a comprehensive understanding of the Douluo world through their recent team mission and its ensuing benefits, they recognized the realm as a gateway for rapid growth. It was replete with wonders that transcended the very essence of the Douluo Continent. As they prepared to embark on individual missions, each one was keen to cultivate their strength within the Douluo world. Once again, Lan Yin led them to the Douluo World's mission hall. This time, you shall undertake individual missions. Shortly, you will proceed to accept them on your own. For those with Douluo points remaining, they can be exchanged for immediate combat power, which is of paramount importance to you. Everyone possessed a modest amount of Douluo points. However, significantly enhancing their abilities through these points remains somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, they had the protection of team skills this time, making their situation considerably safer than before. Let's all strive together, Hua Zhanji declared, extending his right hand, upon which his comrades in the blue-silver group placed their hands atop his in a gesture of mutual encouragement. After parting ways with his companions, Hua Zhanji made his way to the apothecary, where he purchased 2 vials of potions to replenish his mental energy and 1 vial for healing injuries, depleting much of his Douluo points. Upon returning from this mission, he should save some funds to prepare the materials necessary for forging battle armor. The Sea God Pavilion Master had imparted to them knowledge regarding the creation of battle armor, an invaluable asset. Any soul master aspiring to attain formidable strength must possess the support of battle armor. Hua Zhanji opened his attribute panel. Presently, he had 2 panels, one for himself and one for the team. Given that he was not engaged in a team task at the moment, he focused his attention on his personal attribute panel. Hua Zhanji, a 12-year-old freshman from the Star Luo branch of Shrek Academy. Martial Soul, Spirit Eye, Fallen Angel. Strength, 24. Agility, 26. Physique, 25. Spirit, 43. Attack, 35. Defense, 29-2. Unallocated base attributes, 0. Douluo World Space, Heavenly Demon Secret Technique. Mental Addition Skill, Mental Shockwave. With agility exceeding 25, he could extract an agility addition skill. With physique exceeding 25, he could extract a physique addition skill. Apart from strength, which was slightly lacking, he could extract additional options for the other 2 foundational attributes. As his cultivation ascended to the 3-ring soul master realm, all his base attributes experienced a comprehensive increase. Although the growth was not as substantial as he had envisioned, it remained commendable. The limited increase could be attributed to the previous drastic enhancement from the Heavenly Demon Secret Technique, which had already elevated his physique and strength beyond the standards of the 3 rings. He began to extract an agility attribute addition skill. Eager to enhance his immediate combat power, the mental addition skill, Mental Shockwave, had indeed conferred significant benefits, and he now anticipated the bonuses these 2 attributes might bestow upon him. Extraction in progress. Agility Attribute Addition Skill Extraction complete. Addition Skill 1. Speed increased by 10. Addition Skill 2. Focus. While in focus state, the success rate of using any locking skills is enhanced. Special. Addition Skill 3. Shadow Shift. Instantaneously shift 3 feet in accordance with 1's intention, with a 10-minute cooldown after use. Rare. Please make your selection. His fortuitous nature remained intact, as he had drawn 1 special and 1 rare option among the 3. Even a first option of a 10-speed increase proved to be a highly practical ability. The second and third options, however, were even more advantageous. Hua Zhanji made his choice almost without hesitation, opting for Addition Skill 3, Shadow Shift. Although the 10-speed increase offered long-term benefits, speed was not his forte, and he could achieve greater velocity through an increase in agility in the future. The skill of focus might be invaluable for others, such as Zhang Hengrui, but for Hua Zhanji, whose spirit power had already surpassed 40, his mental concentration was already formidable. It would merely be a marginal enhancement. In contrast, Shadow Shift appeared deceptively simple, yet represented a form of instantaneous movement, no matter how short the distance. It could prove life-saving in critical moments. To Hua Zhanji, combined with his ghostly shadow step, it would undoubtedly render him more elusive, whether in attack or evasion, making it a remarkably potent asset. Thus, he promptly made his selection. Continuing. Extracting Physique Attribute Addition Skill. Extraction in progress. Physique Attribute Addition Skill Extraction complete. Addition Skill 1. Increase Stamina by 10. Addition Skill 2. Enhance Recovery Ability by 10. Addition Skill 3. Bullish Physique upon activation. All attributes except Spirit are increased by 5 for 10 minutes, with a 1-hour cooldown. Special. These 3 options left Hua Zhanji in a quandary. The first 2 addition skills offered permanent enhancements, yielding considerable potential benefits. Yet, the third special skill promised a temporary boost to 3 attributes. And while a 5 increase may appear modest, its efficacy would undoubtedly improve as his foundational attributes increased in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. After all, it was a free gain, and with a special option available, he would forego the ordinary. He chose the Bullish Physique Special Edition skill. Thus, his addition skills elevated to 3. Mental Shockwave, Shadow Shift, and Bullish Physique, further augmenting his prowess. Chapter 25. Task Extraction Confusion. Huozhanji did not rush to accept the task. Instead, he retrieved the Heavenly Demon Secret Technique. The last time he perused the Heavenly Demon Secret Technique, he had inadvertently activated it, acquiring the Fallen Angel transformation and experiencing a substantial enhancement across all attributes. This time, as he turned the pages, information flowed into his consciousness. The Heavenly Demon Secret Technique itself is a cultivation method that enhances the self by unleashing demonic blood, exuding a formidable presence. After reviewing it, Huozhanji realized that he had previously mastered the Heavenly Demon Secret Technique to a minor extent, thereby attaining the Fallen Angel transformation. However, he had yet to learn certain techniques documented within the tome. The first volume of the Heavenly Demon Secret Technique primarily detailed how to wield magical power in the Fallen Angel state, which included 3 major skills: Heavenly Demon Devour, Heavenly Demon Soul Snatch, and Heavenly Demon Clone. The Celestial Demon Devourer possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the vitality of opponents during combat, thereby weakening them while simultaneously enhancing oneself. Initially, physical contact with the adversary is required to effectuate this absorption. However, should one's strength increase in the future, the ability to consume vitality from a distance would become truly formidable. The Celestial Demon Soul Snatch operates similarly, yet it targets the opponent's mental energy. The greater the disparity in mental strength, the more readily the snatching succeeds, with an effective range of 10 meters. Among these 3 skills, the Celestial Demon Avatar stands as the most pivotal, allowing the summoning of a fallen angel avatar to assist in battle, possessing approximately 50% of the original's capabilities. Undoubtedly, all 3 skills are exceedingly powerful, warranting their classification as soul techniques of the fallen angel martial soul, far surpassing the techniques associated with the Huozhanji Ling Miao. Nevertheless, mastering these skills demands time, and each one necessitates a foundational attribute point for acquisition. Currently, Huozhanji is unable to utilize them, hoping instead to acquire sufficient attribute points through this personal mission to learn all 3 skills. Upon returning to the mission center, he prepared for the personal draw. With eager anticipation, Huozhanji confirmed his participation with the staff and entered the mission teleportation chamber. As the personal mission draw commenced, a silvery luminescence swiftly enveloped the room, and the familiar sensation of ethereality washed over him once more. Huozhanji felt a surge of exhilaration. He was on the brink of commencing his second personal mission. Compared to his initial assessment as a new student, he was now infinitely stronger, brimming with confidence after achieving 2 top-tier results. Suddenly, the surrounding silvery light distorted violently. Huozhanji felt as if his very soul were being wrenched from him, a searing pain radiating through every limb. The mission draw was interrupted, thrown into chaos. What was happening? Huozhanji was taken aback. How could there be interference during the draw? Was something amiss in the Douluo world? In the next instant, the intense distortion of space caused him to lose consciousness. In that fleeting moment before darkness took him, despair began to creep into his heart. He never anticipated encountering such a situation. Could it be that his luck had run dry, and misfortune had come to exact its toll? Time passed, though he could not gauge how long. Gradually, Huozhanji regained consciousness. He felt an overwhelming pain throughout his body, as if he had been torn apart and hastily stitched back together. His sense of smell was the first to awaken, a faint aroma of vegetation mingled with damp air entering his nostrils. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to open his eyes, only to find himself ensconced within a thicket, his burlap attire torn in several places. Upon inspecting his attribute panel, he was horrified to discover that he was in a state of severe weakness, with all attributes reduced to a mere third of their normal levels. Even the text on the panel appearing in ominous red. Fortunately, the potion he had procured in the Douluo World remained within his modest personal space. Without hesitation, he consumed a recovery potion, a warm current coursing through him, restoring some of his vigor as his basic attributes began to recuperate. Finally exhaling, he stilled his breath and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a densely wooded forest, the towering trees soaring high above, reaching at least several dozen meters into the sky. This was his first encounter with such a primeval forest. Just then, a long-forgotten electronic voice resonated in the air. Here, there exists no magic, no fighting spirit, no martial arts, yet there is the martial soul. A millennium after the establishment of Tang's sect, the Tang sect has diminished. A new generation of prodigies has emerged. Can the new Shrek 7 monsters revive the Tang sect and compose an unparalleled ballad of the Tang sect? Will the Tang sect's hidden weapons regain their former glory? Can the Tang sect reclaim its splendor? All will be revealed in the legendary Tang sect. The mission draw was disrupted. You have entered the golden mainline world of the legendary Tang sect, and the difficulty of your mission has significantly increased. You must complete at least one mainline task to return. Douluo Continent? He was still on the Douluo Continent. Yet it was the Douluo Continent a millennium after the founding of the Tang sect. However, according to the history he had studied, several millennia had elapsed since the establishment of the Tang sect, far exceeding merely a millennium. This meant that he had returned to a bygone era of the Douluo Continent. The Tang sect, founded a millennium ago, is among the oldest sects in history. It is said that the first sect master, Tang San, once altered the very landscape of the continent, establishing the future for soul master development. In that era, the Tang sect was indeed the preeminent sect in the world. Moreover, legend has it that Tang San even transcended the highest realm of soul masters, becoming an immortal being of another echelon, though the ultimate fate remains shrouded in mystery. A millennium has passed, and the legend of the Tang sect endures, yet has long since departed from the annals of history, with few aware of its descendants. Even the tales of the Tang sect have faded into obscurity. However, it has been said that were it not for Tang San's foundational work millennia ago, the Douluo Continent may not have triumphed over the formidable powers of the Sun-Moon Continent over 4,000 years ago, thus unifying the two lands. Mainline Task 1. Gain admission to Shrek Academy. Though the Tang sect has waned, Shrek Academy has flourished into the foremost academy of the Douluo Continent. You must leave the Stardow Forest and reach Shrek Academy within 72 hours to register for the assessment. Upon passing the assessment, you will become an official student of Shrek Academy, thus completing the task. Task rewards. Unknown. What does it mean that the task rewards are unknown? And what are the task penalties? Why has the Douluo world suddenly become so unreliable? Huazhanji was equally perplexed. The chaotic mission draw had transported him to a historical Douluo continent, and now he faced a golden mainline world, indicating a significantly heightened level of difficulty compared to ordinary realms. However, pondering this further seemed futile. He must focus on completing the mainline task to depart from this place. After all, it was merely a matter of retaking the Shrek Academy assessment. With his current strength, this should pose no significant challenge, should it? As he mused, a sudden, intense sense of danger surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Huazhanji darted to the side. A foul wind rushed overhead, sending chills down his spine. Arriving in this new realm, compounded by the disruption of the mission draw, had left him somewhat disoriented, causing him to neglect activating his mental detection. This oversight nearly cost him dearly, for he was unaware of the consequences of death in this world following such a chaotic draw. The assailant was a lizard, measuring over 2 meters in length, its cold yellow eyes gleaming menacingly. With robust limbs, it lunged forward, and upon missing its strike, it opened its maw, spewing forth a vile yellow-green liquid towards Huazhanji. Now alert, Huazhanji refrained from immediately transforming into the fallen angel, realizing that time was of the essence. Instead, he conjured a fireball with his right hand and hurled it forward, simultaneously employing the ghostly shadow steps to retreat with lightning speed. With a resounding explosion, the fireball collided with the yellow-green liquid, instantly transforming into a yellow-green fireball that rapidly extinguished. The yellow-green substance fell to the ground, emitting a series of hissing noises, unmistakably indicative of its potent corrosiveness. A flash of purple light flickered in Huazhanji's eyes as he simultaneously unleashed his purple extreme demon eye and his second soul skill, mental shock, while also summoning the evil eye spirit to assist with an additional mental assault. Bang! The lizard, possessing inherently weak mental fortitude, was suddenly besieged by Huazhanji's mental shock, which had reached a foundational attribute of 43, compounded by the purple extreme demon eye. Its cold gaze immediately turned dazed and unfocused. Without pausing, Huazhanji followed up with another mental explosion. It is worth noting that his current mental attributes had become comparable to those he possessed when he first acquired the heavenly demon art and underwent the fallen angel transformation. The combined force of the mental shock and mental explosion delivered 2 devastating blows that even a soul master of the 4th ring would struggle to withstand. With a sickening pop, the lizard's eyes burst, its body convulsing, clearly on the brink of death. Zhangji exhaled deeply, hastily expanding his mental detection to survey the surrounding area. Almost immediately, he sensed that within a radius of 500 meters, there were at least 3 or 4 other soul beasts, none weaker than the one before him. Fortunately, he had not created a significant commotion during his battle with the lizard, and it seemed he had not alerted the nearby soul beasts. At that moment, a purple glow emerged, revealing a ring of purple light encircling the lizard's body. A Millennium Soul Ring. In Huizhanji's era, there were no longer direct soul rings on Douluo Continent. Individuals instead enhanced their soul rings and soul power through artificial soul spirits. Thus, encountering such a purple soul ring was surprisingly astonishing to him. Discovered Millennium Soul Ring. Would you like to collect it? The prompt sounded. Huizhanji's heart stirred, and he inwardly pondered, what purpose does collecting a soul ring serve? In the Douluo world, they could be sold or absorbed. Different soul beasts and different levels of soul rings commanded varying prices. Collect. If it could be sold for currency, he certainly intended to take it with him. A flash of light enveloped Huizhanji, and the purple ring vanished into thin air. He then felt a surge of purple light manifesting within his personal space, which measured less than 1 cubic meter. With a thought, Huizhanji activated his third soul skill and turned his gaze toward the fallen lizard. Indeed, information appeared. Millennium Acidic Lizard. Talent: acidic spit. Strength: moderate. Ferocity: aggressive, will attack any living creature. Diet: carnivorous. Age: 1,221 years. It seemed that his mental identification skill was rather effective. A flicker of excitement coursed through Huizhanji. Without lingering in place, he utilized his mental detection to navigate, deftly avoiding the few soul beasts he sensed in his vicinity. Huizhanji climbed a robust tree and rested at its peak to recover. Thanks to the effects of a recovery potion, his attributes were swiftly rejuvenating. While resting, he continued to experiment with his mental identification soul skill. This skill demanded minimal mental energy from him, though the consumption varied depending on the object being assessed. For instance, identifying the tree before him required almost negligible energy, yet assessing a soul beast would entail greater expenditure. Through a combination of mental detection and identification, Huizhanji attempted to ascertain the soul beasts within his range. As anticipated, he was able to do so. Millennium Yellow-Headed Baboon. Talent: burst of strength. Strength: moderate. Ferocity: aggressive, will attack any living creature. Diet: nuts. Age: 1,358 years. Millennium Two-Headed Centipede. Talent: highly toxic. Venomous spit. Strength: powerful. Ferocity: aggressive, will attack any intruding creatures. Diet: insects. Age: 1,452 years. With the help of mental detection and identification, Huizhanji quickly grasped the information of the surrounding soul beasts. He observed that these soul beasts exhibited territorial behavior, remaining within a defined area and refraining from encroaching upon one another's domains. It appeared that he had inadvertently entered the territory of the acidic lizard, hence provoking an attack. The sensory acuity of these Millennium Soul beasts was acute. Regardless of the direction he chose to proceed, the likelihood of alerting the beasts was high. Now, the critical question remained: which direction should he pursue? Rapidly, he recalled his history lessons from the junior academy. Yes, only in history classes were these ancient occurrences discussed. In the modern world, aside from planets specifically designated for soul beasts, where else on Douluo star could one find vast forests inhabited by soul beasts? After careful contemplation, Huizhanji devised a method to discern his direction. Chapter 26. The Unparalleled Tang Sect of the Star Do Forest. If he wished to apply to Shrek Academy, his immediate objective was to exit the Star Do Forest. According to ancient legends, countless powerful soul beasts resided within this forest, rendering it exceedingly perilous. As a mere soul sovereign, he could barely contend with Millennium Soul beasts, but those of greater strength were simply beyond his capability to confront. Historical accounts of soul beast forests indicated that the mightiest soul beasts typically dwelled closer to the core of the forest. The soul beasts he had encountered thus far were all Millennium level, suggesting he was not in the outermost zone. The outskirts would likely contain 10-year or 100-year soul beasts. Therefore, he resolved to carefully proceed in a chosen direction. If he encountered soul beasts of a lower age, it would indicate he was on the right path. Conversely, if he encountered stronger beasts, he would need to immediately turn back. At this moment, he felt increasingly appreciative of his mental identification skill, which enabled him to know both himself and his adversaries, thus allowing for better judgment. Not rushing to act, Huazhanji took the time to restore himself to optimal condition atop the treetops. Only then did he cautiously descend from the tree. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the direction of the relatively more manageable millennium, yellow-headed baboon, and proceeded slowly, utilizing mental detection as a guide. He endeavored to maintain a safe distance from the yellow-headed baboon while swiftly traversing the forest, suppressing his presence. This was the best strategy available to him at present. Before long, he entered the territory of the yellow-headed baboon. The baboon was dozing atop a tree, approximately 500 meters away from Huazhanji, and his passage was relatively uneventful. Huazhanji advanced cautiously, continuing to employ mental detection to survey ahead. Just as he traversed about 500 meters into the territory of the millennium yellow-headed baboon, he suddenly halted, his expression growing tense. A problem had arisen. Within his mental perception, he detected that a vast area ahead was inhabited by at least dozens of yellow-headed baboons, and his mental identification had not revealed that these creatures were social in nature. Among them, he noticed one baboon with golden fur atop its head, notably robust, with a golden mane along its back. Instinctively, Huazhanji directed his mental identification towards it. Millennium golden-headed baboon, talent, burst of strength, immeasurable power. With formidable strength and a menacing demeanor, it will attack any creature that dares to intrude upon its territory, subsisting on nuts, and boasts an age of 11,364 years. A 10,000-year soul beast. In an instant, Huazhanji felt an overwhelming sensation akin to electricity coursing through his scalp. Just as his mental assessment was dispatched, the golden-furred baboon suddenly opened its eyes wide, fixing its gaze directly upon him. This was dire. The creature's power vastly outstripped his own, and it had sensed both his mental probe and the fluctuations of his psychic energy. This was bad. Without a trace of hesitation, Huazhanji began to chant. Darkness condenses the soul. Only through corruption can one attain freedom. Awaken endless magic slumbering in my veins. An aura of darkness erupted forth, and black wings unfurled from his back. With a powerful flap, he propelled himself away in the opposite direction. A ferocious roar echoed through the forest, seemingly awakening all the yellow-headed baboons in Huazhanji's perception, who, under the leadership of the golden-furred baboon, pursued him with astonishing speed. Even more alarming was the fact that the 1,000-year yellow-headed baboon he had encountered earlier had also been roused and was charging towards him. He could not allow the 10,000-year soul beast to catch up. Doing so would spell disaster. Huazhanji was acutely aware of what he must do. A 10,000-year soul beast was unequivocally beyond his capabilities. Even in his transformed state as a fallen angel, he was still no match. The disparity between 1,000 years and 10,000 years was insurmountable. He had no choice but to flee. His flying abilities, though improved over a month of practice, were still somewhat clumsy. He had learned to control his flight path better than when he first began, but he was far from being an adept pilot. Now, facing a grave threat to his life, he flapped his wings with all his might, shooting backward like lightning. The 1,000-year yellow-headed baboon was almost upon him in an instant. Huazhanji had no desire to engage it in combat. He tilted his head to glance at it, a flash of purple light igniting in his eyes, and unleashed a mental shock. The 1,000-year yellow-headed baboon's head snapped back from the psychic impact, its body losing control and crashing into a sturdy tree. Seizing this opportunity, Huazhanji shot away at lightning speed. It was undeniable that the yellow-headed baboon was not only physically robust, but also possessed considerable mental strength. The psychic shock he had just unleashed, augmented by his fallen angel transformation, had only temporarily incapacitated the creature. Huazhanji assessed his current strength with brutal honesty. Against 1,000-year soul beasts, he could still manage to put up a fight, provided they weren't of a particularly special breed. 10,000-year beasts were an entirely different realm. Even in the form of a fallen angel, his abilities were equivalent to those of a 4-ring soul master, and to contend with a 10,000-year soul beast, one would need to be at least a 5-ring soul king. So swift, although the 10,000-year golden-headed baboon could not fly. Its extraordinary leaping ability left Huazhanji in a state of shock. In mere moments, the immense golden figure, towering over 2.5 meters, was closing in on him. The forest was dense with trees, and Huazhanji's flying skills were still lacking. Avoiding the obstacles meant he could not fly fast. With his hairs standing on end, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly shifting 3 feet to the side as the ferocious golden figure surged past him, crashing through 3 large trees. Without further delay, Huazhanji flapped his fallen angel wings with all his might, ascending rapidly into the sky. No matter how strong the 10,000-year golden-headed baboon was, it could not fly. Only by reaching the heights could he evade its pursuit. The golden-headed baboon let out a deafening roar and sprang onto a tree, propelling itself after Huozhanji. Ascending higher, he found that the only obstruction was the treetops, making evasion considerably easier. Huozhanji darted upward between two tree crowns, and in that moment, all cover vanished, revealing an endless sea of trees below. He soared into the sky. The golden-headed baboon, with its massive form, finally stomped on a tree crown and launched itself toward Huozhanji like a cannonball. Suspended in midair, Huozhanji concentrated his mental energy and unleashed a psychic explosion directed behind him. The 10,000-year golden-headed baboon faltered under the force of his full-powered psychic blast, allowing Huozhanji to veer his flight path. Though the baboon regained its composure almost immediately, it found itself unable to pursue him in midair, lacking any leverage. Its robust body shot through the treetops for 100 meters before it reluctantly descended back into the Douluo forest. Huozhanji spread his wings, controlling his body to hover in the air, gasping for breath as cold sweat drenched his back. Although the 10,000-year golden-headed baboon lacked long-range attack capabilities, its ferocious aura and the fierce wave of vitality it emanated would likely overwhelm him in a direct confrontation. The Douluo forest was truly perilous. At this moment, despite being airborne, he found himself unable to discern the correct direction to escape, as the vast expanse of this primal forest was overwhelming. He now understood the terrifying degree of danger present in the world of the Golden Mane storyline. Under normal circumstances, he would likely have to wait until he at least broke through to the 5-ring level before daring to venture into such a world. It was indeed too early for him. Though his strength had rapidly increased due to practicing the celestial demon art, his combat experience, techniques, and overall battle capacity were still far from adequate. Could he truly survive and escape the Douluo forest? Just as this thought crossed Huozhanji's mind, his expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly noticed that, in the sky above, at least a dozen flying soul beasts were hurtling toward him. Among them, nearly half possessed auras not weaker than that of the previous golden-headed baboon. Good heavens, it turned out that the unshielded sky was even more perilous than the forest below. Huozhanji dared not linger. He quickly retracted his wings, determined to flee from the golden-headed baboon's direction. With his mental probing fully engaged, he plunged deeper into the Douluo forest. The density of soul beasts within the Douluo forest was staggering. As he unleashed his mental probe, he immediately sensed the presence of dozens of soul beasts, all at least at the 1,000-year level. Some of the more formidable ones even detected his mental probing and instantly turned their attention toward him. Huozhanji felt despair. What was he to do? The mental probing risked revealing his psychic fluctuations to the soul beasts, yet without it, he would have no idea what dangers lay ahead. This was a recipe for disaster. A furious roar erupted, accompanied by a seismic-like rumble. In Huozhanji's mental awareness, the previously formidable golden-headed baboon, upon hearing that roar, surprisingly turned tail and fled with its kin. Then, within his mental probe, an entity appeared that sent chills down his spine. A deafening roar resonated, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that washed over him. Huozhanji was sent plummeting from the sky, his wings enveloping his body to cushion his fall, preventing injury. Though his mind buzzed with disorientation, he clearly observed that a vast expanse of trees to his left fell as if they were being harvested. A remarkably formidable figure leaped forth, crashing to the ground with such force that it caused the earth to tremble. In his current state, Huozhanji felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his footing faltering, and he collapsed to the ground. The colossal figure was advancing towards him, and, at that moment, Huozhanji discerned its form. It was a giant, its body adorned with both black and white fur, and astonishingly, it possessed 2 heads upon its shoulders. Its massive stature exceeded 10 meters in height. Both heads bore a single eye, emitting a menacing glow. The mixed radiance of black and white continuously emanated from it, generating the shockwave that had just struck him. Remarkably, this shockwave was merely a means to clear a path for itself. It charged forward, leaping with an aura of terror akin to that of a bulldozer. Could this be the exceedingly rare variant among the Cyclopes, the twin-eyed Cyclops? Huozhanji had encountered such a creature in the Soul Beast Compendium during his time in the library. Cyclopes are considered to be a unique existence among soul beasts. Aside from possessing a single eye on their forehead, they bore a striking resemblance to humans. They even crafted clothing from branches and vines to cover their lower bodies. However, their size dwarfed that of humans. Upon birth, they already stood 2 meters tall, and upon reaching 100 years of cultivation, their height could surpass 5 meters, marking them as adult Cyclopes. At this stage, their growth rate would begin to slow. Upon achieving 1,000 years of cultivation, a Cyclops could reach heights exceeding 8 meters. If they were to attain 10,000 years, their stature could even soar beyond 15 meters. Yet, due to their immense size, they easily become targets for powerful soul beasts, rendering the existence of a 100,000-year-old Cyclops nearly impossible. Their brain matter is considered a delicacy by certain soul beasts, all of which possess formidable bloodlines. Although the Cyclops before him stood merely around 10 meters tall, Huozhanji was certain that its cultivation surpassed 10,000 years. Within the realm of soul beast cultivation, 10,000 years represents a monumental threshold. Once surpassed, a soul beast's power undergoes a dramatic surge. Some soul beasts even mutate upon breaking through this milestone, such as the evolution from the red fire monkey to the blazing fire monkey, an inevitability within that lineage. However, the mutation of Cyclopes is not a certainty, but merely a possibility, with various potential directions for such changes. The most formidable of these is the twin-eyed Cyclops that Huozhanji now beheld. The intrinsic attribute of the twin-eyed Cyclops is a rare chaos, lacking a definitive nature, subject to constant fluctuation. Upon mutating into a twin-eyed form, its attributes undergo a fundamental transformation, even resulting in a reduction in size and the growth of a second head. This twin-eyed Cyclops represents an exceedingly rare amalgamation of light and darkness, its power sufficient to place it within the ranks of top-tier soul beasts. The realization that he was confronting a twin-eyed Cyclops filled Huozhanji with a sense of academic satisfaction, but this thought flickered through his mind like a fleeting shadow, quickly morphing into terror. The twin-eyed Cyclops was now within 100 meters of him, and in his current state of disorientation, he found himself incapable of fleeing. What was he to do? Chapter 27. The Imperial Auspicious Beast, the Three-Eyed Golden Lion. In that instant, Huozhanji's thoughts raced. He even contemplated that he had been mistakenly transported to this world due to errors in the Douluo realm, pondering whether upon returning, he would suffer a reduction in half of his attributes, or worse, if he would be unable to return at all. Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, enveloping himself with his wings, shielding his entire body. He did not attempt to flee, knowing that escape was futile. Instead, he unleashed his dark aura with all his might. The twin-eyed Cyclops also possessed dark attributes, and typically, soul beasts of the same attribute exhibit a degree of affinity towards one another. He could only gamble that the twin-eyed Cyclops' target was not himself, and that it would not inadvertently bring about his demise. With a single step, the twin-eyed Cyclops could cover 50 meters, and within 2 strides, it would reach him. The shock waves intensified, becoming even more formidable and terrifying. As the powerful impact struck Huozhanji, he felt an unexpected surge of elation. Instead of resisting, he protected his body with his wings, allowing the shock wave to propel him away like a stone flung from a slingshot. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and Huozhanji felt no collision with any object. Before his eyes, everything transformed into a golden hue. A golden streak of light appeared almost instantaneously, transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible, suspended in mid-air. Before him stood a soul beast unlike any he had ever encountered in his memories, measuring over 3 meters in length and standing 8 feet tall. Its body cloaked in a shimmering golden fur. Beneath the golden fur, its form appeared almost translucent, akin to crystal, exuding a peculiar texture. Its overall shape resembled that of a lion, yet its 4 paws were dragon-like, each claw enveloped in a golden flame. Its muzzle was longer than that of typical feline soul beasts, and beneath its fur, there seemed to be a layer of fine golden scales. In addition to its normal pair of eyes, it possessed a third eye, characterized by a vertical pupil. The 2 conventional eyes sparkled with gold, while the vertical pupil emanated a sinister red, tinged with an otherworldly allure. The charging twin-eyed Cyclops reacted as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Its demeanor filled with terror, and its frantic pace began to slow. The golden beast almost instantaneously appeared behind it, striking with its forepaw, sending the 10-meter-tall twin-eyed Cyclops sprawling as if it were a mere sack of straw, flames of gold erupting from its form. Stunningly beautiful, this old beast was undoubtedly the most magnificent creature Huozhanji had ever beheld, and he was certain that it had never existed in his memory. "I shall spare you today, depart." A cold voice resonated. Huozhanji was astonished to find that he could comprehend the mental wave emanating from the golden beast. The twin-eyed Cyclops, having been struck, scrambled to its feet and fled in a panic. The golden beast then descended from above, landing squarely in front of Huozhanji. Initially, he had concealed himself behind the wings of the fallen angel, attempting to remain unnoticed by this evidently formidable entity. But that was now clearly impossible. As the golden beast approached, Huozhanji's first action was to release his transformation into the fallen angel. The beast before him radiated both fire and light attributes. Undoubtedly disdaining his dark attributes' fallen angel form, he made no attempt to flee, fully aware of the futility of such an endeavor, whether he ran or stood still. Death awaited him either way, so he opted for a more resolute stance. "Greetings," Huozhanji spoke with a hint of bitterness. The golden beast surprisingly nodded in response, its vertical pupil flickering with light. Huozhanji was taken aback. He felt no sense of threat emanating from the golden beast. "You are here due to an error in transportation. You were never meant to exist in the golden mainline world." The golden beast's subsequent words left Huozhanji utterly astounded. "You are Huozhanji." He gazed at the magnificent creature before him, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. The golden behemoth spoke. "I am one of the guardians of the Douluo World, the three-eyed golden lion. You have been mistakenly transported here. I am here to guide you. Without my assistance, you would never be able to escape the Douluo forest." Upon hearing these words, Huozhanji finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, the Douluo World had come to rectify its error. At last, he had been granted a chance at survival. Wait a moment, the three-eyed golden lion? That name seemed familiar. It was mentioned in the legends of the supreme soul beasts. The three-eyed golden lion is an ancient, auspicious beast. In ancient times, soul beasts ruled the continent. And whenever an auspicious beast appeared, it was revered as an emperor. Thus, auspicious beasts are also referred to as imperial auspicious beasts. Across the entire continent, it was impossible for two auspicious beasts to exist simultaneously. This meant that this three-eyed golden lion must be the only auspicious beast on the continent. No matter how powerful a soul beast may be, in its presence, they could only bow in reverence and would never dare to harm it. Soul beasts chosen as its food would not dare to resist, except to flee. What a remarkable being he had encountered. And it turned out to be the guardian of the unparalleled Tang sect in the Douluo world. "Can you send me back?" Huozhanji hurriedly inquired. The imperial auspicious beast, three-eyed golden lion, shook its head and replied, "No. The Douluo world has its own rules, which must be adhered to. Thus, you must complete the main quest in order to return." Huozhanji smiled wryly, "But I can't even leave the Douluo forest right now. How can I complete a quest?" The three-eyed golden lion stated, "Your arrival here was due to an error during the trial period of the Douluo world. As compensation, the Douluo world will assist you in completing this main quest. Once the task is accomplished, everything will return to normal. You will help me complete the main quest? How will you assist me?" Huozhanji asked, astonished, finally feeling a glimmer of hope. "I will guide you. When I believe you possess the strength to undertake the quest, I will allow you to proceed," the three-eyed golden lion replied nonchalantly. "But the quest requires me to reach Shrek Academy within 3 days." Huozhanji voiced his confusion. Suddenly, the red vertical eye on the three-eyed golden lion's forehead emitted a beam of light, illuminating the path ahead and revealing a golden portal. "Follow me. In the small space I have opened, time in the outside world will be temporarily frozen." As it spoke, it moved toward the portal. Is that truly possible? Huozhanji hastily followed. Once he passed through the golden portal with the three-eyed golden lion, he found himself in a spacious valley. The climate was pleasant, and the landscape was adorned with vast expanses of greenery, including a small serene lake, its azure surface crystal clear, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Surrounding the lake, the ground was carpeted with blue silver grass, swaying in the breeze like ripples expanding across the water surface. With the closing of the portal, Huozhanji had entered this extraordinary realm alongside the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion moved forward, gradually enveloped in golden light, and to Huozhanji's astonishment, it stood upright and transformed into a human form. However, her entire body remained shrouded in golden light, revealing only the silhouette of a tall woman with a ponytail. Huozhanji had heard that the most powerful soul beasts could take on human forms, such as those over 100,000 years old. Yet, witnessing it firsthand was a first for him. In fact, such occurrences had become exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent. Huozhanji, as one of the guardians of the unparalleled Tang sect, I must adhere to the order of this realm. Therefore, although your arrival here was a result of the temporal chaos in the Douluo world, the compensation I can offer cannot directly enhance your strength, as that would disrupt the balance of the realm and lead to further complications. Huozhanji blinked in surprise. Even a realm guardian could not alter such matters? In comparison to her, he felt incredibly insignificant. Initially, he had hoped for some form of benefit from the three-eyed golden lion. "You already possess some abilities," Yet I can sense that you are currently unable to fully harness them. From this moment forth, I will guide you in comprehending your own powers and merging them together. Just then, a voice echoed in Huozhanji's mind. Ding. Main branch quest. Trial. Please pass the trial of the imperial auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion. The quest must be accepted. Otherwise, you will be trapped in this world forever. Upon completion, the reward will be an increase of 3 basic attribute points. The quest cannot fail. By the heavens, truly worthy of a task from the Golden World. Huozhanji thought. A side quest that could grant an increase of 3 basic attribute points? However, the fact that failure was not an option raised a question. Did this mean that if he could not pass the test set by this imperial auspicious beast, he would be unable to leave? The three-eyed golden lion calmly remarked. You should have sensed that acquiring 3 basic attribute points is no simple feat. My trial is not easily passed. However, I can grant you the 3 basic attribute points initially, for without them, you would be unable to leave here. In the next moment, Huozhanji noticed 3 additional basic attribute points on his status panel. Illuminate the 3 skills of your heavenly demon technique. Otherwise, you will have no chance of passing the trial, the three-eyed golden lion stated. Huozhanji felt a surge of realization. The entity before him seemed to know everything about him, and the reward of 3 attribute points was clearly intended to enable him to activate the 3 skills of the heavenly demon technique. Without hesitation, he proceeded to illuminate the skills: heavenly demon devouring, heavenly demon seizing souls, and heavenly demon clones. Instantly, Huozhanji felt as though something new had entered his spiritual realm, and his internal soul power surged, as if he had grasped something profound. Suddenly, a shadow darted toward him. Instinctively, Huozhanji raised his hand to catch it. It turned out to be a wooden spear, its material unknown, heavy in his grip, measuring over 2 meters in length with sharp tips on both sides. The three-eyed golden lion also possessed a similar wooden spear. The trial begins now. Use any means necessary to defeat me, and you will have passed the trial. I will lower my strength to match yours, the three-eyed golden lion stated calmly. Huozhanji instinctively tightened his grip on the spear. Defeating the three-eyed golden lion at the same level? This was clearly no easy task. Yet, was it not perfectly suited for his current training? His weakest point was practical combat. If he could enhance his combat abilities through this trial, it would undoubtedly be a boon. After all, failing to complete this task would mean he could not leave this place, so he resolved to give it his all. In the next moment, Huozhanji's gaze hardened, fixating on the three-eyed golden lion before him as he raised the wooden spear with both hands. At that moment, he was still in the form of a fallen angel, though he sensed that the duration of this transformation was dwindling. Without a battle cry or any announcement to begin, the three-eyed golden lion sprang into action, stepping forward and using the spear as a staff to strike down upon him. The overwhelming pressure of its might bore down instantly. Huozhanji dared not be complacent. He chose not to take the hit directly, instead employing the ghostly shadow steps to attempt an evasive maneuver. However, for reasons unknown, he felt a blur before his eyes, and the wooden spear was already at his front. Huozhanji was taken aback, realizing that it was already too late to defend himself. At that moment, the cooldown period for his shadow shift agility skill had elapsed, enabling him to momentarily evade 3 feet to the side, narrowly dodging the wooden spear. However, the spear did not crash to the ground. Instead, it halted abruptly at his side, seemingly defying the laws of physics as it traced a perfect 90-degree arc, striking him sideways. Huozhanji barely had time to turn around before he was sent flying. An excruciating pain surged through his body instantaneously, rendering his right arm numb as he was hurled over 10 meters, rolling to a stop. The scent of blue-silver grass wafted into his nostrils. Yet he could not help but grimace. Was this speed truly on par with his own abilities? Was this the extent of his reaction time? What purpose did his mental fortitude serve? A psychic soul master who could not anticipate his opponent's moves. How could he possibly engage in battle? The cold voice of the three-eyed golden lion echoed in his mind. In the next instant, a golden light enveloped Huozhanji, the warmth alleviating his pain and allowing his arm to regain its mobility. A minute later, Huozhanji once again found himself crashing to the ground. What use was anticipation? In the face of absolute power, it was simply insufficient. Wasn't anticipation what he had just mentioned? As he struggled to rise, a bitter smile crept onto his face. Just then, his fallen angel transformation ended, and a wave of weakness washed over him, draining the color from his face. The wings on his back and the scales on his body vanished. In this state, he could hardly withstand the onslaught of the three-eyed golden lion, let alone now. Continue. Do you believe you will never experience weakness in battle again? Do you think that when your fallen angel transformation concludes, you will be free from encountering enemies? Moments later. Amidst cries of despair, Huozhanji collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, his body convulsing. The three-eyed golden lion approached, wielding the wooden spear, and remarked disdainfully, "Fool. My primary attribute is neither ultimate light nor ultimate fire. It is mental strength. When you strike me with a psychic attack, can you avoid backlash? Even if our mental strengths are equal, is yours as solid as mine?" Chapter 28. In the span of merely 1 hour, Huozhanji had fallen 23 times, 3 of which had left him unconscious, requiring time to recover. He could not mount a defense. He was utterly powerless against direct confrontations. The overwhelming force of the three-eyed golden lion shattered him like dried twigs. Evading? Was that even an option? Skills? None of his abilities seemed effective against his opponent. This hour passed in a haze for Huozhanji. When he finally regained consciousness, he found an assortment of unknown fruits and something akin to yellow essence nearby, all of which could be washed and consumed. After satisfying his hunger, he finally began to regain some semblance of awareness. Though his body had been treated, every inch still throbbed with pain. His skin twitched in spasms. Was this what it meant to be truly powerful? Compared to the likes of him, his combat prowess felt utterly insignificant. Huozhanji picked up the wooden spear from the ground, using it to prop himself up as he reflected on the events of the previous battle, and began to wield the spear. 8 hours later, the three-eyed golden lion reappeared before him. Once again, it was a direct assault, knocking him down repeatedly, and each time he fell, the three-eyed golden lion coldly pointed out his mistakes. Huozhanji strived to recalibrate himself, employing every ability at his disposal. Yet, it was futile. Whether in his fallen angel transformation or after it had dissipated from the relentless beating, he could not withstand the terrifying attacks from his opponent. The same wooden spear, in the hands of his adversary, became an elusive force. The sheer power, speed, explosiveness, and skill exhibited by the three-eyed golden lion rendered Huozhanji utterly defenseless, even without employing any soul techniques. Fortunately, each encounter lasted only an hour, after which the three-eyed golden lion would depart, granting him 8 hours for recovery and study. Days like these could hardly be described without invoking despair. 1 day passed, and though Huozhanji appeared unchanged, he felt as though he were in tatters. At this moment, memories of the words spoken by the sea god sect master surfaced in his mind. True strength is not reliant on luck, but on one's unwavering resolve. He must endure. He must hold on. As 3 days elapsed, Huozhanji lay on the ground, devoid of the will to move. He felt that if the three-eyed golden lion had not been continuously healing him, he might have perished countless times. He even entertained the thought that perhaps dying once, losing half his attributes, would be a preferable fate. This opponent was insurmountable. There was no possibility of passing the trial. When he initially received those 3 basic attribute points, he had felt a sense of pride, such a generous reward for a side quest. But now he understood how difficult those 3 attribute points were to acquire. You cannot return without completing the main quest. Due to the chaotic circumstances, even death would not allow you to go back. Here, death was final. The three-eyed golden lion seemed to perceive his thoughts and calmly share truth with him. How was resilience forged? After a month of training in this picturesque yet hellish valley, Huozhanji comprehended that only through relentless trials could one cultivate true tenacity. The only uncertainty lay in whether this was genuine resilience or merely a case of becoming accustomed to being beaten. The month of punishment was not in vain. His physique had improved by 2 points, strength by 1, mental fortitude by 1, and agility by 1. This was undeniably a faster progression compared to his usual training. As for his combat skills, the enhancement was less pronounced. A month ago, he could not defend against a single strike, yet today he could occasionally fend off an attack. Albeit, that was all. "Teacher Jean, when do you think I will complete your trial?" Huozhanji had once inquired. The three-eyed golden lion's response was simply, "I do not know." 3 months swiftly passed. Time in the mountains felt like 3 years to Huozhanji. He had made progress. At least he could withstand 3 strikes now, though it often required desperate measures to barely manage. The three-eyed golden lion was extraordinarily powerful. As Huozhanji's base attributes grew, her seemed to adjust and elevate slightly alongside him. The wooden spear in his hand had transformed from a mere tool of brute force to an elusive specter, inflicting untold suffering upon Huozhanji. Yet at last there was progress. Progress signified hope. A year had gone by. Huozhanji could finally endure over 10 strikes, managing to exchange blows with the three-eyed golden lion, if only for brief moments. Nonetheless, he still found himself consistently overpowered. Yet, The three-eyed golden lion required the use of some skills to best him, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to Huozhanji. Though he continues to face failure and endure punishment each day, Huozhanji's resilience has undeniably improved, and he no longer requires treatment as frequently. Moreover, he is unequivocally certain that his combat prowess has evolved tremendously compared to a year ago. There exists a stark contrast between the heavens and the earth. The strength he gained from the enhancement of the heavenly demon technique, along with the skills he possesses, including soul techniques, have been mastered to perfection, interwoven seamlessly into his being. This past year has been profoundly fulfilling, were it not for the formidable healing abilities of the three-eyed golden lion. Achieving such results in a mere 5 years would have been improbable. In the beginning, when he was subjected to the lion's blows, Huozhanji felt utterly despondent, at times contemplating his own demise. Yet, as time progressed, particularly in the recent months, he found a peculiar sense of enjoyment in it. He increasingly recognized his own growth, understanding the immense benefits derived from the pressure exerted by such a powerful mentor. His gaze has solidified significantly compared to a year prior, imbued with a newfound determination. And within his heart, an indomitable will has quietly taken root, having navigated through such arduous trials step by step. Although he remains uncertain of how long the journey may last, he is assuredly making progress. With such a challenging path ahead, what could possibly deter him? However, during this recent period, he has encountered a plateau. Currently, he can only endure for a minute under the three-eyed golden lion's onslaught, unable to surpass this limit, let alone defeat the lion. It feels as though he has collided with an impenetrable wall, striving to break through but finding it immensely difficult. Huffing and panting, Huozhanji supports himself with a wooden spear, refusing to collapse and rest. The three-eyed golden lion once imparted to him that his will must never shatter. Once it does, all is lost. Therefore, even when severely battered, Huozhanji exerts every ounce of strength to rise and stand firm. Master, why have I seen no progress lately? It seems I cannot sustain myself for any longer, he asked with a bitter smile. The three-eyed golden lion replied calmly, because you are focused on endurance rather than victory. I have cultivated for over 15,000 years, while you have only been at it for a year. To triumph over me, you must first possess an unshakable belief in your victory, a willingness to face death unflinchingly, and, most importantly, a foundation built through diligent accumulation. Only with these 3 conditions met do you stand a sliver of a chance. For the sake of that slender opportunity, Huozhanji endured another year of torment. 2 years have elapsed since he entered this valley. Master, I believe I'm still developing, yet it seems my body has not grown much in these 2 years. He inquired of the three-eyed golden lion. The lion responded, this space has sealed time. Once you complete the main quest of this world and return, time will revert to you. In reality, you have already experienced 8 months. 8 months. It has been 8 months since he last saw his father and mother. His companions must have long completed their personal quests. Are they waiting for him, or have they embarked on team missions without him? Or is it that team missions cannot be undertaken without a captain? Taking a deep breath, Huozhanji gazes skyward. Master, today, I shall surely win. A quarter of an hour later, a brilliant golden light erupted in the valley. A figure was hurled out as though from a bursting sack. A shimmering portal appeared in the path of the figure, who traversed through it, and everything around him began to transform, bringing him back to the vast forest. Thud! His body crashed onto the ground. Huozhanji gasped for air, yet his face radiated with a smile. He did not immediately rise, instead inhaling the fragrance of the plants around him. He had won. He had finally triumphed. Although his chances of defeating his master remain but a fraction, he had seized an opportunity, risking everything to grasp that fleeting chance. He had compelled his master to exert power beyond his own attributes to send him flying. Side quest completed. The trial of the three-eyed golden lion. Additional reward. Sealed wooden spear. The notification chimed. Huozhanji struggled to his feet, gazing at the wooden spear that had accompanied him for a full 2 years. Aside from the 3 basic attribute points he had long anticipated, he had not expected this to be part of the reward for the side quest. Master, he called out loudly, yet there was no response. Having passed through the portal and exited the valley, it seemed that his bond with his mentor had come to an end. A profound sense of loss engulfed him instantly, leaving his mind momentarily blank. 2 years, 2 whole years. They had been together for 2 years, enduring daily trials and struggles. Yet he understood that everything the three-eyed golden lion had done was for his development. Each piece of guidance had spurred his advancement. 2 years of relentless practice and countless bouts of suffering had allowed him to emerge transformed from his chrysalis. It could be said that what the three-eyed golden lion had imparted to him was far more precious than the heavenly demon technique itself. In terms of both will and strength, she had laid an unwavering foundation for him. Yet, having finally passed her trial, he had not even been able to bid her farewell. Would there ever be a day to say goodbye? Taking a deep breath, Hua Zhanji plunged the wooden spear into the earth beside him and knelt towards the direction the portal had vanished, bowing 3 times deeply. When he rose again, the tears in his eyes had gradually subsided. Over these 2 years, he had learned to be strong. 71 hours remained until the Shrek Academy assessment began. At that moment, the notification chimed again. Indeed, time had been sealed. Hua Zhanji inhaled deeply and summoned his attribute panel. Hua Zhanji, a new student at Shrek Academy's Star Luo branch. Age 12. Martial Soul, Spirit I, Fallen Angel. Strength, 36. Agility, 39. Physique, 41. Spirit, 62. Attack, 80. Defense, 73, 2. Unallocated basic attributes, 0. Douluo World Space, Heavenly Demon Technique. Spirit-related skill, Mind Explosion. Agility-related skill, Shadow Step. Physique-related skill, Bull-like Strength. Heavenly Demon Technique skills, Heavenly Demon Devour, Heavenly Demon Soul Snatch. Heavenly Demon Clone. Strength attribute reaching 25 points allows for the selection of an additional skill. Spirit attribute reaching 50 points allows for the selection of an additional skill. Gazing at his dramatically improved basic attributes, Hua Zhanji felt as if he had traversed through time. 2 years of arduous cultivation and combat had led to significant advancements in his abilities. Within the valley of the three-eyed golden lion, the spiritual energy was extraordinarily rich, providing a fertile ground for both combat and training. In the midst of practice, everything about him was rapidly ascending. This progress is tangible and not attributable to any equipment or techniques, but rather the result of Hua Zhanji's relentless growth amidst the torment he endured. His soul power should now be approximately at the 38th or 39th level, nearing the threshold of the 40th level Soul Master. Upon extracting a power attribute enhancement skill, Hua Zhanji swiftly made his choice. The extraction process commenced. Upon completion, he received the following enhancements. Skill 1, a 5% increase in strength. Skill 2, Mighty Miracles, which, at the cost of reducing his physical attributes by 50%, allows him to unleash double his strength instantaneously, with a cooldown period of 3 hours. This is a special skill. Skill 3, Berserk, grants a 10% increase across all attributes for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 24 hours, after which he enters a weakened state for an hour. This is a rare skill, acquiring 1 special and 1 rare skill. After training alongside the three-eyed golden lion for so long, Hua Zhanji almost forgot about his own fortuitous constitution. There was no room for hesitation. He would undoubtedly choose Berserk. Next, he proceeded to extract a mental attribute enhancement skill. Chapter 29, Shrek Academy. In comparison to the 25 points of strength enhancement, Hua Zhanji was far more eager for this one. After all, this was a 50-point mental enhancement. He wondered if anyone had surpassed him or reached this milestone before him, considering he had been here for 2 years. However, since his teacher had sealed the flow of time, it would only resume upon his departure. Was it not reasonable to assume that he was still within acceptable parameters at this moment? Upon reaching 50 points in mental power, he was granted 2 additional extraction attempts, with rare and special attribute extraction opportunities enhanced. Skill 1 granted a 10% increase in mental power, not counting towards base attributes, but only effective in application. Skill 2 allowed for a 20% expansion of the sea of consciousness. Special. Skill 3, Mental Conduction, enables him to transmit his mental power to others. Skill 4, Mental Sharing, allows him to share the effects of his mental power within a limited non-combat range. Rare. Skill 5, Intimidation, generates a 50% amplification of mental pressure, instilling profound psychological dread within opponents. It can be utilized in a wide area, with greater potency when targeting a single foe. Special and rare. 5 options lay before him, each more enticing than the last. Yet, he could only select one. Previously, he had chosen Mental Shock as a special rare skill at 25 base mental power, and now he encountered another special rare skill applicable in combat. During his practical training with the three-eyed golden lion, he had rarely employed mental skills. For both Mental Shock and Mental Explosion would rebound upon him without fail due to the lion's formidable mental attributes. Nevertheless, that was due to the overwhelming strength of the three-eyed golden lion's mental prowess. Reflecting on his earlier experiences before he had developed any combat capabilities, mental skills had proven exceedingly useful. This intimidation skill, being applicable both individually and collectively, was indeed the one for him. Once his choice was made, Huozhanji's skills increased from 3 to 5, including 2 mental attributes. If the Heavenly Demon technique had provided him with the confidence to truly become a Shrek Academy student, then now he possessed the foundation to emerge as the foremost among this year's freshmen. With mental detection activated, even if he were to encounter a 10,000-year-old soul beast, he would no longer feel the same trepidation. Moreover, his flying abilities had improved dramatically compared to 2 years prior, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. As he unleashed his mental detection, everything within a 2-kilometer radius came within his perception, although the three-eyed golden lion had not directed him on which way to proceed. Huozhanji did not hesitate in the slightest. He confidently set off in a determined direction. By sensing the strength of soul beasts, he would soon discover the correct path. Shortly after he departed, a golden light flickered and a golden figure appeared at the very spot where he had just paused. The figure gradually became clearer, a smile gracing its lips. "Zhanji, you must strive harder. We have only just managed to persuade those in the divine circle for your benefit. But then again, who could blame you for being my son? This is something you have earned through your own efforts." The golden light faded, revealing cascading powder blue hair flowing like the waves behind him. Mental appraisal. This was a dual-pointed spear, sealed. The stronger the power infused, the more gradually its seal could be broken. Huozhanji finally identified the correct direction to exit the Douluo forest, and while moving quickly, he performed a mental appraisal on the wooden spear in his hand. The results were straightforward, yet he could not shake the feeling that this wooden spear was extraordinary. After all, he had fought alongside the three-eyed golden lion for 2 years, and despite being made of wood, it had remained unscathed. It was certainly no ordinary item. He could only wonder when he might break its seal and uncover its true quality. Along the way, he encountered several soul beast attacks. The density of soul beasts within the Douluo forest was overwhelming. Even with mental detection guiding him, allowing him to navigate perilously, it was impossible to evade them all. Nevertheless, Huozhanji opted to flee whenever possible. If escape proved futile, he would typically incapacitate the soul beast before making his retreat. After all, his teacher, the three-eyed golden lion, was a soul beast. How could he bring himself to slay them? 2 days later, upon emerging from a forest inhabited by soul beasts for a decade, he finally found himself in an open expanse, the once dense forest now a distant memory. Tears streamed down his face. He had finally made it out. With 18 hours remaining before reporting to Shrek Academy for assessment, he pressed on. After another 2 hours, he finally encountered a passing caravan and inquired about the direction to Shrek City. During his 2 years of training with the three-eyed golden lion, he had also sought information from him regarding Shrek Academy, as it was the location of his primary mission. The three-eyed golden lion informed him that amidst Douluo Continent's fractured history, Shrek Academy was founded 10,000 years ago. In ancient tongues, Shrek signifies monster, indicating that the original founders established the academy to cultivate a school for extraordinary talents. The original motto of Shrek Academy stated that it would nurture only monsters, not ordinary individuals. The term monster referred to geniuses. Even the founder of the continent's premier sect, the Tang sect, graduated from Shrek Academy. It was indeed that generation of students who brought about Shrek Academy's initial glory. At that time, there were only 7 students, famously known as the Shrek's 7 monsters in the annals of the Academy's history. The tale of the Shrek's 7 monsters has long been celebrated across the continent, with the most renowned figures being the husband and wife duo of the Tang sect's leaders. Although the Tang sect eventually waned, Shrek Academy stood resilient, gradually evolving into the foremost academy on the continent. Today, Shrek Academy holds a pivotal position in the continent, a phenomenon rooted in the Continental War that transpired over 4,000 years ago following the collision between the Sun-Moon Continent and Douluo Continent. Initially, the 3 great empires of Douluo Continent, lacking unity, found themselves at a disadvantage in the war's early stages, even allowing the Sun-Moon Continent's forces to breach into Douluo's inner territories. At this pivotal moment, the president of Shrek Academy from that generation called out with great authority, and, astonishingly, his call was met with a resounding agreement from nearly 60 title-level superlative powerhouses across the continent. They temporarily assumed the roles of military commanders, leading their forces to decisively vanquish the armies of the Sun-Moon Empire, ultimately achieving a resounding victory in the war and unifying the continent under the name of Douluo Continent. The Sun-Moon Empire, after ceding territory and paying reparations, managed to persist, albeit with significantly diminished military strength. rendering it incapable of contending with the coalition of the three great empires of Douluo Continent. Its military prowess was now merely equivalent to that of a single empire. This battle catapulted Shrek Academy into the limelight, not solely due to the assembly of 60 titled Douluo, but also because the Academy's president became the commander-in-chief of the three armies. With his rallying cry, the royal families of the three great empires were shocked to discover that nearly all the commanding generals hailed from Shrek Academy. Under the president's unified coordination, the coalition of the three empires never experienced discord again. It was precisely because of the complete amalgamation of the three empires' strength that they were able to achieve such a remarkable feat from that moment onward. Shrek Academy no longer belonged to any singular nation, but existed as an independent entity. Shrek Academy subsequently produced several exceptionally talented presidents. Despite its esteemed status on the continent, the Academy never sought to claim credit, treating every nation with equal regard, and refrained from maintaining personal armies, even keeping the number of teachers at a certain level. Thus, Shrek Academy remained an institution of learning, never instilling a sense of crisis in any nation. Consequently, it not only endured but also maintained a revered status on the continent that no nation could easily undermine. Shrek Academy is situated in the southeastern region of the Heavenly Soul Empire, with the Star Do Forest to its southeast, the Do Ling Empire to the east, and the Xing Luo Empire to the south. It can be said to be at the very heart of the intersection of the three great empires. Therefore, as Huozhanji emerged from the Star Do Forest, he journeyed towards the northwest. After exerting himself for 5 hours, Huozhanji finally beheld the city that houses the foremost academy of the continent, Shrek City. Established upon the expansive limal plain, Shrek Academy occupies an extensive area and is essentially a city in its own right, referred to as Shrek City. Within Douluo Continent, Shrek City ranks among the largest urban centers, home to over 2 million inhabitants. Furthermore, Shrek Academy possesses autonomous governance over this city, exempting it from taxation by any nation. Shrek Academy is not located in the center of Shrek City, but rather in its eastern part, facing the direction of the Star Do Forest. The city's transportation networks are extensive, radiating in all directions, making it not only the site of Shrek Academy, but also the most significant commercial hub at the intersection of the three great empires of Douluo Continent. Thanks to the presence of Shrek Academy, the public order in Shrek City is remarkably good. Transactions here are not only fair, but also instill a greater sense of trust. Consequently, merchants from the three great empires predominantly choose Shrek City for cross-border trade. The southern, western, and northern gates of Shrek City allow for unrestricted entry, while the eastern gate is exclusively reserved for Shrek Academy. Upon reaching the eastern gate of Shrek City, Huozhanji came to a halt. The eastern gate forbids entry to ordinary merchants. Only students of Shrek Academy are permitted to pass through. Thus, when Huozhanji approached the gate, he was immediately obstructed. "You claim to be here to enroll?" The guard stared incredulously at the youthful figure before him, clearly no older than a mere teenager. Huozhanji nodded, affirming, "Indeed." The guard, with a hint of irritation, retorted, "What name have you registered? Haven't you realized that the enrollment period for Shrek Academy has already elapsed? You're 3 months late." "What?" Huozhanji stood there, dumbfounded, aware that he had only a few hours left in the Douluo World. He needed to impress Shrek Academy with his strength and formally join as a student. At that moment, an alert chimed in his mind. Huozhanji's lips twitched. This was indeed quite the predicament. He had thought that despite Shrek Academy's prowess, the requirements for new students should not be exceedingly high. With his current strength nearing level 40, he presumed it would pose no issue. Yet, upon arriving, he realized the difficulty was far beyond his expectations. However, his resolve had been tempered to a stone-like firmness by the three-eyed golden lion, and he swiftly reached a decision. "I apologize for my tardiness, but I firmly believe I can be granted an exception for admission. Might I trouble you to notify a teacher on my behalf?" The guard, astonished, scrutinized him anew. "What gives you such confidence? This is Shrek Academy." Huozhanji responded with a serene smile, and from beneath his feet, 3 purple soul rings ascended simultaneously. His confidence stemmed from his prowess. In an instant, the guard felt as though the child before him had transformed into a towering mountain, and instinctively, he staggered back a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. The aura was overwhelming. The guard gazed at Huozhanji in astonishment. 3 rings indicated level 30. And to be here enrolling at such a young age, likely 12, or even younger, to achieve level 30 with 3,000-year soul rings, this was undoubtedly the mark of a genius. Although Shrek Academy had its fair share of prodigies, such talents remained rare. "Could you kindly summon a teacher in charge of admissions to see if I might be afforded an opportunity?" Hua Zhanji bowed respectfully to the guard, gradually regaining his composure. The guard replied in a deep tone, "Please wait here." He then promptly moved towards the academy. As merely a guard, such decisions were beyond his purview. It was prudent to have a teacher responsible for admissions assess the situation to avoid the academy missing out on such an outstanding candidate. Before long, accompanied by the guard, an elderly woman emerged. She was frail, her hair white and coiled atop her head, garbed in a flowing white robe of average height. Remarkably, she possessed bright eyes, her black pupils sparkling with intelligence. The guard introduced her to Hua Zhanji, saying, "This is Ms. Xiao Wu, the head of the new student class. You may speak with her." 3 rings? Soul Master? Ms. Xiao Wu regarded Hua Zhanji with an icy gaze. "Yes, greetings, Teacher Zhou," Hua Zhanji replied with utmost respect. "Follow me," Zhou Wu stated curtly, turning to walk deeper into the academy grounds. Hua Zhanji hastily fell in step behind her, entering Shrek Academy. Chapter 3. Challenge the Soul Emperor. Contrary to Hua Zhanji's grand and solemn expectations, the environment within Shrek Academy during this era was exquisite, with a rich variety of flora flourishing abundantly. As he walked along the broad avenue, he could see at least 10 distinct types of plants in every direction, all meticulously pruned. After proceeding 200 meters, a series of enormous statues obscured his view. There were over 10 statues, each towering 10 meters high, sculpted from a hardest granite. In the front row stood 3 statues, the central one depicting an elderly man wearing glasses, a gentle smile gracing his face, with a physique that was moderately plump, exuding an aura of benevolence. Hua Zhanji was once a student at Shrek Academy during his era, and thus had a certain understanding of the Academy's history. The figure in the center is undoubtedly the founder of Shrek Academy and its first dean, Flender. To his left stands the illustrious Yu Xiaojang, who laid the foundational teachings for the various departments of martial souls at Shrek Academy and is renowned as a master in the world of martial souls. On his right is Lu Erlong, another founding member and the wife of Yu Xiaojang. Together with Dean Flender, they form the Golden Iron Triangle. If Flender was the architect of Shrek Academy, then the master is undoubtedly its true soul, having meticulously fostered the 7 prodigies known as the Shrek 7 monsters behind them. The statue of the master depicts a somewhat slender middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong is portrayed as an elegant middle-aged woman. Behind them are 7 statues. Upon Hua Zhanji's gaze landing on the foremost statue, his body involuntarily shuddered. It depicted a youth with flowing blue hair cascading behind him, attired in a simple yet vigorous outfit. Around the statue, spirals of blue vines encircled him, clearly representative of his blue-silver grass martial soul. A faint smile graced his lips, yet his gaze seemed to pointedly direct itself towards a young woman with scorpion braids, positioned 5th among the 7. To stand here, especially in such a central location, signifies that he is none other than Tang San, the founder of the Tang sect and the absolute core of the first generation of the Shrek 7 monsters. However, why does his likeness so closely resemble that of the Sea God Pavilion Master whom he had previously encountered at the Academy? The latter appeared somewhat more mature, yet the resemblance was strikingly uncanny. Could it be that the Sea God Pavilion Master is his descendant? The 7 statues of the first generation of the Shrek 7 monsters each exhibit unique forms, merely by the fact that they all hold the title Douluo rank. One can discern their extraordinary strength. Hua Zhanji's attention was further captivated by the 10 statues, as echoes of the legendary tales recounted by his mother reverberated in his mind, stirring waves of awe within him. Proceeding left from the statues, the path remained broad enough to accommodate 4 or 5 horse-drawn carriages side by side, with a signpost reading Lakeside Path. Beyond the verdant trees on his right, he could faintly glimpse a vast expanse of water. This indicated that behind the 10 statues of the Golden Iron Triangle and the Shrek 7 monsters lay a colossal lake. Could this be the Sea God Lake of that era? Indeed, the Sea God Lake was immense. Following the lakeside path southward for nearly a quarter of an hour before veering west, Hua Zhanji continued for another quarter hour before the path began to narrow, revealing a spacious rectangular plaza before him. A sign indicating Shrek Plaza appeared adjacent to it. Behind Shrek Plaza stood towering educational buildings, each adorned in various hues, predominantly white, yellow, purple, and black. Gazing toward the northern distance of Shrek Plaza, he noticed a cluster of gray educational buildings. At this point, Zhou Wu halted on Shrek Plaza, prompting Hua Zhanji to stop as well. "I shall grant you an opportunity. Withstand 10 of my strikes. If you succeed, I will make an exception and allow you to join our class," Zhou Wu stated coolly, her tone straightforward and imbued with an air of severity. Hua Zhanji felt a shiver run down his spine. May I inquire, esteemed teacher, what level of soul master are you? Zhou Yi's response was nonchalant, a six-ring soul emperor. Hua Zhanji's lips twitched in disbelief. You, a six-ring soul emperor, expect me, a mere three-ring, to withstand 10 strikes? He protested. Zhou Yi retorted. Who told you to arrive late? If you wish to enter Shrek Academy, despite your tardiness, you must possess the ability to impress the Academy. Otherwise, what ground do you have? She continued. Enough with the pleasantries. If you are willing, step forward. If not, be gone. Here, we seek monsters, not waste. Hua Zhanji took a deep breath. Over the past 2 years, he had fought against the three-eyed golden lion countless times, enduring numerous failures. His willpower had been honed to an extraordinary degree, and now that he stood here, he comprehended that this was the true test of his main quest. Only by withstanding the 10 strikes of his cold teacher could he consider his task complete and return home. He stepped back a few paces, his expression transforming into one of unwavering seriousness, gripping his wooden spear with the tip slightly elevated. Teacher, please. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Yi's eyes. She sought to gauge this child's reaction through her overwhelming strength. The 10 strikes were more of a formality. Yet if a child of such young age with three-ring cultivation dared not even attempt to confront her, then he had no right to enroll. She placed great importance on her students' courage in her teachings. No matter how powerful, a lack of resolve rendered strength meaningless. At that moment, Hua Zhanji not only exhibited no hint of trepidation, but he also emanated a sense of stability akin to a mountain. The simple stance he adopted revealed no flaws to her keen eye. This bore the essence of a prodigy nurtured by a prestigious lineage, undoubtedly the result of rigorous training, as evidenced by his focused gaze and relaxed musculature. Although he approached her with utmost seriousness, he displayed no sign of anxiety. I shall not employ my martial soul. You may unleash your full potential. Zhou Yi expressed her intrigue. Very well, Hua Zhanji affirmed. Then, without hesitation, he began to chant softly. Darkness condenses the soul. Only through descent may one find freedom. Awaken, boundless magic slumbering in my blood. Dark purple-black scales manifested silently, and a pair of ebony wings unfurled behind him. An intense aura of darkness surged forth, elevating his presence. Faced with a six-ring soul emperor and a teacher from Shrek Academy, he dared not hold back in the slightest. Zhou Yi's pupils contracted in astonishment. Is this truly a three-ring? Her discerning gaze, honed from her tenure as a Shrek Academy instructor, quickly discerned that the aura emanating from Hua Zhanji was far beyond that of an ordinary three-ring. In truth, Hua Zhanji was no ordinary three-ring. He stood at the pinnacle of three-ring cultivation, and at this moment, he was further bolstered by the augmentation of his fallen angel transformation. Hua Zhanji, a new student of Shrek Academy's Xinglua branch, age 12. Martial soul, spiritual eye, fallen angel. Strength, 36 plus 18. Agility, 39 plus 19. Physique, 41 plus 20. Spirit, 62 plus 31. Attack, 80 plus 40. Defense, 73 plus 2 plus 36. Unallocated basic attributes, 0. Douluo World space, heavenly demon art. Mental additional skill, mind explosion. Mental additional skill, intimidation. Agility additional skill, shadow shift. Physique additional skill, bull-like strength. Strength additional skill, rampage. Heavenly demon art skills. Heavenly demon devour, heavenly demon seize soul. Heavenly demon clone. In a state of fallen angel transformation, Hua Zhanji's attributes had all surpassed 50, with his spirit reaching an astonishing 93 points, representing his base attributes without the inclusion of additional skills. Simultaneously, Hua Zhanji cast a mental assessment towards Zhou Yi, confirming that his mental evaluation was effective not only against soul beasts but also against humans. He had already tested this on the guards at the entrance, and naturally, he had also experimented on the three-eyed golden lion. However, all that was detected were question marks. With the enhancement of his mental prowess and cultivation, his spiritual appraisal had undergone significant changes, allowing him to perceive information with greater clarity. For instance, before him stood Zhou Yi, female, martial soul, red dragon. Strength, 208. Agility, 165. Physique, 206. Spirit, 153. These were the 4 fundamental attributes of his opponent that Hua Zhanji now sensed through his spiritual appraisal. This represented the strength of his 6-ring level. She was undoubtedly superior to him by a considerable margin. Yet, if she did not invoke her martial soul and he transformed into his fallen angel form, there might be a chance for him to contend against her. 10 moves, perhaps. A faint crimson glow erupted almost instantaneously from Huazhanji, reminiscent of an explosive shockwave, producing a muffled pop in the surrounding air. Power enhancement skill, Berserk. All attributes increased by 10% for 1 minute. Huazhanji's mental power had finally surpassed 100. Within his eyes, violet light surged as he unleashed a mental shockwave. Through his prolonged battles with the three-eyed golden lion, he had learned that when an opponent's mental strength exceeded half of his own, it would result in a mental backlash, albeit with some degree of impact on the opponent as well. If it exceeded double his own, then only backlash remained. In the absence of a martial soul, Zhou Yi's base mental attribute stood at 153, while Huazhanji's mental power had also crossed the 100 mark. Bolstered by the dual enhancements of his Spirit Eye, Fallen Angel form, and the skills of Purple Extreme Demon Eye and Mental Shock, the mental power he unleashed at that moment surpassed Zhou Yi's. Upon seeing the violet light emanating from Huazhanji's eyes, Zhou Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Purple Extreme Demon Eye." The next instant, she felt as if her brain had been struck by lightning, involuntarily letting out a muffled groan. In that moment, Huazhanji moved, his wooden spear thrust forward like a bolt of lightning toward Zhou Yi, merging his body with the spear, unleashing his full power. Every step he took, aided by the wings at his back, maximized his speed. This thrust was a singular, unstoppable force. Over the past 2 years, he had learned the importance of momentum from the three-eyed golden lion, understanding that overwhelming an opponent with sheer force during combat was crucial. Zhou Yi was impacted by the mental shock, yet her mental fortitude was formidable. Even without invoking her martial soul, her powerful physique and mental ocean quickly recuperated. However, by the time she regained her composure, Huazhanji's wooden spear was already upon her, leaving no time to evade. In a surprising maneuver, Zhou Yi lowered her head sharply, using her forehead to collide with the tip of Huazhanji's spear. Huazhanji had already seen her base attributes, which boasted strength exceeding 200, far beyond his capacity to withstand. In that critical moment, he spread his wings wide, utilizing the resistance from his colossal wings to momentarily halt his forward momentum. Simultaneously, his body surged upward 3 feet, employing the agility-enhancing skill, Shadow Shift. This instantaneous transformation placed him above Zhou Yi, who was still in the motion of nodding. The wooden spear came crashing down with lightning speed. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly like a stream of water. With a resounding thud, the wooden spear struck Zhou Yi's nape. Although Huazhanji's movements were fluid and graceful, he hesitated slightly upon making contact with Zhou Yi. At the onset of the battle, he had subconsciously regarded her as the three-eyed golden lion. Yet, if she were indeed the three-eyed golden lion, a mere reversal of the joint would suffice to send his spear flying. He had prepared for a follow-up, even ready to retract and thrust again, but was taken aback that the spear had struck true. Nonetheless, after enduring 2 years of torment from the three-eyed golden lion, the instinct of battle had become ingrained in his very being. As the wooden spear struck Zhou Yi's nape, 2 skills were simultaneously unleashed. The tip of the spear instantly transformed into an abyss of darkness, as if a black hole had materialized, while Zhou Yi's head throbbed painfully. She felt a powerful pulling force, as if her essence and soul power were being drawn out. Moreover, another force surged into her mental ocean, seizing the opportunity while she was disoriented to devour her mental strength. Heavenly Demon Devour. Heavenly Demon Seize Soul. Furthermore, suspended in mid-air, Huazhanji's silhouette suddenly appeared behind Zhou Yi. Though he bore no spear, both palms struck her back instantaneously as the Heavenly Demon Devour operated frantically. Huazhanji felt an influx of rich soul power and mental energy flooding into his body, replenishing his recent expenditure in an instant. Propelled by this surge, he wielded his wooden spear to unleash a barrage of over 100 spear rays directed toward Zhou Yi. At this moment, a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. With such formidable base attributes, why did she seem so weak in combat? Little did he know, Zhou Yi could never be compared to the three-eyed golden lion. The combat prowess of the three-eyed golden lion was among the very pinnacle within this entire realm. Although the three-eyed golden lion had fought him with strength comparable to his level, its inherent foundation and physical attributes were still its own, not to mention the wealth of combat experience. Zhou Yi had somewhat overestimated her capabilities, thinking that against Huazhanji, a mere 3-ring, she could easily dominate without her martial soul. Yet she had unwittingly encountered a true anomaly this time, one she had long enjoyed teaching. A furious dragon's roar erupted. Scarlet scales erupted from Zhou Yi's body in an instant, a searing torrent of energy coalescing into a fiery red barrier. The Heavenly Demon Devour and Heavenly Demon Seize Soul were simultaneously interrupted, and the shadowy doppelganger behind her was sent flying away. The barrage of spear rays struck the barrier, creating ripples upon its surface. As Xiao Wu angrily raised her head, her eyes were already tinged with crimson. "You little brat, dared to strike my head?" Enraged, she prepared to charge forward. However, Huozhanji had already spread his wings and swiftly retreated diagonally, quickly increasing the distance between them. "Teacher, you said not to use martial souls. Aren't you losing?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had been compelled to unleash her Scarlet Dragon martial soul. Just moments ago, when Huozhanji unleashed a flurry of spear rays to assault her, she distinctly felt that if she did not activate her martial soul, she would truly sustain injuries. The martial soul had manifested in response to an impending threat. Was this her test of him? A test in which she ended up getting beaten? From start to finish, she had not even touched this brat. Xiao Yi's complexion shifted from red to green. She had never anticipated such an outcome. The intense heat gradually subsided, and Xiao Yi glared fiercely at Huozhanji hovering above. "Your martial soul is rather sinister. Were it someone else, she might have accused them of being a sinister soul master, for the dark aura emanating from the heavenly demon technique was indeed formidable. However, she would never draw such conclusions, for although Huozhanji's heavenly demon technique bore a darkness attribute, it was remarkably pure, devoid of the bloodshed and malevolence characteristic of a sinister soul master. Moreover, it is of utmost significance to note that the young lad has just unleashed the purple extreme demon eye, a hallmark technique of the Tang sect. Given the inheritance of such an art, how could he possibly be an evil soul master?" As she retracted her Scarlet Dragon martial soul, Huozhanji let out a sigh of relief, descending from the sky and likewise reverting his fallen angel transformation. At this moment, he appeared unaffected by any signs of weakness, despite the transformation and subsequent rampage. This was due to the Heavenly Demon Devour and Heavenly Demon Seize soul techniques, which resolved his earlier dilemma by allowing him to absorb a substantial portion of Xiao Yi's formidable power, replenishing his own energy reserves. Huozhanji, gripping his wooden spear, respectfully bowed to Xiao Yi, expressing, "Thank you, teacher, for your leniency. May I consider this as passing the assessment, thus allowing for my exceptional admission?" Xiao Yi's lips twitched slightly. Even among graduates of the Outer Academy, it seemed that only this young man possessed such strength. At merely 12 years of age, she gingerly touched the bump on the back of her head caused by the earlier impact, and a faint smile gradually emerged on her previously furious and icy visage. However, the sight of this smile upon her aged face instilled a sense of trepidation in Huozhanji. Why did her smile carry an undertone of cunning? "Consider yourself accepted. Follow me," she stated, turning towards the main teaching building. Huozhanji exhaled, relieved to have passed. This indicated that he had, in essence, completed his primary mission. However, the notification sound he had anticipated did not manifest at that moment. Under Xiao Yi's guidance, Huozhanji entered the freshman teaching building alongside her. The structure was pristine white. According to the regulations of Shrek Academy during this era, students of varying grades studied in buildings of distinct colors. Xiao Yi led Huozhanji directly into a classroom, the sign outside indicating it was Class 1 for freshmen. Huozhanji mused to himself about the serendipity of being placed in Class 1. The classroom was spacious, already filled to capacity. A mere glance allowed Huozhanji to ascertain that Class 1 boasted well over 100 students. At that moment, his gaze suddenly froze. He spotted a boy who appeared to be of a similar age to his own. The reason for his attention was the boy's striking resemblance to himself. "Why does he look somewhat like me?" Then, his eyes fell upon another boy, whose features struck him as even more familiar. The youth sported neat, short hairstyle of pastel blue, exuding both handsomeness and an air of delicate charm. Just then, Xiao Yi, now at the podium, began, "I am Xiao Yi, your homeroom teacher. I cannot guarantee how many of you will journey with me through this forthcoming year, but I must inform you that in my class, no rubbish shall pass the assessment. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools." Xiao Yi's voice was a harsh rasp, reminiscent of a broken gong. Upon hearing her words, many students displayed indignation. Having passed the assessment to become Shrek Academy students, they were the elite, meticulously selected from various nations across the continent. Yet, in the eyes of this teacher, they were mere refuse and imbeciles. In the next moment, Xiao Yi turned her gaze toward Huozhanji, continuing, "This new student has just reported to the academy and has been granted exceptional admission. By the way, what is your name?" "Huozhanji," he promptly replied. Xiao Yi nodded, instructing, "Find a seat. He has passed my personal assessment, and from today onward, he shall be the class leader of your freshman Class 1. Anyone who disagrees may challenge him." Those who defeat him will take his place. Class leader again? At this point, the only available seats were at the back of the room. As Huazhanji made his way backwards, the surroundings began to take on an ethereal quality. The sound he had been waiting for finally emerged. Golden Mainline World, Peerless Tang Sect, mainline task completed. Everything around him started to warp, and Zhou Yi's voice seemed to fade away. Huazhanji took a deep breath, experiencing a profound sense of relaxation. Despite the discomfort of spasms throughout his body during the distorted transmission, the prompt echoed in his ears, due to temporal disruptions in the Douluo World. You have been mistakenly transported to the Peerless Tang Sect world. Rewards are unquantifiable. Task evaluation, none. Reward attributes, none. The guardian of this world will grant you a special reward to compensate for your losses and the troubles caused by the temporal disturbance. The notification resonated in his mind. The guardian of this world? Perhaps it is teacher, Three-Eyed Golden Lion? Huazhanji immediately recalled the meticulous guidance he had received from the Three-Eyed Golden Lion over the past 2 years. Perhaps that would be the finest reward of all. Under normal circumstances, even if he traversed through 3 worlds, he might not have experienced such a comprehensive enhancement. Not merely in terms of attributes, but also in practical combat prowess. His current combat abilities had genuinely reached a level of proficiency, granting him true insight into how to apply his skills to their fullest potential. Just as he believed the rewards had been dispensed, and that he was on the verge of being transmitted away, a familiar golden figure suddenly manifested within his line of sight. The Three-Eyed Golden Lion, enveloped in radiant golden light, approached, the distorted halo surrounding her shimmering outward, unable to intrude upon his space. Huazhanji wished to call out, but found himself voiceless, helplessly observing as the Three-Eyed Golden Lion descended before him. The Three-Eyed Golden Lion gazed at him with gentle eyes, slowly lowering her head to press her forehead's vertical eye against Huazhanji's brow. Where the auspicious beast resides, all creatures find protection. Its rank is supreme, and mortals may draw upon its power. The grand voice reverberated in Huazhanji's ears. At the moment their foreheads touched, both Huazhanji and the Three-Eyed Golden Lion trembled violently. It felt as though some force within Huazhanji was instantaneously ignited by the mysterious power contained within the vertical eye of the Three-Eyed Golden Lion, quietly awakening. Following this tremor, Huazhanji suddenly felt an emptiness in his mind, as if his sea of spirit had vanished. Or rather, for the first time, he truly perceived his golden sea of spirit, yet at that instant, it seemed to be devoured by an invisible force. Strange. Swirling halos enveloped the bodies of Huazhanji and the Three-Eyed Golden Lion, rendering them seemingly transparent, their forms shimmering in and out of visibility. With each flicker of light, both Huazhanji and the Three-Eyed Golden Lion trembled slightly. The twisted light intensified, encasing the two in a cocoon of illumination, akin to a luminous chrysalis. Slowly, Huazhanji's mental clarity returned, and his sea of spirit reappeared within his consciousness. Astonished, he realized that his sea of spirit seemed to have expanded. Its volume at least doubled, far surpassing the mental augmentations he had previously been capable of extracting. Huazhanji distinctly felt as though he had truly gained a third eye, even sensing the resplendent golden radiance emanating from it. He could palpably feel an extraordinary power within this third eye, an essence that transcended all the abilities he had previously possessed. Buzz! A burst of golden radiance suddenly erupted from the point where Huazhanji made contact with the Three-Eyed Golden Lion. The Three-Eyed Golden Lion swayed dizzily, retreating several steps. Its third eye astonishingly transformed from its original golden hue to a deep black. Huazhanji seemed to perceive something, his gaze locking onto the Three-Eyed Golden Lion. In that moment, both man and beast felt a slight tremor in their hearts, particularly in their respective third eyes, which tingled with an extraordinary sensation. Huazhanji felt as though his consciousness transcended through the annals of time, manifesting within a lush, verdant forest. Suddenly, everything around him morphed into a brilliant gold, the dazzling hue causing even the surrounding flora to adopt the same coloration. These plants grew at an astonishing rate, and, on the ground, a vividly colored egg with a golden base appeared. A crisp cracking sound resonated as a fissure emerged on the surface of the golden egg, swiftly expanding until, with a crisp snap, a tiny claw emerged from the shell, followed closely by a small head. Its golden fur appeared damp, resembling that of a puppy, as it struggled to break free from its shell, turning back to devour the remnants of its egg. The sound of crunching echoed as the small creature began to emit a faint golden glow. Suddenly, a resplendent beam of golden light descended from the heavens. enveloping the newly hatched creature as if it were a pillar connecting earth and sky. The slime covering the little creature gradually vanished under the golden light. And in an instant, its size expanded from a mere foot to a full meter, its golden fur becoming as translucent as crystal, radiating a breathtaking golden brilliance that rippled outward in concentric halos. Letting out a sharp, high-pitched roar, the little creature's forehead split open, revealing an eye that seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of reality. As Hua Zhanji's consciousness captured this moment, everything began to accelerate. A torrent of light and shadow surged through his mind, and in that fleeting instant, it felt as though he had lived for millennia. Countless fragments of pure memories flashed before him, almost all set against the backdrop of the dense forest. For a moment, clarity eluded him. The three-eyed golden lion vanished without a sound, while the surrounding reality continued to twist and shift violently. He received a special reward, the Eye of Fate, the imperial beast. The three-eyed golden lion, blessed by destiny, manifested the Eye of Fate to guard the fortunes of the spirit beast realm, drawing upon the primal energies of heaven and earth, capable of invoking the changes of fate and elemental power. As a favored child of destiny, it wielded the power of fate, embodying the true essence of fortune. The Eye of Fate would bestow upon him the strength of destiny. The strength of destiny? Hua Zhanji could not comprehend the nature of this newfound power. Yet he felt a profound enhancement in his mental acuity, particularly the expansion of his spiritual sea and the solidity of his mental force, surpassing previous levels significantly. Even more intriguingly, as he focused his mental energy upon the eye upon his forehead, he sensed a second stream of mental force residing within it. Also his, yet distinct from his spiritual sea, as if he had acquired a second realm of consciousness. Just then, a sensation of vertigo enveloped him, and the surroundings faded into a blank void. After 2 years, he was finally returning. The passage of time during this transport felt unusually prolonged. As Hua Zhanji gradually regained his awareness, he sensed a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. Temporal disarray was being rectified. Adjustment complete. As the tingling subsided, Hua Zhanji's consciousness returned fully. He found himself in a familiar, yet somewhat alien silver room, the Douluo World, from which he had been absent for 2 long years, now appearing strangely unfamiliar. Had he truly returned? Instinctively, he touched his forehead, feeling its smoothness. A thought struck him, and he unconsciously summoned his attribute panel. Hua Zhanji, a new student at the Star Luo branch of Shrek Academy, age 13, wielding Eye of Fate. Martial Soul, Spirit Eye, Fallen Angel. Strength, 38. Agility, 40. Constitution, 43. Spirit, 69. Attack, 88. Defense, 79. Unallocated basic attributes, 0. Douluo World spatial abilities. Heaven Demon Art, Wooden Spear. Mental enhancement skills, Mental Shockwave. Mental enhancement skills, Intimidation. Agility enhancement skills, Shadow Shift. Constitution enhancement skills, Bull-like Strength. Strength enhancement skills, Berserk. Heaven Demon Art skills, Heaven Demon Devour. Heaven Demon Soul Snatch. Heaven Demon Clone. Astonishingly, his physical attributes had once again transformed, with all attributes undergoing change. Wait, 13 years old. Upon his return, after accounting for the time spent in the extraordinary realm of the Tang sect, his age had indeed increased by approximately 8 months, confirming he was now 13. The Eye of Fate remained, but why was it described as commanding? Moreover, the 4 characters of Eye of Fate on the attribute panel shimmered in gold. Chapter 32. The Responsibility of the Leader. Hua Zhanji stood still, contemplating for a moment. He began to comprehend that perhaps the most significant gain from his unexpected sojourn in the golden mainline world of the Tang sect was indeed this Eye of Fate. The specific functions of the Eye of Fate would require gradual exploration in the future, yet its golden luster could not be feigned. Teacher Lan Yinhai had mentioned that gold signifies a divine artifact. Nonetheless, he was finally back. 2 years, regardless of how long it had been in the real world. During his time in the realm of the three-eyed golden lion, he had truly spent 2 years to escape. This duration had wrought considerable changes within him. Yet he could not help but miss his family during this time. The passage of time in the Douluo World was roughly 3-to-1. Thus, from a moment he entered the Douluo World until now, his life could be said to have reached a span of 15 years. The myriad experiences had rendered him increasingly composed and mature. He felt no sense of lamentation, only an invigorated spirit. It was good to be home. Exiting the task transfer chamber, Hua Zhanji immediately spotted a familiar figure. "Teacher," he exclaimed in surprise. Lan Yinhai beamed at him. "You finally returned." When I received the notification that there was an issue in the Douluo World, sending you mistakenly into a perilous realm, I was quite alarmed. Thankfully, you are back at last. Yes, thank you, teacher. Have my parents been informed? Zhangji quickly inquired. Lan in hai zipli, nei jali. The academy informed them that you were undergoing training in the Douluo World. However, it has been 8 months, so they are likely very anxious. You should head home and reassure them. How is everyone? Did they undertake any team missions while I was away? Zhangji asked. Lan in hai ziplim. They are all well. Individual missions typically conclude within 2 to 3 months of real time. I have heard that you encountered some trouble, which has caused quite a stir among them. Moreover, without you, the captain, they cannot partake in team missions unless they first disband the original team and then regroup. Everyone has decided to wait for your return. Unless it is confirmed that you are indeed in peril, they will not reassemble. They have been undergoing the academy's conventional training in the meantime. Please convey my gratitude to them. I shall return home for a brief visit. After being separated from my parents for so long, I find myself quite eager to see them again. Biting Fawatalan in hai. Zhangji swiftly made his way home. It was still afternoon, and his parents were not at home. He hurriedly used his communicator to dial his mother's number. Mom, it's me, Zhangji. I'm back. There was a moment of silence on the other end, but soon joyful exclamations followed. So, stay at home and wait for me. I'll be back shortly. In less than 20 minutes, Tang Wutong burst through the door, embracing her son, who had grown considerably taller. Zhangji felt a surge of excitement. Yet, when enveloped in his mother's embrace, he was surprised by the absence of any intense emotions typically associated with long-lost reunions. Instead, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had never been apart from her. Tang Wutong's eyes shimmered slightly as she gently patted her son's back. You've grown taller. You're almost as tall as me now. At last, you're back. Your father and I have been so worried about you. Zhangji looked up at his mother, her pink-blue hair cascading down her back, and blurted out, Mom, I met a boy in the Douluo World who has a hair color similar to yours, and he resembles you a bit as well. Oh, who resembles your mother? At that moment, Hui Yuhao, having received the news, returned home as well. Zhangji turned to him, Dad. I also saw a boy who looks a lot like you when you were younger. I entered a world called the Absolute Tang Sect. It must be a historical period of our Douluo Continent. Could the boy I saw be one of our ancestors? Hui Yuhao and Tang Wutong exchanged glances, and a single word flashed simultaneously in their minds. Blunder. Yes, we should have brought him back sooner. I didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so reckless as to bring him in without even completing the enrollment process. Perhaps, Hui Yuhao replied dismissively. Tang Wutong said, Let our son rest. I will go prepare him a meal. Zhangji blinked as he realized that, after acquiring the Eye of Destiny, his perception had significantly heightened. This perception, intricately linked to spiritual strength, possessed unique characteristics that were difficult to articulate. He could sense that his parents seemed a bit unusual upon his return. The feeling of reunion was not particularly strong. However, he was finally home. After enduring the torment of the three-eyed golden lion for 2 years and undergoing the assessments at Shrek Academy, how could he not feel fatigued? Shortly after dinner, he retreated to his room and fell into a deep slumber, completely reluctant to meditate. In the living room, Hui Yuhao waved his hand, enveloping himself and his wife in an invisible barrier. This child has grown even faster than we expected. To be honest, I didn't think he would endure. Hui Yuhao said to Tang Wutong. With a hint of pride, Tang Wutong replied, My son is truly remarkable. Initially, I thought if he could last just a minute, that would be sufficient for him to pass. I assumed he would have no issues with the main quest, after which I would grant him the Eye of Destiny. I never anticipated this boy's resilience. He kept fighting back against failure, showing no signs of emotional collapse. And he actually persevered to the point of being able to seize a slim chance against me, an equal level. Hui Yuhao retorted. You were certainly quite harsh when you disciplined him. Tang Wutong huffed, like mother, like son. Do you not recall how you treated me when I was transformed into the three-eyed golden lion? Have you forgotten? Hui Yuhao quickly cleared his throat. That was in the past, and at that time, I had no idea you were the same person. He continued, indeed. I believe that boys need to endure trials to truly grow, and you have done well. Dan Wu Deng Pao Set Tao Gu Fun. Your father wishes for Zhangji to go to that world. If he truly traverses from the Douluo World to that realm, we will no longer be able to assist him. Furthermore, once he goes, unless he reaches the very end, he cannot return. I am genuinely worried. He is our only son. Hui Yuhao sighed. I share your concerns. But this is a significant matter. Through his trials in the Douluo World, Zhangji has demonstrated a strong character, talent, and his own aspirations. making him the most suitable candidate. If he can rely on himself to reach heights equal to or even surpassing ours, would that not be what we desire to witness? Tang Wudong puffed her cheeks. What I want is for my son to always be by my side. Yu Hao pulled his wife into an embrace. Fear not, he will be fine. You know how adept I am at orchestrating affairs. Everything is certainly under control. Moreover, we have already provided Zhangji with ample support. I still have arrangements on my end. Indeed, in a few days, I will convene a meeting of the Grandmasters, and we shall finalize this matter. Let's spend these days accompanying our son. Agreed. When Hua Zhangji awoke, it was already the following morning. He had slept soundly, as if all his fatigue and painful experiences had been entirely forgotten. The only thing that left him somewhat helpless was that, in his dreams, he had repeatedly encountered the three-eyed golden lion. Of course, these were not pleasant dreams. In them, he was being beaten and found it impossible to escape. Yu Hao did not venture out, claiming he was on leave for a while. Tang Wutong also remained at home, as the couple intended to spend time with their son. However, shortly after breakfast, Hua Zhangji received a communication from Lu Yisin. Captain, class leader, you have finally returned. We were all so worried. It's good to have you back. Everyone misses you. Just think, our team has only just formed, and we Haven-T even utilized many of our powerful team skills before you vanished. We've been waiting so long. When will you take us on our first team mission? It's been ages since we entered the Douluo World, and I've heard that some teams have already completed their second missions. We cannot fall behind. Lu Yisin's voice was laced with urgency. Indeed, Hua Zhangji had been away for 8 months, and they had completed their individual tasks 4 or 5 months ago while awaiting his return. Other teams continued their missions, but they had no tasks to undertake, and their growth rate would undoubtedly be hindered. I apologize. I did not foresee this situation arising. I have just returned and wish to spend a couple of days with my parents. After 2 days, I will come back to you. I will ensure we complete a highly rated team mission together. Hua Zhangji was quite confident in his abilities. His companions had waited for so long. He was determined to swiftly lead them to accomplish a first-rate task and share the rewards with them. All right, I will inform everyone, Lu Yisin said excitedly. After ending the communication, Hua Zhangji noticed that his parents wore somewhat peculiar expressions. Tang Wudong even pouted. Hua Zhangji quickly reassured them, Mom, Dad, they're my classmates and my partners in the Douluo World. I encountered some difficulties with my previous personal task, which consumed an excessive amount of time. The others have long completed their assignments and are now awaiting my return. Therefore, I must promptly rejoin them for our team task, lest we fall behind other groups. We were previously the best team, and it would be deeply regrettable if I were the cause of any disparity among us. Rest assured, I have made significant improvements during the recently concluded individual task, and I am confident that this team endeavor will be completed swiftly. I should be back within a month. His confidence stems from his formidable abilities. With the various skills he possesses, his mental strength could even surpass 100 if combined. With such prowess, Hua Zhangji believes that it is improbable for anyone among his peers to surpass him. Moreover, his other fundamental attributes are also nearing 50 points. Having already accomplished the Golden Main quest, what challenge remains in the ordinary world S-team tasks that he cannot overcome? Just as Tang Wudong was about to speak, Yu Hao grasped her hand, affirming that being responsible is commendable, and encouraged her to proceed. Your father and I will be home with you for the next couple of days. If there is anything you wish to eat, just tell your mother. Hua Zhangji, noticing the redness in his mother's eyes, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly took hold of Tang Wudong's other hand, gently shaking it. Mother, I realize that leaving so soon after returning is indeed inappropriate. However, my father has stated that this is my responsibility. I am now the leader of our team. As the leader, I must lead my companions forward without faltering. You need not worry. Such a prolonged absence as this 8-month separation will not occur again. Tang Wutong gazed at her son, uncertain of what to say. Her son had never truly been distant. However, the prospect of him leaving for an extended period was far more daunting than 8 months. Taking a deep breath, she released her husband's hand and embraced her son. Her voice choked with emotion. Zhangji, I am proud of you. No matter when, your father and I will be waiting for your return. You must take good care of yourself in the Douluo World, always remembering that we are waiting for you. Do not take unnecessary risks, all right? Yes, mother. Please do not cry. I will be careful, Hua Zhangji reassured her. He, too, felt a sense of reluctance, having only just returned. However, his companions had remained steadfast, waiting for him without disbanding the team. As the captain, how could he not consider the well-being of his comrades? Ultimately, he departed once more. After spending only 2.5 days at home, he returned to Shrek Academy. During those days, Tang Wudong was eager to prepare 6 meals a day for her son, with both parents constantly by his side. Standing on the balcony, she watched as her son gradually receded into the distance. Suddenly, she threw herself into Hui Yuhao's embrace. You must promise that our son will be safe. He cannot come to harm. Tang Wudong clung tightly to her husband. I promise, Hu Yuo softly comforted her. Tang Wudong abruptly lifted her head, exclaiming, No, I need you to promise as well. Let's go back to the divine realm now. Before the meeting of the divine circle, we must consult your father. Chapter 33. The Golden Main Quest of Douluo Continent. Hua Zhanji was unaware of his parents' emotional turmoil. Upon his return to Shrek Academy, he had already adjusted his mindset. The moment he stepped into the classroom, a wave of cheers erupted. Welcome back, Captain. Lu Yisin swiftly rushed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. His companions had all changed, albeit slightly. During their 8-month separation, they had all matured. The girls appeared more beautiful, and the boys had grown more robust. They were all in the throes of adolescence, with rapid physical development being the most notable characteristic. Hua Zhanji did not return to his seat, but instead stood before the podium, sincerely addressing his peers. I deeply apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Juan and Xingchen, Smiting Vraitli, replied, Captain, there is no need for apologies. This situation was not your fault. It was a consequence of issues in the Douluo world. All you need to do is help us reclaim our place. By the way, have you surpassed 50 in your mental strength? Hua Zhanji nodded, affirming. I have exceeded that threshold. How about you all? Yuan and Xingchen responded. This individual task was significantly more challenging than our new student assessments. Everyone's results were average, hovering around B rank with no A rank. However, our training progress has been commendable. We have all grown in our own ways. My agility has reached 50, and Jiangqi's physique has also hit 50. However, neither of us was the first. Hua Zhanji's expression grew slightly serious. It appeared that competition had intensified. In light of this, time was of the essence. They should first undertake the team task, and then recalibrate their synergy within the mission. Lu Yisin assured him, recalibration will be no issue. We have not been idle these past few months. Although we did not take on tasks, we have been training together. The teachers have provided us with numerous training methods, and everyone has improved quite well. We will certainly secure an A rank in this team task. Aside from Hua Zhanji, the others were eager to embark on the team task within the Douluo world. Without delay, they immediately ventured into the Douluo realm. First, we will retrieve the giant spirit shield, and then prepare to accept our mission, Hua Zhanji instructed. The giant spirit shield lay within the team's space. As he retrieved the massive shield that shimmered with a green glow, he handed it to Chai Jiajia. Shall we gather some points for identification? Duan and Xingchen Yingguayef. Hua Zhanji shook his head, saying, No need, I can handle it. As he spoke, a faint white light flickered in his eyes, and he cast a mental identification on the giant spirit shield. Instantly, the shield before them flashed brightly with green light, which then swiftly retracted, revealing a pitch-black shield. Information subsequently appeared on the personal holograms before them. Team weapon, giant spirit shield. Defense, 16. Attached skill, giant spirit. When activated, the user's strength and physique temporarily increase by 10 points for 5 minutes. Attached skill, taunt. Instantly locks onto a target, compelling it to attack only the user of the giant spirit shield until it can no longer resist. With a defense of 16 and 2 highly practical skills, there was no doubt that this was an exceptional piece of equipment. Usage requirement, strength, 40. Excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes, especially Chai Jiajia, who tightened his grip on the shield, confident in his strength to wield it. Captain, you've even learned identification? Lu Yisin's focus shifted to Hua Zhanji. Hua Zhanji nodded, explaining, My third soul skill, Spiritual Eye, is for mental identification. It is quite practical. It can be used on both objects and living beings. As he spoke, he cast a mental identification on Lu Yisin, and immediately, everyone shared Lu Yisin's attributes in their minds. Lu Yisin, a new student at the Star Luo branch of Shrek Academy, age 13. Martial Soul Clock, Strength, 28. Agility, 31. Physique, 33. Spirit, 47 plus 10. Attack, 44. Defense, 39. Unallocated basic attributes, 0. Douluo World Space, none. Mental additional skill, Spirit plus 10. Agile additional skill, Swift Surge, which instantaneously enhances speed by 20% for a duration of 20 seconds, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Physical enhancement skill, Unyielding Body, rendering any control skills ineffective for 5 seconds, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. Strength enhancement skill, Resistance Aura, generating an impact aura around oneself that doubles one's strength, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Is this possible? Lu Yixin promptly crossed her arms. Gazing at Huo Zhanji with a look of astonishment, Captain, why me? I have no secrets left. Observing Lu Yixin's attributes, Huo Zhanji's eyes lit up. Her growth is quite significant. Her mental strength has nearly reached 50, and with the enhancement from her mental skills, it has peaked at 57 points. Lu Yixin's attributes, which have always been on the lower end within the team, indicate that everyone has made considerable progress. After feigning surprise, Lu Yixin soon began to take pride in her skills, exclaiming, Captain, look at my unyielding body and resistance aura. Aren't they impressive? Both are special attributes. My luck is quite commendable. If it weren't for you, I might have been the first lucky one in our blue-silver team. Zhanji nodded, acknowledging that these two skills are indeed formidable, particularly as a means of self-protection for a control-type battle spirit master like Lu Yixin. Without further examining the attributes of the others, he said, let us proceed to accept the team mission. Arriving at the location where they had previously accepted team missions, Huo Zhanji approached the staff and stated, hello, we are here to take on a team mission. The staff member nodded and gestured, causing information pertaining to the blue-silver team to materialize. Very well, you are now a level 3 team, classified as a white elite team. When you accept tasks, you will receive assignments corresponding to your team level. You are currently the only level 3 team, yet you have only undertaken one mission. Both personal and team missions have protective mechanisms in place for the first 3 attempts, which effectively control the difficulty level. Therefore, you may choose to accept the second team mission under the protective mechanism or according to the level of your white elite team. Huo Zhanji inquired. Aside from the difference in difficulty, will the rewards also vary? The staff member nodded affirmatively, replying, of course. Once you move beyond the protective measures of the first 3 attempts, you will be engaging in a genuine mission. The difficulty will increase, and naturally, the rewards will also enhance. For instance, basic attribute points will guarantee a minimum reward of 3 points for completing the mission. Huo Zhanji turned to his companions, asking, what do you all think about this choice? Yuan In Xingtian remarked, we have already fallen behind. Given this new opportunity, I believe we should opt for the more challenging task. The others readily nodded in agreement. Having been absent from the Douluo World for 4 to 5 months, they felt an urgent sense of need. Huo Zhanji nodded thoughtfully, stating, I understand everyone's sentiments. I have also gained certain benefits from the personal tasks I undertook earlier. I am confident in our ability to complete a more difficult mission. All Douluo points I acquire from this task will be evenly distributed among everyone as compensation for your patience. No need, Captain. Don't be so polite. This matter isn't your fault, Li Jianqi interjected. Huo Zhanji smiled and shook his head, saying, let us proceed as I suggested. I have also received compensation from the Douluo World, but that compensation cannot be distributed. Hence, I will compensate you with some points. Afterward, he turned to the staff and declared, we will accept the mission according to our team level. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. You may now enter the teleportation room to prepare for transport. The group entered the familiar teleportation chamber. Huo Zhanji was relatively composed, having recently departed from there, but the others could not help but feel an undeniable excitement. It was precisely because they had once grown within the Douluo World that they now grasped the stark contrast between self-improvement in that realm and ordinary cultivation. Huo Zhanji accessed the team attribute panel. Team, blue-silver level, white elite team. Team leader, Huo Zhanji. Team members, Yuan In Xingtian, Li Jianqi, Qiu Zixuan, Chai Jiajia, Lu Yixin, and Zhang Hengrui. Team skills, mental sharing, critical guardian, random teleportation. Team space, giant spirit shield. Welcome, white elite team blue-silver. Team comprehensive strength assessment in progress. Team mission selection underway. As your team's comprehensive strength has been acknowledged, you will be teleported to the golden mainline world for your team mission. The reward for completing the task will be doubled out of the normal world, with the difficulty also being doubled. Golden mainline world selection in progress. Given that you are the first team to undertake a golden mainline mission, you will receive an additional special reward upon completion. Upon hearing the phrase golden mainline world, Huo Zhanji was taken aback. The world he had previously experienced, the unparalleled Tang sect, was indeed a golden mainline mission. Could it be that they were to return to that extraordinary Tang sect world? The others, unaware of the significance of the golden mainline world, became even more exhilarated at the prospect of double rewards and additional special bonuses. The selection concluded, and the teleportation commenced. Everything around them began to distort, and in the next moment, they found themselves enveloped in a blank void. Huo Zhanji's heart sank. He was genuinely concerned about a recurrence of the previous teleportation chaos. Fortunately, this time, everything appeared to be functioning normally. As the light flickered, the surroundings of the blue-silver team gradually came into focus. To their astonishment, they were not in a desolate wilderness, but rather in a bustling street. At that moment, the street was teeming with people. It had seemed as though none noticed their arrival. Welcome to the golden mainline world of Douluo Continent. In this world, soul masters are the noblest profession, wielding soul power that governs all. The Spirit Hall stands as the supreme sanctuary for soul masters. Given that the blue-silver team hails from the future of the Douluo Continent, no further elaboration is necessary. Douluo Continent. The group exchanged incredulous glances. Apart from Huazhanji, the other 7 were utterly bewildered. Were they transported back to the historical Douluo Continent? The archaic attire of the people on the street seemed to corroborate this notion. Mainline task: seize the championship. As members of the Spirit Hall, you will represent the Spirit Hall in the Continental Soul Master Elite Challenge. In the forthcoming final match, you will face a formidable challenge from Shrek Academy. Task requirements: defeat the Shrek 7 monsters and claim the ultimate championship. Task rewards: 5 basic attribute points, 5,000 Douluo points. Task failure: all attributes reduced by 3. The same task prompt resonated in each person's mind, causing them to widen their eyes in astonishment. This task could be deemed straightforward and direct, seemingly not requiring too long to complete. However, what kind of task was this? Even Huazhanji at that moment found himself momentarily stunned. He was the only one aware of the formidable nature of golden mainline tasks. Yet he never anticipated that the task they were to undertake would be of such daunting magnitude. The Shrek 7 monsters, challenging the Shrek 7 monsters. Wait, they were representing the Spirit Hall. What is the Spirit Hall? Huazhanji's mind raced with thoughts. He first affirmed that he was not in the era of the Supreme Tang sect. Otherwise, he would not have previously referred to it as the world of Douluo Continent, rather than that of the Supreme Tang sect. The Spirit Hall, the Spirit Hall. Huazhanji's pupils suddenly constricted as he realized the time period he was in. It was a grand epoch, a moment when soul masters rose upon the continent, marking the establishment of Shrek Academy and the founding of the Tang sect. Huazhanji abruptly awakened and exclaimed to his companions, "I understand now. Our opponents in this mission are the original Shrek 7 monsters, led by Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang sect." Images of the statues he had seen in the world of the Supreme Tang sect flooded his mind. Therefore, their adversaries would be the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai, the sausage Uncle Oscar, the thousand-hand Shura Tang San, the soft-bone charm rabbit Xiao Wu, the nether cat Zhu Zhu Qing, the 9-treasure glazed tile Ning Rong Rong, and the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun. Chapter 34. The original Shrek 7 monsters. At this moment, the members of the blue-silver team also comprehended Huazhanji's words. The Spirit Hall, indeed. The era of the Spirit Hall was none other than the glorious time of Tang San and his companions. In that historical context, Tang San led the Shrek 7 monsters to ultimately defeat the Spirit Hall, shattering its plot for continental domination and achieving the title of Sea God. The Spirit Hall subsequently faded into obscurity. What are you still doing here? The finals are about to commence. Hurry over. A chilling voice suddenly resonated in their ears. A shadow, akin to a specter, appeared beside them without their notice. This person's body was entirely concealed beneath a massive cloak, exuding an aura of foreboding, rendering their appearance indiscernible. Yet, in an instant, Huazhanji felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from his figure. Instinctively, he performed a mental assessment. The individual regarded him with a puzzled glance. The information Huazhanji received caused his pupils to constrict once more. Name, ghostly charm, title, ghost. Affiliation, Spirit Hall. Aside from the name, all other details were marked with question marks. With Huazhanji's current cultivation, he could not discern any further information about this being. However, the mere title was sufficient. Title, Ghost. Title Douluo 9 rings. An existence standing at the pinnacle of soul masters, undoubtedly far superior to them. The Spirit Hall, Ghost Douluo. There was no doubt that this was not a being they could contend with, and at present, this individual was presumably on their side. Move. Ghost Douluo commanded without waiting for their response, waving his hand. The group felt a shroud of black mist enveloping them, lifting their bodies into the air. When their vision cleared once more, they were astonished to find themselves before a colossal edifice. A grand staircase ascended towards 2 grand doors. Before those doors sat a row of seats, among which was a prominent throne at the center. On that throne sat an exquisite woman, clad in an extraordinarily opulent robe. Crowned regally, the Pope's Hall. The voice echoed in the minds of the blue-silver team. Why are you still standing there? Pay your respects to Her Holiness the Pope and prepare for the competition. The cold voice of Ghost Douluo resounded again. Huazhanji glanced down at himself and his companions. Noticing that they were clad in identical attire, this mission had not even afforded them the opportunity to choose. They had been directly brought to the venue, signifying that their match was about to begin. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Huizhanji stepped forward, leading his companions in a respectful bow towards the Pope's hall. Salutations to Her Holiness the Pope. The Pope of the Spirit Hall in this era was undoubtedly the ultimate antagonist, presumably the Pope Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong gazed down from her throne at the blue-silver team. Seated beside her were undoubtedly top-tier powerhouses. If you can secure the championship, aside from the 3 soul bones awarded publicly, there will be additional substantial rewards within the hall. Bibi Dong's voice was melodious, yet carried an invisible air of authority. Huizhanji's mind raced with recollections of this final Pope of the Spirit Hall, a being who had once achieved divinity, known as the Rakshasa God. Though ultimately vanquished by the ancestor of the Tang sect, Tang San, she had once driven him to the brink of despair. Indeed, at this moment, the other members of the blue-silver team were captivated by the mention of rewards. 3 soul bones? Additional rewards? The value of just 3 soul bones was undeniably extraordinary. Presently, those 3 soul bones lay beside the Pope, quietly radiating a faint glow from within a red brocade tray, even if it were solely for this reward. The blood of the crowd surged with fervor. At that moment, as if sensing something, they instinctively turned to gaze at the staircase leading down to a lower platform. 7 figures were slowly ascending from below. They moved with a measured pace, yet their steps were resolute, reflecting their inner tenacity, their gazes firm, as if the sunlight merely served to embellish their presence. Among those 7, Huizhanji distinctly saw a faint golden halo shimmering beneath their feet, particularly the individual at the center, with dark hair, handsome features, and a tall stature. Compared to the sea god pavilion master they had previously encountered, he appeared significantly younger, even possessing a hint of boyishness, yet bore a striking resemblance with 6 or 7 parts similarity, his gaze intense as it settled upon Huizhanji and the others. Trailing behind these 7 was an older middle-aged man. The other members of the blue-silver team did not recognize him, but Huizhanji instantly identified him. The absolute core during the founding of Shrek Academy, also Tang San's mentor, Master Yu Xiaojing. From the features of the individuals before him, Huizhanji recognized the identities of the Shrek 7 monsters. Through mental sharing, he alerted his companions. The tall figure on the far left, with golden hair and dual-colored eyes, is the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai, with the white tiger as his spirit. Next to him is the sausage Uncle Oscar, followed by their core. The founder of the Tang sect, the thousand-hand Shura Tang San. Behind them are the soft-bone charm rabbit Xiao Wu, the 9-treasure glazed tile Ning Rongrong, the nether cat Zhu Zhuqing, and the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun. You all should be familiar with their abilities from our history lessons. Nods of recognition echoed among the group. The original Shrek 7 monsters were vividly depicted in the history books of the future Douluo World. They were once heroes, and the very enemies they had vanquished were represented by the Spirit Hall they now faced. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament were about to commence. Both sides prepared, and in a quarter of an hour, the match would begin. Each side took their positions, the Shrek 7 monsters encircling their master, as Tang San reached into his wishful 100 treasure bag, retrieving 7 emerald green leaves, consuming one himself, and passing the others to each member of the Shrek 7 monsters. These dragon grass leaves not only accelerated healing and stimulated rapid recovery of soul power, but also enhanced mental focus. Consuming them before the match was intended to maintain peak condition for a longer duration during the competition. Little San, Dai Mubai called, looking at Tang San. Tang San nodded firmly, assuring them, "Rest assured, I am fine. The rest is up to you." Master was the first to raise his right hand, and each member of the Shrek 7 also lifted their hands, 8 hands stacked together, unleashing a thunderous roar of victory. Indeed, victory was their sole belief. Huizhanji glanced at his companions and solemnly remarked, "The opponent is the protagonist of this world and will undoubtedly be formidable. Regardless, we cannot evade this mission. If we lose this match, our foundational attributes will be significantly reduced, rendering us incapable of competing with other teams. Therefore, we cannot afford to lose this battle. Only by claiming the championship can we reap generous rewards. This is a fight we must win. It should be a 7 against 17 battle. Inghui, you shall refrain from participating this time and act as a substitute for now. Is that acceptable?" Zhang Heng Rui's eyes flashed with a moment of struggle, but he quickly regained composure and nodded vigorously, saying, "I have no objections." Indeed, he was relatively weaker among the group, although Lu Yisin was not particularly strong either. His greatest asset lay in his control, making him indispensable to the team. Alright, I will now begin arranging our tactics. This quarter hour of pre-match preparation is immensely precious for them. There is no doubt that the opponents, being protagonists, possessed various powerful means and would likely have unpredictable bursts of strength. Their only advantage lay in their familiarity with the enemy, knowing their general abilities and martial spirits. Today, the team representing the Spirit Hall Academy, led by Hua Zhangji, donned striking fire-red uniforms adorned with golden embroidery, clearly of superior quality. In contrast, Shrek Academy's uniforms, a rather comical shade of brownish-green, festooned with numerous commercial logos, appeared laughable. However, no one dared to mock them. Having reached this stage, having entered the finals of the elite tournament for high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, none had the authority to ridicule them. As the match preparations unfolded, both sides were permitted to unleash their martial spirits. The red-robed cardinal, acting as the referee, promptly announced the commencement once both teams were in position. The 14 competitors exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet the intensity of their breaths sent the atmosphere soaring to a fever pitch. At that moment, even a revered figure like Pope bygone had completely focused their attention on this battle. Both sides simultaneously released their martial spirits, and in an instant, the arena was illuminated by the shimmering glow of soul rings. The Shrek 7 began their release, standing in sequential order, with Tang San and Dai Mubai at the forefront, followed by Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu. The final row comprised Ning Rongrong and Oscar, forming a 2-3-2 formation. All 7 possessed 4 soul rings, but the most striking was Tang San, who bore a black 10,000-year soul ring. On the other side, the team representing the Spirit Hall Academy also released their respective soul rings. Hua Zhangji had 3 soul rings and was nearing level 40. It had not reached the 4th ring. To his surprise, Yuan Enxing Tian, Li Jiangxi, and Chai Jiaja had all attained the 4th ring, while only he and Lu Yisin remained at the 3rd. Their formation starkly contrasted with that of the Shrek 7. At the forefront were 3 individuals lined up, with Chai Jiaja in the center and Li Jiangxi and Yuan Enxing Tian flanking him. Behind them stood Hua Zhangji on the left, Lu Yisin in the center, and Qi on the right, with Qiu Zishuan at the back. As the match commenced with the announcement of the final battle of the elite tournament, the red-robed cardinal swiftly retreated, clearing the arena. Tang San was the first to act, swiftly snatching a ball of pink light from Oscar's hands. In the next moment, 6 blue-silver grass vines shot forth, entwining around the waists of his 6 companions. In the back row, Ning Rongrong unleashed her 7 treasures glazed tile, although her martial spirit had not yet evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tile. Rays of light emanated from the resplendent tower, cascading onto the other 6 members. The 7 treasures glazed tile was the most potent support martial spirit of that era, capable of augmenting attributes comprehensively, and the higher the cultivation, the greater the enhancement ratio. At this moment, with her 4-ring cultivation, Ning Rongrong could nearly boost her companion's speed, strength, and soul power by 40%. However, at that moment, Tang San's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Rongrong, be careful." Immediately, the air around the Shrek 7 seemed to warp, and everyone felt as though their minds had been struck by a hammer, involuntarily letting out muffled groans. Hua Zhangji had struck. The opponents clearly possessed more soul rings and bore the aura of protagonists. Hua Zhangji's strategy was simple. They must not allow their adversaries to unleash their full potential, but they would have no chance. Only by launching an immediate offensive could they hope to defeat them. Thus, at the moment Hua Zhangji unleashed his mental shock, the 3 primary assault-type Soul Masters in the front row charged forward with all their might. A flash of light enveloped Chai Jiaja as he wielded the giant spirit shield, initiating a taunt not directed at the leading Tang San, but aimed at the opponent's strongest support Soul Master, Ning Rongrong, as per Hua Zhangji's orders. The purpose of the taunt was straightforward, to compel the opponent to target him alone, unable to attack anyone else until he was defeated. For a support Soul Master, Ning Rongrong's abilities could only be directed at Chai Jiaja. However, her soul abilities, being enhancement effects, could not be cast on him. Therefore, as long as the taunt remained, in Hua Zhangji's judgment, it effectively severed the opponent's strongest support. Simultaneously, a crimson glow surged around Chai Jiaja as he unleashed the dragon body, charging fiercely towards the enemy. Beside him, Yuan Enxing Tian and Li Jiangxi also released their soul skills, with Li Jiangxi's entire being swelling as he unleashed the Titan Great Ape martial spirit. Utilizing astonishing agility, he leaped into the air, while Yuan Enxing Tian, faster still, was enveloped in purple-black scales, her foundational agility exceeding 50 points and under full eruption. Her speed was astonishingly swift. The mental shock had effectively interrupted Ning Rongrong's enhancement, but the mental fortitude of the Shrek 7 was notably robust. They only felt dazed for about a second before swiftly regaining clarity. The first to awaken was the thousand-handed Azura, Tang San. It seemed he instantly comprehended what had transpired. Within his eyes, purple light radiated forth, unveiling the purple extreme demon eye. Chapter 35, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. This purple extreme demon eye was a creation of Tang San himself. Thus, when he activated it, Huizhanji distinctly sensed its divergence from his own purple extreme demon eye. Tang San's version emanated pure mental energy, imbued with an incredibly solid sensation, akin to two mental spikes that instantly focused on Chai Jiaja. Chai Jiaja emitted a muffled groan, his eyes glazing over as the taunt skill abruptly ceased. The first to charge towards the opponent was Yuan Enxing Tian, who arrived in a flash. Her dragon claws aimed directly at Tang San. With hands as smooth as jade, Tang San executed a circular motion, and Yuan Enxing Tian felt an unusual pull. Her powerful attack was unexpectedly deflected, leaving her struggling to maintain her footing. How formidable! The opponent's foundational attributes were undoubtedly superior across the board. In this epic, on equal footing within the realm of the Four Rings, the opposing party stands as the unequivocal protagonist of this era, wielding formidable strength. Concurrently, tendrils of blue-silver grass surged forth, racing towards Yuan Enxing Tian in a graceful embrace. On the other side, Li Jianqi had already closed the distance, vaulting high into the air as her fists descended powerfully towards the ground. Yet, at that very moment, the golden-haired Dai Mubai emerged with precision, appearing directly before Li Jianqi amidst the thrashing of Tang San's blue-silver grass. His first and third soul rings radiated with brilliance, activating the White Tiger Barrier and the White Tiger Vajra transformation. The two overwhelming abilities erupted forth as his tiger claws struck vehemently towards Li Jianqi. In this age, among the Shrek 7 monsters, the one with the most potent soul power remains this malevolent-eyed white tiger, the most formidable assault-type soul master among them. The clash resounded. Li Jianqi was unexpectedly sent flying backward by Dai Mubai's strike. With a cold snort, he remarked, "The Spirit Hall Academy team is but a shadow of its true self." Renowned for her strength, Li Jianqi found herself at a disadvantage in this confrontation, undoubtedly indicating that her foundational attributes were significantly inferior to her opponents. It was only now that Chai Jiaja arrived, albeit belatedly, refraining from charging forward yet again. Instead, he directed another taunt at Ning Rongrong, who was poised to assist her teammates. Without Ning Rongrong's support, Tang San and Dai Mubai easily repelled Yuan Enxing Tian and Li Jianqi. The thought of augmenting their foundational attributes by an additional 40% left them awestruck. This was merely the first clash, and the spirits of the blue-silver team began to plummet. Their adversaries were overwhelmingly strong. At that moment, a muffled groan resonated from the Shrek 7 monsters' side. A surge of heat erupted behind them. "Fatty!" Dai Mubai shouted. Before them, the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjuan's flames detonated, nearly incinerating his comrades. Tang San's gaze swiftly fell upon Huizhanji, for it was he who had made his move once again. Just as the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun was about to unleash his fiery breath, Huizhanji's mental impact interrupted him, nearly causing him to suffer self-immolation, igniting his uniform. The blue-silver grass quivered, propelling two figures into the air, forming elegant arcs as they circumvented the three formidable assault-type soul masters standing at the forefront of the blue-silver team, descending towards their target, Huizhanji. Undoubtedly, Huizhanji's successive mental control had instilled a sense of threat in Tang San, and the two figures he sent flying were none other than the soft-bone charm rabbit Xiao Wu and the nether cat Zhu Zhuqing. "Zi Xian, sever the grass," Huizhanji intoned calmly, having awaited this very moment. Although Qiu Zixuan did not grasp Huizhanji's intentions, the overwhelming power demonstrated by the Shrek 7 monsters placed immense pressure on the blue-silver team. Yet, during their preparation, Huizhanji had instructed her to heed his orders regardless of what transpired on the battlefield. Thus, her star god sword erupted forth at the earliest opportunity, its twin beams of sword light targeting not the airborne Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, but the two strands of blue-silver grass tethered to their waists. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, possessing extensive combat experience, instinctively sensed the impending danger. As they prepared to act and shift their forms in midair, they suddenly beheld an ethereal clock manifesting in the center of the second row of the blue-silver team. Tick-tock, the clock swayed gently, momentarily freezing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's movements. In the distance, Tang San recognized the gravity of the situation, but it was already too late. With two muffled snaps, the blue-silver grass severed instantly under the influence of the Star God Sword. Simultaneously, Yuan Enxing Tian, Li Jiangqi, and Chai Jiaja retreated, regrouping, while Qiuzi Xuan, having thrust forth her Star God Sword, leaped to join them. They all advanced together, forming a peculiar tableau. The five formidable assault-type soul masters of the blue-silver team obstructed Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar the Shrek's 7 monsters. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves facing Huozhanji and Lu Yixin. The engagement had transformed into 2 separate skirmishes, 5 against 5 and 2 against 2. This was the strategy devised by Huozhanji. He sought to draw the attention of his Shrek's 7 monsters through his mental control. The primary task of the agile attack-type soul masters was to neutralize their control-type counterparts, creating the opportunity he desired. The 5 assault-type soul masters were to hold the line, granting Huozhanji precious time. However, at that moment, Yuan Enxing Tian, Chai Jiaja, and Li Jiangqi instinctively sensed the brewing trouble. Huozhanji's tactic was sound, but their opponent's strength exceeded their expectations. While Lu Yixin possessed control abilities, his practical combat prowess was lacking, and Huozhanji did not seem particularly adept in this regard either. Could his mental impact and mental explosion suffice to overcome the 2 agile attack-type soul masters in such a short span? Should he falter, he and Lu Yixin would undoubtedly fall into the enemy's grasp, leading to their certain defeat. Nonetheless, the situation had unfolded thus, and they could only strive to do their utmost. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily hindered, ultimately landed gracefully. In an instant, they made the same decision. Having traversed the all-continent Elite Soul Master Challenge, their combat experience was profound, and the synergy among the Shrek's 7 monsters was unparalleled. In this critical moment, they would not spare any effort. Zhu Zhuqing darted forward, arriving before Huozhanji in a flash, executing the Nether Strike. Countless claw shadows erupted, deploying her second soul skill. The Nether 100 Claws, effectively sealing all potential escape routes for Huozhanji. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu leapt, delivering a powerful kick towards Lu Yixin. In their eyes, both were control-type soul masters. A swift resolution would secure victory. Without hesitation, Lu Yixin unleashed his additional skill, the Rejection Aura. As the aura blossomed, he deliberately stepped forward at an angle. Thus, when the Rejection Aura enveloped Xiao Wu, it fortuitously propelled her toward Huozhanji. This was a stroke of cunning. However, Xiao Wu's strength was formidable. Despite Lu Yixin's push being double her own strength, it barely moved her. Moreover, a pink glow shimmered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she activated her charm skill. Ultimately, Xiao Wu was indeed pushed toward Huozhanji. But Lu Yixin found himself ensnared by her charm skill, a look of intoxication crossing his face as he momentarily lost his combat effectiveness. Yet in the next instant, an expression of incredulity adorned Xiao Wu's visage. As Zhu Zhuqing lunged towards Huozhanji with lightning speed, he had already seized a wooden spear in hand. Cold light flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. As a 4-ring soul master, though Huozhanji had recently exhibited mental control twice, he was still only a 3-ringed individual. As was Lu Yixin among the blue-silver team. At the moment when the blue-silver grass was severed, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, though momentarily concerned, swiftly regained their confidence. With Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu both being in the 4th ring, while their opponent was at the 3rd, how could they possibly falter? However, when her ghostly claw descended upon Huozhanjiao, her expression shifted. Huozhanjiao took half a step back, thrusting his wooden spear forward. This thrust was executed with remarkable cunning. Zhu Zhuqing, confident in her speed, found Huozhanjiao's strike even swifter, as if she were destined to collide with the tip of his spear. This sensation was exceedingly discomforting. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing possessed formidable control over her body, forcibly twisting to evade the impact, enduring the pain of misapplied force. In that fleeting moment, a sudden haze enveloped her mind, as if her mental energy had been abruptly tethered. The arc of Huozhanjiao's spear effortlessly dissolved her clawing shadows. He advanced a step, the spear's tip resting upon Zhu Zhuqing's right shoulder. A powerful suction erupted, causing her soul power and mental energy to surge outward simultaneously, eliciting a muffled groan from her lips. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Wu was struck by the repulsion of the aura, Zhu Zhuqing had already been marked by the spear on her shoulder, her body succumbing to numbness. Xiao Wu spun, launching a kick towards Huozhanjiao's neck, but he raised his spear to block her foot. Yet, Xiao Wu suddenly vanished from sight. 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement. When she reappeared, it was at an angle behind Huozhanjiao, her foot striking at the side of his head. However, in that very instant, a surge of dark energy erupted from Hua Zhanxiao, and Xiao Wu felt as though her kick had plunged into a black vortex, the overwhelming pull causing her soul power to drain away. She then witnessed a pair of black wings sprouting from his back. Under the onslaught of this burgeoning darkness, Zhu Zhuqing's body softened, tilting towards Hua Zhanxiao. Golden light erupted from Xiao Wu, for as the leading lady of this era, her soul skills were exceptionally robust. Her fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. This brief invulnerability negated all incoming attacks. Hua Zhanxiao's dark demon devouring could no longer siphon her soul power. Yet he swiftly seized Zhu Zhuqing by the shoulder, performing a simple maneuver, a turn. He positioned Zhu Zhuqing's body to face Xiao Wu, who was in her invincible state. Xiao Wu's subsequent kick had to be retracted forcefully, or would have struck Zhu Zhuqing's chest. At that moment, Hua Zhanxiao's spear pierced out from Zhu Zhuqing's armpit, akin to a venomous serpent striking, aiming with uncanny precision at Xiao Wu's side. Although the invincible golden body skill was potent, its duration was fleeting. Left with no choice, Xiao Wu had to twist her body to evade. Yet, at that instant, her vision blurred as Hua Zhanxiao followed her movement, the spear striking her side with lightning speed. The swiftness was astonishing, as if they had rehearsed this choreography countless times. Xiao Wu felt a sharp pain in her waist. Her body immediately succumbed to weakness. Hua Zhanxiao's spear swept horizontally, landing a blow at her neck. With a muffled groan, she too collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang San and Dai Mubai had already launched their assault against the 5 formidable attackers. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flame erupted, exerting overwhelming pressure on the 5, while Dai Mubai and Tang San charged forward with all their might. They had consumed Oscar's flight-enhancing pink sausage, attempting to soar over the heads of the 5. However, they were met with a full-force counter from the 5 Soul Masters. Regardless of their shortcomings, Yuan and Xingtian and the others wielded powerful martial souls. And though they lacked overall strength, their combined efforts were just sufficient to withstand the assault. Zhu Zhuqing's muffled groan ignited a spark within Dai Mubai upon hearing it. His eyes turned crimson. His 4th soul ring shimmered to life, a blinding white light erupting from him. Ma Hongjun, displaying his flaming wings, also activated his 4th soul ring, transforming into a blazing fire phoenix descending from the sky, charging toward the formation of 5. Zhu Zhuqing was Dai Mubai's girlfriend. How could he not be anxious upon hearing of her plight? Tang San unleashed his 3rd soul skill, spider web binding, enveloping the opponents within it, while countless blue-silver grasses surged forth from his body, forming a cage to ensnare the other 4. At this moment, the potential of the blue-silver team erupted. Li Jiangqi slammed her fists into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave that momentarily slowed the advancing blue-silver grass. With a fierce shout, she commanded, "Retreat." Her 4th soul ring ignited as a blinding yellow light radiated outward, not aimed at enemies, but instead enveloping her 4 companions. Their bodies felt lighter, except for the one ensnared by the spider web, who couldn't break free in time. The other 3 swiftly retreated. Chapter 36, Defeating the Shrek 7 Devils. Dai Mubai's 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower, and Ma Hongjuan's 4th soul skill, Phoenix Howl from the Heavens, struck Li Jiangqi simultaneously. She was severely wounded, on the brink of collapse, yet a protective shield manifested around her. Team skill, Critical Guardian. In the next moment, Li Jiangqi vanished in a thin air. Utilizing the team skill, Teleportation. Although it was random, she exited the battlefield, escaping the combat without danger, for this was the Spirit Hall. Aside from those from Shrek Academy, nearly everyone here was a powerhouse of the Spear Hall. Li Jiangqi sacrificed herself to protect the others. Otherwise, they would have faced peril from the combined onslaught of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. This scene left Tang San and the others momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportunity, they managed to break free from the spiderweb binding. Just then, Tang San caught sight of Xiao Wu, slowly collapsing after being struck by Hua Zhanxiao's spear at her neck. Tang San's eyes darkened to crimson. They realized that the true threat was not the 5 in front of them, but the seemingly 3rd ring individual. He had single-handedly defeated both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu in such a brief span, and the dark wings behind him emanated an aura that surged sharply. Thus, disregarding their safety, Tang San and Dai Mubai charged toward Hua Zhanxiao simultaneously. They witnessed Hua Zhanxiao smile faintly, retreating swiftly, his hands flicking as Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were hurled outside the arena. At the same time, Hua Zhanxiao's toes touched the ground, and his wings unfurled, racing toward them. For the blue-silver team, Their greatest advantage against the Shrek 7 devils lay in their historical knowledge of these individuals' abilities. With 4 soul rings, it was certain they possessed only 4 soul skills, and the legendary tales of the original Shrek 7 devils had even been adapted into television dramas. Hua Zhanqiao could recite their skills from memory. At first glance, Tang San and Dai Mubai appeared to be the most formidable forces within the team, with Tang San being the unequivocal core. However, it would be a grave error to underestimate any member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Take for instance Zhu Zhuqing, the agility-focused battle soul master. Not only is she remarkably swift and powerful in her attacks, but she also shares a powerful martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger. With Dai Mubai, should they unleash this fusion technique, who among the blue-silver team could withstand it? Even if they managed to resist, the cost would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Furthermore, Tang San and Xiao Wu form a golden duo. With Xiao Wu by Tang San's side, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. Thus, when Hua Zhanqi devised his tactics, his primary targets were Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. By exploiting his 3-ring deception, he aimed to provoke these 2 agile attackers into engaging him, hoping to eliminate at least one. Naturally, he had no intention of killing or severely injuring them. After all, the original Shrek 7 monsters were idols in their hearts, and the mere presence of their protagonist auras made any attempt at lethal force unpredictable. Instead, his goal was simply to throw them off the competition platform, thereby rendering them unable to continue. The reason for his assault on Tang San and Dai Mubai was to prevent them from rescuing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Simultaneously, he called for mental skill synergy. You all work together to subdue the others and throw them off the platform. Leave Tang San and Dai Mubai to me, Hua Zhanqi declared in a measured tone. When confronted with the full force of the enemy, the members of the blue-silver team found themselves engulfed in despair. Yet, as Tang San and Dai Mubai rushed towards Hua Zhanqi, neglecting other threats, they were taken aback to discover that Hua Zhanqi had already dealt with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. How utterly astonishing! Yet he had accomplished it. In that moment, they realized how significantly Hua Zhanqi had grown. Tang San raised a hand, unleashing a web of bindings towards Hua Zhanqi, while Dai Mubai expelled a radiant beam of light. Executing his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, they both understood that if they did not subdue this leader, they would face dire consequences. Hua Zhanqi's fallen angel wings fluttered slightly, altering his trajectory. He deftly deflected the web, binding with a gentle flick of his wooden spear, naturally evading the assault of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. At that moment, Tang San suddenly recognized a critical flaw. Aerial combat was not their forte. Although they could fly with Oscar-S flying mushroom sausage, it was not their inherent ability. They lacked any real aerial skills, while their opponent seemed exceptionally adept in this regard. Dai Mubai, let us retreat and regroup with the others, Tang San decisively assessed. Vine shot forth from his hands, ensnaring Hua Zhanqi as he rapidly descended towards the ground. Hua Zhanqi's judgment was astute. If Zhu Zhuqing was Dai Mubai's Achilles heel, then Xiao Wu was undoubtedly Tang San's. When Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were in peril, even Tang San, the protagonist of this era, became flustered and rushed in recklessly to save them. But Hua Zhanqi would not allow them to escape so easily. With a renewed mental shock, he struck once more. Tang San and Dai Mubai felt as if their minds had been dealt a crushing blow. Their vision instantly clouded. The blue-silver grass that Tang San had released lost all control. In that moment, Hua Zhanqi erupted with power. He was acutely aware that Tang San possessed a trump card, his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, the most formidable weapon martial soul of the age. Complemented by the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, a devastating weapon in its own right, along with the protective aura of a protagonist. Under such circumstances, he could not allow Tang San and Dai Mubai to regroup with the other 3. Otherwise, if the Shrek 5 monsters regained their footing, they would likely still be outmatched. Thus, without hesitation, Hua Zhanqi chose to unleash all of his capabilities at that moment. Seizing the opportunity was the most crucial lesson he had learned from the 3-eyed golden lion. With an explosive surge of power, all attributes were enhanced. A fissure appeared on his forehead, revealing a single vertical eye as he fully activated his mental energy, pushing it to its zenith. Though it was another mental shock, bolstered by the transformation of the fallen angel and the additional power of his berserk state, combined with the opening of the Eye of Fate. It had reached its utmost potential. Consequently, even with Tang San and Dai Mubai's strength, their minds felt as if struck by lightning, blood seeping from their noses and ears. Hua Zhanqi, merging body and spear, lunged towards Tang San with blinding speed. He understood that to defeat the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San was the true linchpin, for he held too many hidden cards. He was the very soul of the entire Shrek 7 monsters. Hua Zhanqi could not afford to let Tang San have a moment to regain his composure. At this point, Hua Zhanqi's mental energy had surpassed 100, and with his full throttle eruption, the previous mental shock had significantly weakened Tang San and Dai Mubai's mental realms. Merging body and spear, he unleashed the powerful spear technique learned from the three-eyed golden lion in a desperate gamble. Clang! Tang San, truly deserving of his protagonist aura, managed to awaken just in the nick of time. His second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, materialized instantaneously, shielding his chest. Hua Zhanqi's wooden spear struck squarely against the Haotian hammer. In that moment, a flicker of confusion crossed Tang San's mind. Why had he chosen to target his right chest instead of the left, where his heart lay? Yet at that instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, catching Tang San off guard and propelling him out of the competition platform. The Haotian hammer in his grasp collided forcefully with his chest, causing him to cough up blood once more. However, his reflexes were swift. He immediately retracted the luminous wings bestowed by the flying mushroom sausage. Though his body was propelled by the shockwave, he angled himself downward and managed to release the blue silver grass, attempting to anchor himself towards the platform. Behind him, the 8 spider lances had also been deployed. As long as he could make contact with the ground, he could stabilize himself and prepare for battle anew. With Oscar's restorative sausage, he was certain he could continue competing. However, just then, a shadow darted towards him like lightning, crashing into Tang San once more. Tang San's face registered shock as he witnessed Hua Zhanqi being struck by the white tiger meteor shower from behind, sending him flying. Yet, he too was sent hurtling off the competition platform by the oncoming shadow. He had exhausted his efforts, but the blue-silver grass ultimately failed to secure a grip on the ground. Meanwhile, although Hua Zhanqi was knocked away by the white tiger meteor shower, Dai Mubai's feeble eruption of the attack was not particularly potent, and Liu Yisin had since broken free from the enchantment. While he was aiding his comrades in attacking Ma Hongjun, he had inadvertently provided a momentary delay, causing the white tiger meteor shower to strike Hua Zhanqi with diminished force. With his wings shielding his form, Hua Zhanqi, having gambled everything, now found himself momentarily weakened. He crashed onto the competition platform and rolled before finally regaining his footing. Tang San is out, Hua Zhanqi gasped, supporting himself with his wooden spear, panting heavily. The preceding series of all-out attacks had pushed both his mental and physical limits to the extreme. Fortunately, he had previously absorbed a considerable amount of soul power and mental strength from Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing through the techniques of Heavenly Demon Devouring and Heavenly Demon Seizing Souls. Otherwise, he would likely find himself devoid of any fighting capacity at this moment. Even having deployed his Heavenly Demon clone, he had gone so far as to self-destruct it to ensure Tang San's expulsion from the arena, now suffering the backlash of his actions. Damn it! An angry roar reverberated as Dai Mubai lunged towards Hua Zhanqi, not far from him. As Tang San was hurled out of the arena, Dai Mubai's heart raced with anxiety, his concern for his beloved increasing by the moment. The white tiger meteor shower had proven ineffective, and he now charged fiercely at Hua Zhanqi. However, at that precise moment, a force of transference suddenly descended upon him, causing his trajectory to veer sharply away from Hua Zhanqi and head towards another direction. Giant Spirit Shield taunt. While Hua Zhanqi was exhausting himself in combat against Tang San and Dai Mubai, the battle raged on elsewhere. Though they had lost a member in Li Jianqi, the Blue-Silver team still boasted 4 formidable Assault-type Soul Masters at the 4th ring. Chai Jiajia utilized the taunting ability of the Giant Spirit Shield to completely restrain Ning Rongrong. His taunts played a crucial role in this battle. Without the amplification of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the overall fighting capacity of the Shrek 7 monsters had significantly diminished. Without the protection of Tang San and Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun faced Yuan in Xingtian, effectively outnumbered 3-1. As the weakest among the Shrek 7 monsters, he found himself suppressed with no opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, Chai Jiajia single-handedly dealt with 2 auxiliary soul masters who posed no real threat, and the outcome was evidently in his favor. Oscar's Zhuge Divine Crossbow could not breach the defenses of the Giant Spirit Shield, and they were equally unskilled in speed, leading to their expulsion from the competition platform at Chai Jiajia's hands. When Chai Jiajia finally freed himself, it coincided with Dai Mubai's assault on Hua Zhanqi, and a single taunt drew his attention. The 3-on-1 confrontation had reached its conclusion. While the individual strength of the Blue-Silver team could not compare to that of the Shrek 7 monsters, in a 3-to-1 scenario, Yuan and Xingtian's strength was second only to Huozhanji's, complemented by the lethal presence of Qiu Zixuan. Ma Hongjun found himself utterly helpless, the evil fire phoenix extinguished, and he too was cast off the competition stage. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was all but certain. No matter how formidable Dai Mubai was, one man could not withstand the onslaught. Huozhanji took a moment to catch his breath and, alongside Lu Yixin, controlled Dai Mubai. The remaining four launched a full frontal assault. Even then, Chai Jiajia's giant spirit shield was nearly shattered, ultimately forcing him to leap from the competition platform. In the end, Dai Mubai was subdued. With the Shrek Academy team eliminated from the stage, the match concluded. The Spirit Hall Academy team was crowned the champions of this Continental Elite Soul Master Challenge, as announced in a booming voice by the Cardinal in red. Chapter 37, Rewards and Historic Moments. Before the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong had risen to her feet, an unmistakable smile gracing her features, as several evident title-level powerhouses beside her also stood, gazing at the remaining 6 on the competition field. Bibi Dong nodded approvingly, stating, "Well done. You have not brought shame upon the Spirit Hall. Your championship is well-deserved." In this moment, the Pope exhibited her customary composure. Accepting the award from the Spirit Hall representatives, her gaze lingering momentarily over the 3 soul bones. The Cardinal, serving as the referee, proclaimed loudly, "Please." The representatives of the Spirit Hall Academy stepped forward to receive the champion's reward. At this moment, Li Jiangqi, who had been previously transported away, was brought back by Zhang Hengrui, joining the others on stage. All eyes were fixed on Huozhanji. Until this point, their internal astonishment was no less than that of the defeated Shrek 7 monsters. Huozhanji's contribution in the recent match could be said to have accounted for at least 70% of the team's success. Without him, the Blue-Silver team would have undoubtedly faced defeat. From the initial crowd control and tactical arrangements to his overwhelming individual prowess in taking down Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, preventing Tang San from unleashing his full potential, he had exhibited a remarkable explosive power. "You did brilliantly, boss," Lu Yixin exclaimed excitedly, even changing the way he addressed him. At this moment, every member of the Blue-Silver team held a genuine admiration for Huozhanji. They had never anticipated his combat capabilities would reach such heights. They felt as though they were in a dream, having defeated the original Shrek 7 monsters, and that too, in a scenario where their strength fell short of their opponents. Huozhanji looked at his companions, noticing their eager gazes, took a deep breath, and strode confidently towards Pope Bibi Dong. Upon arriving before her, he was struck by her astonishing beauty, noble, elegant, and serene. A myriad of splendid adjectives seemed to apply to her. Though no longer youthful, the marks of time appeared to have left her untouched. The Pope gazed at Huozhanji with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "You are exceptional, even surpassing my expectations. Truly, a worthy disciple of the Spirit Hall. In the future, you shall all be the pillars of the Spirit Hall." As she spoke, she extended the award platter towards him. Feeling the potent aura emanating from the 3 soul bones, Huozhanji felt an uncontrollable tremor within. 3 soul bones, especially the one radiating a soft blue light, the wisdom skull, seemed to possess an immense allure that tugged at his heart. Around him were envious gazes. Any soul master would yearn for soul bones upon sight. Huozhanji navigated back to his companions amidst a sea of greedy eyes. Main quest: defeat the Shrek 7 monsters completed. Reward acquired: basic attributes increased by 5. Team reward: soul bones, left leg bone of swift movement, right arm bone of explosive flame, wisdom skull of mental concentration. Before the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's gaze shifted towards the gathered Shrek 7 monsters, their faces clouded with frustration. And she stated calmly, "Since the rewards have been distributed, this tournament is officially concluded. Ghost Douluo, Zhu Douluo, take that girl." As she spoke, Bibi Dong pointed directly at Xiao Wu. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, while the others from Shrek hurriedly moved forward. The master, sporting an expression of astonishment, exclaimed angrily, "Your Holiness, what do you mean by this?" However, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were not swayed by the master's words. They began to advance. Just then, a powerful figure resembling a middle-aged scholar swiftly stepped in front of them, saying, "Your Holiness, shouldn't we clarify the situation first?" Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at him, but showed no inclination to retreat. "Ning Zhongzhu, I urge you to show restraint. Should you continue to obstruct me, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect will become the enemy of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, I am Ning Fengji, the current leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and also Ning Rongrong's father." Ning Fengji's expression shifted. The weight of the Pope's words was unmistakable. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had deep roots and was the wealthiest sect, he was unwilling to confront the Spirit Hall directly. Raising a hand to halt the sword Douluo Continent, who sought to shield him, he sighed softly and stepped aside. "Wait a moment," the master commanded sharply, striding to the forefront of the Shrek 7 monsters. With a flick of his wrist, the Elder's token appeared in his palm. Displaying the token, the master declared coldly, "I'm also one of the Elders of the Spirit Hall, entitled to know the truth of the matter. Your Majesty the Pope, while you may apprehend individuals, you must first clarify your reasoning. On what grounds do you detain my disciples from Shrek Academy?" The Pope furrowed her brow, and upon witnessing the master's furious gaze, her demeanor softened slightly. In a low voice, she replied, "Do you wish to know why? Then why not inquire of your disciple? If she were merely a student of Shrek Academy, why would I seek to capture her? However, if she is a soul beast that has taken human form, I would have ample justification to subdue her." "What did you say?" The master gasped, turning abruptly to look at Xiao Wu. The rest of the Shrek 7 monsters, save for Tang San, also exhibited expressions of profound shock, while others might remain ignorant. The master was acutely aware that for a soul beast to transform into human form signified one soul reality. It had cultivated for over 100,000 years. Only a soul beast of such age possessed the potential for transformation. Xiao Wu appeared remarkably composed, revealing no trace of panic under the intensity of the gathered gazes. At that moment, her delicate face bore only a faint chill, icy as she regarded the Pope, bygone. The Pope's sharp gaze fixed upon Xiao Wu. "If I'm not mistaken, you are that elusive fish that slipped through my net all those years ago." A deep resentment suddenly erupted from the icy depths of Xiao Wu's eyes. "Indeed, you are correct. I am that very fish." The Pope sneered. "I never anticipated you would come to me willingly." Dai Mubai could not restrain his curiosity. "Xiao Wu, what is the meaning of all this?" At that moment, Tang San raised a hand, grasping Dai Mubai's shoulder. "Brother, do not question further. Xiao Wu, she is not human." As he spoke, Tang San slowly turned to face Xiao Wu. Her gaze shifted from the Pope to him. When Xiao Wu met Tang San's eyes, she momentarily faltered, for she discerned that he exhibited no surprise, skepticism, or astonishment, emotions one would expect, but rather only tenderness. "Brother," Yu Tang San sighed gently, "there is no need for words. I understand. In truth, I have long been aware that you are not human." "You knew all along?" Xiao Wu gazed at him in disbelief. Tang San nodded silently, recalling the precious autumn begonia he had consumed. "After ingesting that divine herb, my purple extreme magic eyes underwent a transformation, granting me the ability to see through all illusions. It was then that I perceived you were not human." Yet if the Pope's order to capture her was something she had foreseen, Tang San's revelation was beyond her imagination. Stepping forward, he raised his hands to cradle Xiao Wu's delicate face. "Foolish girl, there is nothing to debate. Whether you are human or soul, beast matters not. What I know is that you are my sister and the one I love." Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt that nothing else mattered. She was indifferent to the opinions of others. Only the love expressed by Tang San amidst this crisis resonated deeply within her heart. Drawing her into his embrace, Tang San held Xiao Wu's soft form tightly, proclaiming for all to hear, "If you wish to capture her, you must first step over my dead body." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even Bibi Dong refrained from issuing further commands. Gazing at Tang San, who held Xiao Wu tightly, she found herself momentarily entranced. Once upon a time, she had loved in such a way, and true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. At this moment, Tang San's words were anything but mere flattery. A man willing to sacrifice his life for a beloved non-human is a love of the rarest caliber. As the elder brother of the Shrek 7 monsters, how could Dai Mubai stand idly by while his sister was captured? He stepped forward, resolutely positioning himself beside Tang San. Following him were Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and lastly, Ning Rongrong. The 5 bore expressions of unwavering determination and commitment, and at that instant, the Shrek 7 monsters appeared as tightly entwined as a single strand of rope. Suddenly, Flinder laughed, exchanging knowing glances with Lu Erlong and the Master. The golden iron triangle simultaneously raised their right hands. In an instant, brilliant golden light erupted into being, the radiant glow sketching an awe-inspiring golden triangle in the air. "We may be old, but we are not yet dead. It is not your place to stand in our way. If you think you can survive this encounter, remember that all the money I have earned is securely stored in the principal's study, to be handed to Xiao Wu to manage our Shrek Academy." Flinder was a man of affection, yet he valued relationships even more. Otherwise, how could he have made such choices regarding the past between the Master and Lu Erlong. Death is a terrifying prospect. He has always believed this. However, retreating at this moment would be even more dreadful for him. Your Majesty the Pope. Zhu Douluo nudged the somewhat dazed Pope, awaiting her command. After all, one among them held the Elder's token. Bibi Dong emerged from her reverie, a complex glimmer dancing in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened as she fixed it upon the master, abruptly commanding, "Seize them. Spare no mercy for those who obstruct." Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo moved simultaneously. The golden iron triangle, while indeed a true martial spirit fusion technique, could it withstand the might of these true tidal Douluo? The answer was undoubtedly negative. At that moment, the poisoned Douluo sprang into action, not charging towards Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo to block them, but rather towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. He understood that if he could extract these two children from the fray, the others from Shrek Academy would be safe. Yet at the instant Douluo Bo took action, a chilling snort, like thunder, reverberated in his ears. Douluo Bo let out a muffled grunt as his body twisted in midair, and the green phosphor Serpent King instantly manifested. The source of the snort was none other than Pope Bibi Dong, as a colossal golden silhouette rose silently behind her, and 9 resplendent soul rings ascended in an instant. The immense pressure bore down upon Douluo Bo, rendering him immobile in an instant. Douluo Bo's expression shifted. Although he had long suspected that the Pope had reached the level of a tidal Douluo, he had never imagined her power would be so formidable. Though both were tidal Douluo, one was wholly suppressed by the other's overwhelming might. Such a phenomenon was nearly impossible in the realm of tidal Douluo, yet the Pope had achieved it. What was even more terrifying were the 9 soul rings adorning the Pope. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. While the first 8 soul rings might not provoke much astonishment, the final ring, glowing with a crystalline red light, was enough to instill fear in every individual present, including the tidal Douluo. The red soul ring signified the utmost supremacy among all soul rings, a ring that could only be found on a soul beast of 100,000 years. In the realm of soul masters, a 100,000-year soul ring has long been revered as the foremost treasure. This was no jest. Should a 100,000-year soul beast be slain, it would not only yield a 100,000-year soul ring, but also undoubtedly drop the soul bone. The convergence of the two entities, should a being of Contra-level strength absorb them, would result in that Contra evolving into a tidal Douluo, far surpassing Tongji in power. Upon witnessing the crimson 10,000-year soul ring, the countenance of Douluo Bo shifted dramatically. He realized that any further action on his part would inevitably provoke an assault more fearsome than Bibi Dong's. Such an onslaught was beyond the capacity of his own 92 levels, rendering him the weakest among tidal Douluo. Both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo moved with remarkable speed. Despite facing the significantly weaker golden iron triangle, they exhibited no hint of complacency. Each unleashed their martial spirits, with 9 soul rings swirling around them. In that fleeting moment, 4 tidal Douluo wielding martial spirits appeared on the plaza, marking an unprecedented event in the realm of soul masters. A voice, deep and resonant, suddenly pierced the air, akin to an explosion reverberating through space. Though not loud, the commanding presence within it caused every individual present to involuntarily shudder. Hearing this voice, Tang San, who shielded Xiao Wu with his back, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes alight with surprise. Conversely, Bibi Dong's expression grew grave, releasing her pressure on Douluo Bo as she gazed skyward. In a low rumble, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were propelled backward like cannonballs. Their visages paled in unison. For tidal Douluo of their caliber, to face such an outcome was unprecedented in many years. A shadowy figure materialized silently in midair, hovering there as if it belonged to that very space. This was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, tall and robust. Yet his attire was far from commendable. His tattered robe bore no patches, revealing his bronze skin beneath. His facial features, once quite handsome, were now obscured by a layer of waxy yellow, and his disheveled hair resembled a bird's nest, while his beard had long gone unkempt. Upon seeing this figure, the usually resilient Tang San seemed to crumble, tears streaming down his face for the first time, even more than when he had resolved to die, alongside Xiao Wu. The 2 labored words escaped his lips, "Father." Indeed, this unexpected apparition, suspended in the air, was none other than Tang Hao, his father, who had been absent for over 8 years. Compared to his last appearance, Tang Hao now seemed merely older, with no other changes. Behind him, an enormous black hammer floated in the air. Tang Hao, Bibi Dong shouted fiercely, her eyes blazing with resentment as they fixated on him, nearly spitting fire. Tang Hao faced her coldly, unperturbed, and in a mere flash, he landed before the Shrek Academy group. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo retreated to the Pope's side. The three titled Douluo unleashing their full soul power, creating an overwhelming pressure that caused the surrounding soul masters to retreat in haste. Yet before this trio of mountain-like pressures, Tang Hao stood proudly, not even gripping his hammer. His dim eyes sparkled with fierce resolve. Do you seek vengeance for your teacher, Bibi Dong? Do you believe you can restrain me? With a swift motion, Bibi Dong emitted a piercing shriek, as if in response. Echoed by 4 additional screams from within the Pope's palace. Summoning allies? Tang Hao smiled calmly, exuding a unique aura, as if he were unfazed by the legions before him. One by one, soul rings rose from beneath his feet, ascending slowly. With each ring that appeared, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him grew denser, gradually pushing back the 3 formidable pressures before him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The 9 soul rings manifesting on Tang Hao mirrored those of Bibi Dong, with his final ring also being a 10,000-year soul ring. Despite the similarity in rings, the aura radiating from Tang Hao far surpassed that of the Pope herself. The master, usually so proud, looked upon Tang Hao with profound respect. In the realm of soul masters, Tang Hao was his sole idol, both in the past and present. To dare confront the Pope and challenge the 3 titled Douluo with his solitary power was a testament to his unparalleled authority. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at the Pope's palace behind Bibi Dong, acknowledging the 7 titled Douluo present. Indeed, the spirit hall was formidable. Yet he mused, even with 7 of you, what can you truly accomplish? Behold, this is the true form of Haoyan. Tang San felt a surge of energy. Tang Hao's last words were evidently directed at him. The 7th soul ring shone brightly, and the colossal black Haoyan hammer behind him erupted with a torrent of black light, expanding to an astonishing length of over 100 meters. The massive hammerhead resembled a small mountain, adorned with crimson patterns that emerged from surface. Suddenly, Tang Hao's 10,000-year red soul ring ignited, transforming the black hammer entirely into a vibrant red. Ah, the Pope's palace, what a splendid place. In a fit of wild laughter, Tang Hao's right hand moved. The supermassive hammer plummeted from the air, not toward the 3 titled Douluo before him, but directly targeting the Pope's palace behind them. In an instant, the air within the entire spirit city warped, and every non-titled Douluo soul master found themselves paralyzed. Tang Hao, how dare you? Bibi Dong roared in furious madness, as she, along with Zhu Thaw and Gai Thaw, soared toward the descending hammer. Concurrently, 4 additional figures shot out from the Pope's palace. A total of 7 figures converging upon the enormous hammer. With a thunderous roar, the world fell silent for those below level 70. Their minds blanked as they collapsed under the indescribable cacophony. The colossal impact, akin to divine retribution, sent tremors throughout the entire spirit city. The 7 figures suspended in the air were simultaneously struck down, and the hammer vanished from sight. Spitting blood into the sky, Tang Hao's maniacal laughter echoed, Bibi Dong. Await your reckoning. The debts owed to me by the spirit hall shall one day be repaid in full. That day is not far off. In a flicker, Tang Hao disappeared, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu. At that moment, the expressions of the 8 present were filled with astonishment. This was undeniably a historic spectacle. They had not anticipated witnessing such a scene after completing their mission. Just then, everything around them began to dissolve into illusion, signifying that their task had indeed reached its conclusion. Congratulations, you have completed the Golden Main quest. As the first team to accomplish this, each of you will receive 10,000 Douluo points and a total team score of 50,000. Your rating is A. As the first team to complete the Golden Main quest and receive the highest evaluation, you will also be granted additional rewards, currently being drawn. Chapter 38, The Council of the Gods. In the realm of deities, clouds of ethereal mist swirled upwards. The boundless aura of celestial spirit enveloped the surroundings, as tangible as substance itself, with wisps transforming in the air into myriad forms, radiating a dazzling array of 9-colored hues, a breathtaking spectacle. At the very heart of this seemingly infinite celestial essence, a towering spire pierced the clouds. The tower, steeped in an ancient style, emanated a kaleidoscope of extraordinary luminescence, each beam illuminating a distinct space while exuding an aura of immeasurable majesty. Within the Tower of Deities, a momentous assembly was underway, one that bore significant implications for the future of the divine realm. At the pinnacle of the tower, the heart of the divine realm, resembling a crystalline sphere, radiated a gentle glow. Through this focal point, the various divine kings were able to guide and protect the myriad realms within their dominion. Presently, the divine kings were intently gazing at the colossal luminous screen before them. The final scene within the screen was crystallizing, revealing the team known as Blue Silver, which had recently triumphed in the first golden mainline mission of the Douluo World. In the hands of Hua Zhanji, a tray adorned with 3 soul bones was being held aloft. The god of light, Changongwei, nudged the sea god Tang San, who now wielded dominion over the divine realm, and in a light-hearted tone inquired, "What does it feel like to be defeated by your own grandson?" Tang San, rubbing his nose, replied, "The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. The younger generation is indeed formidable." Changongwei then posed a vital question. "Have you truly considered allowing them to undertake that mission? You must understand, that world is beyond our control. Once they embark on their journey, their fate will rest solely in their hands. Should calamity befall them, it will not be a mere matter of the Douluo World. There exists a genuine possibility of loss of life. To prevent interference with that realm's evolution and to evade the scrutiny of cosmic laws, we are rendered powerless to act." Tang San's expression turned serious, and all present divine kings, including Hua Zhanji's father, the emotion god Huiyuhao, who was one of the divine kings of the Douluo realm, focused their attention on him. Tang San's daughter, Tang Wutong, stood resolutely behind her husband, her lips pressed tightly together. Tang San spoke with gravitas. "The establishment of the Douluo World aims to reconnect all the realms we once governed, allowing them to be reborn or to resume their histories. Ultimately, they shall evolve towards the divine realm, giving rise to new minor divine realms, thereby providing greater opportunities for human powerhouses to thrive, fortifying the overall strength of the divine realm under our command. This is our original intention. We have all endured the terrifying baptism of cosmic laws. Once targeted by these laws, we are inexorably drawn toward annihilation. During our journey to the Phelan Star, I contemplated this matter deeply. How can we extricate ourselves from the grasp of cosmic laws and truly attain freedom and immortality? The reason cosmic laws seek to obliterate powerful existences is to regulate the pace of cosmic evolution. For once the cosmos evolves into the 10th dimensional space, it will inevitably revert to one, annihilating and starting anew. Thus, cosmic laws are merciless. Upon sensing our excessive strength, they will destroy us. This explains why we previously suffered assaults from cosmic turbulence and black holes, although we managed to navigate through that crisis through our efforts. The convergence of numerous divine realms consumed vast amounts of energy, barely earning the cosmic laws' begrudging acknowledgement of our existence, allowing us to survive until now. However, we are now advancing rapidly. At this rate of swift development, it won't be long before we once again attract the attention of cosmic laws. To resist these laws, there remains but one course of action. We must become powerful enough that the cosmic laws cannot exert control over us. My calculations indicate that we must attain a 7th-dimensional state to achieve this. Presently, we barely qualify as 5-dimensional. The leap from 5-dimensional to 7-dimensional will be monumental. We cannot afford to take a gradual approach. Success necessitates an immediate and decisive transformation. The fate of the divine realm and the existence of all the realms we govern hinge on our continued forward momentum. The Douluo World, under our stewardship, must cautiously evolve through multiple realms simultaneously, ultimately aiming for their synchronized evolution to the level of divine realms. Given our strong control over the worlds we have experienced, we theoretically possess the capability to succeed. Connecting to the dragon realm of Xuanyu, which is already formidable, will merely be a stepping stone. My quest to locate the Phelan Star, where Xiao Wu has ventured, represents a world with an exceptional foundation, existing within an alternate parallel universe. Should we succeed in establishing it as a divine realm and connect it with the divine realms we have built, forming a dual core, we could elevate ourselves to the 7th-dimensional level, achieving true stability. This is our imperative task, one from which we cannot shrink away. The best we can offer these children is this opportunity. We must also devise a means to transport them to the Phelan Star, cloaking their intentions from that realm's will, convincing them that they are native inhabitants of Phelan Star. We shall await their growth, guiding them with the tasks of the Douluo World, ultimately leading Phelan Star towards divinity. When I was still on Phelan Star, I made a promise to the Lord of that realm that my descendants would come to assist in its evolution towards the divine realm. It is time to fulfill that promise. I have elucidated all circumstances clearly. Now, I invite everyone to cast their votes. The Blue-Silver team has passed the assessment of the Golden Mainline mission and, as determined by the Divine Circle, has triumphed over the team I once led. I believe they possess the capability to lead humanity to rise on Phelan Star. I am in favor. As he spoke, Tang San raised his right hand. Is he not concerned about sending his grandson to such a perilous place? Of course not. However, should such a dangerous endeavor be left to others? Moreover, danger also presents opportunity. He and Huiyu Hao, along with Tang Wudong, had deliberated extensively before arriving at this decision. Upon returning with Xiao Wu, the first time he beheld Huizhanji, he felt an uncanny resemblance to himself, even more so than his biological son Tang Weilin or grandson Tang Xuanyu. Huiyu Hao inhaled deeply, turning to exchange a glance with his wife. Tang Wutong's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, yet she nodded resolutely. Huiyu Hao raised his hand. Agreed. Agreed. The additional reward extraction was completed. Huizhanji, you and your team have demonstrated exceptional performance. You shall receive the opportunity to undertake a universe-level hidden mission. This task is mandatory and must be accepted. Task name: The Divine Realm of Qilin, the Path to Godhood. In the year 2501 of the Ice Age, an asteroid inhabited by the demon and beast clans collided with the only continent of Phelan Star, the Fairy Continent. The mighty beings of the demon and fairy clans, after the final prophecy of the ancestral tree of creation, united all races to forge the divine artifact, the 7 divine orbs, to counter the impact and avert world destruction. However, the fairy continent subsequently fractured, splitting into 6 pieces along with the shattered asteroid, a historical event known as the 6 Domains. Ecological devastation ensued, giving rise to peculiar phenomena, transforming into 7 seas, collectively referred to as the 7 colored seas. The 7 seas and 6 domains are collectively known as the Divine Realm of Qilin. The Ice Age came to an end, ushering in the Dark Age, a year that would be recognized as the first year of the Dark Calendar. In the 3rd to 27th years of the Dark Calendar, the new ruler of the Tree of Creation, Fa Zhun, along with the remnants of the Tree of Creation, established an order in one of the 6 domains, founding the orderly realm based on the primordial laws and the 12 divine canons. This became known as the Law Domain. The Free Realm occupied one domain, named the Blue Domain. The Holy Spirit Realm claimed another domain, named the Holy Domain. Thus, these became the 3 realms of humanity. In the Cataclysm, both the yokai and the spirit tribes suffered grievous losses. Their formidable warriors perished, leaving behind a remnant that claimed a territory known as the yokai domain. The demon and beast tribes each established their own realms, referred to as the demon domain and the beast domain, respectively. Thus, the 6 domains were initially formed. The task at hand is to lead humanity to ascend and become the sovereign of the divine mist realm. Ultimately, guide the divine mist realm to achieve the status of a divine realm. There are no temporal constraints for this mission.